Chapter 1. Traversing Another Realm. In the surgical ward of the county hospital, on the 6th floor, Shun Hao gradually regained consciousness. As awareness flooded back into his mind, an immediate wave of pain engulfed his body. He felt utterly weak and fatigued, with a sharp ache radiating from his shoulder, causing him to gasp involuntarily. His gaze fell upon the nurse attending to his wound, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, I've returned to life, he thought to himself. As the pain in his arm intensified, Shun Hao couldn't help but glance back. He noticed a contraption resembling a pain pump affixed to his arm. The nurse, noticing his gaze, explained, "Just lie still, the anesthesia has worn off, and you will certainly feel discomfort. This analgesic pump is here to alleviate your suffering." Nodding in understanding, Shun Hao closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the moments preceding his injury. If he hadn't run swiftly, he might have lost his life. That fateful blade, whenever recalled, sent chills down his spine. The memory alone made his heart tremble. It was another world altogether. Shun Hao vividly recalled a flash of blinding light, a gleaming blade slicing through the air, striking his left shoulder. Fortunately, his swift escape spared him from becoming prey to wild beasts. Indeed, it was wild beasts. Though Shun Hao hailed from a reasonably comfortable background, standing at 178 centimeters, with fair skin inherited from his mother, he possessed striking features, sharp brows, and bright eyes, with a naturally voluminous head of hair that required no styling. Thus, he appeared taller, and with a bit of grooming, he could easily be deemed handsome. Throughout his school years, be it junior high, high school, or college, his looks placed him among the most admired, never lacking female attention. Even in financially challenging times, he found women willing to cover his expenses. However, upon entering the workforce, the narrative shifted. While it was relatively easy to find a girlfriend, the prospect of marriage proved daunting, primarily due to financial constraints. Of course, there were those willing to support him, yet the number of affluent women with striking beauty was scarce. Shun Hao, with a strong sense of pride, was reluctant to accept assistance from those who approached him. After parting ways with a girlfriend who demanded a house in the provincial capital of Chang'an before marriage, he found himself lacking the means to fulfill such expectations. After a turbulent 2 or 3 years, their relationship dissolved, leaving Shun Hao questioning his self-worth and yearning to carve out his own path. Reality, however, was harsh. With no practical skills, and at the age of 27, he found himself in a county devoid of a home, car, or stable employment. An orphan since childhood, he lost his mother to illness when he was 6 and his father in a mining accident during his first year of junior high. Raised by his grandparents, he had just begun his second year of college when they too passed away. In the realm of arranged marriages, his background was a liability, and he often felt hesitant to speak out loud. Despite his handsome appearance, the opportunities to leverage his looks in the real world were scant. One needed to swallow their pride to seize any chance at all. Ultimately, money reigned supreme. After drifting aimlessly for 4 or 5 years, he had dabbled in live streaming but lacked the perseverance or talent to sustain it. At the age of 27 or 28, I finally attained a lucid understanding of society. Alone and adrift, I merely sought to pass the days, living one moment at a time. After several years of this aimless existence, I found myself with a mere 20,000 yuan saved. Many hinted at the prospect of maintaining a more intimate relationship with me, yet the women were invariably too advanced in years for my liking. Previously, while employed in an electric bicycle factory, an elderly director suggested that if I accompanied him for 3 years, he would provide me with a car and an apartment. Terrified by the implications, I promptly resigned. I would rather face hunger than compromise my dignity. Moreover, a man's wealth is often considered joint property with his spouse should the relationship sour. His wife could easily pursue legal action, leaving me with nothing. Later, a friend informed me that driving for a ride-hailing service could yield over 600 yuan a day, provided one was diligent. Thus, I apprenticed under a friend to learn the trade, renting an electric bike to embark on this venture. I thought that enduring some hardship could eventually lead to financial gain. Little did I know how treacherous this field could be. The monthly rental for the electric bike alone amounted to 3,000 yuan, not to mention the costs of charging and parking. Each day, the moment I opened my eyes, if I did not earn, it felt as though I lost 260 yuan. Unfamiliar with the industry, I rented a subpar electric bike with a feeble battery that drained after only a few trips. I often found myself either charging it or en route to a charging station. To compound my misfortunes, just a few days ago, I rear-ended a Rolls-Royce. The dealership quoted repair costs at 350,000 yuan. Though the ride-hailing vehicle came with insurance, the coverage was woefully inadequate. Insurance companies generally hesitate to cover operational vehicles, resulting in exorbitant premiums. To minimize operational costs, many ride-hailing rental companies only purchase basic liability insurance, and, in some egregious cases, merely the minimum required. Fortunately, the vehicle I rented had a third-party liability insurance of 1 million yuan. However, this arrangement proved to be a trap for ride-hailing drivers. The policy was not comprehensive, and without a waiver for deductibles, the insurance company would only cover 200,000 yuan, leaving me responsible for the remaining 150,000. Not only was I liable for the Rolls-Royce's repair expenses, but I also had to account for the depreciation of the rental bike and the increased insurance costs. Following an accident, the insurance premiums would skyrocket the following year, and some companies might even refuse to insure the vehicle altogether. After the incident, the electric bike was reclaimed. My already meager finances were now further strained, making it impossible to remain in the provincial capital with its high cost of living. I could scarcely envision repaying my debts, and thus resolved to return to my hometown in search of work. Eventually, through my childhood friend Wang Xiaodao's introduction, I secured a position as a laborer at a construction site, earning 220 yuan a day. Although classified as temporary work, the daily wage was beneficial, and the lower cost of living in the small county allowed me to save a little. Bearing a debt of 150,000 yuan weighed heavily upon me, leaving me breathless. Misfortune seemed to stalk me relentlessly. To add to my woes, 3 days ago, on a tempestuous night filled with thunder and lightning, I found myself in a state of agitation. After consuming alcohol, I returned to my dormitory and, while urinating under a tree, was struck by lightning. Perhaps misfortune eventually reaches its nadir, providing an opportunity for resurgence. Such is the essence of life. As the saying goes, who can say whether the loss of a horse might not lead to unforeseen fortune? Upon regaining consciousness, Shun Hao discovered the existence of an alternate dimension within his consciousness. This space, measuring 2 meters in length, height, and width, comprised a total volume of 8 cubic meters. More astonishingly, upon Shun Hao's physical entry into this realm, a swirling portal would immediately manifest, leading to another world. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Having perused countless online novels, Shun Hao was acutely aware that this was the arrival of his golden opportunity. Eager to embark on a path to fortune, he hastily entered the new world without a moment's hesitation. Upon his arrival, Shun Hao was filled with exhilaration. The unfamiliar surroundings ignited a sense of joy within him. Above, the azure sky was adorned with a few wispy clouds. The landscape was breathtaking, with mountains stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. The vegetation was lush, with trees as thick as a person's torso, and the ground was overrun with wild grasses, suggesting an untouched forest. The air was exceptionally fresh. Taking a deep breath, Shun Hao felt invigorated and mentally clear. However, his elation was short-lived as he soon encountered 2 middle-aged men, each around 30 years of age, blocking his path. Dressed in coarse linen garments and wielding gleaming large knives, their fierce countenances indicated they were not friendly. Their eyes glinted with excitement as they spoke in a dialect that Shun Hao could not comprehend. Although the words were lost on him, the gestures and expressions were all too familiar from countless television dramas. Alas, he realized he had stumbled upon a band of highwaymen. Despite the presence of the alternate dimension, a twinge of fear gripped Shun Hao, yet he managed to maintain his composure. When he remained silent for too long, the men appeared to grow agitated. Without further ado, the burly man on the right lunged forward and, in a swift motion, swung his knife towards Shun Hao's shoulder from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Before Shun Hao could react, the man was upon him, and the knife struck true, followed by a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. In a panic, Shun Hao instinctively retreated into his space. Upon emerging, he found himself back in his rented apartment, the time unchanged from before his venture into the alternate world, indicating that time had stood still in the urban realm during his absence. However, blood had already begun to stain his clothing, prompting him to hastily apply a rudimentary bandage. He rushed outside, hailed a passing vehicle, and made for the hospital, fearing that excessive blood loss might claim his life. Fortunately, in the small county town with a population of merely a few tens of thousands, there was no traffic, and he arrived at the county hospital's emergency room within 5 or 6 minutes. Only upon seeing the doctor did he finally feel a sense of relief. The emergency physician conducted a brief examination and took an X-ray, confirming that no bones had been injured. Nevertheless, the wound was considerable, and local anesthesia was administered for suturing. Thankfully, it was not life-threatening. Had the injury been severe enough to jeopardize his life, the hospital would have been obliged to notify the authorities. In cases of ordinary knife wounds, as long as the family has no objections, the hospital merely performs sutures, and law enforcement typically does not get involved in such minor incidents. Most matters are resolved with the principle of where there is no complaint, there is no prosecution. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Shunhao could hardly believe the audacity he had displayed. In retrospect, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Feeling a sharp sting in his arm, Shunhao gritted his teeth in seething resentment, vowing to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. Yet, as he contemplated the man before him, who had crossed the mere 4 or 5 meters in an instant, a sense of dread enveloped his heart. Damn it, this was clearly no ordinary world. What was more disconcerting was that such an apex of humanity was clad in coarse linen and engaged in banditry. This circumstance indicated that these two individuals were struggling profoundly, existing at the very nadir of their society. For Shunhao, the realization that such formidable beings were merely the lowest echelon of that world left him in trepidation regarding the capabilities of those at the pinnacle. The thought alone was enough to instill fear. In a daze, Shunhao succumbed to slumber once more. Time flowed indistinctly until he was roused by the sound of someone calling his name. Haozi, Haozi. Upon recognizing his childhood friend, Shunhao remarked, Lao Si, you've come. How are you? Are you all right? That bastard who hurt you, he'll avenge you, his friend Wang Xiaotao declared. It's nothing. I did it to myself. Don't overthink it. By the way, Lao Si, I need to ask a favor. What is it? Could you lend me 1,000? My hospital fees are insufficient. Not a problem. They'll go recharge your account. You focus on recuperating. All right, they'll pay you back once I'm discharged. Concentrate on your recovery. We can settle it when you're financially able. Chapter 2. The art of deception in a different world. The otherworldly realm undoubtedly presents a pathway to wealth and prosperity. However, after enduring this setback, Shunhao felt a sense of unease. Without means for self-preservation, it was wise to exercise caution. Beyond the opportunities for fortune in this alternate dimension, Shunhao also possessed an 8 cubic meter space of his own, a potential avenue for riches. His immediate thought was to exploit this space for smuggling. If he were to transport bricks from the construction site and fill them into this space, wouldn't that translate to substantial earnings? Perhaps 500 or 600 a day. What if he ventured into freight transport, thereby saving on highway tolls? Yet, this perspective seemed rather narrow. Shouldn't his ambitions be broader? What if he ventured abroad? Perhaps to Mexico for trade? Alas, such thoughts were misguided. One must maintain a positive mindset. It is imperative to contribute to the homeland. Should he not acquire a lithography machine from the Netherlands to bring back? Alternatively, he could purchase luxury goods and high-end watches abroad to sell back on the mainland, a viable path to affluence as well. Yet, new dilemmas arose: how to procure the funds for an international flight, and once abroad, how to afford such extravagant items. Was it to be a zero-cost acquisition? At that moment, Shunhao's stomach grumbled, and upon glancing at his Alipay balance, he found a mere 10 yuan. His credit was still in debt, rendering it unusable. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Among his classmates, he was likely the most unfortunate. Nevertheless, Shunhao remained undeterred. With a golden opportunity at hand, how could he fail? That would indeed be a testament to utter ineptitude. Upon returning to his rented abode, Shunhao prepared himself a bowl of noodles, savoring the moment, and treating himself to the indulgence of 2 slices of ham, a true delicacy. The expenses for his hospitalization had all been borrowed from his childhood friend, Wang Xiaotao. It was time to pay him a visit. Upon arriving at Wang Xiaotao's home, he discovered a gathering of approximately 10 individuals, all from the nearby construction sites, 3 hailing from Sichuan province, and the rest from a neighboring county, engaged in a game of Jiajin Hua, a card game. You're here, Haozi, but why bring something? Wang Xiaotao remarked, though his lips betrayed a smile as he accepted the items. Shunhao chuckled. Old Si, No need for formality. Take these. I promise to repay you soon. You've helped me so much. Bringing a little something is only right. Wang Xiaotao replied, Haozi, I know you're facing financial difficulties. So there's no rush about the debt. We can discuss it when you're in a better position. I'm not in immediate need. Upon hearing this, Shenhao nodded. After his own misfortune, many former classmates regarded him as a pariah, keeping their distance. Only his childhood friend, Wang Xiaotao, was willing to lend a helping hand. Having provided him with 30,000 yuan previously, plus another 1,000 for this hospitalization. Although he did not voice it, Shenhao felt an immense gratitude in his heart. True friendship shines through adversity. After all, Wang Xiaotao was merely an electrician on the construction site, earning around 6,000 a month. That 30,000 was no trivial sum. I'll sit for a while. Feel free to pour yourself some water, Wang Xiaotao urged. No worries, old C. I can manage myself, Shenhao replied. As he watched Wang Xiaotao deal the cards, he chose not to interject. Everyone has their own interests, and how one chooses to spend their earnings is their prerogative. The gathering consisted of 12 individuals, engaged in the straightforward and unrefined game of Jiajinhua, with a minimum bet of 10 yuan. A dark bet of 10 allows one to see 20, while a mandatory dark bet ensures a cap of 20. Though Shenhao does not partake in the game of Do Diju, he finds great amusement in observing it. After watching a few rounds, he realizes that his childhood friend is quite the daredevil. In a game with 5 concealed cards, his friend boldly plays with just a single card, resulting in substantial losses amounting to several hundred yuan within a short span. While others only wager with strong hands such as 3 of a kind or straights, his friend is audacious enough to bet with a mere single card. Seeing this, Shenhao cannot help but shake his head. Indeed, the reputation of his friend's audacity is well-deserved. Suddenly, an idea strikes Shenhao. Perhaps he could cheat by concealing 2 cards in his space? His heart races at the thought. Spotting an old deck of cards on the tea table, he picks it up to examine, covering the cards with his hand. He deftly slips 1 card into his space at the moment of contact. Then, under the guidance of his consciousness, he retrieves a card from his space. The entire process is so discreet that even Shenhao himself remains oblivious to it. It appears feasible. This could be his ticket to wealth. After conducting several experiments and confirming the method's reliability, he feels a surge of confidence. The prospect of victory ignites a fervor within him. Casting a glance at his friend, he notes that Wang Xiaotao has lost nearly 700 yuan without winning a single hand. Resolute, Shenhao approaches Wang Xiaotao and whispers, Old 4, lend me 500 yuan. I wish to try my luck and perhaps turn your fortune around. Upon hearing this, a disgruntled man with a Sichuan accent retorts, What can you do with 500 yuan? You need at least 1,000. Honestly, 500 is barely enough to play. It won't even cover a massage. Wang Xiaotao chimes in, Brother, you should reconsider. You've never played before. Be careful not to lose everything. Chapter 3. The first windfall. Shenhao feels exasperated. Even without experience, he knows he can outplay his overly bold friend. Since the others deem the amount too meager, he declares, Old 4, lend me 1,000. I will play a few rounds and repay you afterward. Wang Xiaotao, without further ado, retrieves 10 bills from his wallet and hands them to Shenhao. The others, seeing this, voice no objections. They are eager to win against this newcomer. Come on. Place your bets. As Shenhao takes advantage of the shuffling to slip 2 cards into his space. The deck is now missing 2 cards, a 2 of clubs and a spade. Soon, each player is dealt 3 cards. Perhaps due to the thrill of his first attempt at cheating, Shenhao's legs tremble with nervousness. After the dealer places a dark bet of 10 yuan, Shenhao examines his hand and discovers a pair of 2s and a 3, the smallest pair possible. In response to a dark bet of 10 from the preceding player, Shenhao confidently declares, 20. With a 2 in his space, he can easily switch to 3 of a kind, which calms his nerves. As several rounds pass, Shenhao keeps pace with the bets. A few players, feeling uncertain about Shenhao's playstyle, peer at their own cards, revealing only low-value single cards. They promptly fold. To Shenhao's surprise, he soon finds himself in a showdown with only one other player left in the game. The dark card belonged to the individual from Sichuan, who had previously expressed disdain towards Shenhao's modest hand of 500. Discarding his cards, Wang Xiaotao was eager to discern Shenhao's hand, believing that such confidence indicated a formidable hand. However, Shenhao declined his inquiry, firmly stating, Old 4, there's no rush. We shall reveal our hands later. Despite his curiosity, Wang Xiaotao nodded in agreement. The Sichuan compatriots, noticing Shenhao's reluctance to reveal his hand, remained unfazed and continued to play in the shadows. The two engaged in a series of 10 rounds, each vying for dominance, neither willing to yield. Yet, Shunhao's unwavering demeanor left the Sichuan players in uncertainty, compelling one to glance at his cards. With only 2 players remaining, and a pot containing 700 to 800 yuan, he boldly declared, "I'll raise you 20. What do you have?" Shunhao replied coolly, "You initiated the bet. You reveal your hand first." He revealed a single pair of 2s, prompting the challenger to showcase his own cards. Observing the outcome, Shunhao was confident that his modest pair could triumph over his opponent, deeming it unnecessary to exchange cards. Without hesitation, he displayed his hand, eliciting a myriad of expressions from the onlookers. "Goodness, a pair of 2s won. I just discarded a pair of 4s. One exclaimed. "I assumed he held a strong hand due to his bravado. Who would have thought it to be so weak?" Another remarked. "Deservedly so. Why hesitate when several of us were playing in the shadows?" I was too intimidated to confront him. Witnessing his companion's victory, Wang Xiaotao exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, Haozi, that was impressive. A splendid opening." With this initial round, everyone gained a clearer impression of Shunhao. He was indeed another audacious player. Audacity is cherished, and in the game of Jiajinhua, they favored boldness. Otherwise, those who only engage with strong hands would rarely accumulate any winnings. Hence, boldness was essential. Thus, Shunhao secured over 800 yuan in that first round, feeling elated. "Enough with the delay. The winner shuffles and deals," he said, nodding as he collected the winnings and hastily organized his cards. Observing Shunhao's clumsy handling, the others deduced that he was undoubtedly a novice. Their gazes filled with disdain yet excitement. A novice with audacity, his hands were indeed a perfect match for the game. They were quite pleased with his presence. In the following rounds, Shunhao experienced more losses than wins. However, each victory was substantial, with at least 1,000 yuan gain per hand. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours slipped by. Thanks to his ability to exchange cards strategically, Shunhao amassed a considerable amount, eliminating several players in the process. By the end of the session, his earnings had reached nearly 20,000 yuan, primarily at his own expense. The 2 Sichuan players had suffered the most, one losing over 5,000 and the other more than 3,000. As the clock approached midnight, the game concluded, and the final tally revealed Shunhao's remarkable victory of 175 million yuan. The others were filled with envy and resentment, yet none suspected him of cheating, as his methods appeared genuinely clumsy. Moreover, they had all witnessed the game unfold without any foul play. Ultimately, they could only attribute his success to good fortune. In the realm of card games, novices often receive their fair share of advantages, such as the unspoken rule. After everyone departed, Wang Xiaotao exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, Haozi, you are truly impressive. I've never won at poker, and yet you won over 10,000 on your very first try. What incredible luck." Shunhao chuckled softly, replying, "It's merely luck. Here, take this 2,000 as your hospital and gambling funds, and keep the 500 as interest. Don't dismiss it as insignificant." He continued, "As for the remaining amount, I cannot return it to you just yet. Grant me a month, and I shall repay both the principal and the interest in full." Wang Xiaotao shook his head, insisting, "Just give me back the principal. You need the money more than I do." Shunhao countered, "That one T do. A deal is a deal. Let us settle it as agreed." Noticing Wang Xiaotao's reluctance to comply, Shunhao shifted the conversation, asking, "They one T report this to the police, will they?" Wang Xiaotao patted his chest confidently, "Rest assured, we often play together. They are all trustworthy individuals. Their integrity guarantees that such a thing will never happen. This amount is still manageable." Shunhao felt a sense of relief and nodded, "Good, then I can rest easy. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will repay you next month. Repayment isn't urgent. They will be playing poker again tomorrow. Will you join us? With your good fortune, you are bound to win again." Wang Xiaotao eagerly suggested. Shunhao replied, "No, I shall refrain. This game is too unpredictable. I think it's best to avoid it. Well, I must be off now." Upon exiting the complex, Shunhao returned home directly. As for poker, he had no intention of indulging further. Once was sufficient. Overindulgence could lead to adverse consequences. Trouble was bound to arise eventually. Now that he had secured his initial fortune, it was time to contemplate how to accelerate the growth of his wealth. The following day, while enjoying breakfast at a bunch shop, Shunhao overheard 2 middle-aged women conversing nearby. The gold prices abroad have plummeted so drastically, yet there is no response domestically. The prices remain exorbitantly high, which is quite distressing. Indeed, in Hong Kong, the gold price is only 410 per gram, while on the mainland it stands at 480. There's a staggering difference of 70 yuan. One woman lamented, "My son is preparing to marry and needs to purchase 5 gold items. Had I known the prices would surge, I would have bought at 460. How regretful." In the jewelry store, a bracelet costs per gram, plus an additional 56 yuan for processing fees, which totals to 536 yuan per gram. A basic bracelet is at least 30 grams. That's 16,000, and that doesn't even include the necklace and ring. Exactly. I wonder when the domestic gold prices will drop. Why aren't they synchronized with global prices? Hearing this, Shen Hao felt a spark of inspiration. Initially contemplating how to leverage the spatial ring for wealth, he had not anticipated this opportunity. Having never paid attention to gold due to a lack of funds, he now found himself more interested than ever. The 70 yuan difference per gram between the mainland and Hong Kong presented a promising profit margin. Of course, the best approach to trading gold was to purchase investment gold bars, which incurred no processing fees. Shen Hao had discovered that without those fees, jewelry stores would buy back gold at 465 yuan per gram, allowing for a profit margin of 55 yuan. He recalled how, back in '98, many in the county had traveled south to profit from gold trading. Unfortunately, he had insufficient capital, only a little over 10,000 yuan. Now that he had a clear objective, Shen Hao resolved to head to Hong Kong without delay. First, I went to obtain the Hong Kong Macau Pass. Chapter 4. Are you unwell? A standard tourist visa allows only 2 visits to Hong Kong within 3 months. After consulting, Shen Hao opted for a business visa for Hong Kong and Macau, which permits multiple entries. Naturally, to expedite the process, he resorted to a broker, incurring additional expenses. Although initially expected to take 20 days, the broker assured him that it could be completed in 15 days. This expenditure proved worthwhile, saving precious time. Currently, what Shen Hao lacks is capital. As he glanced at the scar on his shoulder, resentment boiled within him. He seethed at the thought of having been unjustly attacked. This grudge has lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, having learned from past misfortunes, Shen Hao was determined not to return empty-handed. He needed a means of self-defense. His first thought was to acquire a firearm, as that would be paramount. However, obtaining a gun in the mainland was out of the question. He longed to travel to America, where he could potentially engage in zero-cost purchases. Yet, the prospect of flying to the United States came with exorbitant ticket prices, and securing a visa was uncertain. Thus, he resolved to take it one step at a time, focusing on accumulating funds for now. Since he aimed to go to Hong Kong, he decided to gather more capital. Consequently, Shen Hao sold his rural house, a modestly renovated 120-square-meter bungalow, adorned with ceramic tiles valued at over 100,000. In his urgency to sell, he let go of both the land and the house for a mere 40,000. Of course, local regulations dictated that land transfers could only occur within the village. Selling at a loss was regrettable, but it was a necessary choice. He hoped to repurchase it once he prospered. Simultaneously, he sought help from childhood friends in the village, one of whom was involved in microloans and lent him 20,000 with minimal interest, just 400 a month. Another friend, Wang Xiaotao, lent him an additional 10,000. To avoid complications, Shen Hao insisted on cash, as he would need to exchange it for Hong Kong dollars upon arrival. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed, and Shen Hao received his Hong Kong Macau Pass. He promptly boarded a flight to Shenzhen and then took the subway to Hong Kong, without any unnecessary chatter. Shen Hao's objective was straightforward. He intended to purchase investment gold bars weighing 50 grams each from the bank, totaling over 70,000 for 3 bars. Indeed, acquiring gold bars from a bank was far more economical than purchasing jewelry from a store, as the resale value would not diminish significantly. After another subway ride back to Shenzhen, Shen Hao's first destination was the renowned Shuibei jewelry market. The price differential for gold between the mainland and Hong Kong was 70 yuan per gram, and he estimated he could earn around 10,000 from this trip. However, the reality was different. The mainland's gold price was 480, with a buyback rate of 465. Moreover, jewelry purchases incurred additional craftsmanship fees, with the lowest starting at 60 per gram. In essence, buying rings and similar items at a jewelry store would cost 540 per gram, translating to a disparity of 55 yuan per gram. Shen Hao earned 8,250 from this venture, with transportation costs accounted for. Despite this, the profit margin remained substantial, allowing for 2 or 3 trips a day without issue. Of course, for the average person, capitalizing on such price discrepancies was nearly impossible, lacking the necessary resources to navigate customs successfully. After all, taxes and other costs would render it unprofitable. This enterprise can only be undertaken by individuals like Shen Hao, who possess ample resources. Naturally, the price discrepancies in purchasing electronic products and luxury items are substantial, yet Shen Hao's network is situated at the lower echelons, lacking any channels to effectively manage these commodities, making exposure a considerable risk. Nevertheless, it must be said that the outcome exhilarated Shen Hao. After a day of relentless toil, he finally found solace in a hotel room, where he indulged in a much-needed slumber. Over the following month, Shen Hao oscillated between Hong Kong and the Shenzhen market. Thanks to his capital, which grew exponentially like a snowball, his final transaction yielded over 400,000 yuan. Fortunately, the gold market in Shenzhen is immensely vast. Shen Hao's modest volume barely registered, attracting no attention whatsoever. In a mere month, he amassed nearly 800,000 yuan by capitalizing on the fluctuations in gold prices. To preempt any future scrutiny, Shen Hao consistently returned from Hong Kong with a substantial haul, openly declaring 200 grams of gold and paying the requisite taxes, complete with customs receipts. After all, his visa designated him as a purchasing agent, justifying his tax compliance. Even in the event of an investigation, it would be virtually impossible to uncover anything incriminating. Moreover, Shen Hao's collaboration with gold shops was strictly cash-based. In this age of big data, probing into an individual's financial history is alarmingly simple. A mere glance at a bank account reveals everything. Thus, cash transactions provide a layer of security. Individuals like Shen Hao, who exist at the lower strata of society, possess little privacy in the eyes of authorities. Others can effortlessly unearth their backgrounds. Gold, however, instills a sense of reassurance. Coupled with the ongoing geopolitical tensions, gold has consistently appreciated in value, and with an economic downturn, its price is bound to rise. This is an undeniable trend. Every gold shop is willing to buy back gold. Previously, Shen Hao harbored concerns about the provenance of the gold being scrutinized, but such worries were unfounded. Gold shops are inundated daily with customers exchanging old jewelry for new. Who would be foolish enough to investigate? Furthermore, unless one were to sell vast quantities worth hundreds of thousands or millions, small shops simply cannot absorb such volumes. Those who stand to profit typically refrain from asking questions. As for leveraging gold to profit from price disparities, this merely represented Shen Hao's initial windfall. The true path lies in exploring alternate realms. Once he had accrued sufficient funds, Shen Hao promptly repaid his childhood friend Wang Xiaodao, adding an extra 5,000 yuan as interest. With newfound wealth, he felt no reluctance to part with such a sum. Concurrently, he settled debts with a ride-hailing company totaling 10,000 yuan, along with repair costs for a Rolls-Royce, and repaid 20,000 yuan in loans and interest, culminating in a total repayment of 200,000 yuan. Including previous expenditures, he retained a balance of 600,000 yuan. In that moment, freed from debt, Shen Hao felt as though a new chapter of his life had begun. The burdens that had weighed upon him dissipated entirely, leaving him buoyant as he walked. Moreover, the knife wound on his shoulder had healed completely. Although it still throbbed slightly, it no longer impeded his activities. With that, Shen Hao resolved to explore the alternate realm. Before embarking on this adventure, however, he deemed it prudent to acquire a firearm for self-defense. It is widely acknowledged that a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, yet accurate and rapid within that distance, devoid of any ethical considerations. Although the minor thug was formidable, Shen Hao could clearly discern his movements, ensuring that evasion from a bullet was implausible. The only aspect of this space that left Shen Hao dissatisfied was its limitations. He always materialized at the exact location where he last vanished. Moreover, whether the two worlds are synchronized remains a mystery once one departs from the alternate realm. It enters a state of suspension. Conversely, upon entering the alternate world from the urban realm, the city also becomes still. As Einstein posited, at a certain velocity, time itself ceases to flow. Therefore, when next visiting the alternate world, Shen Hao shall find himself amidst that very grove, while the bandits await him still. How delightful it would be to possess a space akin to that of Uchiha Obito in the realm of Naruto, where one could traverse freely, perhaps indulging in a daily escapade to America for a zero-cost shopping spree. Human nature is perpetually discontent. Since the alternate world beckons exploration, Shen Hao deems it essential to acquire firearms. Yet, he finds himself at a loss regarding channels for such purchases, causing him considerable consternation. After some contemplation, Shen Hao initially intended to journey to America. It is widely acknowledged that the joyous land of America experiences daily gun violence. The Americans are not averse to firearms. making the likelihood of obtaining one quite substantial. The most expedient method to reach America would be to join a travel group. In the Shenzhen market, numerous tour groups abound. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the cost of a tour to the United States was 330,000 yuan, landing him in Las Vegas for a 10-day excursion. However, his passport bore no stamps from prior travels, rendering his visa application uncertain. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a short video he had viewed, suggesting that Siam was rife with firearms. Previously overlooked, he had recently encountered numerous clips warning citizens against traveling to Siam due to rampant gun violence. Promptly, he retrieved his phone and began searching for information regarding the firearm situation in Siam. Soon enough, news articles regarding the proliferation of guns in Thailand emerged. With a population of 70 million and over 10 million civilian firearms, it was evident that nearly 1 in every 7 individuals possessed a gun. Such an abundance indicated that acquiring firearms should be relatively simple, presenting a more convenient option. Furthermore, Thailand offered visa exemptions for Chinese nationals, adding to its allure. In Shinhao's recollection, Siam was primarily known for its transvestites and the greeting Sawasti Ka, yet he was astonished by the extent of gun proliferation. He then recalled that the nation frequently experienced coups, which made the widespread availability of firearms seem reasonable. This realization provided Shinhao with significant convenience. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly purchased a plane ticket to Thailand. A few hours later, the aircraft touched down at the airport in Siam. Upon exiting the terminal, Shinhao spotted a man in his 30s, with sun-kissed skin, holding a sign bearing his name. Waving, he approached the man. Upon recognizing Shinhao, the man beamed with joy. "Mr. Shun, greetings. I am Song Sushi. I shall be at your service throughout your stay, wherever you wish to explore. Do not hesitate to inform me," he said in halting Mandarin, which Shinhao could just manage to comprehend. This was a translator and guide he had arranged through the travel agency prior to his arrival. Chapter 5. A Journey to the Black Market. Without further ado, Shinhao stated plainly, "I have heard that firearms are available in Siam. I wish to purchase a few. If this endeavor succeeds, your reward shall be substantial." At this, Song Sushi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied, "Mr. Shun, this is exceedingly simple." On a prominent street adjacent to the Royal Theatre in Bangkok, nearly 80 establishments specializing in firearms and weapon accessories create a vast wholesale market for arms. These shops are branches of foreign weapon manufacturing companies. In our Siam Kingdom, individuals aged 20 and above can apply for a gun license, provided they pass a criminal background check and present a valid reason for ownership. Although illegal possession of firearms carries a 10-year sentence, law enforcement is rather lax. Many weapons find their way in from neighboring countries, and a significant number even leak from military and police sources, who sell them on the black market for profit. It is remarkably easy to procure firearms online and through illicit channels. Shinhao felt a surge of joy. There was a way forward, despite the obscurity of information. It was surprising to discover that obtaining a weapon in Siam was so effortless, as he had previously been unaware due to the lack of domestic promotion. Indeed, the country seemed to care for him, providing ample protection. However, the recent news he encountered painted a picture of chaos in Siam, indicating heightened dangers. It was only recently that he had come across reports of rampant gun proliferation in the country, which had eluded him before. Shinhao inquired, "So, shall we head to the black market now?" Song Suzy replied, "It is still early. I will take you later this evening." Slightly skeptical of his guide's words, Shinhao remained cautious, aware that one often feels vulnerable in a foreign land. Sensing Shinhao's unease, Song Suzy remarked, "Your greatest concern should be your fellow countrymen. If trouble arises, it is likely instigated by your own kind. Siam is renowned worldwide for tourism and would never tarnish its own reputation. Trust in your own people, and you shall find safety." Shinhao, however, held doubts. Without collusion from within Siam, who would dare to act recklessly? The country's reputation for corruption was well known. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. With newfound space and a burgeoning boldness, he responded, "Very well." Subsequently, Song Suzy escorted Shinhao to a 4-star hotel. To Shinhao's astonishment, the rates were quite reasonable, with a king-sized room costing less than 500 baht. The affordability was striking, and even the airfare was cheap, presenting a commendable value for money. If only the safety were comparable to that of his homeland, he would consider it a suitable travel destination. Upon entering the room, Song Suzy smiled and asked, "Mr. Shun, would you like me to introduce you to some local specialties? We have girls from Europe, Japan, Siam, and Korea, as well as modified cars. The prices are fair." Shinhao, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean by modified cars? Fully customized, exclusively feminine, Song Suzy explained. Recalling the unique culture of transvestism in Siam, Shunhao quickly comprehended. Is it safe? He asked. Of course, there are no issues here. Everything is legal in Siam, Song Suzy assured him. Alternatively, I could take you to the famous Khao San Road in Bangkok, Patong in Phuket, or Nana Plaza in Bangkok tonight to experience the local flavor. Thus, Shunhao handed Song Suzy the remaining 2,000 baht. With the money in hand, Song Suzy's service demeanor brightened, and he cheerfully said, Mr. Shin, after your long journey, please take some time to rest. I will come to collect you around 7 p.m. for a visit to the black market. Sounds good, Shunhao replied. At approximately 7 p.m., Song Suzy returned to pick up Shunhao. In a buoyant mood, Shunhao was generous, giving an additional 2,000 baht as previously agreed. Much to Song Suzy's delight. Riding on the motorcycle of Song Suzy, I weaved through the bustling streets of Bangkok. The vibrant lights and lively atmosphere captivated me, particularly at Nana Plaza, where people from all corners of the globe gathered, allowing me to experience a culture distinct from my homeland. Before long, we arrived at the black market, where, under Song Suzy's guidance, Shunhao swiftly acquired 2 handguns. The weapon in question was a semi-automatic pistol manufactured by the American company Hi-Point. It distinguished itself with its superior quality and affordability. The Hi-Point 9 pistol utilizes the widely adopted 9mm parabellum caliber, featuring a barrel length of approximately 89mm and an overall length of about 171mm. With an empty magazine, it weighs around 709 grams, striking a balance between weight and manageable recoil. It comes equipped with a standard detachable magazine that holds 10 rounds, with options for higher capacity, further enhancing its appeal compared to compact handguns. When fully loaded with 10 bullets, its weight becomes approximately 822 grams. However, the asking price was 200 for each pistol, which was evidently steep. Yet, considering the circumstances, I decided to proceed with the purchase. Shunhao opted for 2 of the Hi-Point 9s and 100 rounds of ammunition, intending to acquire more as the need arose. In urgent need of firearms, he was unwilling to haggle. Venturing into this foreign world was paramount, and having access to such resources would prove convenient in the future. As an ordinary individual, Shunhao lacked the means or knowledge to procure such items. While the internet was rife with opinions, the reality of purchasing firearms remained elusive, especially without even the command of the Thai language. Despite the high cost, the value it represented was negligible in comparison. Song Suzy mentioned that the black market also offered cheaper, homemade firearms, priced between 6,000 to 8,000 Thai baht, significantly lower than registered weapons, which range from 150,000 to 30,000 baht. Shunhao promptly rejected the notion, recognizing that such weapons would likely be fraught with issues and inefficacies. Following this, Song Suzy guided Shunhao through the wonders of Bangkok. By the time they returned, it was already midnight. Surprisingly, Song Suzy had not led Shunhao astray. The next day, the two ventured into an underground casino. There, Shunhao witnessed brutal underground Muay Thai matches, an exhilarating spectacle that stirred his blood. As the clock struck midnight, while exiting through a back door, they were suddenly confronted by dozens of gang members clad in vests, their bodies adorned with tattoos. Upon seeing them, Song Suzy's expression shifted dramatically, and he urged Shunhao to flee. Shunhao, bewildered, could only watch as a group of men in black surged toward them. As they ran, Song Suzy explained, I know these two gangs. They are part of Bangkok's underworld, the Wolf Gang and the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. The Wolf Gang is primarily involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking, targeting tourists who visit Siam. If they see us in a transaction, they will certainly want to silence us. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the walls, sending sparks flying. Shunhao's heart raced, pounding wildly in his chest. As they approached a fork in the road, Song Suzy hurriedly suggested, let us split up. This proposal aligned perfectly with Shunhao's intentions. He nodded in agreement, and they parted ways. Upon turning a corner, Shunhao swiftly concealed himself within a dimensional space, a realm akin to a transit station. Within this space, while the reality of the outside world continued unabated, the alternate world experienced a halt. Likewise, entering this dimensional space from the alternate world would render the latter frozen while reality remained in motion. Moreover, while hidden in this space, Shunhao possessed the ability to sense any presence within a meter's radius. After searching for a considerable time, Both factions failed to locate Shenhao and redirected their pursuit towards Shang Sushi. After approximately an hour, Shenhao cautiously emerged from his sanctuary, only to find the surroundings eerily quiet, devoid of any lingering presence. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from Shang Sushi, inquiring about his well-being and advising him to avoid returning to the hotel, instead urging him to head directly to the airport as he had already returned home. Earlier that day, Shang Sushi had taken Shenhao to his residence, and given Shenhao's tracking capabilities, he found himself at Shang Sushi's abode. Illuminating his path with his phone's light, Shenhao proceeded with caution, and in the dimness, he discerned a figure lying in a corner of the room. Drawing his pistol and steeling his resolve, he advanced cautiously, only to discover that it was none other than Shang Sushi himself. In that moment, Shang Sushi lay on the ground, his chest stained crimson with blood. Instinctively, Shenhao reached out to check for a pulse, only to find that life had fled. The oppressive darkness around him sent chills coursing through Shenhao's spine, his stomach churning with dread. The first encounter with a lifeless body left him feeling nauseated, nearly causing him to retch. Struggling to maintain composure, he forced himself to steady his nerves. After all, Shang Sushi had met his demise due to circumstances surrounding Shenhao, and leaving the body here was far from ideal. The thought of Shang Sushi's corpse falling into the hands of the Siamese police filled him with trepidation. This was his inaugural experience with such a grim reality, and anxiety gripped him tightly. He feared that news of his gun acquisition in Siam would be exposed. The body of Shang Sushi could not be abandoned. It must be concealed. The most secure option was to transport it to the dimensional space, where it could later be discarded in the alternate realm. With this resolve, Shenhao endeavored to place Shang Sushi's body into the space. When he witnessed the corpse vanish from the floor and materialize within the dimensional space, a wave of relief washed over him. It truly worked. Without wasting another moment, he mounted Shang Sushi's motorcycle and departed, activating the navigation to the airport, daring not to return to the hotel. The abrupt death of Shang Sushi had caught Shenhao off guard, leaving him in a state of disarray. Given the implications of the incident and the foreign context, he felt increasingly unsafe in Siam. Now was not the time for bravado. The gang would undoubtedly be searching for him, and their investigation would require time. Thus, fleeing was the only prudent course of action. In the dead of night, he purchased a ticket for the next flight home. As there were no available flights from Bangkok to inland cities, he opted for a ticket to Hong Kong. A few hours later, upon landing in Hong Kong, Shenhao finally exhaled in relief. Shang Sushi had vanished, and the police of Siam would require some time to search for clues, at least until a body could be found. After checking into a hotel, Shenhao finally had the opportunity to examine Shang Sushi's remains. Upon entering the space, Shenhao was taken aback. Where was Shang Sushi's body? An inexplicable chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt an icy sensation coursing down his spine. Surely, he wasn't seeing ghosts. Suddenly, a frown creased Shenhao's brow as he sensed something amiss. The entire space seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar white mist. Before he could react, the mist surged into Shenhao's mind. Then, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Approximately an hour later, Shenhao gradually regained consciousness. His confusion was entirely resolved. The reason Shang Sushi's body had vanished was that it had been consumed and digested by this space. The white mist that remained was the essence left behind after digestion, representing Shang Sushi's soul memories. As Shenhao absorbed this ethereal mist, glimpses of Shang Sushi's life flashed before him like scenes from a film. Naturally, these were merely fragments of memory, akin to key plot points in a movie, devoid of trivial details from childhood. As a tour guide, Shang Sushi was proficient in both Chinese and English. Thus, in just 1 hour, Shenhao had acquired mastery over 2 additional languages, Thai and English. Moreover, Shenhao was surprised to discover that Shang Sushi was also quite adept with firearms. He had been a soldier in Siam's elite 21st Armored Cavalry Battalion. Though merely an ordinary soldier, while not a marksman, he was certainly competent, far superior to Shenhao, a novice capable of hitting the bullseye from within 10 meters, which was quite impressive. Shenhao then recalled that Siam had mandatory military service, and it was not surprising that even those of diverse identities were compelled to serve. With Shang Sushi's memories, Shenhao felt emboldened to venture into another world, confident that he would not need to practice marksmanship. He still bore the grudge of that knife incident in mind. Additionally, Shenhao had grasped another function of this alternate space, the ability to consume corpses and acquire their memories and abilities. This power was undeniably extraordinary. Was it not possible to perfectly inherit any profession or expertise? It was akin to looting in a battle royale game. Taking a deep breath, Shenhao chose not to rush into the alternate world. Instead, he resolved to return to the mainland to prepare thoroughly. He surmised that time in the alternate world was currently stagnant. Thus, if he ventured into that realm, the two robbers would still be present, necessitating meticulous preparation. Now that he had acquired a firearm, it was time to gather defensive measures. The following morning, Shenhao took the subway to the deep city. Simultaneously, he procured a dagger and purchased a stab-resistant vest and a helmet from Taobao. Shenhao opted for an expensive anti-stab suit, although uncertain of its efficacy. Wearing it provided a sense of safety. He also acquired a bag of quicklime. After returning to the mainland 4 days later, Shenhao finally regained his composure, donned his helmet, fortified himself, and placed a steel plate over his chest. Taking a deep breath and ensuring he was fully prepared, he re-entered the enigmatic otherworld. Upon stepping into this unfamiliar realm once more, Shenhao swiftly spotted the silhouettes of two robbers. The bandits were momentarily taken aback, astonished to see that this individual's attire had changed and his wounds had vanished in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily dazed, Shenhao's blood surged, his senses heightened, and with one hand scattering the quicklime, he began to retreat. The time for vengeance had arrived. Drawing his pistol, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. While he lacked confidence in hitting a target 30 meters away, at a distance of 2 meters, his accuracy was assured. Mentally prepared for the worst, he resolved that if the pistol failed to kill, he would make a hasty escape. Within mere seconds, the magazine was emptied. The robbers, barely registering the sound, felt an intense heat in their chests, followed by a searing pain in their legs and arms, blood gushing from their wounds. Both were struck by bullets. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as they could not fathom how such a seemingly frail individual could wield such deadly prowess. Reminiscent of a master in the innate realm, they trembled and collapsed. To them, Shenhao was merely an ordinary person, a plaything to be crushed. Yet they had underestimated him gravely. In their final moments, their eyes remained open, unable to comprehend why someone with such skill had pretended to be powerless before. How had he changed his clothes? Alas, these questions would remain unanswered. Gazing at the two bodies lying in a pool of blood, Shenhao's heart raced. On the verge of bursting, his blood boiling. His fingers trembled slightly. This was his first act of murder. After about 10 minutes, as he observed the stillness of the two men, he hesitated to approach. To ensure safety, Shenhao reloaded his weapon and fired another round into their heads, rendering their faces unrecognizable before he ceased fire. The exhilaration of avenging his grievances was intoxicating. In the other world, Shenhao was unbound by the law, reveling in the freedom of his actions, a sensation even more pleasurable than revenge. With no signs of movement from the two, he finally exhaled in relief. Should they still be alive, he would accept his fate. He stepped forward and stored their bodies within his spatial realm. This time, Shenhao's consciousness remained focused on the happenings within the space. To his astonishment, upon entering, the two corpses vanished as if snowflakes falling into molten lava. Moments after their disappearance, a thin mist enveloped the space, denser than the previous haze. Perhaps driven by an urgent desire to comprehend this unknown world, Shenhao immediately entered the space. Upon entering the space, the white mist seemed to find a breach, merging entirely with Shenhao's being. After absorbing the ethereal vapor, Shenhao was left with a splitting headache, his complexion pale, and blood began to flow from his nose. It took him a considerable time to recover. Yet the throbbing pain persisted. Although his mental acuity had markedly increased due to the absorption of the mist from 3 individuals, his physical form remained unchanged, leading to the unfortunate nasal bleeding. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he recognized that his immediate priority was to enhance his physical constitution. Through the memories of the two he had absorbed, Shenhao gained a preliminary understanding of this world. The location he found himself in was called Yangwan Ancient Town, which belonged to the Deong dynasty. Chapter 7. Ginseng at Cabbage Prices. This area lay within the lofty Chongyang mountain range, which stretched for thousands of miles, effectively dividing the Deong dynasty into two. To the north lay the vast northern desert, while crossing the Chongyang mountains would lead one southward toward the capital. Yangwan Ancient Town conveniently served as the boundary line, making it a hotspot for bandit activity. Deep within the Chongyang mountain range lurked fierce beasts and demonic creatures. Indeed, demonic beasts inhabited this realm alongside martial artists. The individual who had previously inflicted a wound upon Shenhao, known as Lu Dapio, was merely a body-forging martial artist, while the other was an ordinary person. Lu Dapio was a bandit from Lu family village, and his leader, Lu Bashan, was a formidable practitioner at the innate 6th level, serving as Lu Dapio's adoptive father. From Lu Dapio's memories, Shenhao learned that the martial artist's realms were categorized into body forging, strengthening muscles, refining bones, and conditioning skin, postnatal, and innate. Beyond that, he had little impression, as he had not witnessed much in the small town. The so-called body forging involved utilizing certain techniques and breathing methods combined with movements from various scriptures to strengthen muscles and bones, thereby enhancing one's vitality. Upon achieving perfection in body forging, an individual's vitality would flourish, enabling them to channel their energy through vital points, resulting in a sensation akin to a pure yang energy pervading the body. Should this energy successfully converge in the dantian, it would generate internal strength, known as the gathering chi realm. As internal strength increased, one could open the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, thereby attaining the first level of postnatal cultivation. There are a total of 9 levels in the postnatal realm, and upon reaching perfection, the energy and blood would circulate throughout the entire body, connecting the internal organs and limbs as a cohesive whole, thus allowing entry into the innate realm. The distinction within the postnatal levels lies primarily in the quantity of internal strength. The purity of internal strength is closely related to the quality of the cultivation techniques employed, with more refined internal energy sustaining longer and exhibiting greater potency. Naturally, with an increase in internal energy, techniques could be sustained for longer durations. However, to achieve a decisive victory against a stronger opponent, one would need to employ exceptionally powerful techniques. Such techniques are of the highest caliber, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Without sufficient internal strength, even the most formidable techniques would falter quickly. Now armed with Liu Dapio's memories, Shunhao had acquired an initial cultivation technique. The technique, passed down from his adoptive father Liu Baoshan, could only be cultivated to the perfection of body forging. The technique was named 12 postures of body forging, encompassing 12 movements, along with a breathing method and the necessary medicinal solutions for cultivation. Once his body had recovered, Shunhao began to walk toward the inner city of Yangguan Town. Guided by Liu Dapio's recollections, the distance from here to Yangguan Town is at least 30 li. Although it bears the name of a town, it is indeed a genuine county, thriving due to its position as a confluence between north and south. The only downside is its slight disorderliness. 30 li is far too great a distance for Shunhao to traverse on foot. Thus, upon returning to the modern world, he shaved his head and donned garments reminiscent of a monk. After filling his beloved motorcycle with fuel, he ventured directly into this new realm. Riding his cherished bike, Shunhao felt an immense sense of satisfaction, having finally taken his first step into an alternate world. The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the forest, and along the way, few souls were encountered. Dust swirled around him as he rode through the yellow earth. Approximately a li away from Yangguan Town, Shunhao sought a secluded spot to conceal his motorcycle within his spatial realm. Upon re-emerging, he presented himself as a weary and travel-worn ascetic. According to Liu Dabiao's memories, ascetics typically attract little attention from robbers, not only due to their lack of wealth but also because of the formidable power they may possess. The Great Sun Kingdom's neighboring nation is the Great Kuan Dynasty, which holds Buddhism in high esteem. The state religion temple is not only the national faith but also one of the most powerful sects in the martial world, said to be filled with masters of unparalleled skill. Of course, none of this concerned Shunhao, as he donned the monk's attire solely for convenience. As a modern individual, he felt no moral constraints regarding his physical appearance, being liberated from the traditional bonds of filial piety. Until he acquired the means to protect himself, discretion was prudent. To his surprise, the written language of this world remained Chinese characters. Dialects varied, yet the grammar bore a familiar resemblance. Shortly thereafter, in a matter of minutes, Shunhao arrived at Yangguan Town. The guards at the entrance merely cast a fleeting glance at him before granting passage. Upon entering the bustling town, he was greeted by the vibrant atmosphere. Numerous vendors lined the streets, and he noticed several figures of the martial world wielding swords and knives. However, he paid them no mind and instead sought out a pharmacy. Prior to his journey, he had brought along 3 gold bars, each weighing 50 grams, amounting to 3 taels of gold. As for exchanging modern artifacts for silver, he dismissed the notion, deeming it too ostentatious. Inquiring with a passerby, he found himself at the largest pharmacy in Yangguan Town, Baijitang. "Young master, are you here for treatment or to purchase herbs?" The apprentice at the pharmacy inquired with a smile, eyeing Shunhao's bald head. Drawing from Liu Dabiao's recollections, Shunhao recited the names of the herbs he sought: Angelica, Poria, powdered tiger bone, atractylodes, and cooked remania. "How many portions do you require, and what is the cost per portion?" Shunhao asked. "Each portion is approximately 10 taels of silver," the apprentice replied. Nodding in understanding, Shunhao responded, "Then I shall take 2 portions. Please hold on for a moment." In this world, silver held considerable value, with 1 tael of gold exchangeable for 10 taels of silver. With 150 grams, or 3 taels of gold, Shen Hao could only afford 3 portions. His gaze then wandered to the other medicinal herbs on display. Upon noticing that the price for a 50-year-old wild ginseng was merely 1 tael of silver, he was taken aback by its affordability. As the apprentice prepared the herbs, Shen Hao inquired, "Is this ginseng indeed 50 years old?" Indeed, the Chongyang Mountains are renowned for their abundant wild ginseng, though these are aged goods and thus not exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, the Chongyang Mountains offer various rejuvenating herbal remedies, many of which, when compared to ginseng, are of inferior efficacy. Take this jiang herb, for instance. A single piece is priced at merely 100 taels, significantly cheaper than ginseng. Of course, it must be noted that ginseng itself is not inexpensive, as we cultivate it in abundance here, with prices starting at 1 tael of silver. For you, 1 tael may seem modest, yet 5 taels could procure a maidservant, and 1 tael is sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for an entire month. Thus, it is not a trivial expense, and an ordinary household might find it beyond their means. Naturally, those who desire it can venture into the forests to dig for themselves, though they risk encountering wild beasts. Should a 50-year-old ginseng make its way to the capital, it might fetch 7 or 8 taels, perhaps even double that due to the lengthy journey. Shen Hao understood that this location serves as a wholesale market for ginseng, allowing for lower prices. While martial artists seek superior herbs, aged goods have their merits. Contemporary fresh ginseng is considered a top-tier plant and is prohibited from being harvested. Here, the currency has not depreciated, and 1 tael of silver translates to several thousand huamen. Nevertheless, for Shen Hao, this wild ginseng is indeed a bargain in the urban realm. Gold is precious while silver is less so, and this price differential could yield considerable profit for him. With an expression devoid of emotion, he requested 10 pieces of 50-year-old aged wild ginseng. The apprentice at the apothecary's eyes lit up. This young monk was indeed a significant customer. "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I prepare it for you." Soon, the young monk had neatly packaged the medicinal materials and ginseng in butter paper and handed them to Shen Hao. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to leave. Once in a secluded spot, Shen Hao's figure seamlessly transitioned back to the modern world. He glanced at his watch and then at the clock on the wall, both indicating 120 minutes. Indeed, while in the alternate realm, time in the urban world had stood still. The journey to Yangguan Town took 120 minutes, and returning took the same duration. Although he had spent several hours in Yangguan Town, not a second had elapsed, truly astonishing. Then, Shen Hao's gaze fell upon the small rented room he occupied. Having acquired some wealth, it was time to consider relocating. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. To his surprise, the sender was the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Did he seek compensation? Shen Hao felt a twinge of annoyance. Such insatiable greed was irksome. Indeed, Shen Hao had been the one to rear-end the other's Rolls-Royce during a ride-hailing service. But the incident had occurred due to the abrupt stopping of the luxury vehicle. Moreover, the Rolls-Royce was in the fast lane, with no vehicles ahead. The sudden and inexplicable halt was beyond Shen Hao's comprehension, leaving him no choice but to accept his misfortune. However, in traffic accidents, the onus lies with the rear driver, regardless of the circumstances leading to the collision, as maintaining a safe distance is imperative. Taking a deep breath to calm his temper, Shen Hao opened WeChat, only to discover that the message was not a demand for payment, but rather a refund. "Dear sir, I apologize. The primary responsibility for the rear-end collision lies with us. We will take full accountability for this incident. Due to time constraints following the accident, I entrusted the matter to our insurance company. Today, during the company settlement, an unexpected sum of 350,000 was discovered. Upon inquiry, the origin of this amount became clear. For General Xiao, this sum held little significance, yet for you, a ride-hailing driver, it posed a considerable burden. Provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer this sum to you. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this situation has caused in your life." Shen Hao was taken aback. The other party was actually willing to return the money? Would this not be interpreted as insurance fraud? The money felt somewhat perilous, and Shen Hao had no intention of accepting it. Yet the other party seemed to be merely adhering to protocol without further communication. Observing this, Shen Hao decided to disengage. Planning to revisit the matter at a later opportunity, he began to pack his belongings. With newfound financial resources, he would no longer confine himself to this small place. Donning a cap, he set out to find a real estate agent. At present, Shen Hao's account held 550,000. in a large city. This amount would scarcely cover a down payment, but in a small county, it was more than sufficient to purchase a home. Upon locating an agent, he swiftly acquired a property he had long desired. The newest residential development in the county, the Shinua community, featured a 97-square-meter penthouse on the 19th floor. Exquisitely renovated and completed over 6 months ago, originally intended as a marital abode, but the female partner suddenly insisted on having a property in the provincial capital, rejecting the small county's offerings. The male partner, left with no choice, sold the county home to gather a down payment for a property in Chang'an, the provincial city. The price was set at 500,000, non-negotiable, requiring full payment. Shunhao readily agreed. Once the transaction was finalized, the agent remarked, "Mr. Shun, you have made a remarkable investment. In this community, even unfinished units have risen to 500 per square meter, and with the exquisite renovation, this unit is worth at least 580,000. Many are interested in this property, yet few can produce 500,000 in cash." It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Shunhao, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly inquired, "What is your commission for this transaction?" "I shall transfer it to you." The agent, beaming with delight, replied, "The total commission is 8,120. You may simply pay 8,000. Shunhao nodded, refraining from any hesitation as he made the payment. He was quite pleased with the property, fully furnished with modern appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. Moreover, with 2 elevators servicing 2 households and situated on the top floor, privacy was assured. Unlike southern cities in the northwest, the 19th floor was the highest level within the county. Subsequently, Shunhao purchased a fingerprint lock for the door. Glancing at the unit across from him, 1902, he entertained the notion of acquiring it as well, envisioning a scenario where the entire floor would be his own sanctuary, free from disturbances, allowing him to practice martial arts without interruption. However, the opposite unit was a spacious 151 square meters, and currently, Shunhao lacked the funds for such an investment. "Perhaps in the future, I shall purchase a villa," he mused. After acquiring daily necessities, Shunhao proceeded to a home goods store, purchasing a 4-piece bedding set, a comforter, and a large wooden tub. Chapter 8. Returning the money? That evening, upon returning to his new home, Shunhao placed the wooden tub in the bathroom, filling it with hot water. He then prepared a concoction of medicinal herbs, simmering it in a clay pot before pouring it into the tub. Once everything was prepared, Shunhao finally calmed his mind and settled into the warm water. As he immersed himself, he felt a tingling sensation on his skin, yet it was still bearable. Subsequently, with his eyes closed, Shunhao half-squatted in the wooden barrel, commencing the first posture of the 12 forms of body refinement. Given Shunhao's physical constitution, he would typically struggle to maintain this stance for even a minute. However, this time, by silently reciting the incantation and employing the breathing technique, his body absorbed the medicinal liquid, surprisingly enabling him to endure. After half an hour, Shunhao slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his entire body was flushed and emanating heat. Yet his spirit was unparalleled, a stark contrast to his earlier fatigue. He felt as though he had just emerged from a sauna, with every pore of his body fully relaxed. Noticing that the medicinal liquid had been absorbed, he finally emerged from the barrel. After rinsing off, he proceeded to the living room. Beginning to half-squat again, Shunhao was pleasantly surprised to find his legs robust, devoid of any weakness. Lu Dabiao, who had practiced for 3 years and was still in the body refinement phase, was reluctant to indulge in a medicinal bath. The comfort it provided was undeniable. According to Lu Dabiao's recollection, silver held considerable value. A single medicinal bath cost 10 taels, roughly equivalent to 10,000 in the real world. Lu Dabiao was indeed hesitant to spend. In his view, what could be gained from a medicinal bath? After all, he was merely a small fry. For the ensuing week, Shunhao refrained from venturing outside, opting instead for medicinal baths every 3 days while practicing the 12 forms of body refinement. With the enhancement of the medicinal baths, his training progressed at an astonishing pace. He had successfully completed the first stage of body refinement, strengthening his muscles, and was ready to advance to the second stage, which focused on bone refinement. Now that the medicinal baths were depleted, he needed to acquire more herbs to expedite his journey towards perfection in body refinement. The rapidity of his progress was also attributable to Lu Dabiao's diligent efforts. While Lu Dabiao hesitated to purchase medicinal baths, his profound understanding of the 12 forms of body refinement left Shunhao with no uncertainties, rendering his training remarkably efficient. Presently, Shunhao's abilities, strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes were 2 to 3 times greater than before, allowing him to easily surpass his former self. Though he had not measured his exact statistics, he had recently purchased a home, leaving him with approximately 10,000. However, this time, instead of gold, he opted for silver. Previously, in his haste, he had not prepared adequately and had suffered significant losses by purchasing a medicinal bath with gold. Although gold in this alternate world was valuable, it paled in comparison to modern gold prices. After all, silver was the circulating currency here, and coincidentally, modern silver was inexpensive, revealing a disparity in information. In this alternate realm, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver. The domestic gold prices remained exorbitantly high, reaching 486 per gram, while silver was remarkably affordable at 85 per gram. 1 tael of silver amounted to merely 425, and 10 taels to 250. In contrast, 1 tael of gold commanded 43 million, creating a staggering price difference of 20,000. If one were to exchange silver for gold in the alternate world, each tael of gold would yield a profit of 20,000, offering far greater returns than trading gold in Hong Kong, with minimal risk involved. This was a lucrative opportunity indeed. With that, Shenhao opened his phone, having refrained from checking it all day to avoid distractions while practicing martial arts. Upon unlocking his phone, Shenhao was greeted by a plethora of messages. Among them, the most astonishing was a text from the bank, indicating that his account had unexpectedly swelled by 350,000 yuan. Clearly, this sum had originated from Ms. Xiao, the owner of the Rolls-Royce. It was evident that the financial prowess of the other party had made it quite simple to investigate his information. Of this 350,000 yuan, 200,000 represented insurance, with Shenhao contributing 150,000 himself. Did this not imply a profit of 200,000 from the insurance? Shenhao felt a twinge of embarrassment in claiming this money. After all, he was responsible for the accident and deserved the compensation. It was one thing for others to forego compensation out of generosity, but he found himself at a loss for the other party's account number should he wish to return the funds. He decided to let it go for the time being. Leaning back lazily on the sofa, Shenhao began to scroll through Douyin. After a while, he took to the internet to research the value of wild ginseng. He discovered that a 4-leaf wild ginseng, aged between 40 to 50 years, was indeed a perfect match. Its worth lay between 300,000 to 500,000 yuan. This was a promising figure. Intrigued, he further investigated the price of a century-old wild ginseng, which hovered around 2 million yuan, though it was scarce in the market. Conversely, cultivated ginseng held little value, typically sold by the kilogram. After a thorough search, Shenhao found a chain of traditional Chinese medicine shops in Chang'an that purchased wild ginseng. He promptly called to inquire. To verify authenticity, the other party added Shenhao on WeChat. After a brief examination, they confirmed the ginseng's legitimacy. "Where shall we meet for the transaction?" Shenhao asked. "Come to my shop. We will exchange money for goods directly," was the response, along with a location sent to him. Setting down his phone, Shenhao contemplated his future. At present, his finances were sufficient. As long as he could traverse the other world and exchange his assets for gold and silver, he would not have to worry about sustenance. However, Shenhao yearned for more. Who wouldn't desire formidable power and unparalleled wealth? The chain store was located in Chang'an, and a visit was necessary. Despite the considerable value of the wild ginseng in his possession, it remained an unaffordable luxury for the average person, and selling it might prove challenging. Given Shenhao's limited resources and lack of connections, his ability to convert this asset into cash was woefully inadequate. The circles he frequented were comprised of individuals living on the brink of subsistence. It became clear that he needed to sell the ginseng and integrate into a more affluent network to facilitate greater sales in the future. The next day, Shenhao, armed with the 350,000 yuan refunded by Xiaobing and an additional 10,000 yuan from his account, totaled 360,000 yuan. He made a one-time purchase of 85 jin of silver, equivalent to 850 taels. The silver price is a fictional setting for this narrative and is for reference only. Such a significant order delighted the jeweler. "I want all 85 jin to be 50 grams each, without any inscriptions. Is that feasible?" The owner of the gold shop hurriedly replied, "Of course, no problem. However, since you are in a hurry, I cannot provide such a large quantity all at once. Please give me 2 days, and I assure you it will be ready." Shenhao responded, "All right, then how much do you have now? I will take all of it." There are currently 20 silver bars, each weighing 100 grams, totaling 2 kilograms. Very well, I will take them all. Please wait a moment, I will fetch them for you. After preparing the items for Shinhao, the shop owner took a silver cup from the counter and, with a smile, handed it to Shinhao. Mr. Shin, this little trinket is not of great value, but I offer it to you as a token of convenience for drinking water. Please do not think poorly of it. Shinhao chuckled, then I shall not be polite. Not at all, you are supporting my business. It is only proper to give you a little something, the owner replied. Thank you, boss. Upon leaving the gold shop, Shinhao proceeded to a supermarket to purchase various daily necessities. After returning to his residence and tidying things up, he donned his monk's robes and returned to the other world. Once again, he found himself at the apothecary. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Shinhao, was momentarily taken aback. Musing to himself, the little monk just left. Why has he returned? Could it be he wishes to return some medicine? That would be against the rules. Having resolved not to allow returns, he quickly recalled that this little monk was a significant customer. In just a few moments, his thoughts had reversed, and he welcomed Shinhao warmly. Little master, you are not here to return medicine, are you? That would not be permissible. Mixing medicines can affect their efficacy and make them difficult to sell. Shinhao reassured him, do not worry, I am not here to return anything. I simply wish to purchase more as I bought too little earlier. Hearing this, the apothecary's heart swelled with delight, and he wore a hearty smile once more. What would you like to buy this time? I would like the same medicinal bath ingredients: angelica, poria, tiger bone powder, white atractylodes, and cooked Rehmannia. How much would you like? 3 portions, please. Please wait a moment. Then, Shinhao recalled the demand for wild ginseng. The price disparity between 50-year-old and 100-year-old ginseng was substantial. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, do you have any 100-year-old wild ginseng? The shopkeeper chuckled, of course. We have that. The value of wild ginseng is not high and is not considered rare. Moreover, Yangwon town is abundant in wild ginseng, and the demand outside is quite low. We do have 100-year-old wild ginseng. How much would you like? However, I must inform you that it is more expensive than the 50-year variety, priced at 10 taels of silver. Shinhao replied, then I shall take one. With 3 portions of medicinal liquid costing 3 pounds of silver and 100-year-old ginseng costing 1 pound of silver, he quickly found himself out of money once again. Very well, the shopkeeper said, evidently aware of the disparity in value. While ginseng was precious in the real world, here it seemed rather commonplace. Perhaps there were even more potent elixirs in this realm. After a moment, the apprentice at the apothecary wrapped up the medicinal liquids and ginseng and handed them to Shinhao. Little master, the total is 40 taels. Shinhao presented the shopkeeper with 20 silver bars, each weighing 100 grams. Gazing at the silver in Shinhao's hand, the shopkeeper remarked, young master, your silver is truly pure, radiating a brilliant sheen. The quality is exceptional. Shinhao replied, you flatter me. Should I require anything in the future, I shall certainly return to your establishment. The shopkeeper felt a surge of delight. Although this young man was a monk, he was remarkably generous. With a smile, he nodded and said, of course, that is no problem at all. Allow me to present you with a 50-year-old ginseng root as a token of our budding friendship. Shinhao responded, shopkeeper, you embarrass me. Nonetheless, his hand moved swiftly to accept the ginseng. This little monk indeed possessed impressive speed. The shopkeeper, maintaining his composure, gently stroked his beard and chuckled, nonsense, young master, you are a valued customer. In the future, feel free to come by whenever you need anything. Besides, this ginseng remains here, and few ordinary folks can afford it or even inquire about it. A couple of taels of silver are of little concern. Shinhao expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 9. The sale of ginseng. After purchasing the medicinal bath and the ginseng, Shinhao departed from the apothecary. Strolling through Yangwon town, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring a residence here for future convenience. The more he thought about it, the more appealing it seemed. Having a stable place would facilitate his comings and goings. Upon returning home, Shinhao indulged in another medicinal bath. After completing the 6th movement, he exhaled deeply. At last, he had entered the mid-stage of body refinement, the bone-forging realm. This medicinal bath was indeed remarkable. Upon inspecting the wooden tub, he noticed the water had taken on a slight dark hue, filled with impurities expelled from his body. In this moment, Shinhao could distinctly feel the surge of power within him. After freshening up, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and was pleasantly surprised. The blemishes that once marred his cheeks had vanished entirely. Even the tiny blackheads on his nose were gone. His skin was fair and radiant, as if enhanced by a filter. Remarkably, his complexion had elevated his attractiveness. While his features remained unchanged, he now appeared quite handsome, deserving of the title of campus heartthrob. Of course, this was contingent upon the foundation of his features being good, with prominent cheekbones and a somewhat mischievous gaze. There was little he could do unless he opted for cosmetic alterations. Astonished, Shun Hao exclaimed, "The transformation is astonishing." The magnitude of this change filled him with joy. Who wouldn't desire to appear more handsome? This metamorphosis extended beyond mere appearance. There was a shift in his aura as well. Perhaps it was the newfound wealth that had altered his entire demeanor. His emotions no longer bore the weight of anxiety. Instead, his gaze radiated confidence. Indeed, money bolsters a man's stature and dignity. The distinction between possessing wealth and lacking it is profound. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Shen Hao donned new attire and purchased a train ticket to the provincial capital, Chang'an, to engage in transactions regarding the ginseng. Around 3 p.m., he arrived in Chang'an. Shen Hao relished this leisurely lifestyle. He was in no rush, with plenty of time at his disposal. Hailing a ride, he made his way directly to the high-tech zone. As he sat in the ride-sharing vehicle, observing the bustling streets outside, his spirits lifted. The experience of driving a ride-sharing vehicle differed significantly from that of being a passenger. As the foremost city in the northwest, Chang'an boasts a plethora of vehicles, resulting in a near 40-minute journey for a mere 15 kilometers. Upon disembarking, guided by the navigation system, Shen Hao finally arrived at the pharmacy located beneath the towering 6-story edifice. Observing the establishment, predominantly a repository of traditional Chinese medicine, Shen Hao felt reassured. Such resources were indeed attainable in Chang'an. The receptionist, with a smile, inquired, "Sir, are you here for a consultation or to collect medicine?" Shen Hao replied, "I am here to sell ginseng, as previously arranged." The receptionist responded, Mr. Shen, please follow me. Dr. Li is awaiting you in the waiting area on the 3rd floor. Following her lead, he entered the elevator. Inside the confined space of the elevator, the receptionist's form-fitting gray dress accentuated her graceful figure, complemented by her sheer black stockings, revealing her well-proportioned legs. The attire of the pharmacy's front desk personnel spoke of a promising career. However, the scent of her perfume was overwhelming, eliciting a sense of discomfort in Shen Hao. Although her silhouette was appealing, her facial features and skin were rather unremarkable, prompting him to subconsciously assign her a low score. Out of sight, out of mind. A few seconds later, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival on the 3rd floor. Guided by the receptionist, Shen Hao traversed a narrow corridor lined with custom-made cabinets, each containing transparent glass jars filled with various medicinal herbs. The displayed items included ginseng, astragalus, reishi mushrooms, and yam, among others. Notably, he lingered over the ginseng section, where one specimen, a century-old ginseng king, was priced at over 2 million yuan. Although merely a counterfeit specimen, it nonetheless broadened Shen Hao's horizons. Soon, they reached the reception room, approximately 60 square meters in size, where 3 individuals awaited. One was a middle-aged man with graying hair, around 40 years old, with a dark complexion, dressed in a white lab coat, exuding the aura of a formidable physician. The other, presumably a nursing assistant, was a slightly plump woman in her 30s. The receptionist introduced, "This is Dr. Li Qing, the chief professor at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He conducts consultations on weekends, with a registration fee of 300 yuan. Today is Friday, and he has come specifically to meet you." "Mr. Shen, may I first examine the ginseng?" Dr. Li inquired. Shen Hao nodded in agreement, retrieving a plastic bag from his belongings and handing it over. Dr. Li carefully inspected the wild ginseng, bringing it to his nose to inhale its aroma. An immediate wave of fragrance enveloped him. Indeed, it was the distinctive scent of genuine wild ginseng. His eyes brightened with approval, and he nodded, exclaiming, "This is excellent ginseng. The fragrance is authentic." After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the wild ginseng with increasing satisfaction, remarking, "This mountain ginseng is impressive. There is no doubt about its authenticity. May I test its medicinal properties?" "Of course," Shen Hao replied nonchalantly. "That indicates a purchase is inevitable." Dr. Li skillfully removed the small, bead-like growths from the root, colloquially known as pearl dots, and sampled a piece. Nodding in affirmation, he stated, "The medicinal potency is substantial. I can assure you, it is neither from Changbai Mountain nor from Russia. Currently, 99% of wild ginseng on the market is smuggled from Russia, often resembling one another and possessing similar efficacy, priced variably by age and quality at hundreds of yuan per gram. However, the origin of your ginseng remains elusive to me. Since ancient times, It has been said that one should look to the south for the roots of ginseng and to the north for its whiskers. The primary roots of wild ginseng are long, while those of wild mountain ginseng may be short for 30 years or extend beyond 100 years. Prolonged nutrient absorption depletes the surrounding soil of its fertility, compelling the roots to stretch further afield in search of new sources of nourishment. As it continually absorbs nutrients and competes for growth, its primary roots may extend over 3 times the length of the main root. This wild mountain ginseng possesses remarkable medicinal properties. It is undeniably pure wild ginseng, approximately 50 years old, albeit somewhat aged. What astonishes me is that its medicinal potency surpasses that of 50-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. This is undoubtedly a product of unadulterated authenticity, originating from an area where century-old ginseng thrives. Only wild mountain ginseng grown in such pristine conditions exhibits this level of medicinal efficacy, unlike those that have been artificially cultivated and scattered throughout the forest. A 50-year-old specimen is considered rare, while a 100-year-old one is deemed a treasure. Although its medicinal properties are commendable, the appearance and foliage of the leaves must also be taken into account. Currently, the market value of such vintage wild mountain ginseng hovers around $500,000, though the procurement price would certainly be lower. Nevertheless, given its potency, I am willing to purchase it at market price. Even so, it remains a rarity in the market. What an exceptional specimen. Should you choose to sell? I will offer $500,000. If not, you may explore other options. Li Qing was generous with his praise and quite forthright, which eased Shen Hao's concerns significantly. Prior to his arrival, Shen Hao had researched the prices, discovering that 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng typically sells for between 30 to 50 million, which reflects the selling price rather than the purchasing price. The offer presented was indeed generous. He genuinely feared that the realities of the two worlds might differ, thus wasting time. Shen Hao stated, "Since there are no issues, let us proceed with the transaction." The deal was struck. Li Qing smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, no problem." He did not deceive Shen Hao. The market selling price and the buying price are two different matters. Without profit margins, who would engage in business with you? The transaction was exceedingly pleasant, and after receiving the payment, Shen Hao felt a sense of fulfillment. Since the deal was concluded, he prepared to take his leave. Upon hearing this, Li Qing suggested, "Shen Hao, let us connect on WeChat. In the future, if there is ginseng available, please contact me directly. I find your source quite promising." "Certainly, no problem," Shen Hao responded with equal enthusiasm. After the funds were received, he bid farewell, harboring no intentions of selling any other ginseng, as converting them to cash was not an immediate concern. How does one explain the sudden appearance of 5 or 6 ginseng roots? Selling too many could attract unwanted attention. Let alone ginseng, even river pebbles. If you excavate too many, you might face legal consequences due to mineral resource protection regulations. An ordinary citizen without connections is left vulnerable, easily entangled in legal troubles. This is not a common vegetable. When has wild mountain ginseng ever been so abundant? Currently, there are protections for plants, and while selling 1 or 2 ancient wild mountain ginseng roots may not raise eyebrows, introducing fresh ones could lead to reports and repercussions. Just last year, an announcement was made prohibiting the excavation of wild mountain ginseng, a fact that Shen Hao had also verified. Despite clandestine transactions occurring within certain circles, an outsider like Shen Hao has no reliable channels. To secure an opportunity is fortunate. For an ordinary person possessing valuable items, converting them to cash must be approached with utmost caution. Shortly after Shen Hao departed, Li Qing placed a call to his mentor. "Teacher Zhou, I have received a 50-year-old wild ginseng. What use is a 50-year-old specimen? It must be 100 years old. The 100-year ginseng in your shop is also inadequate, let alone this 50-year-old one." "Teacher Zhou, please don't be anxious. I believe this 50-year-old wild ginseng possesses substantial medicinal properties and may indeed be of some use." "Very well, if you say so, bring it over." "Understood. I will come right away." Li Qing hurriedly made his way to his sanatorium. Upon arrival, he encountered an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional tank suit. "Teacher Zhou, please let me see the ginseng," he greeted with a smile. "Of course, my student." This elderly man was Li Qing's mentor, the one who guided him during his doctoral studies, a hereditary physician, Zhou Peiyuan. Without further ado, Zhou Peiyuan plucked a small tuft of ginseng roots and gently chewed it. Moments later, he expressed his satisfaction. "It is brimming with vitality, an excellent specimen. Although it does not meet the age requirement, its medicinal efficacy is indeed substantial." Li Qing smiled slightly and inquired, "Can it be used for medicine?" "Absolutely. Where did you procure it?" "A young man named Shen Hao sold it to me today. I even added him on WeChat." "Very well. I shall introduce you to President Xiao. Yes, teacher. The two then proceeded to the second-floor ward area, where Li Cheng met President Xiao. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, with strikingly delicate features. Her natural beauty was accentuated by a flawless oval face and fair skin, while her meticulously groomed eyebrows added to her allure. Dressed in a fitted light blue dress that showcased her perfect figure, she possessed long, alluring legs that were not only statuesque, but also perfectly aligned. So much so that one could hardly slip a piece of paper between them. Such legs were truly exceptional, and her demeanor was equally impressive. In reality, it was the first time Li Cheng had encountered such an extraordinary woman, prompting him to steal a few glances. Ah, what a fortunate encounter. Noticing Li Cheng's gaze, Xiao Bing paid no mind. She had encountered such looks many times before. Teacher Zhou, is this ginseng usable? Indeed, it possesses sufficient medicinal properties. I shall give it a try. Thank you for your assistance. Turning to Li Cheng, she asked, how much do you want for it? I will transfer the amount to you. I acquired it for 500,000. Very well, if it can be used medicinally, it holds value. I will transfer the payment to you. In no time, Li Cheng received 800,000, somewhat surprised by President Zhao's generosity. He did not display much elation, as he was already accomplished and financially secure. Had it not been for Teacher Zhou's request, he might not have sold the ginseng at all. However, given that Xiao Bing belonged to the Xiao family, her connections were invaluable, something that money could not buy. Thank you, President Xiao. Some believe wild ginseng is overpriced. Perhaps they should research before making such remarks. Chapter 10. How about 10 million? There are many in the elite class who can acquire wild ginseng. Yet the truly potent specimens with significant nutritional value are exceedingly scarce, primarily reserved for the highest echelons. Such exceptional wild ginseng is a rare find. In these times, artificially cultivated ginseng is abundant. A 6-year-old root may cost merely a few dozen. The so-called wild ginseng available in the market often consists of seeds scattered in forests by human hands. The authenticity of wild ginseng varies greatly in the market. Genuine pure wild ginseng requires careful discernment. Though there are regulations against harvesting, the ones who consume it the most are still the privileged. With Xiao Bing's background, acquiring a 100-year-old wild ginseng is certainly within reach. The 100-year-old ginseng she previously purchased was aged sufficiently, yet its medicinal potency fell short. Unexpectedly, this 50-year-old ginseng possesses remarkable potency. One could assert that throughout Chang'an City, and even across the entirety of Qin Province, within the national ginseng community, Xiao Bing has made arrangements to be informed whenever wild mountain ginseng is available for sale. Li Cheng has indeed surprised her this time. Professor Li, where did you acquire this ginseng? Xiao Bing inquired directly. Li Cheng, without unnecessary preamble, promptly provided her with Shen Hao's WeChat and account details. Xiao Bing nodded to her assistant beside her, instructing, please investigate. In a brief moment, the assistant hurried back, somewhat astonished. President Xiao, this Shen Hao is the one who rear-ended you. Hearing this, Xiao Bing paused in surprise, a smile breaking forth. What a serendipitous twist of fate. Fortunately, she had returned the money at the time, thus fostering a kindred connection. Get in touch with him. The assistant noted that Shen Hao had initially added him on WeChat. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing was intrigued about the source of Shen Hao's wild mountain ginseng, as pure wild mountain ginseng is a rarity in the market. Upon returning home, Shen Hao discovered a message from Xiao Bing, the very person he had collided with. Mr. Shen, did you sell a piece of 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng today? Shen Hao furrowed his brow. Are you following me? Not at all. Someone is offering wild mountain ginseng for sale and inquired if you have any remaining stock. We are in need of a substantial quantity. Rest assured, everything is secure. Shen Hao contemplated. The other party was driving several Rolls-Royces, indicating a solid background. He believed they would not cause trouble, especially since they had previously returned his money. If intimidation were intended, he would likely have received a call from his uncle by now. Thus, Shen Hao decided to sell only one piece of ginseng, merely to gauge the situation. Do you truly have no concerns? Certainly, I have procured wild mountain ginseng from across the nation. I am unconcerned about your sources, as long as the authenticity is assured. I happen to possess a piece of 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. I wonder if Ms. Xiao might be interested? Indeed, I am. Xiao Bing's assistant conveyed this news to her. Hearing this, both Zhou Piyuan and Li Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Piyuan eagerly grasped the assistant's arm, imploring, is this true? Xiao Bing's eyes also brightened with delight, exclaiming, does Shen Hao truly have it? The assistant nodded affirmatively. Observing their enthusiasm, the assistant felt somewhat bewildered. Zhou Piyuan asked, Is its quality comparable to that of the 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng? The assistant, perplexed, had no understanding of the comparison. Xiaobing urged, quickly inquire of Shenhao. Ah, yes, I will ask right away. Xiaobing promptly messaged Shenhao. Is the medicinal property of the ginseng the same? Yes, it is 100% identical. Inspection is welcomed, Shenhao confidently replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peiyuan insisted, then take me to see it. If it proves genuine, inform them that the market value of the ginseng they possess is at least between 8 million to 10 million. After reviewing the message sent by the other party, Shenhao was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. The price he had researched previously was not aligned with this figure. Yet, who would ever complain about an excess of wealth? Observing Shenhao's silence, Zhou Peiyuan directed the assistant to initiate a video call, explaining, in 12 years, the auction price for a 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng from Chabai Mountain reached 3 million. If the century-old wild ginseng in your possession possesses the same quality as one aged 50 years, I would estimate its worth to be no less than approximately 10 million. However, its true value can only be discerned upon closer inspection. Such an astounding figure? In this realm, Shenhao remains entirely uninformed. Even with the existence of an alternate space, the sudden mention of 10 million still stirs a surge of excitement within him. The newly affluent individual has yet to refine his demeanor. Very well, I shall bring it for a transaction tomorrow, Shenhao declared. No need, Zhou Peiyuan replied. We will drive directly to your home to collect it. The urgency in the other party's tone clearly indicated a pressing need. Shenhao acquiesced and subsequently sent his location. Xiaobing turned to her assistant Zhao Lu and instructed, prepare a vehicle immediately and remember to keep this matter confidential. 10 minutes later, Zhou Peiyuan and Xiaobing arrived at the underground parking garage. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce they were about to enter, with its license plate featuring a series of sixes, Zhou Peiyuan remarked, isn't this a bit ostentatious? Do we not have a more understated vehicle? In response, Xiaobing agreed and suggested, then let us take the Alfred business vehicle instead. Half an hour later, the car ascended from the city's South Ring Road onto the highway. Inside the vehicle, silence enveloped the group. Each individual closed their eyes, lost in thoughts of the ginseng. The urgency was palpable as the speed reached 140, even escalating to 160 when traffic allowed. An hour later, they exited the highway and, guided by the navigation system, the trio arrived at Shenhao's residence. Upon entering, Shenhao was taken aback to find Xiaobing, the very individual who had previously rear-ended him. Indeed, this world is quite small. Please wait. I will retrieve the ginseng. Entering his bedroom, Shenhao extracted the ginseng from the alternate space and emerged holding it aloft. Zhou Peiyuan immediately spotted the ginseng, particularly its extravagant roots, and was overwhelmed with joy. Observing this, Zhou Peiyuan cautiously picked up the wild ginseng for a meticulous examination. His delight grew with each passing moment. And akin to Li Qing, he severed a small piece of the root to chew, exclaiming, remarkable. This is authentic wild ginseng, brimming with medicinal properties, surpassing even that of the 50-year variety. Xiaobing chimed in with excitement. Uncle Zhou, is that truly the case? This is unequivocally pure wild ginseng, Zhou Peiyuan affirmed. Though its age does not compare to the champion ginseng of the last wild ginseng competition, its medicinal potency is indeed superior. Zhou Peiyuan's gaze remained fixated on the ginseng. It was then that Xiaobing sighed in relief and turned to Shenhao, inquiring, Mr. Shen, what price do you intend to sell it for? Shenhao replied, I am uncertain of its value. I leave the pricing to you. Xiaobing then directed her attention to Zhou Peiyuan, asking, Uncle Zhou, what do you propose as the price, based on the highest market value? Zhou Peiyuan nodded thoughtfully. At the inaugural ginseng auction 12 years ago, a century-old ginseng fetched 3 million. That was 11 years ago. Last year, at the Wild Ginseng Expo, a year-old champion ginseng was priced at 10 million, though it was heavier, being 240 years old, with larger roots. Considering the quality and medicinal properties, I believe this specimen may even surpass that of the Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng. 20 years ago in Hong Kong, a genuine pure 100-year Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng sold for $30,000 per ounce, with 1 ounce equating to 2,835 grams. That translates to approximately 8,500 yuan per gram, albeit that was over 2 decades ago. The wild ginseng not only boasts an exquisite appearance but also possesses remarkable medicinal properties, and importantly, it is fresh. I estimate its age to be around 110 years. Such medicinal qualities are indeed quite rare. How about we round it off to a neat sum of 10 million after tax? What do you think? Bing. Chapter 11. Is this subject to taxation? Xiaobing chuckled. It is entirely up to Uncle Zhou to decide. With that, Xiaobing turned to Shun Hao and inquired, what do you think of this price, Mr. Shun? Regarding the price, I am quite satisfied. Some items may be valuable, yet that does not guarantee the presence of a suitable buyer. A sum in the tens of millions is not something everyone can afford. Furthermore, those who can afford it must have a genuine need for it. Shun Hao also prioritized safety. It was not out of fear, for he felt emboldened by the fantastical world behind him, but rather he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. How do we explain the taxation? Xiaobing replied. Harvesting ginseng in the mountains and selling it falls under the category of agricultural producers selling their own agricultural products, thus exempt from value-added tax and personal income tax, so there is no need to pay taxes. Rest assured, I will have the legal department handle these matters. You need not worry. It was agreed that 10 million would be the amount received by him, and I would take care of any subsequent issues. Of course, Shun Hao believed that items valued in the tens of millions would inevitably incur taxes. In return, this arrangement saved Shun Hao several million. And one must admit that this woman conducts her business with great finesse. Suddenly becoming a millionaire, Shun Hao felt a surge of excitement. Although the financial windfall had arrived, his mindset had yet to catch up. No problem, he said. Zhao Lu, please have the finance department transfer the funds to Mr. Shun's account, using the company's public account in the guise of an investment. Understood, CEO Xiao. In no time, approximately 3 minutes later, Shun Hao received a text message from the bank. Huaxia Agricultural Bank, Chang'an Xiao Group Company, Limited. Completed a transfer of 10 million RMB to your account ending in 9527 on May 28 at 1827, with a balance of 105.08 million. At that moment, Zhao Lu approached, handing Shun Hao a contract and remarked, Mr. Shun, this is the purchase contract for the century-old wild ginseng. Please take a look. And if everything is in order, kindly sign it. Since we are using the company's public account, a contract is necessary. Shun Hao nodded, examined the document carefully, found no issues, and signed it. Naturally, he trusted that the other party would not deceive him. If they did betray him, Shun Hao would not hesitate to retaliate in kind. Unbeknownst to him, his reverence for law and morality had faded, perhaps beginning with the deaths of the two bandits. Following the completion of the transaction, both Xiaobing and Zhou Peiyuan were immensely excited. While century-old ginseng exists in the market, specimens with such exceptional medicinal properties are virtually non-existent. Moreover, based on Zhou Peiyuan's observations, this century-old wild ginseng was intact and undoubtedly well-preserved, indicating that the seller was a seasoned expert in this field. As the transaction concluded, just before their departure, Xiaobing suddenly produced a business card and handed it to Shun Hao, saying, Mr. Shun, here is my business card. The QR code on it links to my personal WeChat. Should you come across any wild ginseng in the future, you can sell it to me. I will offer the highest market price and ensure you do not incur any losses. Shun Hao was taken aback and questioned, didn't I add you on WeChat previously? Xiaobing smiled gently and said, I apologize, Mr. Shun. The WeChat account you added belongs to my assistant, Zhao Lu. Beside her, Zhao Lu chimed in with an explanation. The WeChat you added is indeed mine. Shun Hao felt quite embarrassed, having previously assumed it was Xiaobing's account. It was surprising to discover it was her assistant's. In retrospect, it made sense. Given Xiaobing's esteemed status, she would hardly add a stranger's WeChat account casually. Perhaps she saw potential in Shun Hao, which prompted her to share her personal contact information. Nearby, Zhou Peiyuan handed Shun Hao a business card with a smile, saying, Shun Hao, if you come across anything good, feel free to give me a call. Rest assured, as long as the quality is high, the price will be the best on the market. Shun Hao replied, no problem. However, as he was about to leave, Shun Hao returned the 350,000 yuan to Xiaobing, acknowledging that the rear-end collision was his own fault. Even with newfound wealth, he did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, he had concerns that accepting the 350,000 yuan could lead to insurance fraud allegations, a complication he wished to avoid. With a fortune of millions, he certainly did not want to invite unnecessary trouble. After Shun Hao's explanation, Xiaobing ceased her insistence and instead sold him a wild ginseng root for 500,000 yuan. Consequently, Shun Hao's cash reserves now totaled at least 11 million yuan. There was no need to haggle over the price. He previously purchased a ginseng root from Li Cheng for 800,000 yuan, and this time, with the 500,000 yuan plus the refunded 350,000 yuan, it all balanced perfectly. All right, then, it's settled, Shun Hao conceded, recognizing that she truly was not lacking in funds. When Xiao Bing returned the 350,000 yuan to Shun Hao, it was not only because she was financially secure, but also due to her acknowledgement of her own fault in the abrupt stop. Moreover, she had been taught from a young age not to push others into desperate situations, as it could lead to losses that outweighed any potential gains. A ride-hailing driver could hardly possess fast wealth. Forcing someone into a corner and causing them harm was not worth it. Her own life and health were far more precious. There was no need to take matters to extremes, which was a principle Xiao Bing consistently adhered to. Soon after, Xiao Bing, Zhao Lu, and Zhou Peiyuan departed, leaving Shen Hao to ponder the significant price disparities in the ginseng market. He had seen online claims that wild ginseng was merely an intelligence tax, with nutritional value comparable to that of a radish. Those who made such statements were either foolish or ignorant. The wisdom accumulated over millennia by ancestors was not to be dismissed lightly. Not to mention, consuming even a modestly priced cultivated ginseng root could induce warmth and nosebleeds. While one could eat a pound of radishes without issue, eating a pound of cultivated ginseng, however, might prove fatal. Subsequently, Shen Hao conducted a brief online search for the Xiao Group. Upon completion, he discovered that the Xiao Group had evolved into a large modern enterprise with total assets exceeding 30 billion yuan. It owned numerous wholly owned and controlling subsidiaries and project departments, boasting an immense industrial scale. Engaged in sectors such as highways, real estate, elevators, pharmaceuticals, and energy, it was evident that once publicly listed, its market value could easily surpass hundreds of billions. These industries were well known even to someone from Shen Hao's social stratum. Without connections, one could hardly penetrate such fields. Although Shen Hao was curious about Xiao Bing's background, it remained merely that curiosity. Throughout their interactions, while Xiao Bing had always maintained a polite and smiling demeanor, it was simply a reflection of her personal refinement. The chasm between their identities is as vast as that between clouds and mud, and the innate pride emanating from within is difficult to conceal. Naturally, Shen Hao harbors no intentions of fawning over the goddess. His admiration stems solely from an appreciation of beauty. A woman like Xiao Bing, a paragon of wealth and elegance, typically surrounds herself with men who are the elite among elites, possessing not only commendable appearances, but also impeccable educational backgrounds and family legacies. In stark contrast, Shen Hao currently appears rather unremarkable, devoid of any advantages. However, equipped with a unique talent, he believes that as long as he continues to explore this alternate world, no woman will be beyond his reach. For now, he must acknowledge his own inadequacies. After ordering takeout and finishing his meal, Shen Hao resumed his practice of the medicinal bath technique, Body Forging Guide, 12 Methods. He executed the movements while silently reciting his breathing technique, exhaling through the mouth and inhaling through the nose, repeating this cycle 18 times. Each time he exhaled completely, feeling his lungs emptied, he would instinctively inhale, allowing his lungs to replenish quietly and steadily. Time slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 12. Wealth and Consumption. Meanwhile, upon arriving in Chang'an, Xiao Bing and her companions promptly returned to the suburban sanatorium with a century-old wild ginseng. Brother, I have found genuine pure century-old wild ginseng. A man in an administrative jacket, around 40 years of age, shook his head skeptically. It won't be another counterfeit, will it? This man was Xiao Bing's elder brother, Xiao Jun, currently 45 years old, serving as the mayor of a prefecture-level city in Qin province. Having completed a full term, he has held this vital position for 4 years, his qualifications undeniably sufficient. His next step is to rise to vice-provincial status. Achieving this will elevate him to the ranks of senior officials, ensuring the continuation of the Xiao family's political legacy. However, at this critical juncture, their patriarch suffered a stroke and fell into a coma, a significant blow to his career prospects. In the political arena, age is always of utmost value. Failing to achieve vice department status before 35 means a lifetime of lost opportunities. Now at 45, with 2 years until he turns 47. If he does not attain vice ministerial status by 50, his aspirations will be thwarted, and the chance to become a high-ranking official will slip away. Vice-provincial officials must retire or leave their posts by the age of 60. Xiao Jun's greatest support was his father, so the patriarch's downfall poses the gravest threat to his future. Not only does this affect him, but the passing of the elder also jeopardizes the family's business interests, leaving them vulnerable to being usurped by competitors, an inevitable outcome. Without the elder's influence, how could they secure prime land deals? How could real estate developers choose to procure elevators from the Xiao family? How would the highway authorities engage with them? As the saying goes, the power that grants you advantages will ultimately consume you. Rest assured, this time it is genuine. Uncle Zhou personally verified it, and it is absolutely usable. Hearing this, Xiao Jun's expression brightened considerably. As long as their father remains alive, there is hope. Xiao Bing took a deep breath, her forehead easing slightly. The next 2 years are crucial for her, and she cannot afford any missteps. Noticing Xiao Bing's fatigue, Xiao Jun expressed concern. Enough. You must be exhausted after a long day. Go and rest. Brother, I'm fine, Xiao Bing replied. The Xiao family has always cherished their youngest daughter, with their patriarch doting on her excessively. Of course, this is also because when Xiao Bing was born, it coincided with the strictest period of family planning. To safeguard the future of the esteemed Xiao patriarch, the Xiao family had no choice but to send Xiao Bing away. Moments later, Xiao Jun inquired, "What are your thoughts on Sun Jihong, the younger son of Governor's son?" Xiao Bing shook her head and replied, "He is rather frivolous, ambitious yet lacking in talent. I do not hold him in high regard." Xiao Jun remarked, "Oh, perhaps your standards are excessively lofty. At just 33 years of age, Sun Jihong is already one of the founders of the multi-billion-dollar Volcano Fund. He entered Cambridge at 18 and completed a bachelor's degree in economics alongside a master's in electronic engineering and computer science in merely 3 years. He has worked for prestigious firms such as Goldman Sachs and Blackstone, and has served as a management consultant at McKinsey's Silicon Valley branch. During his tenure, he assisted numerous Fortune 500 companies in devising their product marketing strategies, internal management processes, and merger strategies. Is that not commendable? Furthermore, he is quite handsome." Xiao Bing chuckled softly. "Brother, do you truly believe that is feasible? It is a known fact that no one can achieve 3 degrees within 3 years. What is the nature of this fund? Please do not tell me you are unaware. It is merely a playground for those businessmen who establish such funds." Xiao Jun, however, remained unfazed. Success in this world is never a matter of chance. The rise of the Xiao Group to its current stature, do you think it is solely due to business acumen or other factors? As long as he does not act foolishly, Sun Jihong's commercial talent will persist. The implication is that the powerful shall remain affluent. Xiao Bing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Well, as long as you understand, it is beneficial to engage with him privately. You are 28 this year. You cannot afford to indulge whimsically any longer. It is time to consider matters of marriage. Regardless of whether the patriarch awakens, Xiao Jun must prepare for all eventualities. And a strategic union could prove to be a wise choice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing nodded. "I understand, brother. Enjoying the privileges of the family also implies a duty to contribute to it. I have long been mentally prepared for this." Noticing Xiao Bing's melancholic demeanor, Xiao Jun said, "If you truly feel no spark, I can assist you in finding someone else. Our Xiao family still has connections. All right, it is getting late. You should retire early," he concluded. Upon returning to her room and lying on her bed, Xiao Bing felt utterly exhausted. As for procuring wild ginseng, she had merely instructed someone to handle it. She expected to be notified immediately if anyone had it for sale, and to her surprise, it proved effective. After all, the century-old wild ginseng she had previously acquired from various sources had been far less potent. Unexpectedly, she had managed to acquire some this time. Glancing at her phone, she was somewhat taken aback to find that Shen Hao had not added her on WeChat. Earlier, his gaze had been quite intense, and it seemed impossible that he harbored no interest in her. In Xiao Bing's opinion, had Shen Hao obtained her contact information, he would have certainly added her on WeChat at the first opportunity. Now, however, he had not done so. After a brief moment, Xiao Bing dismissed the matter. It was merely a minor incident. Shen Hao was not her type at all, as their educational backgrounds and circumstances were vastly different. He could only be regarded as an inconsequential passerby. Women should only seek to ascend in compatibility, rather than descend. Xiao Bing is certainly not the type to be consumed by romantic fantasies. Her perception of reality is exceptionally clear, and she is only attracted to the strong. On the 3rd day, Shen Hao emerged from the jewelry store, where the owner had respectfully seen him off. Such a distinguished client deserved this level of courtesy. Shen Hao had acquired the remaining 81 pounds of silver. With this 810 taels, he could indulge in a lavish lifestyle in the otherworld for quite some time. However, with approximately 11 million in his possession, Shen Hao found it increasingly difficult to restrain his desire for consumption. First and foremost, he decided to purchase a secluded villa, ensuring a more tranquil environment free from disturbances. Shen Hao was reluctant to reside in his small hometown, as the source of his wealth was too difficult to explain, and he was surrounded by too many acquaintances. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to decide where to buy this villa. Ultimately, he resolved that with wealth comes the imperative to spend. What is the point of having money if not to enjoy it? Money is meant for consumption. The things he had once yearned for, but could not afford, were now within his reach, and he could indulge freely. He drove to the provincial capital to embark on a grand shopping spree. His first stop was the BMW dealership. After all, every man has a penchant for luxury cars. Shen Hao, too, harbored a sense of vanity. Certain experiences can only be truly appreciated once one has possessed them. This is the essence of genuine experience. Without ownership, how can one claim indifference? In the presence of Xiaobing, Shen Hao felt a sense of restlessness, stemming from the fact that he had never been with a woman of such caliber. This unfulfilled desire left his heart in turmoil. Had he experienced it, it would have seemed inconsequential. The feeling of being overlooked led to a sense of disappointment. Much like Ma Baba, who claims not to care about money, yet is the richest man, having experienced wealth firsthand. If Ma Baba were burdened with a mortgage and car loan, working late into the night, would he still utter such words? As for the oblivious brother Dong, he remains unaware of his wife's beauty, surrounded by countless stunning women. Upon arriving at the dealership, Shen Hao did not encounter the anticipated disdainful treatment from sales staff, but instead proceeded to purchase a white 5 Series BMW outright, totaling 480,000 yuan. Shen Hao's full payment left the female salesperson somewhat disheartened, as installment purchases would have yielded her greater commission. After securing insurance and obtaining temporary plates, the saleswoman cheerfully suggested a car buying ceremony. Shen Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating he had other matters to attend to, and left with the keys in hand. Driving this luxurious vehicle was an exhilarating experience, far more enjoyable than the ride in the rented ride-sharing car. With his newly acquired BMW 5 Series, Shen Hao was in high spirits, as this was the luxury car he had long dreamed of possessing. The unattainable desires of youth often haunt one for a lifetime. He had once thought it impossible to ever own such a car. Who could have predicted that today would be the day his dream would come true? In a splendid mood, he continued his shopping spree. The thrill of spending money brought him immense satisfaction. Even with access to an alternate dimension, Shen Hao's excitement remained undiminished. After all, he had once been a destitute individual, deeply afraid of poverty. Now, he sought to indulge and retaliate against his past. Arriving in Chang'an, Shen Hao visited the luxury store Armani, where he spent hundreds of thousands on several casual suits, resembling a nouveau riche, opting for the same style worn by the male star Xiaochuan. He also arranged for a watch. The Blancpain 50-fathom ceramic rose gold watch is priced at $2.65 million at the Blancpain specialty store. It is indeed a fine piece. If you desire it, do not hesitate to purchase. Additionally, I acquired 2 mobile phones. One, an Apple model in a striking shade of purple, cost over $10,000, while the other, a Huawei model, set me back over $9,000. Although their utility is minimal, the urge to possess them was irresistible. In the past, I refrained from such indulgences, but now, with wealth at my fingertips, I revel in my desires. In the span of a single day, Shen Hao spent over $1.3 million, a vivid portrayal of a nouveau riche's extravagant spending, yet who doesn't delight in such opulence? The salespeople of these luxury goods had their eyes gleaming with excitement. To encapsulate the sensation of spending, one word suffices: exhilarating. Having spent over $100,000, Shen Hao felt no remorse. The money had come to him far too easily. Concurrently, he withdrew the remaining funds and secured them in his safe space. For possessing money brings comfort and convenience. After a day of consumption, Shen Hao finally regained his composure and reserved a room at a 4-star hotel. However, instead of resting, he ventured into another realm, this time with the intent of purchasing property. From the goldsmith, he retrieved the remaining 81 pounds of silver, for it was of no use to let it sit idle. In Yangguan town, the real estate market lacks the convenience of the modern world. Property brokers are absent, and one must seek out homes independently. However, this posed no challenge for Shen Hao. Chapter 13. Acquiring a maid for 200 taels? He arrived at the bustling sector of the market, where the small traders were most informed. At a vendor selling sunflower seeds, he learned of available properties for sale. In Yangguan town, a key transportation hub, the requirements for purchasing were not stringent. As long as one was a buyer, the government would issue a land deed. Naturally, Shen Hao also purchased 2 pounds of sunflower seeds along with a handful of copper coins. In this world, silver and copper hold significant value, even more so than in modern society. Here, a stone of rice costs merely 300 won, Thus, one tael of silver could buy approximately 10 stones of rice, with a stone roughly equating to 50 kilograms today. Hence, one tael of silver could procure 1,000 pounds of rice. In urban society, rice prices hover around 2 yuan, making one tael of silver equivalent to about 2,000 yuan. Of course, prices are not uniformly standardized. The world is different, and purchasing power varies. Some commodities are inexpensive, while others are costly. In this realm, salt, iron, and sugar are relatively pricey compared to the modern world. Smuggling salt to sell here would yield greater profits than silver. But such an endeavor is perilous, and Shenhao has no intention of pursuing it. Historically, salt merchants have amassed wealth rivaling that of nations. In ancient Yangzhou, salt merchants were renowned for their extravagance, with those worth less than 1 million considered small traders, a testament to their affluence. Engaging in smuggling would draw unwanted attention, a risk Shenhao is unwilling to take. The real estate prices in Yangwan town are quite reasonable, and even the homes of ordinary families are spacious. The prospect of purchasing a modest home and securing a spouse is indeed a comforting thought. Guided by the vendor, he spent 260 taels of silver to acquire a 3-entry sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard house, which is a 3-story structure facing the street, with 4 rooms in the front, culminating in a charming urban residence. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by 2 flanking rooms, 3 guest chambers, and a rear room. A passage leads deeper into the structure, revealing 3 bedrooms on the 3rd tier, accompanied by a kitchen, although somewhat distant from the bustling streets of Yangwan town. This abode offers a tranquil atmosphere that aligns perfectly with Shenhao's preferences. Furthermore, it boasts a spacious backyard, approximately 400 square meters in size, which by contemporary standards would be deemed a luxurious estate. Remarkably, this opulent standalone residence was acquired for merely 260 taels of silver, underscoring the reality that the affluent in this world possess properties of such grand scale that they are often underutilized. Once the small vendors departed, Shenhao took a moment to appraise the expansive courtyard. Its sheer size sparked within him the notion of employing several servants. Glancing upwards at the blazing sun, he noted that the hour was still early. Primarily, however, he was intent on procuring a beautiful maid, a venture that appeared quite economical. Such a maid, in his eyes, must possess striking beauty. Other attributes were of little concern to him. Shenhao's values have always leaned towards the aesthetic, as he believed that few would seek companionship with those deemed unattractive. This time, however, Shenhao forewent his monk's robe for a long gown and a conical hat. As a monk, purchasing a maid might attract unwanted scrutiny, not aligning with the principles of the Taoist way. Unfamiliar with Yangwan town and unaware of where one might purchase a maid, he inquired around, only to discover that the southern part of the town was known for such transactions, revealing that Yangwan town was not lacking in maidens available for sale. Although it bears the name of a town, Yangwan is, in fact, a county seat, a crucial thoroughfare dividing the north and south, making it exceedingly lively. With a population of around 100,000, it may be considered a small county in urban society, yet in this world, it qualifies as a large city. Arriving in the southern part of the town, he encountered numerous vendors offering their daughters for sale, many of whom were clad in tattered garments. "Sir, take a look at my daughter. She is yours for just 6 taels of silver," one vendor called out. "Esteemed gentlemen, my daughter is 16 years old, skilled in sewing, and can warm your bed, all for just 20 taels. Observing the surrounding sellers, Shenhao noted that those with less appealing features and younger ages could be purchased for a mere few taels. In contrast, those with more attractive appearances and skills in cooking or sewing commanded higher prices, approximately 20 taels. After surveying the offerings, Shenhao shook his head. The majority were dark-skinned, slender girls whom he felt resembled elementary school students. However, they appeared to be around 13 years old, clearly suffering from malnutrition. The sight left him with little appetite, for he sought a maid who was pleasing to the eye, one who embodied beauty. While he harbored some sympathy for the plight of women in this era, Shenhao was not in a position to save the world. He was not so altruistic. Previously, he had not regarded the price of 10 taels of silver for a vial of medicinal liquid as exorbitant. But observing that a maid could be had for only 6 or 7 taels highlighted the value of silver. It became evident that the lower strata of this world were enduring much hardship. At that moment, Shenhao's gaze fell upon a young woman in her late teens. Kneeling by the roadside, a placard hung around her neck proclaiming her intent to sell herself to bury her father. Behind her lay a straw mat, wrapped around a lifeless body. Despite her coarse linen attire, she possessed a striking beauty, her features exquisitely refined. With fair skin, a foundation that resonated profoundly with Shun Hao's aesthetic sensibilities. Shun Hao purchased a maid, intended to serve both him and his brother. However, she appeared quite disheveled. With tangled hair, a soiled face, and chapped lips adorned with dead skin, her overall demeanor reflecting a state of distress. At that moment, the woman's complexion was flushed, as if she were feverish. She bowed her head, tears streaming down her face, resembling a flickering candlelight swaying in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet, Shen Hao observed that this woman was not only strikingly beautiful, but her grace was also gentle and refined, qualities that clearly distinguished her from the common folk. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no one made a purchase. The reason being, the woman owed 200 taels to another, and to acquire her, one would have to assist in settling her debt. This air of nobility reminded Shen Hao of Xiaobing. It appeared that the woman had fallen from grace alongside her family's decline. Her beauty was undeniable. 200 taels seemed a fair price. Shen Hao had no interest in spending a few taels on an unattractive maid. The adage "you get what you pay for" rang true for someone of Shen Hao's stature. 200 taels equated to a mere 80,000 yuan, not even enough to cover a luxury watch he possessed. The audacity of her asking price was astonishing. How could she have the gall to demand such an amount? A frail, sickly woman like her would hardly be capable of fulfilling any laborious tasks. Anyone who bought her would be lacking in judgment. Her beauty was indeed remarkable, but beauty alone could not sustain one. 200 taels could instead purchase several acres of land or procure multiple women. As the crowd continued their discourse, the woman buried her head even lower, her delicate frame trembling. At that moment, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Come, follow me." The woman, taken aback, dared to lift her gaze slightly, encountering the sight of a tall, handsome man smiling warmly at her. His youthful visage radiated a brilliance akin to sunlight, illuminating her darkest, most despairing moments, as if a beacon of hope had pierced through her world. Onlookers stared in shock at Shen Hao, ignoring their astonishment and chatter. Shen Hao procured a donkey cart, transporting the woman alongside her father's deceased body back to his residence. Although the woman was priced at 200 taels, and Shen Hao felt an attraction towards her, he needed to ascertain the reasons behind such a hefty price. There was an inexplicable peculiarity surrounding it. Before he could speak, the woman knelt before him, her face a mask of gratitude as she declared, "Thank you, my lord. From this day forth, Yongzi shall be your servant, devoted to your every command without a trace of disloyalty." Such words indicated that she was no ordinary individual. "Surely, you are not still studying the spring and autumn annals?" Shen Hao silently pondered. In response, he helped Song Yongzi to her feet, instinctively reaching out to touch her forehead, which felt unbearably hot. "My, you are burning up. You have a fever." Yongzi's cheeks flushed. It was her first time being so intimate with a man. Struggling to suppress her shyness and physical discomfort, she replied, "I am fine, my lord." Shen Hao inquired, "Might you share your story?" Song Yongzi nodded, hesitating briefly before biting her thin lip and revealing the truth. "My lord, my surname is Song, and my given name is Yongzi. My father, Song Yoli, is a physician in the Imperial Medical Institute of the Deong dynasty. He became embroiled in trouble due to his unwavering dedication to medicine and his straightforward nature, which led to his disgrace by the tyrant ruler, resulting in his banishment to Yangwan town. Since I was not in the capital, I awaited news from my father's friends who informed me of the situation, and I have been waiting in Yangwan town ever since." To his astonishment, he was met with dire news. Was his home raided? Shen Hao's immediate concern was whether this would bring him trouble. He merely wished to amass some wealth and acquire a beautiful woman, never intending to clash with the local authorities. Shen Hao inquired, "Who sent your father?" "It was an inspector from the embroidered uniform guard. My father once treated her illness." "We have some connections with the court," she replied. "Where is she?" "I shall speak with her first." At this, Song Yongzi felt a tremor in her heart, realizing that Shen Hao might not necessarily purchase her. Chapter 14. Setting a small goal. First, upon hearing this, Shen Hao recognized that acquiring a maid might have entangled him in complications. No wonder Yongzi appeared to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Her father was a royal physician. His gaze then fell upon the corpse upon the straw mat. Was this Song Yongzi's father, Song Yoli, a royal physician? For reasons he could not fully grasp, Shen Hao felt an urge to absorb this body into his space. A royal physician, if he could harness the memories, he would become a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Possessing medical knowledge also implied mastery over poisons, granting him a sense of security in this foreign world. After all, poison operates silently, often unnoticed. He contemplated the significance of this embroidered uniform guard position and its potential influence. If the inspector held a high rank, purchasing Song Yongzi might not only be a sound investment but could also forge a beneficial alliance. As for the emperor, Shen Hao harbored no reverence. With so many dynasties in existence, he could simply relocate and thrive elsewhere. As a modern individual, he felt no fear of imperial authority, especially with the safety net of his space. Worst-case scenario, he could retreat into his space and unleash a few grenades, ensuring a dramatic conclusion for all involved. My apologies, my lord, for putting you in such a predicament, Song Yongzi murmured. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao shook his head. Whether I am troubled or not, we must first ascertain your creditor's whereabouts. Rest assured, the embroidered uniform guard is well informed and should arrive shortly. Why doesn't that inspector simply help you bury your father? She is a person of the court and must act discreetly. Observing Song Yongzi's weary demeanor, Shen Hao refrained from pressing her further. For now, it seemed that this Song Yongzi was not an ungrateful wretch. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the wall, and in the blink of an eye, a figure gracefully landed beside Song Yongzi. Clad in black, with a conical hat shielding her face and a sword in hand, the newcomer was petite, standing about 5'3", unmistakably a woman. However, the veil draping her hat obscured her features. Shen Hao stared in astonishment, realizing that this must be the legendary lightness of foot, akin to a specter. This only deepened his yearning for such abilities. The woman in black scrutinized Shen Hao and asked, "Did you pay 200 taels for her?" Shen Hao shook his head and replied, "Not for the moment. I will purchase it once safety is assured." The man in black let out a brief scoff, saying, "You are indeed cautious. Rest assured, you can proceed with the purchase. I share a bond with her as well, and there is no need to concern yourself with the guards." Song Yongzi, with a face full of worry, interjected, "You wouldn't harm them." "Indeed, a few avaricious guards can be dealt with," he retorted. "The foolish emperor can no longer control the court here. Far from the capital, you need not fret about any troubles. I still hold some influence in the Jinxiu division." Having said that, the man in black turned to Shen Hao and added, "Since she will be your maid from now on, treat her well. If you're unwilling, you may pay for her freedom. As for other concerns, you need not worry. Trust me, the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyan, is at odds with the foolish emperor, and Song Yongzi will not cause you any trouble. This is my way of repaying the favor I owe Song Yuan. He saved me, and now I save his daughter. If anyone seeks trouble, simply present this token." With that, the black-clad woman tossed Shen Hao a token inscribed with the words Jinxiu Division. Although unaware of the nature of this organization, Shen Hao resolved to spend his money. He handed over 200 taels of silver to her. The woman opened her purse, examined the coins, weighed them in her hand, and remarked with satisfaction, "Very well, the silver is of excellent quality and sufficient in quantity. You may rest assured to lay your father to rest without further concerns." Then, with a gentle touch of her toes, the woman leaped effortlessly onto the wall and vanished from sight. Shen Hao watched in awe. Now that was a true master. Holding the token inscribed with Jinxiu Division, he wondered what it truly represented. Since he had already spent the money, he decided to follow through and purchased a grave and coffin for the burial. Half an hour later, the coffin bearers arrived. Shen Hao said, "Let us first lay your father to rest." "Thank you, kind sir," Song Yongzi replied, as they dressed Song Yuan in the burial garments and placed him in the coffin. This deeply moved Song Yongzi. In this era, filial piety holds great significance. When a senior passes, being adorned in new burial clothes and laid to rest in a fine coffin brings peace in death and reflects the children's devotion. As they prepared to seal the coffin, Shen Hao asked, "Would you like to see your father one last time?" Tears welled in Song Yongzi's eyes as she leaned over the coffin, weeping uncontrollably, before fainting from overwhelming sorrow. She had been feverish for days and had scarcely eaten. Her grief proved too much to bear. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Hao discreetly placed Song Yuan's body into his space, eager to discern whether Song Yongzi and the woman in black had spoken the truth. After all, a corpse cannot lie. He then tossed in a stone of similar weight before sealing the coffin and securing it with wooden nails, burying it in the land he had purchased. Once all was completed, Shen Hao returned to his room to tend to Song Yongzi. He took her temperature, which read 39.1 degrees Celsius, lacking medicine in his space. He returned to the urban hotel, requesting fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication through a delivery service. Though not a physician, he possessed knowledge of basic ailments. At this moment, Shen Hao exhibited no urgency to return to the alternate realm. After all, time stood still, allowing him to remain undisturbed. Instead, he entered a space to absorb the memories of Song Yoli. Upon entering, a dense white mist enveloped the surroundings, rushing towards Shen Hao. In an instant, the recollections of Song Yoli flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. Song Yoli was a practitioner of ancestral medicine, belonging to the Yu generation of the Song lineage. The order of the Song family names followed the adage, Gong, Zhong, He, Xiao, Yu. For eternity, they shall prosper and flourish. However, in his generation, the lineage had become a direct line, with only 2 daughters born to him. His eldest daughter, Song Yongjin, had mysteriously vanished at the tender age of 6, presumably deceased. Thus, only the youngest daughter, Song Yongzi, remained. With the aid of ancestral medical knowledge and years of personal research, Song Yoli was renowned for his medical prowess. Even within the Imperial Medical Bureau, the troubles began when he was summoned to diagnose the Empress Dowager, who had been experiencing a loss of appetite and persistent nausea. Despite the attendance of 5 or 6 court physicians, all attributing her condition to fatigue and prescribing calming medications that yielded no results, it was only when Song Yoli was called upon that he discerned the underlying truth. The Empress Dowager was indeed pregnant. While it is undeniable that Song Yoli was a capable physician, he was not adept at navigating the complexities of court politics. The Empress Dowager, formerly the consort of the deceased Emperor Xian, had been a figure of significant influence. With the emperor's passing 2 years prior, the emergence of a pregnancy was highly questionable and hinted at scandalous implications. As a court physician, one must possess not only medical acumen but also an astute awareness of the dynamics within the imperial court and who holds power. While the other physicians had recognized the signs of pregnancy, they remained silent, whereas Song Yoli's forthrightness proved to be his undoing. The previous emperor had met his demise at the hands of the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, who misdiagnosed his condition. What was, in fact, a cold ailment was erroneously treated as a heat condition, leading to a worsening state with every administered remedy. The head of the bureau had escaped unscathed while being rewarded by the new emperor. At the age of 20, Yang Wenzan ascended to the throne, becoming the 10th emperor of the Deong dynasty, known as Emperor Wen. Shortly after his coronation, he exhibited signs of madness. During the mourning period for Emperor Xian, he lamented bitterly over the scars left by the emperor's staff, exclaiming that the emperor had died too late. Mere months into his reign, he began to execute those he deemed unworthy with reckless abandon. His uncle, Yang Wuxian, commanded significant military power, serving as a stabilizing force. However, Yang Wenzan felt compelled to eliminate any potential threats, including those sent by his father, Emperor Xian, to monitor him. In the second year of his reign, Yang Wenzan, in a fit of whimsy, took to favoring his father's women. Apart from his own mother, Sun Xiao, he claimed all the women from his father's harem, including his half-sister. The Empress Dowager Lu, the widow of Emperor Xian, was seized and found herself pregnant. Yang Wenzan even deemed one empress insufficient, subsequently crowning 5. Truly, he exemplified the traits of a foolish ruler. His indulgences within the harem were personal affairs, yet the potential for scandal posed a risk to imperial dignity. Other physicians feigned ignorance, but only Song Yoli spoke the truth. Consequently, this congratulatory remark turned into misfortune, leading to a raid on his household. In Shen Hao's eyes, Song Yoli deserved this fate. His demise was entirely justifiable and even implicated his family. As a physician, lacking depth and political acumen was bound to invite disaster. Those without the requisite capabilities should refrain from occupying positions of influence, for their incompetence could indeed lead to fatal consequences. The charge against him was the desecration of the Empress Dowager. Having absorbed all of Song Yoli's memories, Shen Hao gained a comprehensive understanding of the overarching situation within the Deong dynasty. He became acutely aware that this world indeed harbors formidable warriors. Body refining, acquired and innate talents, and true essence. The most formidable individuals in the Deong dynasty were those adept in true essence cultivation. The tyrant Yang Wenzan had murdered his own uncle, Yang Wuxian, a master of true essence who could soar through the skies and wield a sword against foes. Originally, Yang Wuxian was the pillar of the Deong dynasty, yet tragically, he was poisoned by his own nephew, ultimately strangled to death in a dungeon. One could only describe this as a lamentable fate. This world is vast. To the north of the Deong dynasty lies the northern wasteland, and to the south, the Daquan dynasty. These 3 contiguous kingdoms are mere vassals of the Tianwu dynasty, each obligated to pay tribute annually. Indeed, with the absorption of Song Yoli's memories, Shen Hao's understanding of the global landscape was markedly enhanced. However, he was disappointed to find that Song Yoli's corpse bore no memories of martial arts techniques. as he was merely a physician. Strangely, Shun Hao felt an urge to seek out the remains of Yang Wuxian. As a true essence master, Yang Wuxian surely possessed martial arts knowledge. Now that he understood the existence of such powerful figures in this world, Shun Hao's enthusiasm for martial arts intensified. He set a modest goal for himself, to attain the acquired realm. Chapter 15. The Sage of Traditional Medicine and Master Calligrapher. It must be said that the tyrant Yang Wenzan is truly a beast. Strangely, Shun Hao felt a twinge of envy. Typically, emperors tend to be tyrants, while wise rulers are exceptionally ruthless. With the acquisition of Song Yuli's memories, Shun Hao not only ascended to the status of a renowned physician, but also became adept in the art of calligraphy. From a young age, Song Yuli diligently studied medicine and honed his calligraphy skills, establishing himself as a scholar of considerable repute. Indeed, Song Yuli was a person of genuine talent. Lacking the ability to navigate the political arena, this allowed him to dedicate ample time and energy to the art of calligraphy and the study of medicine. His passion for these disciplines reached an almost obsessive level, rendering him unique in the eyes of others. With an eccentric personality that perhaps served as the foundation for his success. Regrettably, without the innate talent for originality, once he developed a distinctive style, he would have undoubtedly become a master of his craft. It is worth noting that throughout history, few calligraphers have managed to establish their own schools or create unique styles. Nevertheless, the combination of medicine and calligraphy has already brought Shun Hao great satisfaction. With his newfound skills in calligraphy, he began to explore online resources. Although he had previously recognized the prowess of calligraphers such as Wang Shiji, Yin Jinqing, Song Huizong, Yu Shinan, and Dong Qichong, he had not comprehended the extent of their brilliance. With the memories of Song Yuli, one can discern the subtle intricacies that reveal the true essence. The application of ink and the meticulous arrangement of lines are of great significance. Concurrently, Shun Hao has come to understand the identity of the woman in black. She has indeed spoken truthfully. Her name is Wenren Yi, an official of the Jingxiuzi, an organization akin to the Jinyui. Upon realizing this, Shun Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as it was evident that Song Yongzi would not pose any trouble for him. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had slipped away, and upon glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 3 in the morning. Shun Hao hurriedly took a brief rest. The following day, he drove back to the small county town early in the morning. In the provincial capital of Chang'an, a BMW 5 Series went unnoticed. But in a small county town with a population of merely a few 100,000, it was quite impressive. Upon returning to the county, the novelty of the luxury car wore off, and he found no inclination to indulge further. Shun Hao took a shower and ordered some takeout to satisfy his hunger, then resumed his training diligently. Thus, a week passed, and the medicinal bath he had purchased was finally completed. After performing a series of movements, his body resonated with a series of cracking sounds. His tendons and bones harmonized, achieving the pinnacle of strengthening bones and tendons. He had finally entered the later stage of body forging. The after effects brought by Song Yuli had finally dissipated, yet his physique still lagged behind. With a long exhale, Shun Hao felt a sense of relief. Now, he could focus on skin training. His current strength was nearly on par with that of the bandit Lu Dapio. Only the skin training remained. Shun Hao once again traversed to the other world. Observing Song Yongzi lying on the bed, he took her pulse and discovered she merely suffered from a cold, with no signs of infection. A dose of antipyretic would suffice. However, she was significantly depleted in both qi and blood, necessitating some restorative measures. After administering the antipyretic, Song Yongzi fell into a deep slumber. Thus, Shun Hao made another trip to the pharmacy in Yangwan town, purchasing 10 portions of medicinal baths, costing him 100 taels. These medicinal concoctions would enable Shun Hao to attain the consummation of body forging. Yet, the absence of subsequent cultivation methods left him pondering solutions. At that moment, Shun Hao noticed a notice affixed to a street post. It was a wanted poster seeking the bandit Lu Baoshan of Lu family stronghold. This individual was guilty of murdering officials escorting court convoys, a crime most heinous. Anyone with information could receive a reward of 50 taels of silver. Upon seeing this, Shun Hao felt a surge of joy. It was as if he had been offered a pillow while in need of rest. If the court were to eliminate Lu family stronghold, then the chief bandit Lu Baoshan would also meet his demise. According to Lu Dapio's memories, Lu Baoshan was a formidable expert at the 6th level of the acquired realm, undoubtedly possessing a lineage of cultivation techniques. Should he be slain and his body absorbed, acquiring the subsequent cultivation methods would become effortless. With this thought, Shun Hao's heart stirred. While others might be unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding Lu family stronghold, Shenhao, having absorbed Lu Dapio's memories, held a profound understanding of it. The bandit Lu Dapio, who had once ambushed him, was none other than Lu Baoshan's godson. Within his memories, the details of Lu family stronghold were vividly clear, including their hiding places, thoroughfares, and the number and armaments of its members. This information was sufficient for the court to seize Lu family stronghold. After slaying the officials escorting the condemned prisoner, it is evident that the focus lies on the officials escorting Song Yoli. Were they not slain by the men of Wenrenyi from the embroidery division? How then did the narrative shift to implicate the bandits of Lu family village? It appears that Wenrenyi has deftly shifted the blame onto Lu family village, leaving the bandits without a voice to defend themselves. Shenhao surmised that if blame was to be cast, Wenrenyi would undoubtedly resort to silencing any witnesses. This seemed the only plausible scenario. The intricate details of the affair were beyond Shenhao's knowledge and interest. His sole desire was to procure the body of Lu Baoshan. Each party sought their own gains, a symbiosis of mutual benefit. However, Shenhao was reluctant to present himself in this matter. Should anyone inquire how he possessed such intimate knowledge, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation. After some contemplation, he returned to his quarters and hastily sketched a map of Lu family village, detailing the personnel and their armaments. Seizing an opportunity when the coast was clear, he discarded the paper on the ground. Indeed, it was not long before someone picked it up and ventured into the county office to claim a reward. This entire affair held little interest for Shenhao, who retreated to his small courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Yongzi, having taken her medication and rested, had awakened. Her fever had subsided, and she appeared considerably more vigorous, though still somewhat frail. Upon seeing Shenhao enter, she hurried to rise and pay her respects, but he gently restrained her. "Focus on your recovery. We shall discuss matters later," he advised. Quickly shaking her head, Song Yongzi replied, "Master, I am now your servant. How can I allow you to bear these burdens?" Shenhao reassured her, "A moment's delay matters not. Rest easy." With that, he exited the room. As she gazed at Shenhao's upright silhouette, Song Yongzi felt a surge of gratitude. In her life, apart from her parents, he was the first man to treat her with such kindness, appearing like a celestial savior in her darkest hour. She had braced herself for the indignities of servitude, but never anticipated encountering someone like Shenhao. He did not regard her as a mere subordinate, treating her with respect, tending to her ailments. This was a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of servitude, and meeting Shenhao was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for her. In that moment, she felt he was the finest man in the world and silently vowed to remain loyal to him for all her days. Chapter 16. Master, how may I repay you? Returning to the world of reality after her meal, Shenhao brought with him a bowl of porridge, an egg, and an assortment of fruits, including bananas. He then made his way back to Yangwan Town. Although the urban realm lacked martial prowess, it overflowed with abundant resources akin to paradise for those from ancient times. Placing the food upon the table, he noticed Song Yongzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Understanding her predicament, he deduced she wished to relieve herself. She nodded, her face a deep crimson, even her ears blushing fervently. "Then take your time," he said, closing the door behind him as he stepped out, yet not straying far. After a few moments of silence, he re-entered the room. Upon the entrance of Shenhao, Song Yongzi felt an overwhelming sense of shame, burying her head beneath the covers. Unable to face him, despite being his maid, the situation still felt somewhat awkward. After finishing her porridge, the frail Song Yongzi once again drifted into a drowsy slumber. Though this time, a faint smile graced her lips, replacing her previous frown. She slept soundly for a full 16 hours, not awakening until 9 the following morning. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her cheeks, prompting her to stretch languidly. Her body felt rejuvenated, her fever having subsided. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her to panic and hastily rise. Meanwhile, Shenhao had also experienced his first night in this new world. While practicing martial arts, he noticed Song Yongzi rush out in a flurry. With a smile, he remarked, "You are awake." Song Yongzi quickly responded with respect, "I apologize, young master. I must have dozed off." Shenhao reassured her, "Do not dwell on such trivialities. How does your body feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "Much better, young master," she replied. "Since you are awake, let us prepare for a meal," Shenhao said. "Yes, young master, I shall attend to it right away." "No need. I have already prepared it. Just tidy the table," Shenhao instructed. Song Yongzi, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly began to clear the tableware. Naturally, cooking was not an option. The food had been brought from the real world. On the platter lay no extravagant dishes, merely a simple bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, accompanied by some fruit, eggs, and corn. Gazing at the array of fruits on the table, Song Yongzi was left speechless in astonishment. "What are these fruits, young master? I have never seen them before." Shen Hao replied, "This red one is called a strawberry. The yellow one is a banana, and this is corn." According to his recollection, while this world did have bananas, strawberries and corn were absent. "Enough staring, hurry and eat," he urged. At his words, Song Yongzi suppressed her shock. It was well known that bananas were a fruit exclusive to the Great Kuan nation, non-existent in the Great Yang Kingdom. Only the emperor and the nobility could afford such luxuries, given the high transportation costs of that era. During his tenure at the Imperial Medical Institute, Song Yuli had once been gifted a banana by Emperor Xian, which he had been reluctant to consume and brought back instead. The memory remained etched in Song Yongzi's mind. The rarity of bananas was not merely due to their scarcity, but rather the arduous transportation challenges. With treacherous roads and rampant banditry making travel slow and perilous, relying solely on horse-drawn carts. Thus, by the time the fruits arrived, they were often spoiled. Perhaps fruits themselves were not expensive, but the shipping fees were exorbitant. In Yangguan town, bananas were a true luxury, fetching prices that could amount to 10 taels of silver. And only a few could afford them. What astonished her further was the freshness of the bananas. Moreover, the table was adorned with an array of unfamiliar fruits, truly breathtaking. Even without having tasted them, their appearance suggested they were quite costly. In this world, while fruits were plentiful, they remained unattainable for the common folk. Predominantly due to the logistical difficulties, even when purchased, they were seldom fresh, leaving only one or two local varieties to consume. In the northern regions, the rarity of such fruits was self-evident. Song Yongzi could hardly fathom that Shen Hao had procured such valuable items. For a moment, she hesitated to partake in the meal. Certainly, Song Yongzi's behavior was incomprehensible to Shen Hao. Such things were rather commonplace in the real world, although he acknowledged their high value. Shen Hao felt it was utterly foolish for a person of his stature, worth millions, to be so miserly over a mere few coins when it came to his own people. "Enough of this. Let us eat quickly," he urged. "I have not always been so affluent. I am merely a servant now," Song Yongzi choked out. Gently patting her shoulder in consolation, he reassured her, "There is no need to dwell on it. It is only right that I treat you well, as you are mine. Do not weep and make a spectacle of yourself. The key is to nurture your health, for I still have cravings." Song Yongzi sniffled, "I am but your maid. Whatever you wish is only natural. Your kindness towards me surpasses even that of a princess." She declared that she would forever belong to Shen Hao, in life and in death, pleading with him not to abandon her, for without him, she truly did not know how to survive. Her gaze was resolute as she looked at Shen Hao, her tone sincere and earnest. Hearing her words lightened Shen Hao's heart, providing him with a delightful sense of relief. In contemporary society, such sentiments were rare. Regardless of how well one treated her, a certain distance must be maintained. "Enough chatter, the porridge will grow cold," he instructed. At the dining table, Song Yongzi consumed only porridge, refraining from touching the fruits, which she regarded as too precious to indulge in herself. She felt that it was only right for Shen Hao to enjoy them. Shen Hao had treated her well, and she must not become complacent. Corn and strawberries were unfamiliar to her. The sweetness in her mouth was delightful, but the sweetness in her heart was even greater. Occasionally, she would glance at Shen Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. After their meal, Shen Hao encouraged Song Yongzi to rest and recover, emphasizing the importance of recuperation when one is unwell. He then returned to the real world, indulging in medicinal baths, as many conveniences existed in contemporary society, including the ease of basic necessities. Having purchased 10 medicinal baths, Shen Hao luxuriated in them for a full month. The results were remarkable. He had successfully mastered the 12 forms of body forging, achieving a state of physical perfection. Now, Shen Hao brimmed with vitality and strength. According to Lu Dabiao's memories, at this stage, one could harness their abundant vitality to channel energy through the meridians, ultimately cultivating a pure yang energy within. This was the crux of the matter. If he could successfully gather this energy in his dantian, he would cultivate internal power. However, Shen Hao, while absorbing Lu Dabiao's memories, found himself at a loss. As Lu Dabiao had only reached the mid-stage of body forging and lacked the understanding to guide the flow of energy through the meridians. Clearly, he required guidance. Shenhao set his sights on Lu Baoshan as a potential mentor. Upon returning to Yangwan town, everything remained unchanged since his departure. Song Yongzi was still asleep. Shenhao ventured out to gather intelligence, eager to ascertain whether the authorities had taken any action. Meanwhile, the government received detailed information regarding the Lu family stronghold. Opting not to launch an immediate assault, but rather sending 2 scouts to verify the accuracy of the intelligence. Chapter 17. What is this, young master? As Shenhao strolled through the bustling streets, preparing to return home, he noticed a crowd gathered, engaged in spirited discussion. Driven by curiosity, he approached the throng. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were all engrossed in an announcement recently issued by the county office. The notice proclaimed a call for heroes, stating that the bandits of Lu family village were heinous criminals deserving of death, inviting all valiant souls to join forces in eradicating them. It offered a reward of 10 taels of silver for those who ventured to the mountain stronghold, and 100 taels for those who successfully vanquished an enemy. The bounty for the capture of the bandit leader, Lu Baoshan, was set at 500 taels. Surveying the surroundings, Shenhao observed that while many were eager to witness the spectacle, very few seemed inclined to enlist. The endeavor of confronting bandits required genuine skill, without the necessary prowess. One would likely face death. Contemplating the notice, Shenhao pondered for a moment and concluded that this undertaking was indeed feasible. His primary objective was to obtain the body of Lu Baoshan, which necessitated getting close to him. Moreover, it was clear that the authorities would be well prepared for the operation, likely enlisting formidable fighters akin to Lu Baoshan. The corpses of these adversaries could also serve as potential targets for Shenhao. Furthermore, should he encounter peril, he could retreat into his spatial refuge. After all, with the memories of Lu Dapio guiding him, Shenhao felt remarkably familiar with Lu family village, as if returning home. Besides Lu Baoshan, who was a formidable expert at the 6th level of postnatal training, there was also the 2nd-in-command at the 4th level and the 3rd-in-command at the 2nd level. The remainder of the bandits were merely at the body refining stage. As long as he avoided provoking these 3 leaders, the others would pose no challenge to him. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt confident in his plan. Having made his decision, Shenhao donned a sleek black outfit and proceeded to the county office to register. The clerk responsible for the records was taken aback by Shenhao's shaved head. Is the sun rising from the west? Even monks are signing up to hunt bandits now, he mused. Name? Wang Laoji, Shenhao replied, initially intending to use the name of his childhood friend, Wang Laosi, but altering it at the last moment. Very well. You shall depart for the bandit hunt tomorrow morning. Your compensation will be provided upon the completion of the task, the clerk stated, handing Shenhao a token. Taking the token, Shenhao turned and left. Upon returning home, he found Song Yongzi still asleep. In his spare time, he began to peruse the medical texts that Song Yongzi had gifted him. Previously disinterested and unable to comprehend them, he now found himself engrossed in the material, unable to put it down. As a man of the modern era, Shenhao preferred the straightforwardness of Western medicine, in contrast to traditional Chinese medicine, which was often costly. He noted that while many criticized TCM online, the reality was that consulting a proficient TCM practitioner could be quite expensive, with registration fees reaching into the hundreds and weekly prescriptions costing over 1,000. Now, Shenhao considered himself somewhat of a TCM expert, albeit lacking in practical experience. Later that evening, Song Yongzi awoke, her demeanor markedly improved. After washing her face and arranging her hair, her elegance was strikingly enhanced, resembling a pearl cleansed of dust. And Shenhao's eyes brightened at the sight. Despite wearing a coarse hemp garment, Song Yongzi's natural beauty was unmistakable. Her snow-white cheeks lent her an ethereal grace, accentuated by the gentle demeanor characteristic of Jiangnan women, and her eyes, soft and tender, exuded a charm unique to Eastern femininity. This exquisite, naturally alluring figure quickened Shenhao's heartbeat. However, her pallid complexion, reminiscent of unblemished paper, suggested a certain morbid beauty akin to Lin Daiyu. When she caught Shenhao's unwavering gaze, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, whispering, "Young master, it is quite late. You must be hungry. What would you like me to prepare for you?" Shenhao replied, "No need. Simply wash your hands, and we can dine." The truth was that the food she prepared was so unpalatable that he could hardly bear to eat it, leaving him with an unpleasant taste in his mouth. "Yes, young master," Song Yongzi responded shyly, nodding before turning to leave. Dinner was quite simple. A plate of stir-fried potato shreds with green peppers, congee, steamed buns, and a dish of cold cucumber salad alongside a bowl of pork rib soup. Of course, these were takeout meals Shun Hao had purchased from a restaurant. Upon observing the seemingly lavish spread laid before them, Song Yongzi was astonished. She had not witnessed Shen Hao cooking at all. "Why are you still standing there? Come. Sit down and eat," Shen Hao urged, noticing Song Yongzi's hesitation. "Young master, as a maid, how can I eat with you?" "Please, you eat first. I shall attend to you from the side," she replied with a gentle smile. "Enough of this. Just remember, when I say go east, you go east. Do as I say, or I shall be quite displeased," Shen Hao asserted. Upon hearing this, Song Yongzi dared not persist, fearing to incite his wrath. "Yes, young master," she replied in a soft voice. "That's more like it," he said, handing her a bun. "Eat up." Taking a deep breath, Song Yongzi felt a sweet thrill within her. She took a bite of the potato shreds, and the slight tang and crispness were utterly delightful. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "What kind of dish is this? It is so delicious." Her curiosity about Shun Hao grew, for both the fruits and dishes were entirely unfamiliar to her. Having grown up in the capital, Danyang, a bustling city in the south, Song Yongzi prided herself on her worldly experience. Yet, in Shen Hao's presence, she felt as insignificant as a frog at the bottom of a well, suddenly aware of her own limited exposure. Shen Hao smiled subtly, offering no explanation. "If you enjoy it, eat more. No need for further inquiries." The cultural heritage of Huaxia, spanning 5 millennia, encompasses not only written language, but also culinary traditions. Since ancient times, the customary greeting among Huaxia people has not been hello, but rather have you eaten? This inquiry reflects their understanding of hunger's true nature. Furthermore, the fruits and vegetables brought back from abroad by their ancestors were rigorously vetted, ensuring that only the most delectable were returned. After all, they adhered to stringent quality standards. The meal concluded with both master and servant feeling quite content. After dinner, Song Yongzi dutifully went to wash the dishes. Upon her return, Shun Hao was utterly exhausted and somewhat drowsy as he gazed at her. Standing still, Song Yongzi hesitated as Shun Hao inquired, "Are you planning to remain there?" Initially awaiting Shun Hao's instructions, as she was unfamiliar with the duties of a maid, Song Yongzi quickly replied, "Oh, young master, please wait a moment. I shall fetch some water." Shen Hao was taken aback. His intention had been to suggest she retire for the night, but she had misconstrued his words. Although Song Yongzi was purchased as a maid, adapting to the lifestyle of a nobleman required time. Just as a new vehicle requires a period of acclimatization, so too did she. After approximately half an hour, Song Yongzi approached with a basin, placing it beside Shen Hao. In a gentle tone, she offered, "Young master, you must be weary after a long day. May I wash your feet?" Shen Hao nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. The very purpose of acquiring a maid was to enjoy such services, not to treat her as a dependent. With tender care, Song Yongzi helped Shun Hao remove his shoes and then his socks, cautiously placing one of his feet into the warm water. "Young master, is the water too hot?" she inquired softly. "It is just right," he replied. With a sweet smile, Song Yongzi said, "That is wonderful. Please soak for a while. I shall massage your shoulders." Moving to stand behind him, her delicate hands began to knead his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, prompting Shen Hao to close his eyes in sheer delight. "In this wretched feudal society, I must critique you." As she continued the massage, Song Yongzi curiously asked, "Young master, how is the pressure?" "It is excellent. I am thoroughly enjoying it. Your technique is commendable," Shun Hao responded. Upon hearing this, Song Yongzi's cheeks flushed as she replied, "You flatter me, young master. I learned some acupressure and massage techniques from my father. I am glad you do not find them lacking." "I certainly do not. I find them quite splendid," he confirmed, relishing the moment. After 5 minutes, Song Yongzi began to gently massage his feet. Once the water began to cool, she dried his feet carefully. "Young master, please wait. I will prepare the bed," she said. "All right, go ahead," he replied. A few minutes later, her voice echoed from within the room. "Young master, you may retire now." As Shen Hao entered, he was momentarily taken aback to see Song Yongzi, her gaze evasive, lying beneath the covers. "What is this?" he asked. With earnestness, she replied, "Young master, I am your maid." For a moment, Shen Hao was at a loss for words. The burdens of feudal society were indeed heavy. Yet he found himself embracing tradition, something utterly absent in the modern world, a nostalgic reminiscence of history. Clearing his throat, Shen Hao said, "This seems inappropriate. Young master, the nights here can be rather chilly, and after washing your feet, you must not catch a cold. Please, come under the covers." she implored in a voice barely above a whisper. Had Shenhao not been attentive, he might have missed it entirely. With his body strengthened from nearly 2 months of medicinal baths, his vitality was formidable. Shenhao was not a particularly obedient man, nor was he one of great self-discipline. It was not that he could not withstand trials, but rather that they were exceedingly challenging. However, as soon as the tentacle made contact, the fervor diminished by half. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Perhaps it is best to postpone. Your constitution is rather frail, and with your impending menstruation, we can discuss this in a few days. Good things are worth waiting for." "My lord, my constitution is of little consequence," whispered Song Yongzi. "Ah, nonsense. This is simply unacceptable. Yet, there may be a way." Shenhao coughed lightly. "What method do you propose? Your massage technique was quite adept earlier. Perhaps we could explore another area?" "My lord, I am uncertain if that is appropriate." Indeed, he replied. Chapter 19. The Assault on Lu Family Stronghold. "My lord, I shall wash my face," she stated. "Very well. Go ahead." At this moment, the moon hung low over the willow treetops. The moonlight in this world shone as brightly as the moon Shenhao had gazed upon in his childhood, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Within the room, Shenhao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and in less than a minute, he succumbed to sleep. In Shenhao's embrace, Song Yongzi listened to his steady breathing, her heart inexplicably lightened with joy. An unprecedented sense of security surged within her. Though Shenhao was asleep, Song Yongzi quietly dressed and stepped outside. In this slumber, Shenhao rested comfortably, and Song Yongzi enjoyed an unusually peaceful sleep. The next morning, Shenhao arrived alone at the county office. At that moment, a crowd of nearly 100 had gathered at the entrance. Some wielded knives, others swords, and still others carried spiked clubs, all appearing quite formidable. Shenhao's arrival did not stir much commotion. Around 9 o'clock, over 300 soldiers clad in armor rushed in. Yangwan Town was a vital transportation hub, thus 3 patrol battalions were stationed there. Each battalion comprised 5 formations, each with a strength of 100 men, led by a chief patrol officer. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves approached. A lean man, around 40 years of age, rode in on horseback. Donned in armor and wielding a 9-ring saber, exuding an air of authority. Dismounting, he surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze before announcing, "I am Zhao Chuang, the chief patrol officer of Yangwan Town. The purpose of today's mission is to annihilate the Lu family stronghold. Since you have all joined the anti-bandit ranks, I must issue a stern warning. Should anyone retreat or spread rumors that undermine troop morale during the operation, they shall face execution without mercy. Do any of you dissent?" "None," came the scattered replies from the crowd. Zhao Chuang regarded them with little expectation, seeing them merely as a motley assembly. "Time is of the essence. We depart." With that command, Shenhao followed the troop as they marched towards the outskirts of the city. He bore a pained expression. For the Lu family stronghold lay nearly 20 kilometers away. Under the blazing sun, they walked for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, Shenhao had perfected his body conditioning. Otherwise, he might have been rendered utterly exhausted. This journey allowed Shenhao to validate his strength. Both his power and speed, as well as his endurance, had significantly improved. He felt confident that he could secure first place in a marathon now. Around 6 hours later, in the afternoon, the troop finally reached the foot of Lu family stronghold. Zhao Chuang commanded, "Rest in place. 3 hours hence, we shall advance upon Lu family village under the cover of night." The news of the extensive anti-bandit operation in Yangwan Town had reached Lu family village, and the inhabitants were well prepared. Lu Baoshan, the chief of the village, convened all members in the main hall to deliberate on how to respond to this impending assault. "What do you propose we do?" he inquired. The third chief, Chen Dao, suggested, "Let us descend the mountain and launch a surprise attack. Strike first to gain the upper hand." The second chief, Zhou Hailu, scoffed, "Foolishness. Our Lu family village numbers merely 80 souls. We scarcely possess sufficient weaponry to face the armored troops of the court. To strike first? Engaging regular forces on the plains is tantamount to courting death. A single charge would spell our doom." Chen Daha retorted with a cold snort. "Then what do you suggest?" Zhou Hailu replied, "We cannot afford a direct confrontation. If we can defend, we shall. If not, we must retreat at the earliest opportunity." Hearing this, Lu Baoshan observed the silence of the assembly and spoke. "Hailu's perspective has merit, yet we shall not flee. This is our stronghold, and we cannot afford to lose what we have painstakingly accumulated. Yangwan Town boasts only 3 patrol battalions, numbering around 100 men. Lu family village is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If we hold steadfast, what can they do? However, some murmured, "But chief, it is said that the one leading the troops is the chief inspector Zhao Chuang, a formidable opponent at the 8th level of innate ability, renowned for his 9-linked swords technique, which is both fierce and dynamic. Perhaps retreat would be wise." Lu Bashan responded with a huff. "I, Lu Bashan, am also at the 6th level of innate ability. Why should I fear his clear windsword technique?" His words silenced Zhou Hailu, who inwardly doubted Lu Bashan's prowess. Although the clear windsword technique was indeed formidable, Lu Bashan's skill was questionable. Zhao Chuang was a well-known master, having previously served in the Imperial Guard of the capital. As a close confidant of Emperor Xian, he had been demoted by the new Emperor Yang Wendi to this outpost, showcasing exceptional strength, unmatched at his level. Observing Lu Baoshan's nonchalance, Zhou Hailu sighed internally. Following a leader devoid of foresight often led to demise. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. Zhou Hailu may not possess many skills, but he excelled at fleeing swiftly. His lightness of foot ensured that no one below a higher realm could catch him. Others began to flatter Lu Baoshan as well. As Lu Baoshan issued his orders, the bandits of Lu family village prepared for battle. Shun Hao had initially intended to seize the opportunity of nightfall to escape, but alas, the surrounding soldiers were vigilant. With his speed, he knew he would not evade capture, especially having gone an entire day without sustenance, leaving him ravenous. He opted to return to the real world instead. Seated on his sofa, Shun Hao ordered a portion of braised chicken, cursing as he ate. "Damn it, they send us to hunt bandits without providing a meal, and they station soldiers to guard us. Are we mere cannon fodder? How naive they are." Shun Hao truly wished to give them a taste of their own medicine. Within minutes, the braised chicken arrived, a testament to the efficiency of delivery in a small county. Having satisfied his hunger, Shun Hao reclined on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin until he dozed off. Upon awakening, he found himself once more in the other world, invigorated and alert unlike his companions. Around 7 o'clock that evening, Zhao Chuang issued the order to attack. Upon hearing this, Shun Hao let out a cold snort and, taking advantage of the absence of others, concealed himself within the spatial realm. He had overestimated the loyalty of these individuals. However, within this space, he could only perceive the events occurring within a 1-meter radius. At that moment, Zhao Chuang commanded his men to conduct a head count. Upon discovering that one individual was missing, his brow furrowed in concern. Did anyone see someone escape? No. This missing person appeared to be an expert in lightness skills. For the time being, they decided to disregard him and proceed with the assault on Lu family village. Approximately half an hour later, Shun Hao sensed that the area was clear and emerged from his concealment. Nevertheless, he took a detour, ascending via a narrow path on the rear mountain. Shun Hao was exceedingly familiar with Lu family village. As he traversed partway, he heard the cacophony of battle cries. The village was engulfed in flames, indicating that the Imperial Army had received orders to set it ablaze. The spatial realm served as a transit station. Upon entering this realm from the real world did not come to a halt. Conversely, the alternate world remained still. Entering the spatial realm from the alternate world meant that the alternate world continued its course while the real world became static. Chapter 20. Obtaining the Secret Manual. Postnatal threefold. Following the narrow path, Shun Hao walked for approximately 10 minutes when he suddenly heard a surge of battle cries ahead. Alarmed, he quickly concealed himself in the shadows to observe. Utilizing the flickering light from the flames, Shun Hao discerned 2 combatants. One was a man in his 30s, known as Zhou Haihu, the second in command, renowned for his exceptional lightness skills, as per Lu Dabiao's memories. The other was a woman clad in black and wearing a conical hat, whom Shun Hao recognized all too well as Wen Renyi, the one who had claimed 200 taels of silver from him that day. Both individuals moved with remarkable speed, and only near the firelight could Shun Hao faintly glimpse their figures. Witnessing their agility evoked a sense of envy within him. At that moment, Shun Hao confirmed that this woman was indeed Wen Renyi. He had sketched this narrow path previously, indicating that the authorities were aware of its existence. It was evident that the chief patrol officer, Zhao Chuang, was making a grand display to distract the enemy, while Wen Renyi flanked them through the narrow path. The two were entangled in combat, and it was clear that Zhou Haihu was no match for Wen Renyi. He was consistently on the defensive. Although his lightness skill was superior, he could not escape her clutches. After roughly the duration of a tea break, Zhou Haihu's internal energy waned, and his speed gradually diminished. His expression fraught with anxiety. For once he slowed down, death would not be far behind. Indeed, within 10 exchanges, Zhou Haihu was pierced through the heart by a sword, meeting his demise. After dispatching the second-in-command, when Ren-Yi did not linger but swiftly made her way towards the mountain stronghold. At the moment she vanished from sight, Shen Hao chose to retreat into the spatial realm. Wary of the expert's capabilities, he dared not take any chances. Reflecting on how adept individuals in television dramas were at detecting their surroundings, he felt uncertain about whether he had revealed his presence. In any case, it was prudent to play it safe. As anticipated, shortly after Shen Hao concealed himself, when Ren-Yi circled back, pausing precisely where he had been hiding. Strange, she mused. I distinctly heard footsteps here just moments ago. How could they have vanished? Meanwhile, concealed within the spatial realm, Shen Hao sensed when Ren-Yi's presence and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his swift retreat. After searching for quite some time, when Ren-Yi was unable to locate anyone, a sense of vigilance crept into her heart. Her mission to eradicate the Liu family stronghold was twofold. First, to frame the Liu family for the assassination of Song Yoli, and second, to extract the elusive demon core from them. The reason she had invested so much effort into capturing Zhou Haihu was primarily due to the commotion she had heard in this vicinity. She had deliberately held back her full strength, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Had she unleashed her complete power, Zhou Haihu would have been dispatched with just a few strikes. When Ren-Yi scoured a 3-mile radius but found no trace of anyone, this individual possessed extraordinary lightness of foot. One could only wonder what their motives were. Was it also in pursuit of the demon core? After contemplating, she decided to abandon the search, moving quietly as her figure flickered among the trees, vanishing into the stronghold. After hiding in her space for approximately half an hour, she emerged, and upon ensuring the area was clear, she stealthily ascended the stronghold. Observing the lifeless body of the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, Shen Hao collected his remains into the space. At that very moment, the entire stronghold had succumbed to the combined assault of Ren-Yi and Zhao Chuang. Shen Hao pretended to follow along with the main force. Before long, dozens of bandits were bound, and the stronghold's leader, Liu Bashan, was also securely tied. However, when Ren-Yi was nowhere to be found, she departed quietly. Concealing her achievements and name, Zhao Chuang commanded his soldiers to strip the Liu family stronghold of all its provisions and treasures. One cannot deny that Liu Bashan had amassed considerable wealth over the years. The gold and silver alone amounted to over 30,000 taels, alongside substantial quantities of grain and medicinal herbs, as well as several respectable women. Zhao Chuang nodded in satisfaction. With these spoils, their journey had not been in vain. Once the plundering was complete, Zhao Chuang ordered, "Burn the entire stronghold," to which the captured Liu Baoshan protested. "I simply wish to know how you discovered that hidden path at the back of the mountain." Zhao Chuang snorted disdainfully. "Humph. A mere mountain bandit dares to defy the court? You shall soon meet your demise." Before long, Liu Baoshan was taken away by Ren-Yi. Gazing at the cloaked woman before him, Liu Baoshan asked, "Why do you seek to annihilate us completely?" When Ren-Yi replied, "Where's the demon core?" Liu Baoshan scoffed, "I know not. My Liu residence has been seized by Li Jikuan. You should direct your inquiries towards him." "I wonder how long you can maintain your defiance," she mused. Within 10 minutes of Liu Baoshan's arrival, he was already dead, his body bearing the marks of severe punishment. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Chuang immediately commanded, "Bring these bandits to justice." At his order, the soldiers wasted no time. Their long spears pierced the bodies of the bandits, who had no opportunity to plead for mercy. "You there, bury these corpses," commanded the others involved in the bandit suppression, who dared not speak out, obediently lifting the bodies. Shen Hao blended in with the crowd. United in purpose, they dug a large pit, tossing in one lifeless body after another, seizing the moment while others were distracted. Shen Hao discreetly included Liu Bashan's body among them. By the time they finished, dawn had arrived, and roosters began to crow. The assembled individuals were weary and famished. Yet Shen Hao remained invigorated. Zhao Chuang let out a cold snort and said, "After the task is completed, go down the mountain to collect your reward." With a wave of his hand, he led his soldiers away. Only then did the others begin to curse. "Damn it, not only do we not get a meal, but I'm also made to toil like a laborer. Truly a bunch of beasts. Those scoundrels struck by lightning. Humph, after a grueling day and night. I'm utterly exhausted. Who would want to be a dog in such matters again? I'm leaving now. I must hurry to claim my reward, or else these good-for-nothing officials might change their minds. Right, I'm going too. If we don't get the money, all this effort would be in vain." Observing the hurried figures of the crowd as they departed, Shen Hao remained unperturbed. He found a secluded spot, entered his space, and began to assess the fruits of this venture. At that moment, Within the space, the bodies of the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, and Lu Bashan had already been consumed, leaving behind a thick mist. Then, like a tidal wave, memories surged forth. First came those of Zhou Haihu, who had lived in the capital of the Daong dynasty since childhood. He was an unrepentant thief, engaging in petty theft and grave robbing. A couple of years prior, while plundering an ancient tomb, he had discovered a manual. The lightness of the swift shadow is a rare and superior lightness skill in the martial world. Those who possess this skill can leap into the air with a mere touch of their toes, soaring like smoke, covering vast distances with just a few jumps. In 2 years, Zhou Haihu had only grasped the basics, yet even so, he was remarkably formidable. Although lightness of the swift shadow was powerful, it required substantial inner strength, which Zhou Haihu lacked, preventing him from sustaining it for long. Due to his theft of a noble family's ancestral tomb, he was wanted and forced to hide here temporarily. After absorbing Zhou Haihu's memories, Shen Hao then delved into the recollections of Lu Bashan. To his surprise, Lu Bashan practiced a family heirloom technique known as clear wind sword play. This sword technique encompassed inner strength and movement skills, qualifying it as a second-tier martial art. Practitioners of this style executed their moves effortlessly, embodying grace and agility. With a total of 22 forms that increased in speed, Lu Bashan began his training at the age of 8, but due to his mediocre talent, he had only reached a minor level of proficiency in clear wind sword play. It paled in comparison to Zhou Haihu's lightness of the swift shadow. Even Shen Hao did not anticipate that Zhou Haihu possessed such a hidden treasure, having kept it concealed and never mentioned it before. Simultaneously, through Lu Bashan's memories, Shen Hao unearthed a piece of information. Lu Bashan's ancestors had a demon beast's inner elixir, located in the study of the Lu family ancestral home. It was intended for him to break through to the true origin stage, representing the most valuable treasure of the Lu lineage. Once he achieved this breakthrough, their fallen family could rise again. Unfortunately, Lu Bashan never reached the innate stage in his lifetime, lacking the requisite talent. In this world, breaking through to the true origin stage necessitated a demon beast's inner elixir. Moreover, not just any elixir would suffice. It had to be one from a beast of the same attribute, which was exceedingly rare. Among these clues, there were also legends that mentioned the mythical spirit elixir realm. The true origin stage could soar through the skies on a flying sword, while the spirit elixir realm could traverse the air freely, though the information was merely fragments. It was merely stated that this place was unsuitable for cultivation. The only realm conducive to such endeavors was the heavenly martial dynasty, where many practitioners of true essence resided. Shen Hao began to comprehend the distinction. This locale resembled an elementary school, while the heavenly martial dynasty epitomized a university. Simultaneously, he grasped the principles of channeling qi through acupoints to circulate through meridians, and how to perceive the pure yang energy within the human body. The sheer volume of knowledge overwhelmed Shen Hao, leaving him dizzy for an hour before he regained his composure. Shaking his head, he began to concentrate, holding his breath as he guided his blood and qi according to Lu Bashan's memories. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. He discovered that by employing the gentle breeze technique from Lu Bashan's recollections, he possessed an inner strength comparable to the third level of the postnatal realm. This power felt as though it originated from within him, responding effortlessly to his commands. Without pausing for thought, Shen Hao swiftly stabilized his mind and began to cultivate his inner strength. 1 hour later, Shen Hao awakened from his meditative state, feeling a surge of delight. The lives of the two individuals flashed before him like scenes from a film, leaving behind only their abilities and primary memories, which was quite remarkable. He had not anticipated that by absorbing the remains of Lu Bashan and Zhou Haihu, he would inherit both their memories and an additional reservoir of inner strength. This space functioned like a grand filter, purifying the inner energy to an extraordinary degree, akin to the fruits of Shen Hao's own years of arduous training. Now, Shen Hao's prowess had transcended the realm of physical refinement, elevating him to the status of a postnatal master, specifically a third-level adept. The purity of his inner strength rendered him unrivaled among those at the third tier. Moreover, he had also acquired the memories of both men, meaning Shen Hao had not only mastered Zhou Haihu's light crane shadow agility technique, but had also inherited Lu Bashan's internal cultivation methods and the gentle breeze sword technique. He had ascended to the rank of a postnatal expert. Notably, Lu Bashan had previously been a 6th-level postnatal master, and Shen Hao understood that this achievement was tantamount to surpassing the initial threshold. Zhou Haihu's light crane shadow was formidable even at its nascent stage. What might it become when fully realized? Even more astonishing was the revelation that Zhao Chuang, the chief patrol officer who had clashed with Lu Baoshan, was actually an 8th-level postnatal master, wielding a fierce and powerful sword technique that Lu Baoshan could not contend with. Yet, even Zhao Chuang at the 8th level showed deference to the cloaked woman, signifying her immense strength and status. Shen Hao decided to disregard these matters. They were of no concern to him. He had acquired what he sought. The demon core lay within the Lu family study, situated approximately 100 kilometers away in Yangling Prefecture. However, for the time being, Shen Hao was merely a trifling 3rd-level postnatal practitioner, and the core's effects on him were not particularly significant, so he felt no urgency to utilize it. Although Lu Baoshan's internal cultivation methods within the Gentle Breeze sword technique were of second-rate quality, the existence of this space functioned as an unparalleled tool for absorption, safe and devoid of toxicity. This realization left Shen Hao feeling quite satisfied. Previously, he had believed that the space only echoed the memories of the deceased, a notion that, in itself, was already remarkable. To his astonishment, as the corpses grew increasingly formidable, they surprisingly bestowed upon Shen Hao pure internal energy. Having absorbed all memories, Shen Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. Eagerly, he unleashed the Light Swan Shadow, achieving remarkable speed, covering 100 meters in mere flashes. Amidst his joy, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ha ha, I am undoubtedly the best delivery man now. After indulging in a moment of self-amusement, Shen Hao's spirit soared. Initially contemplating disposing of all the corpses, he recalled that they were merely ordinary beings of no significant value, rendering that effort futile. In this realm, the 3rd level of postnatal mastery was of little consequence, yet in the real world, it equated to an invincible force akin to nuclear weaponry. Naturally, while it could withstand bullets and artillery, one must first be able to deliver those strikes. Not to mention, even a skilled marksman would require hundreds of armed police to contend with. Shen Hao recalled a tale of a soldier-turned-traitor, besieged by over 6,000 military police. Yet he managed to retaliate fiercely. Having absorbed Lu Baoshan's memories, Shen Hao had also acquired some knowledge of acupuncture points, finally shedding his previous weakness. Growing up watching martial arts dramas, he had always yearned for the enchanting world of martial arts. Consequently, in his elation, he practiced the Qing Feng sword technique. Once more, lacking a sword, he resorted to a twig as a substitute. After demonstrating the technique, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It seemed he needed to acquire a proper sword. According to his memories, the forging techniques of this world were undoubtedly inferior to those of the real world. Both in appearance and quality, they fell short. Thus, Shen Hao returned to reality, promptly opening his phone to search for swords. In the real world, he had heard that the most renowned sword was the Longquan sword. Since ancient times, swords had been considered auspicious items for warding off evil and enhancing vitality, traditionally displayed only in palaces and noble residences. To this day, they remain esteemed collectibles, consistently appreciating in value. As he browsed, he found the Longquan sword to be quite appealing. The more he looked, the more he admired it. However, the prices varied greatly, from high-end to low-end, and even a sword priced over 200 would be considered a fine sword in another realm. Shen Hao focused on the high-end Longquan swords, priced above 3,000. The quality of a good sword primarily hinges on 2 factors, the materials used and the craftsmanship. The latter is greatly influenced by the artisan's mentality. Fine work requires patience and dedication. As the saying goes, a sword is polished over 10 years. After a prolonged selection process, Shen Hao settled on a stunning sword priced at 8888. However, upon inquiry, he learned that this sword was not sharpened. The merchant informed him that once sharpened, it could not be shipped, as such weapons would be classified as controlled knives. Engaging in the sale of controlled knives is illegal, and violators face confiscation and fines. In severe cases, even criminal detention might ensue. Not only would the buyer face legal repercussions, but the seller would also share in the misfortune. Among the options available were high-carbon steel swords and meteorite steel swords, the latter being significantly more expensive, priced at 30,000. Pure meteorite steel? Shen Hao couldn't resist asking, intrigued. The merchant clarified that it was not, but rather scraps of meteorite steel, once rare but now abundant, especially in Xinjiang. The sword is forged from meteorite iron combined with steel, resulting in exceptional blade quality and strength. When comparing a sword crafted through the process of melting with one created through cutting and polishing, the former exhibits a slight superiority. The sword priced at 31,000 has undergone a meticulous process of 16,000 layers of folding and forging, followed by superior grinding, yet remains unsharpened. Shen Hao felt a surge of excitement as he nodded, saying, "Please send me an address. I shall personally come to see it. If I like it, I will purchase too." At present, Shen Hao was not lacking in funds. If he desired something, he would acquire it, regardless of whether it was meteorite iron, high carbon steel, or high manganese steel. His principle was simply to follow his preferences. Without further ado, he booked a flight. The next day, the shopkeeper was taken aback to find Shen Hao had indeed arrived. Without wasting time, he led Shen Hao directly into his smithy. "Mr. Shen, this sword is forged from meteorite iron through heat melting. These blades are made from tin steel, a carbon tool steel with a carbon content of 1, classifying it as high carbon steel." As Shen Hao listened to the proprietor's introduction, he examined the swords. "These two are the most expensive in my collection, the Tycoon sword and the Qinglian sword, both priced at 31,000 and identical in size, with an overall length of 102 centimeters. A blade length of 71 centimeters, a thickness of 0.5 centimeters, and weighing 3 jin." Shen Hao unsheathed the Qinglian sword, feeling its exquisite balance in his hand. He effortlessly executed a flourish, his movements graceful and impressive. The shopkeeper watched in awe, raising his thumb in admiration, "A master indeed. I didn't realize you were a martial arts expert, Mr. Shen. You must have graduated from a martial arts academy." Shen Hao chose not to elaborate, but was instead drawn to another sword, its hilt gleaming gold and its scabbard adorned with numerous gemstones, strikingly beautiful. The shopkeeper smiled. "This sword is called the Shifeng, priced at 12,000. Can it be sharpened?" Shen Hao inquired. The shopkeeper shook his head. "That would be illegal, and besides, how would you carry such a sword?" Shen Hao declared, "I will take all three, the Tycoon sword, the Qinglian sword, and the Shifeng sword." The shopkeeper's expression brightened. "That is certainly possible, but be aware that your swords will be confiscated. Do not blame me. Typically, if swords are confiscated, no one would pursue the matter of sharpening them, and the two would not be in the same province." Chapter 22, Paying Respects to Father Song. Shen Hao chuckled. "Do you think I would fear being apprehended for spending tens of thousands on 3 swords for enjoyment?" The shopkeeper paused, then raised his thumb in acknowledgement. "I see now. You must have connections. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via QR code? Let us use the QR code." Ding. The sound of WeChat receiving 720,000 yuan was music to the shopkeeper's ears, filling him with delight. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Shen, please follow me. I will personally sharpen your swords." Under the shopkeeper's guidance, Shen Hao entered the workshop in the warehouse. The shopkeeper wasted no words and meticulously began sharpening the blades. Given the considerable value of the 3 swords, he was particularly attentive, taking a full 3 hours to complete the task. Although he emerged drenched in sweat, his heart was filled with immense joy. Having secured a profitable transaction, the 3 swords, the Tycoon sword, the Qinglian sword, and the Shifeng sword, were elegantly packed in exquisite boxes and handed to Shen Hao. As he prepared to leave, the shopkeeper earnestly cautioned, "Mr. Shen, please avoid public transportation. You will certainly be checked at security. It is best to drive or take a taxi." Shen Hao remarked, "Thank you for the reminder, boss. I understand. In any case, I do not acknowledge the matter of Mr. Shen drawing his sword upon exiting. Rest assured, I will not implicate you." After leaving the factory, Shen Hao sought a secluded spot and cast 3 swords into the void. Overall, this shopping experience was quite satisfactory. After spending a night at the hotel, Shen Hao boarded a flight back home. Upon his return, he noticed a layer of dust on the floor and furniture. Thus, he called for a cleaning service, spending 200 yuan to have the entire place tidied up. Gazing at his refreshed home, Shen Hao felt a surge of contentment. After a night's rest, he returned to Yangwan town the next day after having breakfast. This time, he possessed an additional Qinglian sword. With the sword in hand, he could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately executed the Qingfeng sword technique, which comprised a total of 22 forms, each flowing seamlessly into the next. Perhaps he could not rival the chief patrol officer Zhao Chuang, nor could he compare with the woman in black, yet Shen Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With such prowess, he could sweep through the mundane world effortlessly. Of course, Shen Hao would not be foolish enough to challenge the state or assume the role of a righteous judge, no matter how capable he became. Confronting the machinery of the state would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. After performing a series of sword moves, a light sheen of sweat formed on his brow, and his spirit soared. From this day forth, he considered himself a swordsman. As he walked, he could not help but admire the Qinglian sword in his hand, growing fonder of it with each glance. What man does not appreciate a sword? In his youth, even finding a straight wooden stick on the road could bring him joy for an entire day, let alone a sword. On his return journey, Shen Hao employed the lightness technique, Qinghong Juiying. Although he remembered that Zhou Hailu had already made some progress, practice was essential. Remarkably, even though Shen Hao was merely at the third level of postnatal cultivation, the purity of his internal energy surpassed that of Zhou Hailu and Lu Baoshan. Executing Qinghong Juiying felt more fluid and natural than it did for Zhou Hailu. How incredibly impressive! His movements were as graceful as flowing clouds and water. His heart as serene as the full moon, his demeanor calm yet agile. The fleeting beauty of that moment was the eternal essence of the universe. He recalled a white jade beauty sculpted by a masterful hand, a vision he could not help but long for. Tonight, as the moon rises, I shall come to you. My elegant presence will not disappoint. Strangely, Shen Hao thought of Chu Liuxiang. He considered himself somewhat of a thief. Perhaps learning from Chu Liuxiang would not be amiss. Due to the considerable energy expenditure of Qinghong Juiying, after traveling a few kilometers, his internal energy dwindled significantly, prompting him to switch to the lightness technique inherent in the Qifeng sword technique, Qifeng Taizong, which, while slower, consumed far less energy. According to Shen Hao's estimation, mastering Qinghong Juiying would require at least innate level cultivation, making it rather challenging for those at the postnatal stage. With sufficient internal energy, his speed was remarkably swift, reducing a journey that would typically take 5 to 6 hours to less than 30 minutes, landing him in Yangguan town. Upon returning home, the moment Song Yongxi laid eyes on Shen Hao, she embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "My lord, are you all right? I heard things are quite chaotic outside." Shen Hao offered a reassuring glance and replied, "Do not worry, I am unharmed. I was merely out to quell the bandits." Song Yongxi hastily wiped away her tears and inquired, "My lord, you haven't sustained any injuries, have you? You must avoid such dangers in the future. Rest assured, my skills are profound. Mere petty thieves are no match for me," Shen Hao assured her. "Do not jest, my lord, my heart races with worry." He then gently touched Song Yongxi's forehead and, finding no fever, chuckled, "See, I have returned safely. I shall not take unnecessary risks henceforth. My lord, these are perilous times. Caution is advisable. Are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you." Shen Hao shook his head, "Not for the moment. I brought you some restorative medicine. Please take it." Shen Hao's subtle concern moved Song Yongxi deeply. "You are truly kind, my lord. I must have accumulated immense virtue in my past life to earn the chance to serve you." Flattered, Shen Hao felt a surge of joy and could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek, saying, "Your words are increasingly sweet, worthy of commendation. That is solely due to being with you, my lord." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed without Shen Hao venturing outside. He remained at home, practicing swordplay and lightness techniques, becoming well acquainted with his abilities. After 5 days, he had finally mastered them. Meanwhile, after 5 days of serene recuperation, Song Yongxi had fully regained her health. Shen Hao was astonished to discover that she had become exceptionally beautiful after her recovery, especially with the charm of a Jiangnan woman. Combined with her classical elegance, she was a true treasure in his eyes. At this moment, Song Yongxi displayed her most exquisite self before Shen Hao. Her cheeks, once pallid with illness, now glowed with a rosy hue, and her features were strikingly beautiful, captivating in every glance. Dressed in a light blue gown, she appeared increasingly ethereal and radiant. When alone, she exuded tranquility, but when her enchanting gaze met Shen Hao's, it sparkled like autumn waters. Her lips perpetually curved into a smile. Today, Shen Hao accompanied Song Yongxi to visit her father, Song Yoli, thus marking the end of the mourning period. Upon returning home, he noticed her mood was quite somber. Approaching her, he gently took her hand, which felt icy cold. "Yongxi, do not be sorrowful. Death is irreversible. We must look forward. Your parents would surely wish for your happiness." "My lord, I understand, but I cannot help it. I will never have family again." Song Yongxi wept bitterly. Shen Hao softly wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling her delicate form, and reassured her, "Fear not. As long as you are with me, you will never be lonely." "Indeed, being your maid is a blessing I must have earned in a past life," Song Yongxi choked out softly. With a playful smirk, Shen Hao quipped, "Then be sure to serve me well." "Of course, my lord." After the memorial, Shen Hao took Song Yongxi back to Yangguan town. Throughout the journey, her spirits remained low, for she realized her future would be one of solitude. Upon returning to the courtyard, she quickly assumed her role as a maid, beginning to prepare meals. Though somewhat unsatisfactory, there has been a gradual improvement. One cannot demand too much. Chapter 23. The silent laughter of humanity. In the following days, Shunhao remained largely indoors. Since acquiring the space, he had been traversing between two worlds, yet he had not savored the joys of a life that belonged solely to him. How could this be rectified? In the realm of reality, the only instance of indulgence he had experienced was during a trip to Chang'an. As for Yangwan Town, he had yet to explore its offerings. After finishing his meal that afternoon, Shinhao instructed Song Yongzi to stay at home and ventured out alone into the bustling streets. His destination was clear, the most vibrant street of Yangwan Town, the Foaming Street. Spotting a rotund gentleman clad in splendid attire and wielding a folding fan, Shinhao approached him and inquired, "Good sir, might you direct me to the brothel? I wish to learn a thing or two." "Ah, you possess discerning eyes. You have indeed asked the right person. The brothels in our Yangwan Town are all located on Foaming Street, a veritable paradise that captivates the heart," replied the portly man with a smug expression. "Foaming Street? A delightful name," Shinhao exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. "I too wish to visit Foaming Street. Would you care to accompany me?" The gentleman, exuding an air of familiarity, replied, "I would be delighted to." "Ah, such elegant pursuits are best enjoyed in company," he remarked, extending his hand towards Shinhao, who deftly evaded the gesture. What was the significance of two men engaging in such playful antics? As they walked, the gentleman introduced himself. "I am Lai Yuejing, and my sole passion is to wander Foaming Street." "Is that so? What a splendid name." Shinhao nearly burst into laughter, but fortunately, he maintained his composure. Lai Yuejing cast a disdainful glance at Shinhao, remarking, "With your hair cropped so closely, it is no wonder you would proclaim such a name twice in a mere few steps. The lack of culture is indeed alarming. Today, I shall enlighten you, country bumpkin, on what true elegance entails. We are headed to the Yihong Pavilion." "What is so remarkable about the Yihong Pavilion?" Shinhao asked. "Allow me to inform you. The Yihong Pavilion is the finest brothel in Yangwan Town, where beauties abound, each more exquisite than the last, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, possessing wealth alone is insufficient. If the courtesans do not take a liking to you, they shall not acquiesce," Lai Yuejing explained, his pride evident. "Is that all?" Shinhao expressed his bewilderment. "Is this not a refined establishment? Do you think the courtesans of the Yihong Pavilion are mere common harlots peddling their flesh?" "They are skilled practitioners of their craft," Lai Yuejing declared, brimming with arrogance. "Yet, this is merely a fade," Shinhao countered. Lai Yuejing, momentarily at a loss for a retort, exclaimed, "You are truly insufferably mundane." As they continued, Lai Yuejing, still aggrieved, shot a glance back at Shinhao and said, "Country bumpkin, do hurry. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. Your expenses tonight will be on my account, so you may learn what true elegance is." Observing Lai Yuejing's indignant demeanor, Shinhao expressed admiration. "I am most grateful, esteemed Yuejing. To have the opportunity to learn from such a refined gentleman as yourself is a stroke of fortune for this humble bumpkin. I believe that under the influence of brother menstruation, even the rustic will attain elegance." This flattery struck a chord with Lai Yuejing, who immediately wore a satisfied smile and cheerfully urged, "You know how to behave. Hurry along and secure a good seat." Before long, Shinhao followed Lai Yuejing to Foaming Street. As dusk approached, the sun had just begun to set, while other streets saw a gradual decline in foot traffic. Foaming Street remained lively and vibrant, illuminated by a dazzling array of lights. Numerous courtesans stood at the entrances of brothels, beckoning to passers-by with silk handkerchiefs. "Come play, gentlemen. We have fresh young maidens, so tender and inviting. Dear sirs, step right in. We have the finest women from Beiwang, absolutely enticing." Lai Yuejing scoffed. "Those women reek of sheep. They're only good for fooling newcomers." Shinhao, filled with admiration, replied, "Thanks to brother menstruation, I would have otherwise squandered a fortune." Pleased, Lai Yuejing patted Shinhao on the shoulder, for such insights stemmed from the pitfalls he had previously encountered. Under Lai Yuejing's guidance, Shinhao arrived at Yihong Pavilion. Unlike other brothels, where courtesans solicited guests, Yihong Pavilion had only a few attendants standing at the entrance. "Do you see? This is high-end," Lai Yuejing declared proudly. "Ah, indeed. A teachable child. Come, today I shall treat you." Upon entering Yihong Pavilion, each patron was charged 2 taels of silver. Before them stood a grand stage where several songstresses danced. Though the clientele was sparse, they were all affluent, dressed in luxurious attire. Lai Yuejing led Shinhao directly to a private box on the 2nd floor. Gazing down at the patrons, he said, "This is the most exquisite spot. The minimum spend is 20 taels." Shinhao looked around in confusion and asked, "What makes this different?" You'll understand shortly, Lai Yuejing replied mysteriously, his face brimming with anticipation. Much like a schoolboy awaiting praise for a perfect score. Around 8 o'clock, while Shenhao still appeared puzzled, a maiden clad in white, holding a white silk ribbon, gracefully descended from the air, shifting her poses in a captivating manner. Following her, several other women performed similarly, some playing the pipa, others singing, all veiled and enigmatic. One woman began to sing, golden inlay with white jade, red beak, green parrot, 2 petals of lotus, 3 inches of stem, embracing the waist, resting on the shoulder. The back pressed close, hands brushing lightly. Oh, my brother. Disheveled hair, alas, too frivolous. Unfortunately, Shenhao felt no stirrings. The visual impact was insufficient. He found it far less impressive than the vibrant displays on social media, where individuals clad in yoga pants and shark shorts showcased their flexibility, cycling, or practicing yoga. If one were to open a brothel here, with women adorned in stockings, ultra-short skirts, and lace-trimmed thongs, accompanied by a pole dance, would that not utterly captivate someone like Brother Menstruation? Contemplating this, Shenhao mused that there might be considerable profit in selling stockings. As he glanced at Lai Yuejing beside him, the latter proudly waved a folding fan, occasionally tilting his head toward Shenhao, asking, "Isn't it elegant? Is this what you call elegance?" A dismissive chuckle escaped my lips. The mockery from a rustic individual was enough to ignite Lai Yuejing's ire. Irritated, he inquired, "What is the reason for your laughter?" Shenhao replied, "It appears that in moments of speechlessness, one truly does find a reason to smile." Lai Yuejing frowned, saying, "Are you implying it lacks sophistication?" If you have long admired a certain renowned courtesan, mere wealth will not suffice. There are countless local tycoons, and in the eyes of a worldly woman, they hold little allure. Only those endowed with talent and a sense of romance have the chance to capture her interest and ascend to her chambers for a fleeting evening of passion. Shenhao remarked, "You are correct, my friend. This place is indeed too refined for a commoner like me to appreciate." In Shenhao's view, what were courtesans? They were companions for men in need, a carefully packaged embodiment of virtue, mere playthings to be entertained with a few coins. Lai Yuejing, dissatisfied, declared, "If you cannot appreciate it, then let us drink. The lovers of Yihong Pavilion are renowned for their intoxicating allure." With that, he poured a drink for Shenhao. Observing the murky liquid with sediment, Shenhao questioned, "Is this truly what you call wine?" What a disappointment. Lai Yuejing, reveling in his pride, boasted, "Surely, you have never tasted such exquisite wine before." Shenhao nodded, conceding, "Indeed, you are right, my friend. Since you have invited me to indulge in the company of courtesans, allow me to treat you to some fine liquor." With that, Shenhao retrieved a bottle of white wine from his belongings. This particular beverage, typically served during weddings in the north, cost around 30 to 40 yuan per bottle. Having been neglected in the corner since his last visit to the supermarket, it was fortuitous that it could now serve to entertain Lai Yuejing. The bottle, shaped like a gourd, was crafted from bright red porcelain. Shenhao poured out the contents of Lai Yuejing's cup, causing him to wince in regret. Before he could voice his discontent, a rich aroma of wine enveloped the air. Lai Yuejing's spirits lifted as he beheld the radiant red gourd in Shenhao's hands, shimmering in the candlelight, a true treasure of considerable worth. When he observed the liquid flowing from the vessel, crystal clear and fragrant, he was rendered speechless. "Please," he stammered, as he gingerly accepted the cup. Marveling at the pristine liquid within, his heart racing. He had encountered such clarity in wine only with tribute wines, each valued at 100 gold pieces. Virtually non-existent in the market, and lacking the robust aroma of this one. Cautiously taking a sip, he was struck by a sharpness that initially unsettled him, followed by a warm sensation radiating through his belly. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had only ever tasted mild wines before, and this intensity was an unprecedented experience, an experience worth its weight in gold. "This is splendid. The richness of this wine is truly divine. This is what one would call an ethereal brew. Even the imperial wine of the heavenly martial dynasty pales in comparison." After speaking, Lai Yuejing gazed fervently at the white liquor in Shenhao's hand, exclaiming in excitement, "This is indeed an exquisite brew." However, he soon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been mocking Shenhao as a rustic bumpkin, only to realize that the real fool was himself. He was the true bumpkin. With such a heavenly elixir in Shenhao's possession, how could he possibly be inexperienced? "Dare I inquire your esteemed name, young master?" Lai Yuejing rubbed his hands together, his expression filled with anticipation as he regarded Shenhao. At this moment, he finally saw Shenhao as his equal. perhaps even a gentleman of a higher caliber. Shen Hao, young Master Shun, would you be willing to part with this wine? I am prepared to offer a generous price for it. Shen Hao replied, Oh, my dear Yue Jing, what price do you have in mind? After a moment's hesitation, Lai Yue Jing proposed 1,000 taels of gold, along with the renowned courtesan Ji Donga from the Yihong Pavilion. However, you must also sell me this exquisite bottle. Such fine porcelain is truly rare. With that, Lai Yue Jing carefully observed Shen Hao's demeanor, fearful that he might decline. This wine alone was of considerable value. And the gourd was exceptional. Its vibrant color and luster were extraordinary. What a treasure this bottle was. If gifted to a prominent figure in the capital, would it not elevate him to great heights? He had long sought the perfect gift, and now it had presented itself. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As a businessman, he could easily calculate the worth of such an offer. Shen Hao found the price quite satisfactory. 1,000 taels of gold was roughly equivalent to 100 jin, or about 50,000 grams, even at a minimum recovery price of 460 per gram. And accounting for potential purity issues, it could still fetch 2 million, a lucrative deal indeed. Moreover, there was the courtesan. Though he had never seen her, she could not be lacking in beauty. According to the consumption standards of the Yihong Pavilion, she would likely be worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Shen Hao inquired, Yue Jing, did you not just say that even with money, the courtesans here might not entertain clients? How then could you offer one as a gift? Lai Yue Jing chuckled, that applies to others. If it is for young Master Shen, it is entirely different. It would be their fortune. This piqued Shen Hao's curiosity. Perhaps this rustic fellow had a more significant background than he appeared. If that were the case, Shen Hao would be inclined to sell the bottle to him, hoping to forge a connection. Oh, Yue Jing, I am quite curious about the reasoning behind this. Please, do enlighten me. With a self-satisfied grin, Lai Yue Jing replied, Haha. To be candid, the Yihong Pavilion is my own establishment. So, this rascal was waiting for me all along? Shen Hao had long wondered if this rustic fellow harbored any ulterior motives. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. And he could hardly believe his charm was so overwhelming that someone would willingly spend such a hefty sum to treat him to a night of revelry. It dawned on him that perhaps this fellow was merely a con artist, leading him into a trap, only to expect him to foot the bill after the revelry concluded. Goodness, in the real world, at least a con artist would be a woman, yet here was this burly man acting as one. What a repugnant notion. However, this notion was merely a product of Shen Hao's overthinking. Lai Yue Jing genuinely intended to treat him to a floral banquet, albeit in the confines of his own residence. Lai Yue Jing harbored no ulterior motives. He took pride in the brothel he operated. Shen Hao, adorned in resplendent attire, was tall and handsome, with fair skin and an admirable demeanor, clearly not a product of a typical affluent household. Lai Yue Jing mused that if one were to look down upon him, he would simply showcase what true elegance entailed. Surely, one would come to appreciate his merits. The operational model of Yihong Pavilion had always been a source of pride for Lai Yue Jing, and he would not tolerate any disparagement. However, the moment Shen Hao produced a bottle of fine liquor, Lai Yue Jing was instantly awakened to reality. Goodness, it appeared he was about to be caught off guard today. Lai Yue Jing was no fool. The fact that Shen Hao could present such a high-caliber celestial brew, housed in exquisite porcelain, indicated he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Shen Hao's nonchalant invitation to share the drink only underscored his noble lineage. This was the demeanor befitting a scion of a grand family. Thus, Lai Yue Jing resolved to engage in a fair exchange, hoping to cultivate a beneficial relationship with Shen Hao. Besides, rarity enhances value. Lai Yue Jing had certainly never encountered porcelain more splendid than this bottle. Coupled with the pure, crystalline liquor that exuded a rich aroma, it was undeniably a celestial brew. If this were placed in the capital of the Tianwu Empire, it would fetch an astronomical price, potentially selling for tens of thousands of taels of gold. And Lai Yue Jing would not doubt it. In that moment, Lai Yue Jing's face flushed slightly, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Yet, he felt a twinge of pride, secretly reveling in the prospect of befriending a significant figure. If Shen Hao were privy to Lai Yue Jing's fanciful speculations, he would surely deliver a resounding slap to the latter's face. Ah, so that is how you perceive it, Lai Yue Jing thought smugly. I am indeed the legitimate heir of a prominent family. Of course, neither party was aware of the other's thoughts. Shen Hao maintained an impassive facade, remarking, since Brother Yue Jing desires this bottle of liquor, a discussion can certainly be entertained. However, if the courtesan is unappealing, I shall lose interest. If I find her lacking, it would be wiser to settle for 1,000 taels of gold instead. Lai Yuejing, shedding his previous innocence, responded with fervor in his eyes, "Rest assured, young Master Shen. You shall be satisfied." With a snap of his fingers, a maid approached. "Go summon Ji Donga." Swiftly, under the maid's guidance, a young lady clad in a purple dress and veiled approached gracefully. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, akin to a recent high school graduate in the real world. To Shenhao's astonishment, the young lady cradled a white kitten, gently stroking its head as she walked. The kitten, basking in her affection, seemed utterly content. As she drew nearer, Shenhao was taken aback to see that the kitten was rather plump and, notably, a one-eyed creature. Its left eye was tightly shut, marred by a prominent scar, as if it had suffered a severe blow. Lai Yuejing greeted with a smile. "Young Master Shen, this is our star courtesan, Ji Donga. Come, unveil your face so that young Master Shen may behold your beauty." Ji Donga, with her bright eyes, glanced at Shenhao, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and removed her veil. As she did so, Shenhao could not help but admire her beauty inwardly. With a standard goose egg-shaped face and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that exude an enigmatic calmness, she possesses a rarity for her age. Her profile, in contrast to her frontal view, conveys a gentle allure, yet her side view is sharp and striking, imbued with a sense of both nobility and ethereal charm. This grants her a beauty that is refreshingly unique. Her looks are comparable to Song Yongzi's, though their temperaments diverge. Song Yongzi embodies a softness akin to water, whereas Ji Donga exudes an air of aloof elegance. Noticing that Shenhao remained silent, Lai Yuejing hastily stated, "This Donga is whom I intend to send to the grand capital of Dayangjing to participate in the quinquennial courtesan competition. It is only upon encountering young Master Shen that I am willing to part with her." This assertion was not mere fanciful talk. Ji Donga was indeed destined for the capital's courtesan contest. Should she triumph in the competition, Lai Yuejing would secure his status as the heir of the Lai family. He had no desire to remain in Yangwan town for a lifetime. While others might find it pleasant, to him, it was a desolate place devoid of opportunity. At this moment, Ji Donga realized that she had been sold by her employer to the short-haired young master before her. Casting a glance at Shenhao, she fell silent, her expression revealing no hint of emotion. "What does young Master Shen think?" Lai Yuejing inquired, his tone tinged with anxiety. Shenhao, satisfied with Ji Donga's beauty and demeanor, nodded affirmatively, signaling that the transaction could proceed. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Ji Donga's beautiful eyes, quickly vanishing. Despite her newfound clarity regarding her fate, the reality of being treated like an object in a transaction stirred a sense of profound sorrow within her. Her destiny was no longer her own. Lai Yuejing exclaimed with delight, "Haha, young Master Shen, I look forward to our collaboration. Someone, fetch the contract for Donga's sale, and also bring 1,000 taels of gold." With this, the transaction was finalized, and Lai Yuejing felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. This deal could yield 4 to 5 times its worth, and a single bottle of liquor could facilitate many endeavors. Shenhao, equally elated, reveled in the fact that a bottle of liquor costing less than 40 coins had been sold for 20 million, along with a courtesan, a remarkable fortune indeed. This sentiment of elation was shared between Shenhao and Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing eagerly moved to sit beside Shenhao, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the bottle of liquor in Shenhao's hand. Observing this, Shenhao promptly handed the bottle to him, stating, "From this day forth, this bottle is yours." "Thank you, young Master Shen. Your kindness means the world to me," Lai Yuejing responded, his excitement palpable. As he touched the bottle, the cool, smooth texture felt more luxurious than silk, heightening his sense of its value. He could not ascertain the material from which it was crafted, but it was undoubtedly exquisite. The realization of his substantial gain filled him with delight. And fearing Shenhao might reconsider, he quickly had the bottle securely hidden away. Once this was accomplished, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Shenhao, puzzled by Lai Yuejing's actions, considering the liquor's modest price, could not fathom why it was treated with such reverence. However, this also served to attest to the liquor's considerable worth. Shenhao chuckled, remarking that a bottle of wine was of little consequence. Moreover, he considered the price offered to be exceedingly reasonable, affirming their transaction as equitable. The profit margin involved was nothing short of exorbitant. In fact, calling it exorbitant scarcely did justice to the nature of this deal. If the traffickers were to realize that items worth merely a few dozen coins were being sold for over 20 million, the disparity would evoke a sense of shame so profound that they might contemplate self-destruction over their ill-gotten gains. Moments later, a maid entered, accompanied by 2 attendants. who together hoisted a wooden chest. The chest, though modest in size, approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, was evidently quite heavy as it thudded onto the table. Lai Yuejing opened the chest to reveal 20 gold ingots, accompanied by a contract of servitude. Simultaneously, he produced a gold ingot and offered it to Shen Hao, urging him to inspect the goods for authenticity. "Mr. Shen, please verify the merchandise and ascertain its genuineness," he implored. Shen Hao accepted the ingot, weighing it with his hand and estimating it to be roughly 5 pounds. With a slight squeeze, the ingot yielded, confirming its authenticity. However, Shen Hao, whose worth exceeded 10 million, did not exhibit the same fervor as he had when selling ginseng. He calmly stated, "I trust in Mr. Lai's integrity. He would not engage in such a breach of contract. Mr. Shen, your forthrightness is indeed commendable. You are a true exemplar for our kind," Lai Yuejing boasted. Glancing at the courtesans dancing below, he suggested, "Mr. Shen, would you care to invite a couple of young ladies to join us for a drink and enliven the atmosphere?" Shen Hao shook his head, devoid of interest. Observing the encroaching darkness outside, he declined, stating, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave." He had a pristine Song Yongzi awaiting him at home and had no desire to squander his time on such frivolities. Lai Yuejing appeared somewhat disappointed, wishing to engage further with Shen Hao to strengthen their camaraderie. However, recognizing Shen Hao's resolute intent to depart, he refrained from insisting. He understood that someone of Shen Hao's stature was surely not in want of companionship from such common individuals. Thus, Lai Yuejing politely declared, "Mr. Shen, you are always welcome to visit. I shall await your return." After a moment, he glanced at the wooden chest once more, adding, "Would you like assistance in transporting this? It may seem small, but it is rather heavy, and the journey could be perilous." This suggestion was promptly dismissed by Shen Hao. The chest was no larger than a backpack, and he had no intention of appearing weak. Without further ado, he effortlessly lifted the chest with a single hand, exuding an air of ease as he remarked, "It's manageable. I can carry it myself." Witnessing this, Lai Yuejing was taken aback and expressed his admiration. "I had no idea Mr. Shen possessed such prowess. My vision has proven limited. The art of combat is indeed arduous, a burden I cannot bear." The sight of a 100-pound gold ingot being lifted with such ease was a clear indication of Shen Hao's formidable capabilities. Shen Hao offered no explanation, casting a glance at Ji Donga and asserting, "All right, you are now in my service. Come with me." When Ji Donga remained silent, Lai Yuejing hastily cautioned her, "Now that your contract of servitude is in Mr. Shen's possession, you must comply with his wishes. Otherwise, your fate may mirror that of Lioli." At these words, Ji Donga's complexion paled slightly. Lioli was the star performer of the Yihong Pavilion before her tragic fate, refusing to entertain the esteemed guest of Lai Yuejing. She was cruelly cast into a coffin, suffocated to death. Despite Lai Yuejing's ever-present smile, his methods were exceedingly ruthless. Contemplating this, Ji Donga felt a wave of despair wash over her. She believed that anyone who could engage in dealings with Lai Yuejing was far from benevolent. They were undoubtedly as merciless as he. The thought of her future life left Ji Donga's complexion increasingly pallid, filled with dread and confusion. "Are you going to answer me?" Lai Yuejing's expression darkened as he noted Ji Donga's silence, his tone growing cold. "I am well aware," she replied. "Knowing is sufficient. But do not blame me for failing to warn you." He then turned his gaze toward Shen Hao. "Young Master Shen, there exists an unwritten rule in brothels. A fledgling courtesan like Ji Donga must not touch the ground. She should be carried upon the back of a servant to the guest's residence. As a gesture of good fortune, would you like me to have a servant escort Ji Donga to your abode? It would ensure her safety along the way." Shen Hao, displeased, replied, "There is no need. I do not adhere to such customs. Ji Donga can accompany me on her own." The notion of his woman riding on another man's shoulders was utterly unacceptable to him, regardless of that man's status. He found the idea profoundly distasteful. Even if the other party were the emperor himself, Shen Hao would not acquiesce. A staunchly masculine man with a strong possessive nature, he could not abide such indignities. "Very well, I shall refrain from further comment," Lai Yuejing said indifferently, as the transaction had already concluded. Ji Donga's fate was no longer his concern, as long as his reputation remained intact. Thus, Shen Hao led Ji Donga out of the Yihong Pavilion. The moment they stepped outside, Ji Donga's delicate frame trembled. She felt as though the air surrounding her had become refreshingly invigorating. Within her heart, there was an inexplicable sense of anticipation, though she could not articulate what she yearned for. Simultaneously, disbelief washed over her. She had been sold by Lai Yuejing without any forewarning. Just yesterday, She had been fervently practicing her dance for the upcoming courtesan competition, tirelessly playing the pipa and guzheng. Today, however, she found herself sold. The rapidity of events leaving her disoriented. If not for the warmth of the white cat nestled in her arms, she might have feared she was dreaming. The moonlight bathed Shunhao's tall silhouette, casting a long shadow in its glow. Chapter 26. A glimpse tonight throughout their journey. Despite the silence between Shunhao and Jidonga, she felt an inexplicable sense of security and comfort. As they walked, Jidonga noticed that Shunhao's pace was swift, and she found herself lagging behind. Hastily, she lifted her skirts and quickened her steps to catch up. With just a slight lag, she was already breathless. Yet her spirits were lifted, even inspiring her to hum a little tune. However, unfamiliar with Shunhao, she suppressed her thoughts. Jidonga did not glance back at the Yihong Pavilion, nor did she cast her eyes upon the entirety of Foaming Street. In this place she had inhabited for many years, she felt not a trace of nostalgia. If given the choice, which woman would willingly choose the life of a courtesan? Liuli, unwilling to entertain the esteemed guests arranged by Lai Yuejing, was thrown alive into a coffin before the eyes of everyone in the brothel, where she suffocated to death. Even more tragic, the previous Yihong Pavilion, like other brothels, was merely a den of flesh trade. Upon discovering that one of the courtesans was 3 months pregnant, Lai Yuejing ordered her to take an abortifacient that very night, and had his henchmen mercilessly kick her belly, causing her to bleed. Despite this, she was still forced to solicit clients that night. Refusal meant a brutal beating. Their fates were only liberated upon death. Jidonga was fortunate. Having just been purchased by Lai Yuejing, she encountered the reforms at Yihong Pavilion. Otherwise, she would not have the privilege to walk behind Master Shin at this moment. In these times, women are undervalued. The death of 1 or 2 courtesans goes unnoticed, as fresh young girls continuously emerge to take their places. The nights in Yangwang town were not as vibrant as in the real world. There were no streetlights, and visibility was poor. Fortunately, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a frost-like sheen on the ground. The streets were mostly deserted, with most inhabitants fast asleep. Thus, the tranquil avenue echoed only with the footsteps of Shun, Hao, and Jidonga. Listening to the rhythmic cadence of their steps, Jidonga felt an inexplicable sense of security, wishing it would last forever. Yet, a flicker of fear remained within her, apprehensive about the life that lay ahead, terrified that upon returning home, Shunhao would transform into someone else, shedding all pretense and viciously pouncing upon her. Suddenly, Shunhao halted, standing still as he calmly stated, "You've been following for quite some time. Come out." No sooner had he spoken than 2 men clad in black emerged from the shadows. "Throw the gold and the woman over here, and we'll spare your life," a hoarse voice commanded. Shunhao raised an eyebrow, showing no hesitation as he tossed a chest brimming with gold towards them. The men in black, pleased by this, were about to catch it when, suddenly, 2 loud gunshots reverberated through the night sky, creating an echo that traveled far and wide. A flash of fire illuminated the scene, and the 2 men in black gazed incredulously at Shunhao before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. They had not even engaged in combat, and were already defeated, their lack of martial ethics exposed by Shunhao's hidden weaponry. Beside him, Jidonga paled in fright. The white cat she cradled in her arms glimmered with an unusual light, curiously observing the black objects in Shunhao's hands. Unfazed by the fallen men, Shunhao discharged 2 more shots without a second thought. Observing this, the white cat in Jidonga's arms regarded him with a hint of disdain, seemingly mocking his cowardice. With a roll of its eyes, it settled comfortably to continue its slumber in Jidonga's embrace. The night was already silent, and the sharp sound of gunfire echoed through the darkness, startling many who could not comprehend the source of the disturbance. Shunhao, dragging the bodies, turned the corner and promptly disposed of them into the void. He was determined to uncover the identity of those who had attempted to ambush him. Shunhao bore no grudges but believed in repaying debts of vengeance on the spot. After disposing of the corpse into the void, Shunhao momentarily disregarded it and returned to the purchased courtyard with Jidonga. When Song Yongxi spotted the strikingly beautiful young woman following Shunhao, a fleeting pang of bitterness flickered in her enchanting eyes, only to vanish instantly. With a smile, she addressed Shunhao, "Young master, would you like to take a bath?" Shunhao replied, "No need, please arrange a room for her." "Understood, young master," Song Yongxi responded, not daring to show any reluctance, and hurriedly arranged for Jidonga to stay in the adjacent room. As Jidonga surveyed the modest chamber before her, although it lacked the opulence of the Yihong Pavilion, a sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. This would be her home from now on. With that thought, Jidonga began to help tidy the bedding. "Madam, allow me to handle this matter. You need not lift a finger," Song Yongxi interjected hastily. Jidonga waved her hand and said, "You misunderstand. I am not a madam. My status is the same as yours. We are both purchased servants. I was merely a courtesan before." Taken aback, Song Yongxi paused momentarily, yet her demeanor remained unchanged. "I shall diligently attend to what the young master has commanded," she said, as she deftly made the bed. Her movements were remarkably swift, while Jidonga found herself rather clumsy. However, she refrained from further comment, recognizing her lack of skill in such tasks. Dancing was her forte. Once everything was in order, Song Yongxi turned to Jidonga and said, "Madam, please bear with it tonight. If there is anything you require tomorrow, I will inform the young master." With that, she exited quietly, closing the door behind her with a soft sigh, as if a few drops of lemon had been squeezed onto her heart. It would be disingenuous to claim that Jidonga's arrival did not stir discomfort within her. However, she was acutely aware of her position as a mere servant, unworthy of jealousy. Next, she prepared hot water and carried it into the bedroom. Upon seeing Song Yongxi enter with a smile, Shinhao beckoned her closer. "What is it, young master?" Shinhao smiled gently and embraced her, planting a kiss on her fair cheek, saying playfully, "Are you feeling jealous?" Song Yongxi's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "No, I am just your servant. I know my place and would not dare to feel jealousy." Shinhao chuckled silently. To claim she felt no jealousy was laughable. He could already detect a hint of sourness in the air. "Rest assured, she is merely another servant I have acquired. You need not be concerned. You shall always hold the foremost place in my heart." His sweet words made Song Yongxi's spirits soar, filling her heart with warmth, instantly dispelling the lingering bitterness. Comforted by Shun Hao's reassurance, her mood brightened considerably. "You always tease me, young master," she said, as he playfully brushed the tip of her delicate nose with his finger. "Tonight, you cannot escape. I have been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time. Now that you have recovered, the moment is opportune," he said with a mischievous grin. The following morning, as dawn broke in the east, the sky began to glow with a soft light, rays piercing through the mist, illuminating the world with brilliance. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that caressed Shinhao's cheek, granting him immense comfort as he squinted his eyes, relishing the intoxicating sensation of the morning air. At that moment, a soft and tender voice echoed in the room. "Young master, what would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it." As Shunhao stepped outside, he noticed that Jidonga, whom he had encountered the previous day, had been sitting in the courtyard for quite some time. Upon seeing Shinhao emerge, she appeared somewhat at a loss, her demeanor slightly awkward. Observing the one-eyed cat in her hands, Shinhao jested, "What is the name of this feline?" Jidonga momentarily hesitated, taken aback by his question. "Its name is Meat Bun," she replied, adding, "It particularly enjoys eating meat." Shinhao squinted, recalling his childhood when wild cats had caused him distress. "This cat has always been like this, or is it injured?" Jidonga clarified, "I found it. It was severely hurt at the time. So it is a wild cat then?" Meanwhile, the white cat nestled in Jidonga's arms cast a sharp glance at Shinhao, its gaze piercing as if it were a tiger fixating on its prey. Shinhao felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the white cat, muttering to himself, "How dare you glare at me? This creature resembles a tiger. Can a meerkat behave so audaciously?" Jidonga hastily shielded the white cat, apologizing, "I'm sorry. Young master, I will be more careful next time. Just remember, keep an eye on the cat. If it were to harm someone, the rabies vaccination would be necessary. And I would have no choice but to cast it out," Shinhao warned. Jidonga turned pale, uncertain of what the vaccination entailed. I understand," she stammered. "Good. Just don't say I didn't warn you." At that moment, Song Yongxi emerged from the room, clutching soiled bed sheets, the cloud-like stains particularly conspicuous. At this instant, Song Yongxi's cheeks were flushed, exuding a gentle warmth reminiscent of a devoted wife. Initially shy at the sight of Shun Hao and Jidonga, upon hearing Shinhao's words, she quickly interjected, "Young master, please do not be angered." Following that, she urged Jidonga, "Donga, quickly apologize to the young master. He is a very kind person." Jidonga nodded, promising, "I will certainly be more attentive next time." Simultaneously, the one-eyed white cat nestled in Jidonga's arms shot another glance at Shun Hao before retreating further into her embrace. Hearing this, Shun Hao nodded, "Since you say so, remember this cat must not enter my room. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Shun Hao was apprehensive that the creature might harbor fleas. being a wild cat with neither vaccinations nor deworming, which would be a source of great annoyance. Song Yongzi let out a long sigh of relief, saying, Sister Donga, it seems the young master truly does not favor cats. You must be mindful in the future. Ji Donga's complexion paled slightly, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her distress, Song Yongzi offered reassurance, do not worry. I was also purchased by the young master. He treats me very well, provides medical care, and even helped bury my father. He has never scolded me once. You will get along just fine after a few days. Perhaps he merely dislikes cats. In a while, I will tidy up the second-floor loft in the front courtyard for you to stay in. This way, you and the cat will be far removed from the young master, and he will have no reason to complain. Jidonga bit her lip, looking quite aggrieved, yet she understood that Song Yongzi meant well for her. Thank you, dear sister. No need to worry. Soon we shall all be family, and in a few days, you will come to understand the nature of the young master. Upon returning to his chamber, Shinhao did not harbor any aversion towards cats. Rather, it was the feral ones, infested with fleas, that he found distasteful. These wild cats are known carriers of rabies, harboring over 200 viruses and more than 100 parasites, collectively amounting to 300 afflictions, of which over 200 can potentially infect humans. Shinhao, having painstakingly acquired his golden opportunity, was not inclined to court danger. Consequently, Shinhao promptly returned to the urban realm. He had just acquired 100 pounds of gold, and it was prudent to act decisively. Simultaneously, he had uncovered the identities of the two men in black from the previous night. To his astonishment, these individuals were no ordinary spies. They were agents of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Their mission to the Great Sun dynasty was to investigate the fate of the esteemed fifth prince, Yang Wuxian, a master of the true essence realm, and ascertain whether he had indeed met his demise. Tensions had been escalating along the borders of the Northern Wilderness and the Great Sun dynasty. The fifth prince had been stationed at the frontier, but had recently been recalled, only to be rumored to have been slain by the new emperor. Fearing a conspiracy from the Great Sun dynasty, the Northern Wilderness dispatched spies to probe the situation. Having completed their mission, these agents prepared to return to their homeland. The two had been reveling at the Yihong Pavilion the previous day when they happened upon a box carried by a servant. The sounds emanating from within revealed its contents. Thus, they decided to tail Shinhao, planning to strike when the opportunity arose, believing their actions would go unnoticed. Little did they anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent in Shinhao, who swiftly dispatched them with 2 shots. Regrettably for Shinhao, both men were merely cultivators at the first level of the acquired realm, leaving him with little internal energy to gain. Nonetheless, he did glean a significant piece of intelligence. The Northern Wilderness was amassing considerable supplies along the border. Moreover, a master of the true essence realm, Shun Tu Jiao, had been dispatched by the Northern Wilderness Court and had reached the frontier between the Northern Wilderness and the Great Sun dynasty. Connecting the dots with the recent assassination of the fifth prince, it seemed evident that the Northern Wilderness was preparing to take action against the Great Sun dynasty. However, Yangwan Town lay a month's journey from the border, indicating that even if conflict were to arise, it would take 2 months to reach this location. As for divulging this information to the Great Sun dynasty, Shinhao held no interest. Firstly, he would struggle to explain the source of such intelligence and risk being labeled a spy. Secondly, he felt no personal connection to the potential downfall of the Great Sun dynasty. This world is vast, filled with numerous nations. A change of scenery could easily afford him a life of leisure and satisfaction. Chapter 28. Truly Fine Wine. Shinhao came here solely to seek wealth and indulge in the pursuit of cultivation, aspiring for longevity. Surely that is not too much to ask. Moreover, the Great Sun dynasty is merely a vassal state of the Heavenly Martial dynasty. The system of the Heavenly Martial dynasty resembles the feudal system of the Zhou dynasty, granting titles and land to individuals who cultivate and claim territory while paying tribute in return. This arrangement holds true for both the Great Sun dynasty and the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Regarding the internecine struggles among the younger brothers, the Tianwu dynasty remains indifferent. Engage in your skirmishes as you wish, as long as I receive my due. For centuries, the Tianwu dynasty has held dominion over the Central Plains, possessing the most fertile lands and wielding formidable power. The subterranean feudal kingdoms, even if they harbor rebellious intentions, must possess the requisite strength. Even if the Northern Wilderness were to absorb the Daon dynasty, it would not hinder Shinhao's prosperity. Upon returning to the real world, Shinhao finds rare moments of ease. When it comes to air quality, the otherworldly atmosphere surpasses that of the mundane realm. However, in terms of living standards, The urban world reigns supreme. The pleasures of life in the other world are, quite frankly, dismal. Otherwise, how could a single bottle of wine fetch such a high price? This return to reality also marks a shopping spree for Shen Hao. He procured several thermoses, for the otherworld lacks means to retain hot water. After indulging in a substantial shopping spree at the supermarket, his desires still unquenched, Shen Hao turned to Taobao, purchasing over 100 high-temperature gold testing guns, insisting that the vendor expedite the shipping, as the delivery fee posed no concern. These testing guns are primarily intended to melt down the gold ingots, gifted by that monthly brother, into 100-gram gold bars for ease of transaction. Spending 3 days in the real world, Shen Hao returned to the otherworld, finding everything unchanged. He summoned Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, who were astonished by the remarkable thermoses, marveling at their ability to retain heat after pouring in hot water. They became increasingly convinced of their young master's extraordinary prowess. Shen Hao, unfazed by their amazement, presented them with chicken essence, MSG, and various seasonings, instructing Song Yongzi on their usage. Soon, during lunch preparation, Song Yongzi was taken aback. With the addition of chicken essence and cooking wine, the dishes turned out exquisitely delicious, worthy of a master chef in a restaurant. This experience shattered their previous perceptions. As Ji Donga savored her meal, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister Yongzi, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is the best meal I have ever tasted, surpassing even the renowned chefs of the capital." Feeling slightly bashful from the praise, Song Yongzi blushed and replied, "It is not my merit. It is the remarkable seasoning provided by our young master. Enough with the flattery, let's eat quickly. We have work to do after," Shen Hao urged. "Yes, young master." Ji Donga thought twice about provoking Shen Hao, fearing he might toss her beloved cat in a fit of anger. Through their interactions, she discovered that Shen Hao was not particularly harsh and treated her no differently than others. Her only concern remained his apparent aversion to cats. After finishing their meal and cleaning the dishes, Shen Hao called upon Song Yongzi and Ji Donga to learn how to melt gold. Witnessing the gold swiftly transforming into liquid under intense heat left them astounded. Song Yongzi exclaimed, "The temperature of this flame is astonishing." Ji Donga gazed in shock at the molten gold. Shen Hao offered no explanation, simply stating, "These 20 gold ingots will all be dissolved." "Yes, young master," they acknowledged. And after issuing his commands, Shen Hao reclined with his eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight. As the sun began its descent, Ji Donga and Song Yongzi approached him with palpable excitement. Song Yongzi, with a face full of pride, turned to Shen Hao and exclaimed, young master, take a look." Inside the wooden chest lay 500 neatly arranged gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Although the profit was not as substantial as that from ginseng, the sale of wild ginseng posed explanations that were hard to justify. After all, it was not as commonplace as cabbage. To Shen Hao, gold was far more comforting. In the modern world, he was just an ordinary person, lacking any notable connections. Beside him, Ji Donga gazed at Shen Hao with anticipation in her beautiful eyes, hoping for his praise. She was genuinely striving to impress him, wishing for him to keep her cat. Understanding the expressions of Ji Donga and Song Yongzi, Shen Hao couldn't help but smile and said, "Not bad, you both performed remarkably well." He pulled 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket and handed them to the 2 women. "Here, enjoy these." Upon opening the wrappers, Ji Donga and Song Yongzi were astonished to find a dark, round confection inside. "Young master, what is this? Can we really eat it? Why is it black?" Song Yongzi inquired. "Just consider it a candy. Of course, it's edible," Shen Hao replied, unwrapping another piece and consuming it without hesitation. Seeing this, Song Yongzi wasted no time and popped it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes lit up. "Young master, it's a bit bitter at first, but the more I eat, the sweeter it becomes. Do you like it?" Shen Hao asked with a grin. "I do, thank you, young master," she replied. Ji Donga, equally curious, could not resist trying it as well. The texture was smooth and delightful, instantly captivating her. It was far superior to any candy she had tasted before. How is it that the young master possesses such wondrous items? Both Ji Donga and Song Yongzi had lived comfortably since childhood, but had never encountered such delicacies, only deepening their impression of Shen Hao's extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Lai Yuejing, holding a bottle of wine, entered a lavish villa. After the servant announced his arrival, Lai Yuejing stepped inside, visibly excited. Upon seeing the woman dressed in black seated in the main position, he respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Miss Wenren." Wenren Yi replied indifferently, "Lai young master, You are too polite. We have no dealings. What brings you to me? Lai Yuejing quickly responded, Miss Wenren, please excuse my manners. I am merely a castaway from the Lai family. How could I presume to be called a young master? I have come today to present a rare treasure I chanced upon. Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Wenren Yi's mouth. A discarded member of the Lai family, residing in this sunlit town, could hardly possess anything of value. Having seen countless treasures, she felt no intrigue whatsoever. Oh, do tell, she urged, her expression indicating her skepticism. Understanding her demeanor, Lai Yuejing scoffed inwardly, biding his time. He then unveiled a bottle of white liquor from the box. The moment the crimson bottle emerged, Wenren Yi was taken aback. The bottle was remarkably smooth and exquisite, even reflecting one's silhouette. Her interest piqued, she remarked, indeed. It is a rarity. At that moment, Lai Yuejing unscrewed the cap, and an intense aroma of liquor filled the entire parlor. Wenren Yi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the bottle in Lai Yuejing's hand. In a single step, I found myself before Lai Yuejing. Seizing the wine bottle, I brought it to my nose and inhaled deeply. Truly, it was exquisite wine. Upon glancing into the bottle, I was even more astonished to see its crystalline clarity. Such wine I had only encountered a few times in the imperial court of the Tianmu dynasty, but its aroma had never been so potent. Indeed, it was a remarkable vintage. Bring me my wine cup, I called out. Lai Yuejing, with a smirk upon his lips, was already prepared. He retrieved a white jade cup from a box and presented it to Wenren Yi. Miss Wenren, please indulge. Gazing at the cup offered by Lai Yuejing, Wenren Yi frowned and replied displeased, no need. Lai Yuejing awkwardly held the cup aloft, his hand frozen in midair as he recalled that Wenren Yi harbored a cleanliness obsession and refrained from using others' possessions. After a moment, a maid, eager not to delay, hurried over with a verdant wine cup. Snatching the cup, Wenren Yi could not resist pouring herself a drink. Observing the clear liquid within, she marveled at its transparency. Finding it increasingly incredible, she then drank it in one swig. A spicy warmth surged down her throat, followed by a wave of heat in her abdomen. Moments later, a rich aroma lingered in her mouth. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed, what a fine wine. Truly exquisite, as clear as water. With a fragrance that lingers, I've never encountered anything quite like it. How delightful. Her heart brimmed with joy. Her master had a penchant for fine wines, and this would make the perfect gift for him. Chapter 29. Meng Xuanji. Wenren Yi felt immense satisfaction regarding the gift from Lai Yuejing. Indeed, I quite like what you've given me. Now, tell me, what do you wish for my assistance with? Lai Yuejing's heart soared at her words, and he inhaled deeply before responding. In my youth, I acted foolishly and made grave mistakes, leading to my banishment from my family. I wish to return to the capital and reclaim my rightful place. Upon hearing this, Wenren Yi nodded. Very well. This is a matter that can be settled with a word from my father. I trust your life family would not dare oppose. Rest assured, I will grant you an opportunity. As for whether you can seize it, that is your own concern. Lai Yuejing expressed his gratitude. Just having this chance is more than enough. Previously, he had intended to leverage the courtesan competition to prove his abilities and regain his standing within the Lai family. However, having learned of Wenren Yi's presence in Yangguan town, coupled with the emergence of Shun Hao and particularly this bottle of wine, he felt a new opportunity had arisen. To Lai Yuejing, it seemed as though fate itself was conspiring to assist him. Thus, he decisively abandoned the courtesan he had been cultivating for years and struck a deal with Shun Hao. Suddenly, Wenren Yi's brow furrowed. What would happen once this bottle of wine was finished? Contemplating this, she inquired, Lai Yuejing, where did you acquire this wine? Lai Yuejing was taken aback for a moment before replying. I traded for it with young Master Shun Hao. Where is he from? What is his status? Wenren Yi pressed. This left Lai Yuejing somewhat stumped. After a moment's thought, he organized his words. I am unsure of his exact identity, but he is quite tall and handsome, with an elegant demeanor. Stop. Spare me the flattery. Get to the point, Wenren Yi said, her expression darkening. Lai Yuejing continued. What struck me most was his short hair. Beyond that, I cannot recall. Short hair? Wenren Yi narrowed her beautiful eyes, suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. She recalled a certain individual, Song Yongzi. Indeed, during her last transaction with Song Yongzi, she had encountered a short-haired young gentleman. Perhaps it was he. Very well. You may depart now. I shall pen a letter concerning your affairs. You can pack your belongings and return to the capital at once. Thank you, Miss Wenren. Thank you. After Lai Yuejing left, Wenren Yi picked up a bottle of wine and made her way to the backyard. Master, master. Before she arrived, her voice had already announced her presence. Creak. The door swung open. When Renee wore a pleasing smile as she approached a woman seated in a grand chair. Master, look what delightful treasure I have brought for you. Seated gracefully in the grand chair was a youthful woman, approximately 27 or 28 years of age. Her hair elegantly pinned atop her head, secured with wooden hairpins. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she exuded an ethereal aura, her eyes closed as she meditated in tranquility. Her features were exquisitely refined, radiating an unearthly charm akin to that of a celestial being, though mortals have seldom beheld the beauty of such a fairy. One glance at this woman would inevitably evoke the phrase as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Remarkably stunning, even when Renee often found herself stealing glances at her. However, at that moment, the woman's complexion appeared alarmingly pale, bearing a sickly hue with no trace of color in her cheeks. After a moment's pause, the woman opened her eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Renee. In her presence, there was no need for a veil to conceal one's face. Those strikingly clear eyes seemed capable of piercing into the depths of one's soul. Startled, Renee stuck out her tongue slightly. What is it? Renee presented the bottle of wine as if offering a prized possession. Master, this is for you. The woman glanced at it, but quickly lost interest. Such a luxurious item is of no use to us, devoted to asceticism. Take it away. Upon hearing this, Renee did not offer any explanations. Instead, she directly uncorked the bottle. In an instant, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. The woman was taken aback, not expecting it to be wine. This wine? Renee's face lit up with anticipation. Master, you must take a sip. You will surely enjoy it. With that, Renee poured a glass and handed it to the woman. Accepting the goblet, the woman drank deeply. A warmth surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. For the first time, a glimmer of life danced in her icy, frost-like countenance. This wine is remarkably potent. From where did you procure such a fine vintage? Master, I acquired it from someone. Is it beneficial for you? Indeed, this wine is quite exquisite. After consuming it, the chill within me has been momentarily subdued. The woman remarked, such clarity in this wine suggests it must be quite expensive. Regardless of its cost, if it proves useful, I shall seek out more to present to you. Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze softened, and after a moment of contemplation, she declared, You are sincere. From this day forth, I shall accept you as my named disciple. Instantly, Renee was overwhelmed with joy, kneeling before the woman and bowing her head. Master, please allow your disciple to pay her respects. Enough, do not feign such pretenses. Our sect does not adhere to such formalities. You should understand why I did not accept you previously. I understand, Master. It is merely due to my lack of talent that I failed to catch your eye. The woman nodded and retrieved a weathered piece of silk from her bosom. This is an introductory method, the primal breathing technique. You should study it diligently. Once I recover, I will assist you in opening the Ren and Du meridians, allowing you to attain the primal realm and commence your cultivation. Renee wore a look of astonishment and hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. I will not let you down. The foundational technique requires the primal realm, and Renee's heart swelled with joy. She truly felt she had struck gold. All right, you may leave now. Yes, Master. After Renee departed, the woman could not resist pouring herself another cup of wine, savoring it thoroughly and inhaling its aroma deeply before consuming it. As she drank, she closed her eyes to absorb the experience, feeling the chill within her body slightly subdued, providing her with some comfort. The woman's name was Ming Xuanji, the leader of the Yuling Palace within the Tianwu Empire. 3 months prior, she learned of a third-tier demonic beast appearing in the Chongyang mountain range, which possessed a water attribute core. This news brought her a flicker of joy, as it was perfectly suited for her most cherished disciple, who also belonged to her family. Ming Xuanji had already reached the pinnacle of spirit elixirs, and dealing with a third-tier demonic beast was well within her capabilities. However, she soon discovered that the information was erroneous. The beast was, in fact, a fourth-tier great demon. With a mere breath, it unleashed a frigid blast that sent Ming Xuanji flying, injuring her meridians and damaging her spirit elixir, leaving her body filled with an icy chill akin to eternal frost. Were it not for the sect's treasured artifact, she would have likely perished. This chilling aura clung to her like a parasite, tormenting her incessantly. Each day, merely suppressing the cold within consumed all her strength. Her cultivation level plummeted from the pinnacle of spirit elixirs to the initial stage, and her condition continued to deteriorate rather than improve. Her state grew increasingly precarious, putting her at risk of descending into the true essence realm. All this was due to her spirit elixir being injured by the cold, sustaining cracks. If this situation persisted for an extended period, it would inevitably lead to her spirit elixir shattering and her realm falling to the true essence level. To combat the cold within, she needed to wield her abundant spiritual energy while also seeking external assistance. Restoring her spirit elixir required the elusive fountain of eternal youth, which regrettably lay in a forbidden zone. Wine served as an excellent medium. The stronger the alcohol, the more effective it was, though it provided only marginal relief. It was better than nothing. Unfortunately, her journey had not yielded any fine wines, transforming her from a teetotaling leader into a wine enthusiast. Meng Xuanji never anticipated that the young girl she had casually rescued would repay her so generously today, bringing her unexpected delight. This wine, as clear as water yet fiery in potency, could temporarily suppress the cold within her, which was nothing short of miraculous. Its effects were remarkably beneficial. How wonderful it would be if such wine could be consumed daily. Reflecting on this, Meng Xuanji shook her head slightly, even as the head of Yuling Palace. This was her first experience with such exquisite brew, highlighting the wine's rarity. While it may not compare to spirit wine in efficacy, in terms of flavor, spirit wine truly paled in comparison, making this brew ideal for leisure. However, the thought of that fourth-tier great demon caused her brow to furrow. The creature's strength was evidently that of someone who had broken through to the fourth tier years ago, rather than someone who had just recently ascended. The disparity in their auras was stark. In other words, the information is erroneous. Did someone deliberately ensnare themselves? Yet this news originates from a disciple or even a member of their own family. Perhaps they were manipulated by that scoundrel Chinda. Contemplating this, Meng Xuanji felt a pang of discomfort. This was also the reason she hesitated to accept Wenrinny as her apprentice. Of course, Wenrinny's aptitude was indeed somewhat lacking. Although there was no evidence, suspicion was akin to a seed. Once sown, it would inevitably sprout. She felt a reluctance towards taking on disciples. Unable to fathom the situation, Meng Xuanji decided to refrain from further thought and focus on expelling the cold poison from her body, which even her master, Tong Xian, could not remedy. Meanwhile, Shenhao returned to the urban world with the newly refined gold bars. Upon entering his bedroom and opening the wooden chest, he beheld 500 gleaming gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Shenhao's heart surged with delight. Who does not cherish gold? A total of 100 gene of gold bars. He promptly messaged the owner of the gold shop who had previously purchased silver from him, inquiring whether they accepted gold and at what price. The response came swiftly, Mr. Shun, the current gold price is 487 per gram, and we will buy it back at 470. How much can you bring in? About 5 gene. The gold price is continuously rising, as central banks around the world are repurchasing and supply is tight. However, my shop has limited capacity. 1 million is the maximum. Shunhao nodded and replied, all right, I have 5 gene. I'll sell it to you. Payment can be made in silver or cash. Excellent, Mr. Shun. Please set a time. What time does your gold shop close? At 7 p.m. Then I shall come by at 7:30 p.m. Afterward, Shenhao took a shower, eagerly awaiting the passage of time. At around 7:30 p.m., he arrived punctually at the gold shop. The shop was empty except for the owner, who greeted him with a wide smile. Mr. Shun, please come in. Once inside, Shenhao said, no need for tea. I will leave right after the transaction. The owner chuckled, you can just call me Old Jean from now on. Shenhao then retrieved the gold from his briefcase and placed it on the counter. Old Jin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the resplendent gold. With gold prices on the rise and reports indicating a potential breakthrough of 500, Old Jean was willing to make substantial purchases. Naturally, he was indifferent to the origin of the gold. In a gold shop, it is common for customers to exchange old gold jewelry for new. If they were to inquire about the provenance of each piece, the shop would likely face closure. Moreover, this county had developed alongside a gold mine. Who among them did not have some reserves? After the gold was tested with instruments, Old Jean nodded and remarked, the purity is insufficient. As we are familiar with each other, I shall not mislead you. I can only offer you 460 per gram for cash transactions, Mr. Shun. What do you think? Shenhao, not wishing to quibble, nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Old Jean felt a surge of joy. Cash transactions were favorable not only for Shenhao but also for him, as they minimized tax obligations and eliminated the need for invoices. 5 pounds of gold, valued at 460 per gram, totals 15 million. I propose a trade using 750,000 worth of silver and 400,000 in cash. Shun Hao replied affirmatively. The current price for 1 gram of silver is 85. Therefore, 750,000 in silver equates to 1,764 pounds. As before, Mr. Shun. Would you allow me 3 days? 1,700 taels? That should suffice. No problem, Shun Hao responded. Subsequently, the proprietor, without hesitance, extracted 400,000 in cash from the safe and handed it to Shun Hao, exclaiming with excitement, "If Mr. Shun settles the entire amount in silver, I could still acquire an additional 10 pounds of gold." He sold Shun Hao silver at 85 per gram, but since he sourced it directly from the factory, he benefited significantly from the wholesale price. Naturally, he was delighted. Upon hearing this, Shun Hao pondered for a moment and opted not to proceed with the transaction. It was prudent to wait a little longer. "I shall return in 3 days to collect the silver," he stated. "Very well, Mr. Shun," came the reply. Exiting the gold shop, Shun Hao turned a corner and discreetly stored the cash in his personal space. Presently, with the 400,000 added to his existing cash, he possessed over 9 million. The silver, however, was scarce, with only 240 taels remaining. This time, the influx of 1,764 taels was indeed commendable. While silver held significant purchasing power in the alternate world, it was relatively undervalued in the modern realm. The next morning, at the break of dawn, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, he opened the door only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 police officers. Before Shun Hao could utter a word, the lead officer inquired, "Hello. Are you Shun Hao?" Nodding in affirmation, Shun Hao observed as one of the officers displayed his badge. "We are from the Qingguan Town Police Station and require your assistance with an investigation. Please accompany us." At this, Shun Hao frowned, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had considerably strengthened. Displaying no signs of panic, he nodded. "Very well. Let me change my clothes." The officers nodded and followed him inside. After donning his attire and shoes, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Why had the police sought him out? Could it be due to his extensive gold transactions raising suspicions? Or perhaps the 0 yuan purchases had been uncovered? Might the acquisition of a sharpened sword have been reported by the owner? Or was it related to the smuggling of gold? Or even the illegal sale of ginseng? Upon reflection, Shun Hao realized he had indeed committed several questionable acts. As he entered the elevator, the curiosity bubbled forth. "Officers, what is this all about?" "You will find out upon arrival at the station," one of the officers replied. This only served to further vex Shun Hao. Though he felt no substantial trepidation, worst-case scenario, he could retreat to the alternate world, become invincible, and return to dominate globally. Who would dare oppose him? Thus, he followed the officers to their patrol car. With his eyes closed, the 2 officers noted his remarkable composure and chose not to engage in conversation. Once inside the vehicle, the officers turned off the body camera. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, with Shun Hao gazing out at the familiar streets, feeling somewhat out of place in a police car. Upon reaching the station, he was escorted into an interrogation room. To Shun Hao's astonishment, the interrogation room housed not only the police chief, but also 2 Southeast Asians clad in denim jackets. At that moment, the police chief remarked, "These gentlemen are international police officers from Siam, here to inquire about a few matters. There is no need to feel apprehensive, it is merely a straightforward questioning." Upon hearing this, Shun Hao suddenly realized that the matter pertained to Thailand. How absurd. It startled him profoundly, given that it involved Thailand. He understood the reason behind their presence, undoubtedly linked to the previous tour guide, Song Suzy. Chapter 31. This young man is no ordinary individual. It had been 2 months since Shun Hao returned from Siam, and he had nearly forgotten the events surrounding that trip. To his surprise, it seemed the matter had resurfaced. However, he felt no trepidation. First, he had not murdered the tour guide, Song Suzy. Second, no one could locate Song Suzy's body. With these 2 points in mind, Shun Hao remained unfazed. Should they dare employ significant memory recovery techniques, he would not hesitate to send them to meet their maker. With his current capabilities, eliminating them silently and without a trace would be effortless, leaving no room for error. He could directly shatter their heart meridians with his internal energy, ending their lives in an instant. Alternatively, he could resort to poison. Having inherited the medical knowledge of Song Yoli, Shun Hao was adept not only in healing but also in the art of assassination. A police officer poured a glass of water for Shun Hao. The police chief smiled and said, "So, Shun Hao, there is no need to be anxious. This is just a routine inquiry. Please cooperate with our international police officers from Siam. There is nothing to fear. You are in Huaxia?" where no one can wrongfully accuse you. Shen Hao replied with an innocent expression, yes, government. Then, one of the Siamese police officers inquired in English, Shun, what was your purpose for traveling to Siam in May? A local police officer served as the translator. Shen Hao responded in English, I speak English and can understand. Several officers were taken aback. They had reviewed Shen Hao's background and were surprised that a college graduate could communicate fluently in English. Nevertheless, they continued to whisper translations. Not for Shen Hao's benefit, but for their superiors. What did you do in Siam, and whom did you meet? They asked. Shen Hao replied. I sought out a tour guide named Song Suzy, who showed me around. Oh, and he introduced me to his cousin, Dara. Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged incredulous glances. Such an amiable tour guide, who even introduced his cousin, was rare. They were intrigued and wished to meet such a remarkable guide. That's a lie. Dara is not Song Suzy's cousin. She was introduced to you as a rental wife, essentially a kept woman, with a rental fee of approximately 8,000 Thai baht, or about 2,000 RMB. Shen Hao responded, that seems to be the case. This doesn't appear to violate any laws in Siam, does it? After the police translated, the officers stood in stunned silence. All right, so this is how you play it, one officer mused. This young man actually traveled to Siam for leisure, and at such a bargain price, 2,000 yuan? Is that for real? Even the police chief regarded Shun Hao with a glimmer of camaraderie in his eyes. The Siamese police inquired once more, where did you go afterwards, and what did you do? We attended a boxing match and then returned, was the reply. Nonsense. That night, a conflict arose, leading to a gunfight, during which you killed Song Suzy. Upon hearing this, several officers at the police station perked up. This was indeed a significant case. They secretly hoped that Shen Hao was a notorious murderer, as such a second-class merit would be advantageous. Shen Hao, however, shook his head and said, please refrain from fabrications. I merely went on a trip. Moreover, my relationship with the tour guide, Song Suzy, was purely professional. He earned money from me. We bore no grudges against each other. Why would I kill my tour guide? It is utterly illogical. In this land of Huaxia, we must adhere to evidence, not baseless slander. If you possess evidence, present it, and I shall accompany you without hesitation. I have acted righteously. Then elucidate the events of that evening, they pressed. That night, after leaving the boxing arena, we encountered two rival gangs engaged in a transaction, both hailing from Bangkok. According to the tour guide, Song Suzy, they belonged to the Wolf Gang and the Hell's Angels Motorcycle Club. It appeared that upon noticing their dealings, they began to pursue us, firing shots. At a fork in the road, Song Suzy and I split up. Later, I received a text from him urging me to flee and not to return to the hotel. With that, Shen Hao handed over his phone for their inspection. Upon reviewing the chat history, the Siamese officers and the station personnel began to grasp the situation. It seemed that the tour guide had been eliminated by the gang, and they were now seeking Shen Hao for answers. Their expressions turned hostile as they regarded the two international police officers from Siam, pondering the audacity of their nation's citizens being so easily bullied. The primary reason the Siamese police sought Shen Hao was that they had traced the last message sent by Song Suzy before his disappearance to him. Do you know where Song Suzy went last? They asked. I do not, Shen Hao replied. As a law-abiding citizen in such a secure land as Huaxia, I have never encountered a gunfight before. I was so frightened that I ran away. Your public safety is vastly inferior to that of Huaxia. Upon translation, many officials were pleased with this remark. We do not require your reminders. Do you have any recent news about Song Suzy or whom he may have contacted? Shouldn't you be investigating the gangs in Bangkok, namely the Wolf Gang and the Hell's Angels? At this, the two Siamese international officers grimaced. Investigation? Those two gangs have existed for so long. They undoubtedly have connections. After a lengthy inquiry yielded no substantial results, they decided to let it go. Of course, the officers on the Huaxia side were also indifferent, holding no high hopes, merely conducting a routine investigation while enjoying a funded trip. Song Suzy, lacking any notable connections, was not worth delving deeper into, as many cases shrouded in mystery often ended without resolution. Unexpectedly, the police here in Huaxia exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and cooperation, which caught them off guard. Ultimately, there was no option but to comply. Although they found the two officers from Siam somewhat inept, they maintained a sense of dignity befitting their stature. Under the escort of local law enforcement, the two international police officers from Siam departed. Meanwhile, the station chief smiled at Shen Hao and remarked, "You've worked hard. It's all clear now. Shall I have them escort you back? Rest assured, this is Huaxia. And the Siamese police dare not act recklessly. No one can wrongfully accuse our citizens. Initially, they chose to trust Shen Hao, believing him fortunate and astute for having returned early. Otherwise, he could have found himself in serious trouble. Shen Hao replied, "No need, I can return on my own." The chief responded, "Very well, we shall not intervene further. However, should the Siamese police come to investigate in the future, you must cooperate." He added, "Please keep the contact number I provided. It will facilitate our communication." Shen Hao agreed, "No problem." As the chief turned to leave, he suddenly advised, "If there's nothing pressing, it's best to avoid going to Siam for now. We wouldn't want to worry your family." Previously, the Siamese police had suspected Shen Hao due to the involvement of international investigators. However, upon reviewing his record, they found it impeccably clean, devoid of any issues. Furthermore, the Siamese officers possessed no evidence, neither motive, nor means, nor time of the alleged crime, not even a body to be found. It was truly a case of desperation leading to misguided conclusions. Moreover, Shen Hao had no proclivities for gambling and remained composed in front of the officers. With ties to two gangs, it was apparent that all the police believed the disappearance of the tour guide was a gang-related issue, indicative of their own inadequacies in maintaining order. They concluded that the Siamese authorities had erred, opting to pursue Shen Hao instead of the gangs. Although Shen Hao had a record of consorting with escorts in Siam, the practice, known as wife renting, was not illegal there. Unlike in his home country, where such relationships could be deemed exploitative, this did not pose a problem for Shen Hao, who was promptly released without further ado. Upon exiting the precinct, Shen Hao felt a sense of misfortune. He had not anticipated the Siamese police would come seeking him. This was entirely uncharacteristic of them. When did they become so diligent in solving cases? Chapter 32. When Ren Yi comes knocking after leaving the police station, Shen Hao did not return home. He had intended to relish his time in the city, only to find himself summoned to the precinct, which he deemed exceedingly unfortunate. Consequently, he visited a bathhouse for a soak and a massage. After spending 3 days in the county, during which no police approached him for questioning, Shen Hao's spirits lifted considerably. He visited Old Jin's jewelry store to retrieve 764 pounds of silver. Upon returning home, he gazed at the disarray he had created in his room and couldn't help but shake his head. In recent days, he had subsisted on takeout, making him nostalgic for the home-cooked meals prepared by his grandparents in the countryside. Staring at the full moon in the night sky, he felt an inexplicable sense of solitude. Albeit briefly, soon after, he reclined on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin to pass the time. As for practicing his skills, as a modern individual, he lacked the patience for such endeavors. Lying flat is indeed the preference of Shen Hao. If he were truly so disciplined, he would not have failed to gain admission to even a second-tier university. Moreover, long-term lack of discipline can be seen as a form of discipline in itself. His previous diligence was not born from industriousness, but rather from the necessity of survival. Now that Shen Hao is affluent, his thoughts naturally turn to a life of leisure. After browsing Douyin for a while, he found himself inundated with recommendations of yoga practitioners, women in yoga pants riding bicycles, and various short videos of female streamers. Indeed, big data has a remarkable ability to read people. After a while, Shen Hao found himself transported to a fantastical realm. Remembering the sword he had purchased, he suddenly felt invigorated, unable to resist the urge to retrieve it from his spatial storage and practice the Qingfeng sword technique. The intricate and seamless swordplay was truly a sight to behold. Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, seated nearby, couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Even Ji Donga was taken aback by Shen Hao's impressive swordsmanship, having previously regarded him as merely a wayward scion of a wealthy family. She had underestimated him. Upon completing the 22 forms of the Qingfeng sword technique, Shen Hao's forehead was beaded with sweat. Song Yongzi hurriedly grabbed a towel and approached him. "Young master, you must be exhausted," she said gently, wiping the sweat from his brow with utmost care. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall answer the door," she announced, swiftly making her way to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find a woman clad in black with a conical hat. This was the very woman who had once charged her 200 taels of silver. The visitor was Ren Yi. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" she remarked coolly. Song Yongzi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shen Hao. In an instant, Shen Hao recognized the woman and signaled to Song Yongzi. She then nodded, saying, "Yes, please come in." Once inside the courtyard, When Ren-Yi immediately spotted Shun Hao standing there. With short hair, his name in their dealings seemed to be Shun Hao. She approached him and inquired of Song Yongzi. Who is this young master? Hearing this, Song Yongzi looked to Shun Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with questions, silently asking if she could disclose his identity. Her gentle nature did not imply naivety. One Ren-Yi's direct inquiry about Shun Hao's origins was clearly suspicious, as the saying goes. No one visits the Sanbao Hall without reason. She genuinely feared that when Ren-Yi might pose a threat to Shun Hao. Observing the situation, Shun Hao spoke directly. I am Shun Hao. May I ask what business you have with me? To his surprise, when Ren-Yi's heart leapt with joy, and without further ado, she removed her conical hat. What emerged was a delicate face, perfectly framed, accentuating her exquisite features. Perhaps due to wearing the hat too often, her skin was exceptionally fair, resembling freshly fallen snow. Her facial proportions were strikingly harmonious, with both bone structure and complexion being aesthetically pleasing. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vivacity, as if they could convey thoughts. One Ren-Yi wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I have come to propose a transaction with you. Shun Hao, intrigued, responded. Oh, what transaction are we discussing? When Ren-Yi inquired, I am quite fond of the wine you sold to Liu Ejing. Might you consider selling it to me? Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Furthermore, you would gain the camaraderie of the Wanren family. Shun Hao shook his head, recognizing her cunning. Damn it. After all this talk, she still doesn't specify a price, and she is acting so haughty. Is she merely spinning grand illusions? Shun Hao shrugged with a look of regret. I'm afraid, I only possess one bottle of this wine. It is a treasured heirloom. Were it not for dire circumstances, I would never part with it. One Ren-Yi furrowed her brows lightly, unconvinced by Shun Hao's words. She pressed further, nonsense. This wine is evidently freshly brewed. Why do you claim it's an heirloom? Are you attempting to deceive me? Do you not fear the Wanren clan? Shun Hao, a straightforward man, typically responds better to gentler approaches. Nevertheless, he recognized the moment was not opportune for confrontation. The process of crafting this wine is exceedingly intricate. It is truly a challenge to produce. Otherwise, I would have sold it long ago. When Ren-Yi discerned that her initial proposition failed to sway him, it appeared invoking her family's prestige was futile. She would need to offer genuine currency. Contemplating this, she felt a pang in her heart. Drawing a deep breath, she adopted a harsher tone. Very well, let us rephrase the offer. You sell me the wine, and I shall assist you with a task, or simply name your price. Shun Hao replied, this wine is rather costly. When Ren-Yi's brows knitted together, sensing he doubted her financial capability. Name your price. The price I sold to Liu Ejing was 1,000 taels of gold along with a courtesan. If you wish to purchase it, then it shall be 2,000 taels of gold, Shun Hao stated. I expected you to quote a higher price. So it's merely 2,000 taels of gold? Consider it sold, but the wine must still be in that distinctive red bottle. Otherwise, the price must be reduced. I do not wish to incur a loss. When Ren-Yi pondered this, the wine was indeed exquisite and valuable, and the bottle itself was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, unseen even in the Tianwu dynasty. Undoubtedly worth a fortune. Her master, Meng Xuanji, exclusively drank this wine, thus the bottle was hers to sell. It appeared she would not suffer a loss. A sly smile crept onto her lips, her bright eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Shun Hao was equally satisfied. A single bottle of wine, valued at merely 40 coins, could be procured at a wholesale price, potentially saving 2 coins per bottle. The thought that 40 coins could be exchanged for 2,000 taels of gold, equating to 200 jin of gold, was incredulous. 5 jin of gold could fetch 15 million, thus 200 jin could be sold for 46 million. This was no mere profit, it was an outrageous gain. Shun Hao chuckled heartily, exchanging a knowing glance with Ren-Yi, both aware of the cunning reflected in each other's eyes. Fearful of unforeseen complications, he understood the wine would only be secure once it was in his possession. Wait here, I shall retrieve the gold. When Ren-Yi declared before turning to leave. As he watched her retreating figure, Shun Hao scanned the space around him, realizing that the coveted white wine was now completely absent. Never mind, I shall return to the modern world and purchase a box to keep. After all, it holds little value. Thus, I turned and retraced my steps to my room, disappearing from sight while no one was paying attention. The entire otherworld once again descended into a tranquil stillness. Chapter 33, Blacklist and Delete Package. Upon returning to the urban realm and observing the disarray in the living room, Shun Hao felt a twinge of discontent. He decided to make a call, requesting a cleaning service to come by. 200 yuan, excluding the cleaning of the range hood. This price was agreeable to Shen Hao. Besides, he hadn't tea cooked in ages, and the exhaust fan had remained untouched. While the cleaners were at work, Shen Hao drove his aging BMW 5 Series to a liquor store. He inquired about the price of a certain red-bottled liquor. How much for a bottle? 40 yuan. What about a case? A case contains 6 bottles. If you buy a case, each bottle is 2 yuan cheaper. Very well, I'll take a case. All right. Please hold on a moment. Your total is 228 yuan. Also, I would like 2 packs of Double Happiness cigarettes and 2 packs of Yuhua stones, please. 2 packs of Double Happiness is 1,200 yuan, and 2 packs of Yuhua stones is 1,000 yuan. Altogether, that comes to 2,428 yuan. I'll throw in a lighter for you. With that, the proprietor packaged the cigarettes and liquor in a black bag for Shen Hao. Thank you, Shen Hao said, observing the strange look on the shopkeeper's face as he drove away. It was evident the cigarettes were likely a gift, but was the liquor for personal consumption? Was tea 40 yuan per bottle somewhat beneath his status? This was the sort of liquor typically served at rural banquets. Why would someone drive a BMW 5 Series to purchase it? The shopkeeper found it perplexing to comprehend Shen Hao's choices. After parking in the underground garage, he placed the cigarettes and liquor into his storage space. Although Shen Hao usually didn't have a strong craving for cigarettes, now that he had the means, he felt he deserved to indulge. What he once refrained from enjoying could now be savored. Furthermore, when out and about, cigarettes served as a bridge of communication for men. Upon returning to his room and surveying the freshly cleaned space, Shen Hao nodded in satisfaction. After settling the payment and bidding farewell to the cleaner, he reclined on the sofa for a delightful nap. He felt somewhat fatigued after his earlier encounter with Song Yongzi. Upon awakening, he noticed the sky had darkened slightly. Shen Hao ordered a serving of grilled lamb skewers, a portion of stir-fried shrimp tails, a selection of cold dishes, and a few bottles of Daowusu beer. One must admit, food delivery in a small county town is remarkably swift. In less than half an hour, everything arrived. When it comes to enjoying life, small towns have their charm. Apart from healthcare and education, Shen Hao found little appeal in big cities. Traffic congestion and sluggish delivery services were significant drawbacks. While urban environments may boast better scenery and more attractions, they held no allure for someone like Shen Hao, who preferred the comfort of home and was reluctant to venture outside. Tourist spots lost their charm after a single visit. At present, it was August, amidst the sweltering heat. Enjoying the cool air conditioning, sipping chilled beer, and relishing barbecued delicacies, Shen Hao felt utterly content. Just as he was savoring his meal and scrolling through Douyin, a notification rang out from WeChat. Upon checking, he recognized the avatar and note as that of a former middle school classmate, someone he hadn't been in contact with for a decade. The message simply read, "Are you there?" Shen Hao, without a second thought, replied, "Yes, what's up, brother? Where are you?" "Oh, I'm in the Magic City. What is going on?" "There is nothing much to discuss. Our company's performance has been poor, and this month's salary has been delayed. Could you lend me a bit of money, just 500? I will repay you next month." "What? Indeed." After 10 years of no contact, a friend reaches out, and it is never for good reasons. Shen Hao pondered for a moment and typed, "Is 500 perhaps a bit too little? How about 10,000? "Really? That would be splendid." Shen Hao replied, "Please send me a copy of your ID, and I will assist you. I am quite familiar with this type of business, and I will calculate the lowest interest for you. While others might charge you 13 for 9, I can offer you 12 for 9, if 10,000 is insufficient. As long as you have a property, I could lend you up to 500,000. "What do you mean? A loan?" "Yes, I assumed you were aware. I currently work at a microlending company. Since you are in urgent need of funds, all you need to provide is your ID, and within 10 minutes, the money can be transferred to you. We are classmates. After all, you would be helping me with my performance while I assist you in your time of need." "No need. I only need 500, and I do not require a loan. Thank you. You go about your business. I will seek assistance elsewhere." Upon seeing this, Shen Hao smirked. How presumptuous. After 10 years of silence, you reach out just to borrow money. As if I owe you anything. Such a worthless classmate disgusted Shen Hao, and he promptly blocked and deleted him. After doing so, Shen Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, even more exhilarating than drinking beer. This is how one should deal with such fools. Shen Hao's tolerance for alcohol was merely average. After 2 bottles of Daowusu, he would feel tipsy. He then lay down in bed, content, and drifted off to sleep. In a drowsy state, he mumbled, "There is nothing like the comfort of a Sealy mattress." The next day, Shen Hao awoke to find it was already 10 in the morning. He pulled back the curtains and noticed the sun was nearly overhead. Stretching, he exclaimed. Ah, the joy of not working and waking up naturally is simply delightful. Entering the living room, he glanced at the coffee table cluttered with yesterday's chaotic array of liquor bottles and takeout boxes, all smeared with grease, and felt a twinge of distaste. Instinctively, he thought of hiring a cleaner. At this point, Shenhao was far too lazy to lift a finger. After some contemplation, he decided it would be more economical to find a cook. After a brief survey of the local domestic help market, he noted that the average salary for a housekeeper in a small county was around 3,000. Thus, he opened Douyin and posted a recruitment ad. Seeking a housekeeper, female. Age, under 40. Requirements. Must be clean and capable of preparing decent home-cooked meals. Salary, monthly payment of 3,500. Job scope, daily cleaning of the room. There is a robot vacuum, and preparation of 2 meals per day. Interested candidates may message privately. To expedite the search for a suitable candidate, Shenhao spent 500 to promote the ad on Douyin, knowing that paid promotions garner more visibility. Subsequently, he purchased a robot vacuum from a certain e-commerce platform, spending 6,000. At noon, he ordered takeout again, and after dining, he dozed off in the cool air-conditioned room for a midday nap. Upon waking in the afternoon, Shenhao intended to scroll through Douyin and return to Yangwang Town. As soon as he opened the app, he was astonished to find that he had received over 100 private messages in his inbox. The messages were filled with individuals eager to apply for the nanny position. To Shenhao's astonishment, most of these applicants were quite young, primarily women in their early 30s. Among them, 2 had even shared personal photos alongside images of the 3 dishes and soup they had prepared. One, a 34-year-old named Lu Jia, possessed fair skin and a slender figure, appearing exceptionally beautiful in her pictures, albeit enhanced by beauty filters that rendered them somewhat untrustworthy. The other, Sun Jinjin, age 28, was a manager in a hotel's housekeeping department. Shenhao found her tall stature and attractive features appealing, given her beauty. He wondered why she would settle for a nanny job instead of pursuing more glamorous opportunities. Nevertheless, she was certainly easy on the eyes. It is worth noting that in a small county, even front desk supervisors were referred to as managers. There were also several women nearing 40. But Shenhao had no interest in older candidates. To his surprise, there was even a man who claimed to be a former chef with a penchant for cleaning. Requesting a chance to be considered, Shenhao promptly blocked him. He found the situation absurd. Chapter 34, 2 uninformed individuals. Thus, Shenhao privately messaged Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin, inviting them to come together and each prepare a signature dish for a tasting, scheduling it for 5 o'clock. He subsequently added both women on WeChat and sent each a red envelope of 100 yuan as compensation for their ingredients. This gesture dispelled any doubts they might have had regarding his sincerity. Around 4:50 p.m., both Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin arrived, bringing an array of supplies with them. To Shenhao's surprise, both women were remarkably attractive, easily capturing the attention of those around them. Sun Jinjin donned a gray dress from her hotel, accentuating her enviable figure, with black stockings enhancing the length and elegance of her legs. Her skin was fair and immaculate, complemented by large eyes, a petite mouth, and meticulously groomed eyebrows. She was an exquisitely refined woman, and Shenhao was taken aback that she was applying for a nanny position. Lu Jie had an oval face the size of a palm, with delicate features that were genuinely beautiful, not merely a product of filters. Her hair was dark and casually tied in a high ponytail. She wore a simple white t-shirt that hugged her figure snugly and black cropped pants, exuding a sense of vitality and professionalism. There was no denying the allure of both women. Lu Jie appeared somewhat shy and had yet to greet him when Sun Jinjin cheerfully introduced herself, saying, "Hello, boss, I am Sun Jinjin." Shenhao nodded and replied, "You can just call me Shenhao. I must say, your looks have exceeded my expectations. You hardly seem like applicants for a nanny position. Has the market for nannies become this competitive?" Lu Jie responded, "Boss, the wages in this small town are dismally low. I previously worked in a mall selling men's clothing, earning a base salary of 800 yuan plus commissions, but after the new year, there were hardly any customers left. All in all, I earned less than 1,300 yuan a month, and now the mall has closed down. Moreover, working as a nanny offers flexible hours, requiring only the preparation of 2 meals. And the pay is quite decent. After completing the cooking, there was just enough time to pick up the children." Sun Jinjin nodded in agreement, expressing, "This is what I value as well. My previous hotel manager paid me 2,600 a month. Although the pandemic has passed, business remains lackluster, and the boss hasn't disbursed salaries for 3 months. The hotel is still under renovation, and I haven't worked for half a month. The future remains uncertain. My daughter is still in school, which adds to the pressure, so I wish to try my hand at managing a small county hotel. To put it plainly, it is akin to being a supervisor, and the hotel is not of any star rating. This salary is considered reasonable in a small county with a resident population of 100,000. Some earn around 3,000, but most work 12-hour shifts. Upon hearing this, Shenhao nodded. In small counties, young mothers are the most prevalent, with many staying at home to care for their children. Furthermore, wages in small counties are quite low. Even those mothers who do work earn modest salaries. As the saying goes, prosperous families remain in their hometown, while impoverished ones venture afar. The men who remain in small counties generally fare well. They either possess a skill, like Shenhao's childhood friend Wang Xiaotao, who is a plumber capable of supporting a family, or they have connections within the government or run their own businesses. Most men in small counties must seek work elsewhere, while women stay home to raise their children. Thus, Shenhao stated, "All right, let's not waste time. Each of you prepare a signature dish within half an hour. If I find it satisfactory, I will keep you. If not, I will give you a 200 yuan red envelope as a visiting fee." "Good, boss." Both women responded positively to this arrangement and expressed their fondness for the job. Boss Shenhao, tall and handsome, was perceived as a man who dealt with fewer trivial matters. Even if they did not secure the position, receiving a 200 yuan red envelope made the trip worthwhile. The first impression of Shenhao left both women with a sense of satisfaction, finding his demeanor charming and approachable, leading them to appreciate the prospect of working under him. Consequently, they approached the task with great earnestness. Lu Jie was swift in washing and chopping vegetables, while Sun Jinjin appeared somewhat clumsy, needing to refer to videos while cooking. However, Shenhao was indifferent. As long as the dishes were delicious, he cared not for their methods. After about half an hour, both women finished their preparations. Lu Jie presented a spicy stir-fried pork dish alongside a seaweed egg drop soup, while Sun Jinjin served scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised eggplant, accompanied by steamed rice. Shenhao remarked, "You both must be hungry. Let us sit down and eat together." "No need, boss. You eat. We are not hungry." Both Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin declined. "Good. You are quite considerate." Shenhao was pleased with their responses, knowing they understood their positions. If they had chosen to sit down, he certainly would not have hired them, as engaging a nanny is not akin to employing a distant relative. Next, Shenhao sampled each dish, savoring every bite. Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin watched him nervously, for the outcome of their efforts would determine their fate. For a moment, Shenhao refrained from unnecessary words and directly stated, "I enjoy this stir-fried pork with chili and egg drop soup." "Congratulations, Lu Jie." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and she responded with a touch of excitement. "Thank you, boss, thank you." Sun Jinjin wore a face of disappointment. Yet she had prepared herself for this outcome. She rarely cooked and was not skilled in this area. It seemed she would have to seek other employment. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Sun Jinjin greeted them and departed. Observing this, Shenhao remarked, "All right, I've sent you a red envelope. Remember to accept it, as it is rightfully yours." "Thank you, boss," Lu Jie replied. At that moment, the room was left with only Shenhao and Lu Jie. Shenhao continued, "Once I finish my meal, please tidy up the room. Today counts as your day's wage. Salaries are settled at the end of each month. There is no deposit here, so you can leave and settle your account at any time. Just keep the receipts for the groceries, and I will reimburse you. Your daily duties will consist of cleaning the house and preparing lunch and dinner. As for the rest of your time, it is yours to do as you please. I will not intrude. The agreed salary is still 3,500. Feel free to voice any requests you may have." Lu Jie quickly waved her hand. "No? I can meet all these requirements." Shenhao responded, "All right. Shortly, I will provide you with the access card for the community and assist you in registering your fingerprint for the door." "Okay, boss," she replied. "That will be all." With that, Shenhao began his meal, paying her no further attention. Lu Jie sat at the dining chair, surveying the room, which was beautifully decorated and not difficult to clean. An hour later, Shenhao had finished registering Lu Jie's fingerprint for the smart lock, and she had completed her cleaning, carrying the garbage bag outside. Ding dong. Just as Lu Jie descended to dispose of the trash, her phone vibrated with a message. To her surprise, it was a red envelope of 200 yuan from her boss, and she felt a rush of joy. The salary was indeed her due. But this was a bonus for her interview today, a gesture of equality with Sun Jinjin. "Thank you, boss," Lu Jie said cheerfully as she accepted it. Her employer was generous and did not fear delayed payments. Previously, she had worked in a mall selling menswear, earning less than 1,500 a month, which often went unpaid. Alas, finding a good job in a small county was truly challenging. Working outside meant she could not care for her child. Now, with the prospect of preparing 2 meals a day and cleaning the room for a monthly salary of 3,500, Lu Jie felt immensely satisfied with her new job. It allowed her to care for her child while providing a decent income, significantly easing her financial burden. After Lu Jie departed, Shen Hao entered another space and reappeared in a room in Yangguan town. Exiting the room, everything seemed as usual, when Ren Yi appeared as if she had just left. "Young master, what shall we have for dinner?" Shen Hao, having just satiated his hunger, replied, "You can decide, but do not prepare anything for me. Just cook for the two of you." "Understood, young master," Song Yongzi replied, while Ji Donga stood by, assisting in washing vegetables. The two young women had grown comfortable with one another, engaging in more conversation, most of which revolved around Shen Hao. Ji Donga also noted that Shen Hao was not the brutal type. Just as Song Yongzi had described, his temperament was quite pleasant. About half an hour later, when Ren Yi arrived, this time, she did not enter through the front door, but rather leaped directly inside. The wall, towering over 2 meters, was as effortless to her as walking on level ground. Before her lay a wooden box, measuring 30 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, which Wen Ren Yi tossed in front of Shen Hao. 2,000 taels of gold, count it for yourself. Shen Hao opened the box, examined its contents, and weighed it in his hand. The quantity was just right. "Indeed, the amount is correct. Wait for me to fetch you some liquor." Subsequently, Shen Hao returned to his room, retrieving a box of white liquor from his space. He unwrapped it and took out a bottle. Gazing at the liquor, Shen Hao chuckled to himself. 38 a bottle, selling it to you for 46 million. Just the thought is exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he composed his expression and reluctantly stepped outside to hand the liquor to Wen Ren Yi. "Here is your drink. This is a family heirloom. I truly hesitate to part with it." Wen Ren Yi eagerly opened the bottle, and a rich aroma wafted forth. "Yes, this is the scent." A flicker of surprise danced in her beautiful eyes as she regarded Shen Hao, her expression filled with delight. Both were exceedingly pleased with this transaction. Chapter 35. Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him slip away. With Wen Ren Yi having obtained the liquor and Shen Hao the gold, both parties felt contented. Their spirits lifted. As she turned to leave, Wen Ren Yi remarked, "If you need anything, just let me know. As long as you have liquor, I am more than willing to assist." Shen Hao cast a glance at Wen Ren Yi and clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Very well, not a problem." Pleased by Shen Hao's perceptiveness, Wen Ren Yi donned her hat and with a graceful leap, vanished into the courtyard. For Wen Ren Yi, acquiring liquor from Shen Hao was indeed a momentous occasion. It was known that her master, Meng Xuanji, required a bottle to suppress the chill, which lasted only a week. If a source for liquor could not be found, she would be at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, she had found Shen Hao, who still had stock available. Thus, she felt a sense of relief. After Wen Ren Yi departed, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga began to prepare a meal, while Shen Hao ventured out to the bookstore in Yangguan town, intending to purchase some books on culture, history, geography, and local customs. Gaining more knowledge was always beneficial. Upon entering the bookstore in Yangguan town, he found a hodgepodge of items. There were martial arts manuals, but their prices were exorbitantly high, and Shen Hao had no intention of perusing them. Such items were surely of inferior quality, and training with them would not yield significant results, though it varied from person to person. After all, Chiao Feng had single-handedly subdued the Shaolin monks with just one set of Taizu Changguan. After browsing around, he found nothing to his liking. In this era, specialized geography books were exceedingly scarce. On his way back, Shen Hao witnessed 2 street urchins dueling, both at the body refinement stage, easily dispatched by a single move from him. After a brief glance, he lost interest. True masters, after all, did not spend their days wandering the streets. Upon returning home, he discovered that Ji Donga and Song Yongzi had already finished their meal. Concerned, Song Yongzi inquired, "Young master, do you lack an appetite today?" Shen Hao shook his head and replied, "It's not that. It's simply that at my current level of cultivation, I don't feel hunger as often." "Oh, I see. Please let me know when you do feel hungry, and I shall prepare a meal for you," she said. "Understood." Suddenly, Shen Hao added, "By the way, you should find time in the next few days to visit your father." Upon hearing this, Song Yongzi was momentarily taken aback and questioned, "Is something the matter, my lord?" Without further ado, Shen Hao stated, "In a few days, we shall be relocating to Yangling City, over 100 kilometers away." "Very well, my lord, I understand." Song Yongzi did not press for further detail. Given Shinhao's decision, she felt it was not her place to inquire further. Jidonga, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised that Shinhao intended to leave Yangwan town. Nevertheless, she realized she was now Shinhao's personal possession, and wherever he went, she would follow. The following day, Song Yongxi brought offerings to pay respects to her father, Song Yuri. Shinhao waited nearby, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, for after all, the coffin contained nothing but a stone. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves into a dance in the air. Shinhao jolted in fright. Goodness! Could it be a ghost? Feeling guilty, he glanced around, and upon seeing the glaring sun overhead, his mood lightened. Logically, even the most formidable spirit would not venture out in broad daylight. As Song Yongxi knelt before the grave, burning paper offerings and bowing her head, her fair cheeks were already glistening with tears. Father, your daughter has been unfilial. If I had the means, I would surely avenge you. However, there is one thing I must tell you. My lord is willing to allow the child to bear the Song surname. Father, as you rest beneath the earth, please take care of my mother. She fears the cold so much. I'm sorry, Father. I may not be able to visit you often in the future. Please forgive me. As she spoke, Song Yongxi was overcome with grief, collapsing to the ground in sobs. Observing this, Shinhao felt it best to distance himself. Out of sight, out of mind. Around 3 in the afternoon, Shinhao and Song Yongxi returned to Yangwan town. Upon their return, she was already drowsy. Jidonga, noticing her red-rimmed eyes, hurriedly prepared some water. Sister Yongxi, you should wash your face first. Thank you. Hearing Song Yongxi's hoarse voice, Jidonga felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident that she had been crying for a long time. She quickly offered comfort. One cannot bring the dead back to life. Please do not let your health suffer. Sister Yongxi, wash your face first. I'll pour you some water. After a moment, Jidonga returned with a cup of warm water. Sister Yongxi, please drink some water. Thank you, Donga. With a deep breath, Song Yongxi trembled as she lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. Her body still shaking with quiet sobs. Noticing this, Shinhao signaled Jidonga with a glance. Go, assist your Sister Yongxi in taking a rest. Yes, my lord. In the bedroom, under Jidonga's care, Song Yongxi gradually drifted into slumber. Watching her sleep, Jidonga felt a profound ache in her heart, as if it were being tightly gripped. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she lost herself in thought, murmuring softly, though Sister Yongxi has lost her parents, she at least had the chance to know them. But who are my parents? With this thought, she let out a faint sigh. Amidst the stirring scenery, her eyes became subtly moist without her realizing it. The following day, Shinhao ventured to the horse market in the western part of the city, intending to purchase a carriage. Upon arriving at the market, he inquired about the prices of the carriages, which were rather steep, typically around 100 taels of silver. At that moment, a man clad in coarse linen approached him. Do you wish to rent a carriage, young master? Shinhao was taken aback. He had not known that such an option existed. What are the rates? He asked. Not expensive, the man replied. To rent a carriage for a day is about 5 coins, while a slightly more luxurious one would cost 2 taels. This price was agreeable to Shinhao, as it was a trivial amount for him. However, he found carriages uncomfortable, were it not for the limited space. He would have preferred to buy an all-terrain vehicle from the real world. Shinhao considered the 2 women, Song Yongxi and Jidonga, when deciding to rent a carriage. He scrutinized the man and inquired, what is the fare to Yangling Prefecture? The driver answered, the horses here can cover a maximum of 200 miles a day when running alone. However, as Yangwan town is 300 miles from Yangling Prefecture, if the carriage carries passengers, it can only travel about 60 miles a day, as night travel is not permitted. Thus, the journey will take at least 5 days. Generally, a round trip costs 5 taels of silver, but for you, I can charge 3. If you opt for the most luxurious carriage, it would be 20 taels for a round trip, but I can offer it to you for 15 taels. Very well, I shall take the best carriage for 15 taels. Shinhao agreed. When will you need it? I estimate it will be for several days. All right, I am called Malalu. You can find me when you require the carriage. After Shinhao perused the market for a while, he departed. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed in black attire approached Malalu, tossing a silver ingot at him. What was that man doing? He asked. Malalu replied, that is a secret of my customer. I cannot disclose it. 10 taels? I cannot say. 20 taels? Don't make this difficult for me. I truly cannot say. How ungrateful. Malalu, do you wish to cease your business? Consider your family. The man revealed a badge, causing Malalu's expression to change, filled with dread. This person intends to travel to Yangling Prefecture and requires my carriage. Then it is settled. You are wasting my time. If it weren't for my superior in Yangguan town, I would have dealt with you harshly. Soon, the man's figure vanished from the horse market. He arrived at a separate courtyard and knelt before a woman in black. Lord Wenren, that Shunhao is heading to Yangling Prefecture, he reported. Upon hearing this, Wenren furrowed her brows. Understood. You may leave now, but keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. If I cannot find him later, it will be on your head. Chapter 36. Selling the house to go to Yangling Prefecture. Is Shunhao planning to flee? Is he going to Yangling Prefecture on business, or is he deliberately avoiding me? Contemplating this, Wenren's mood darkened, and her exquisitely beautiful face grew cold. Shunhao's sudden departure caught her off guard. Currently, she possessed only 2 bottles of wine, enough for Meng Shuani for half a month. If Shunhao were to flee, whom would she turn to for more wine? Yet, she lacked sufficient gold to make a purchase, leaving her in a quandary. Moreover, she found herself unable to depart for the time being. Wenren is an official of the Jingxiu Division. This organization was previously tasked with overseeing government officials without possessing significant authority. However, following the ascension of Emperor Yang, one of the Great Sun Dynasty, the Jingxiu Division was granted substantial privileges. Armed with a staff and a tiger talisman, its officials roamed freely to inspect and address unlawful activities, acting on behalf of the emperor to eliminate those who displeased him. They were responsible for supervising the nobility and officials, as well as overseeing prisons and hunting down corrupt individuals, handling special cases with considerable power, akin to that of an imperial envoy. In summary, with imperial sanction, they acted with impunity. The highest-ranking official in the Jingxiu Division is the Jingxiu Minister, who oversees 4 censors, commonly referred to as the Jingxiu censors, each responsible for a province. Wenren is one such Jingxiu censor, tasked with supervising the entire Yang province. Her sole purpose for being in Yang province was to target the governor, Li Chongyin, who was stationed there, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. Li Chongyin held dominion over all military and political authority in Yang province, making it exceedingly difficult to find evidence against him. However, there were reports of correspondence between Li Chongyin and the formidable expert, Shintu Jiao, from the northern wilderness. Wenren's objective was to uncover this incriminating evidence, a mission assigned by the foolish Emperor Yang Wenzong. After all, Li Chongyin was a trusted confidant of the emperor's favored general, Yang Wuxian. The emperor, having already eliminated his uncle, Yang Wuxian, harbored no trust even for his most loyal subordinates. For him, only Li Chongyin's demise would bring peace of mind. It was widely acknowledged that Yang province served as the gateway to the capital. If it fell, the entire city would be in peril. Yet, the emperor's desire for bloodshed necessitated Wenren's compliance. Furthermore, the Wenren family was not solely reliant on the fortunes of the Great Sun Dynasty. The core lineage of the Wenren family was deeply rooted in the Tianwu dynasty, with Wenren being merely a branch of this illustrious clan. Even if the Great Sun Dynasty were to fall, the Wenren family would remain intact, their power and wealth flourishing, albeit under a different ruler. Thus, whatever turmoil the foolish emperor wished to unleash, Wenren remained indifferent. Initially, after sustaining an injury, it was the physician Song Yoli who had treated her, and she had always remembered this kindness. Coincidentally, Song Yoli was being escorted to the border and passed through Yangguan town. Wenren had intended to rescue him. However, unexpectedly, Song Yoli met his demise. Ultimately, she intervened to assist Song Yongzi in recovering his body. To avoid exposure, it was best to find a scapegoat. After all, the foolish emperor would not care for the life or death of a mere physician. The Wenren family had also discerned that the Great Sun Dynasty was on the brink of collapse under the foolish emperor's reign. Thus, they remained watchful. For now, they could only monitor Shunhao, observing his whereabouts, waiting for a more opportune moment to approach, while also fearing for Shunhao's safety. They even considered detaining Shunhao to inquire about the origins of the wine. However, there was something inexplicably peculiar about him. When Wenren first encountered Shunhao, he appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible cultivation. In this farewell to Shunhao, he has already attained a remarkable level of cultivation, showing no hint of superficiality, certainly not a result of any illicit substances. It appears he has diligently honed his skills. Yet, it has only been a few days. Perhaps he has been concealing his true abilities all along. Moreover, with the presence of such exquisite wine gourds and fine spirits in Shunhao's possession, it dispels any doubts she might have had. After a moment's contemplation, Wenren resolved to share this news with her master. Upon reaching the courtyard and preparing to knock on the door, A cool voice resounded from within. "Come in." Wenren composed her expression, opened the door, and respectfully said, "Master." "Yes, what is it?" Meng Xuanji inquired, opening her eyes. Wenren placed the purchased spirits on the table. Meng Xuanji expressed her satisfaction, saying, You are thoughtful." "Master, this person intends to leave Yangguan town," Wenren replied. "Oh, where is he headed?" Meng Xuanji asked. "He is bound for Yangling Prefecture. I cannot spare the time to accompany him, and I fear for any unforeseen incidents that might delay you, Master," Wenren admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji nodded in understanding. The white spirits she had procured were quite effective in suppressing the cold air. It would indeed be challenging to find more. Meng Xuanji glanced at Wenren and asked, "Do you wish for your master to accompany him?" Wenren hesitated before responding. "Yes, the entire Yangzhou region has been quite unsettled lately. Furthermore, Shenhao's abilities are rather limited, making him susceptible to mishaps. Your presence would provide an extra layer of security." After speaking, she averted her gaze from Meng Xuanji, fearing reprimand. After all, Meng Xuanji was a master of the spirit pill realm, the leader of a sect, and to protect a mere wine merchant might seem beneath her. However, Meng Xuanji did not dwell on such thoughts. Her only concern was to ensure her supply of wine remained uninterrupted. She replied calmly, "Very well, where is this person? I shall follow him discreetly to Yangling Prefecture." Wenren's eyes sparkled with delight. She did not expect her ethereal master to acquiesce. "Master, this individual is named Shenhao, tall and handsome, distinguished by his short hair, and he is accompanied by 2 lovely maidservants. He resides to the north of Cross Street." Meng Xuanji nodded, "Understood. Notify me when he departs." "Yes, master." After Shenhao's departure, he remained oblivious to the events that unfolded behind him. Upon returning to his residence, he instructed others to begin selling the house. It would be unlikely for him to return here in the future, having purchased it for 260 taels of silver. Though this sum was trivial for Shenhao, even a small mosquito is still a morsel of meat. Since he had decided to sell, he wasted no time and announced the property was urgently for sale at 200 taels. While Song Yongzi and Ji Donga were somewhat perplexed by Shenhao's actions, they nonetheless offered their support. Shenhao provided no explanation. Now that he had the means, it was only natural to seek greater opportunities. In smaller locales, one encounters few individuals of advanced cultivation. Naturally, Shenhao did not intend to wait long. If the house remained unsold after 5 days, he would simply depart and bestow it upon whoever he deemed worthy. To his surprise, on the 3rd day, a buyer appeared, none other than the original landlord. After the transaction was completed, they decided to spend the night and leave early the next morning. Shenhao mentioned, "You can come to collect the house then," to which the former owner readily agreed. Purchasing his old house for 200 taels, the landlord was quite pleased. Within less than a month, the house remained his, and he even profited an additional 60 taels. The surrounding people were filled with envy. To earn 60 taels in under a month was indeed remarkable. This sum of money held little significance for Shenhao. Being in a small town, he had no intention of returning, adhering to the principle of avoiding waste. Selling for 200 taels was preferable to discarding it, emphasizing timely loss mitigation. By evening, Shenhao had packed all his belongings into his space. Early the next day, he departed from Yangguan town with Song Yongzi and Ji Donga in a horse-drawn carriage, heading towards Yangling Prefecture. Just as Shenhao left, Wenren received the news and, without delay, reported to her master, Meng Xuanji. On the official road to Yangling Prefecture, a carriage moved slowly. Inside, Shenhao sat beside Ji Donga on his left and Song Yongzi on his right. Pulling back the curtain of the carriage, he gazed outside. On either side of the road lay lush green fields of wheat, farmers carrying hoes, and children frolicking in the fields. Along the official road, hurried travelers passed by, including gallant riders from the martial world. The ancient ambience felt far more vivid than any depiction on television. Suddenly, Shenhao noticed Ma Lao Lu's hesitance, as if he wished to speak but held back. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Shenhao inquired, "Lao Lu, do you have something to say?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Ma Lao Lu nodded. "Indeed, young Master Shen. A few days after your departure, someone came inquiring about your whereabouts." Shenhao was somewhat taken aback. He had not provoked anyone in Yangguan town, so why would someone inquire about him? He questioned, "What is this person's identity?" "It is from the Jingxiusi," came the response. Upon hearing this, Shenhao understood immediately. According to Song Yoli's memories, Jingxiusi bore a resemblance to the Jinyui. After some contemplation, Shen Hao deduced the purpose of this inquiry. In Yangguan Town, he had primarily interacted with two individuals, Liu Yejing and the mysterious woman, Wen Renyi. The mention of Jingxiusi triggered memories linked to Song Yoli. Previously, Shen Hao had only glanced over his vast recollections and had not paid close attention. Now aware of Wen Renyi's identity, he recalled that Song Yoli had once treated her, and she was indeed an official of Jingxiusi. Understanding the other party's identity brought him some relief. Observing the guilt on Ma Laolu's face, Shen Hao pondered and quickly grasped the situation. Under pressure from the other party, Ma Laolu must have divulged his whereabouts. This, Shen Hao did not blame him for. In the face of authority, refusal is often not an option. He mused that had he been in Ma Laolu's position, he likely would have spoken up without a trace of guilt. The notion of feeling guilty towards strangers seemed trivial. Nevertheless, this also reflected positively on Ma Laolu's character. Shen Hao reassured him, Laolu, there is no need for concern. There is no bond between us. Besides, I never asked you to keep it a secret. Thus, you need not bear any burdens in your heart. What I have purchased with my money is merely your service, not your loyalty. Upon hearing these words, Ma Laolu felt a pang of guilt towards Shen Hao, his heart weighed down by an unshakable pressure. However, he chose to remain silent, merely etching the sentiment into his memory. Of course, Shen Hao paid no heed to this. Their encounter was but a fleeting one. The moments of beauty are invariably ephemeral. After 2 arduous hours in the carriage, Shen Hao could endure no longer. The jolting motion was excruciating. As a modern individual accustomed to comfort, he found it quite intolerable. Yet, he had no choice but to endure. After traveling for 7 or 8 hours, as dusk approached, they finally settled in the nearby Zhao family town. They rented 2 rooms, one for Shen Hao, Song Yongzi, and Ji Donga, and another for Ma Laolu. However, the beds were rather small, forcing Ji Donga to spend the night seated on a stool. Shen Hao paid little mind to this, sleeping soundly with Song Yongzi in his embrace. In the morning, Song Yongzi glanced at the weary face of Ji Donga, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Are you all right, Donga? I'm fine, just a bit drowsy. Well, a nap in the carriage will suffice. After a light breakfast, they resumed their journey. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed. Yet they still had 40 kilometers to go to reach Yangling Mansion. This left Shen Hao utterly speechless. Having adapted to a fast-paced lifestyle, he found this sluggish mode of travel quite disconcerting. During a rest stop in Luoyang County, Ma Laolu addressed Shen Hao, young Master Shen, we should depart early tomorrow morning. It is best to reach Yangling Mansion by nightfall. To do so, we must pass through Heihu Gorge, where a formidable band of bandits lurks. To ensure our safe passage, it would be prudent to travel in a group. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, I suggest the ladies don male attire. We can then join the Liu family escort agency, and a mere 2 taels of silver will suffice. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao furrowed his brow, surprised to learn that bandits roamed the area. Will joining the Liu family escort agency guarantee our safety? Indeed, as long as we are part of the Liu family escort agency. The bandits will think twice before acting recklessly, for the agency is staffed with formidable experts. The Liu family escort agency dispatches escorts to Yangling Mansion daily. Shen Hao harbored suspicions that the bandits might be in league with the Liu family, yet lacking evidence, he opted not to pry further. Spending a small sum for safety seemed wise. He nodded and replied, very well, I understand. You may negotiate. I shall cover the 2 taels of silver. Understood. Young Master Shen. The following day, Shen Hao, along with Song Yongzi and Ji Donga disguised as men, joined the Liu family escort agency. Indeed, as they approached Heihu Gorge, a cloud of yellow dust suddenly billowed in the distance. Ma Laolu, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, young master, that must be at least 100 riders. Judging by their imposing presence, a sense of impending danger washed over Shen Hao. He retreated to the carriage, observing Song Yongzi and Ji Donga still in a sleepy stupor. He decided not to disturb them, instead contemplating a return to the urban world. With so many cavalrymen ahead, Shen Hao lacked the confidence to confront them and held little faith in the Liu family escort agency. His own safety depended upon his own actions, however. He possessed only the small handgun acquired from the black market in Siam. A mere pocket pistol would suffice for a duel. Faced with such a multitude of cavalry, a mere pistol could not afford Shen Hao a significant sense of security. It was the assault rifle and grenades that would provide true comfort. Determined to take action, Shen Hao returned to the urban world. Gazing upon the tidy and immaculate room, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. After several days of arduous travel, he felt as if he might disintegrate. Following a rejuvenating hot shower, he indulged in a refreshing slumber. Simultaneously, he booked a flight to the Kingdom of Siam, intending to procure some supplies, perhaps a few assault rifles or grenades. The thought of hurling 2 grenades at any brigands encountered was exhilarating, indeed. The next morning, bright and early, Shenhao summoned his newly hired housekeeper, Lu Jie. "Can you drive?" he inquired. Lu Jie nodded. "Yes, I obtained my driver's license a few years ago." Shenhao continued. "Then drive me to Chang'an Airport, and afterward, you can return on your own." At this, Lu Jie, startled, quickly waved her hands. "No, boss, while I have driven before. I have never been on a highway. I'm afraid to do so." Shenhao reassured her. "Have you driven on the national road at night?" "I have," she replied. "Then that suffices. Driving on the national road at night is more challenging. If you can manage that, the highway will be even easier. Just follow my instructions." Observing Lu Jie's hesitation, Shenhao added, "Do not worry. Should anything go awry, it will be on me." Reluctantly, Lu Jie nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since she last drove, and the thrill was palpable. Upon arriving at the underground garage, her heart raced as she witnessed Shenhao open a brand new BMW 5 Series. She had never driven such a fine vehicle before. As she entered, Shenhao took a seat in the passenger side and tossed her the keys. Lu Jie, feeling a bit breathless, stammered, "Boss, I've never driven a BMW. How do I operate it?" "The principles are the same," Shenhao replied, before briefly explaining the controls. With a deep breath, Lu Jie pressed the brake and started the engine, cautiously maneuvering out of the garage. Exiting the residential area, she activated the navigation system and directed the car toward the airport. Nervousness gripped her as she had never driven such a luxurious car before, and she remained tense throughout the journey, exercising utmost caution. Soon, they arrived at the highway entrance. Lu Jie received the toll pass from the attendant and began her ascent onto the road. Having exited the ramp, she accelerated to 60, the minimum speed limit. Before changing lanes, she checked the rearview mirror for trucks, and seeing none, she smoothly transitioned into the middle lane designated for passenger vehicles. "Good. Now increase your speed to over 80, Shenhao instructed. Throughout the journey, Lu Jie dared not breathe loudly, her palms slick with perspiration, making the steering wheel damp. This amused Shenhao, though he chose to remain silent, allowing her to acclimate. After half an hour, witnessing Lu Jie relax, he advised, "Change to the far left lane and accelerate to 130. Soon you will be adept at this." "Understood, boss." With it not being a holiday, the highway was relatively clear, and Lu Jie gradually grew accustomed to the drive. How simple it is to drive fast, isn't it? "Yes, indeed, boss." "Very well, follow the navigation. I will take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive." "All right, boss." Observing the peacefully sleeping Shenhao, Lu Jie felt a surge of excitement. It was her first time driving such an exquisite vehicle. It was only natural to be thrilled. An inexplicable yearning stirred within her. The more she drove, the more she adored it. Truly, it was a luxury car, quiet, responsive, stable, and aesthetically pleasing. Unable to resist, Lu Jie caressed the steering wheel, running her hands over it with delight. The BMW 5 Series, a luxurious automobile, had but one drawback: its expense. After approximately 2.5 hours, they finally arrived at the airport. As she watched Shenhao enter the terminal, Lu Jie reluctantly prepared to depart. Just as she turned away, her phone chimed. It was a red envelope from Shenhao. "This 200 is an extra. Consider it paid leave while I'm away for these few days." Lu Jie's heart leaped with joy, and she excitedly replied, "Boss, how generous," and sent a playful emoji in response. After sending it, her heart raced with anticipation, only to feel a twinge of disappointment when she noticed Shenhao had not acknowledged her message. Soon after, sitting in the driver's seat of the BMW, Lu Jie couldn't resist recording a TikTok. After 2 hours of driving and returning to her neighborhood, her TikTok garnered views and comments that were exponentially higher than usual. The comments section was flooded with messages from wealthy women seeking sponsorship. A few familiar friends immediately called, inquiring if Lu Jie had encountered a rich man. Now that she was driving a BMW, they hinted at wanting an introduction, their words tinged with envy. Lu Jie's vanity was instantly satiated, and her spirits soared. In a small county, beautiful women were plentiful, but affluent men were scarce. Those willing to pay for beauty were even rarer. Most men, she was well aware, sought to take advantage without reciprocation. Chapter 38. Are you looking for me? By the time they arrived in Siam, it was already afternoon. Exiting the airport, Shenhao navigated with ease, hailing a taxi and communicating the destination in his fluent Thai. This trip to Siam had two primary objectives for Shen Hao: to procure some arms and to sell gold. Previously, Lai Yuejing had provided him with 1,000 taels of gold, which he managed to sell for 5 pounds, when Rini had given him 2,000 taels of gold, which remained untouched. Altogether, he possessed 295 pounds of gold. Shen Hao intended to sell approximately 290 pounds. Selling such a significant quantity in his home country was cumbersome. But the black market in Siam offered an opportunity. The nation, being Buddhist, had a high demand for gold, which conveniently could be exchanged for firearms on the black market. During the day, Shen Hao, wearing sunglasses, strolled through Bangkok's Chatuchak area, well known for its array of gun shops. The shops showcased an assortment of firearms, including rocket launchers, rifles, and sniper guns, though foreigners were typically prohibited from purchasing them. However, circumstances varied, and many firearms on the black market were not strictly sourced from licensed shops. If it weren't for the pervasive surveillance, Shen Hao might have fancied a zero-cost acquisition. In the evening, Shen Hao ventured into the black market to procure firearms. Swiftly selecting a rifle, the 416. Originating from Germany, this esteemed assault rifle, known as the 416 Hong Kong dollars, is manufactured by the renowned Heckler Koch Company. However, it comes with a hefty price tag of 30,000. Shen Hao directly purchased 20 boxes of ammunition, 50 rounds per box, along with a suppressor priced at 1,000, and a 4x scope, which is notably famous and widely utilized by the U.S. military. The 31 scope commands a staggering price of 3,000. In total, his expenditure amounted to 40,000, equivalent to approximately 288 million renminbi. Shen Hao expended 600 grams of gold in this acquisition. Yet, he did not encounter anyone selling grenades. Observing Shen Hao's lavish spending, the seller imparted a piece of information. Acquiring such grenades was simple. One only needed to head to Central Africa. There, a grenade could be procured for merely one. And many locals regularly utilize grenades, finding them cheaper than ordinary beverages and easily accessible. Even a small boy could purchase such weapons at the local market. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt as though a new avenue had opened before him. Indeed, Central Africa seemed promising. In the following days, Shen Hao sold his gold in Bangkok's Chinatown and the black market, exchanging it for U.S. dollars at a rate of 60 per gram, roughly translating to 430 renminbi per gram. Although the price was low, the volume expedited the process. From 290 jin of gold, Shen Hao converted his assets into a staggering 906,250,000, which is about 25 million renminbi, elevating his net worth to nearly $500 million. Elated by such a substantial sum, he reveled in his fortune. However, his significant gold sale attracted the attention of Thai gangsters. As Shen Hao prepared to return to his hotel, he noticed several individuals following him. With a cold smirk, he veered into an alley. These were merely ordinary citizens. Yet Shen Hao nimbly leaped onto a rooftop. The 5 men, clad in floral shirts, lost track of him and were filled with frustration. Damn it, we lost him again. This guy is as agile as a monkey. What now? Where is he from? He must be one of us Siamese. His accent is from northern Thailand. He definitely isn't a foreigner. What should we do? He has escaped. Our boss will be furious with us. What can we do? Let us just head back. Just as they turned to leave, Shen Hao let out a quiet chuckle and stealthily followed them. Having been pursued for several days, Shen Hao was not without his temper. He trailed the 5 men closely, eager to discern which gang they belonged to. Their relentless pursuit was tiresome, and he wished to impart a profound lesson to them. In the wake of his counter-tracking, they finally arrived at a manor. Noticing 2 Doberman pinschers barking, Shen Hao donned white woolen gloves, picked up 2 stones from the ground, and swiftly incapacitated both dogs. Entering the estate, he first approached the security room. The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Shen Hao's presence. Just as they prepared to inquire, Shen Hao unsheathed his sword and calmly stated, "Would you care to test the sharpness of my blade? Bastard! How dare you cause trouble here?" In a fit of rage, the 2 guards reached for their guns, intending to eliminate Shen Hao. Unexpectedly, Shen Hao's sword grazed the neck of his opponent. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his strength, and the head of the nearest security guard rolled onto the ground. Blood gushed forth, creating a gruesome scene that even made Shen Hao feel somewhat nauseated. How utterly revolting. He had not anticipated that, under the influence of his internal power, the blade would be so exceedingly sharp. Initially, Shen Hao intended merely to cut the throats of the 2 men, never imagining he would leave the room awash in blood. He stored the other corpse within his spatial realm, awaiting its consumption. After absorbing the memories, Shen Hao discerned the location, one of Bangkok's infamous gangs, the Poison Wolf Gang. Specifically a branch involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking, including the abduction of young women for sale. There were 23 individuals within. Acquainting himself with the layout, Shen Hao swiftly disabled the estate's surveillance system and stealthily infiltrated the manor. He eliminated anyone in his path with remarkable efficiency. Soon, only 10 individuals remained in the main hall. 1 leader, 5 men in floral shirts, and 4 black-clad bodyguards. How pathetic. 5 men could lose track of a single person. Were they truly akin to livestock? The 5 men in floral shirts were too terrified to utter a word. They were thugs from Bangkok, lacking in other skills but adept at navigation and tracking. Yet, their greatest talent had failed them, and their leader was undoubtedly justified in reprimanding them. Are you searching for me? Chapter 39. Sir, we can collaborate. A sudden voice disrupted the rhythm of the group. They turned to see a man donning a mask and a cap emerging slowly from the shadows, wielding a long sword that gleamed ominously in the light. The 4 bodyguards in black immediately recognized the threat and drew their guns from their waists. However, their reactions were too sluggish. In the blink of an eye, the man had closed the distance, and before the 4 guards in black suits could comprehend the situation, they collapsed, clutching their necks. In less than a second, these 4 trained elites were dispatched, despite their prowess against unarmed civilians. Even the strongest among them fell prey in an instant. How terrifying must this sword-wielding figure be? The 5 floral shirt thugs who had been following Shen Hao were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. The leader was equally astonished, his mouth agape. He had never witnessed such a ghostly agility. The distance from the entrance to the sofa was at least 7 or 8 meters, yet in the blink of an eye, the man was upon them. Who would believe such a tale? The leader, possessing a somewhat hardened mind, quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he knelt before Shen Hao, bowing his head in supplication. He understood that against an unknown powerhouse, even drawing a gun would be futile. By the time his hand reached the weapon, he would likely already be dead. Sir, we can negotiate. We can negotiate. I can offer you money. The other 5 men in floral shirts hastily followed suit, kneeling and repeatedly bowing their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. Brother, I admit my mistakes. I humbly beseech you to spare me. We never intended to offend you, nor did we plan to follow you. It was the order of the leader that compelled us. Indeed, it was the leader who commanded us to trail you. We cannot be blamed for this predicament. Upon hearing this, the leader realized that the man he sought, the one dealing in gold, was none other than the formidable figure before him. Instantly, his countenance turned pale with fear, his lips began to tremble, and he felt on the verge of tears. He merely sought wealth, never anticipating he would provoke such a terrifying presence. Shen Hao grew weary of their futile excuses. With a flourish of his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the 6 men, and one by one, they clutched their throats and collapsed in a pool of blood. Utterly devoid of the will to resist, Shen Hao dispatched them with the same ease as one would slay a chicken. Subsequently, he collected their handguns and stowed them away. As he searched the room, he stumbled upon a black leather case containing approximately $1 million in cash, alongside several bags of white powder, its nature readily apparent. Weighing it in his hands, he estimated it to be at least 5 kilograms. In China, possession of 50 grams warrants the death penalty. How many years would one receive for this considerable amount? After a moment of contemplation, sensing its potential utility, Shen Hao refrained from destroying it immediately and placed it within his storage. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of someone banging on the door from the 2nd floor, accompanied by intermittent whimpering. Narrowing his gaze, he ascended the staircase, sword in hand, following the sound to the innermost bedroom on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he beheld a woman lying at the door, bound and clad in a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress. The ropes were tied so tightly that her graceful figure was fully exposed, her bare shoulders and arms strikingly pale. Her long, wavy hair, a vivid wine red, cascaded in disarray around her. Upon seeing Shen Hao brandishing his sword, her beautiful eyes reflected a flicker of terror. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head repeatedly at him, as if she had something to convey. Initially wavering on whether to eliminate her, Shen Hao reconsidered upon observing her state and decided to listen to what she had to say. Gently, he lifted his sword, allowing the cloth from her mouth to fall away. Instantly, her exquisite features became distinct. Her skin was flawless and delicate, reminiscent of porcelain, and her features were intricately sculpted. Akin to a doll, a quintessential mixed-race beauty. She radiated an enchanting allure, like a rose in full bloom. This was the first time Shen Hao encountered someone so breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an almost fox-like charm. The woman, seemingly aware of her circumstances, struggled to sit upright, her light brown eyes locking onto Shen Hao's. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she finally spoke. "Greetings, sir. My name is Song Mapara, the daughter of the Black Snake Gang's leader from Siam. Regardless of what you have done, I implore you to spare my life. We can collaborate in the future. Moreover, I am not affiliated with the Poison Wolf Gang. I was abducted by them." The mention of the Black Snake Gang piqued Shen Hao's interest. He was familiar with this organization. According to the recollections of the tour guide and the security guard at the entrance, the Black Snake Gang is one of the major criminal organizations in the Kingdom of Siam. Their primary activities revolve around arms trafficking and smuggling. The gang leader, Song Mu Mingla, is the son of the retired Army Major General Song Muzan and runs the Emerald Group, which has played a pivotal role in procuring weapons and military equipment for the Myanmar military over the years. He is a well-known figure throughout the Golden Triangle, essentially holding sway over both the underworld and legitimate circles in the Kingdom of Siam. Before him sits Song Mu Parla, the sole daughter of the Black Snake Gang leader, Song Mu Mingla. Initially, Shen Hao contemplated eliminating her, but her esteemed lineage caused him to hesitate, not out of fear, but rather the realization that she could be of use to him. If he could gain control over this woman, it would be significantly advantageous for him. With this thought in mind, Shen Hao positioned himself on a stool before her and did not rush to untie her. Instead, he fixed her with a piercing gaze and coldly inquired, "What reason do I have to save you?" "Sir, I am aware that you harbor a vendetta against the Poison Wolf Gang, and I too have a profound enmity with them." "We are not enemies," she replied. "That rationale fails to persuade me, so do not blame me for being ruthless," he retorted. Her heart raced at his words. "Please, sir, grant me a chance. Do not dismiss me so hastily. I am of value. We could explore a collaboration. My father met an untimely demise during a transaction in Myanmar. The deputy leader of the Black Snake Gang does not wish for me to inherit the gang, and has allied with the Poison Wolf Gang to have me kidnapped. They have yet to kill me out of fear, as many of my father's loyal subordinates are searching for me. The situation remains unstable. The Lone Wolf Gang dares not act recklessly. If you assist me, my life shall henceforth belong to you. I am willing to offer you the entire Black Snake Gang." Her words struck a chord with Shen Hao. Conducting affairs in Huaxia could often be cumbersome, with acquiring resources proving to be quite troublesome. However, if he were to control such a gang in the Kingdom of Siam, it would greatly facilitate his dealings with illicit goods and resource procurement. The more he contemplated this prospect, the more feasible it began to appear. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, his face concealed by a mask, she could not discern his expression. Sensing his lack of response, she ventured again, "Sir, I am also willing to become your woman. I am 24 years old, holding dual master's degrees in law and finance from Harvard. Furthermore, I am a virgin. You may test this claim personally." Chapter 40. What is our current relationship? Previously, during her abduction by the Poison Wolf Gang, Song Mu Parla felt little concern, knowing her life was not in imminent danger and that negotiations were possible. Yet, there was an indifference to life in Shen Hao's gaze that instilled a primal fear within her. In the presence of such a cold-blooded killer, she found herself genuinely terrified. Faced with the specter of death, she was not yet prepared to embrace it with equanimity. Trembling with fear, her legs felt weak. Yet this calm demeanor was merely the last flicker of her courage. Shen Hao remarked coolly, "Then why not sell yourself to the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang?" Song Mupa hurriedly explained, "Sir, he would not dare to do so, nor would he take me in. After all, I am the daughter of the Black Snake Gang's leader, and I have a loyal group of followers. If word were to get out, he would fear being targeted as well." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao replied, "Releasing you is not an issue. Assisting you in claiming the position of the Black Snake Gang's leader is also quite feasible. However, how can I ascertain that you will heed my commands? Could this all be a ruse?" With a serious expression, Song Mupa responded, "Although I am unaware of your true identity, after being captured, I observed the estate situation. There are a total of 23 individuals here. All elites of the Poison Wolf Gang, skilled fighters armed with firearms. Even the average police officer would hesitate to confront them. Yet, you have managed to silently eliminate everyone in this estate, which attests to your remarkable prowess. A powerhouse such as yourself could easily take my life. Do you truly fear that I, a mere woman, could escape your grasp?" In such dire circumstances, her fearlessness indeed showcased her strong psychological fortitude. Shen Hao snapped his fingers, casting an appreciative glance at her. You are quite impressive, intelligent, and astute. I find this deal agreeable. It shall be concluded. Initially, Shin Hao had intended to journey to Africa to procure a substantial arsenal of weapons, such as rockets and grenades, for his peace of mind. However, it seemed that a new avenue for arms had emerged. Moreover, the Black Snake Gang boasted an expansive network, with their weapons being the latest light arms produced in Israel. Many military-grade supplies were scarcely available even on the black market. With this in mind, Shin Hao gracefully waved his Qinglian sword, its cold gleam flashing. In an instant, the ropes binding Song Mupa were severed. Upon regaining her freedom, Song Mupa exhaled deeply, feeling not only the liberation of her body but also the newfound assurance of her survival. Rubbing her sore arms and stretching her limbs, she slowly approached Shin Hao, her captivating brown eyes fixed intently upon him. Soon, the terms of their agreement were finalized, and Shin Hao removed his mask. Song Mupa felt a wave of relief and a sense of fortune wash over her. Thankfully, Shin Hao was not an unsightly creature, nor an old man. Previously, with the mask on, she had only judged him by his voice as a youthful individual. To her pleasant surprise, upon the removal of the mask, his handsome visage aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Who would prefer an unattractive partner when one could find someone so striking? Furthermore, Shin Hao's formidable strength only added to his allure. Now that their deal was established, Song Mupa's trust in Shin Hao grew, and likewise, Shin Hao's faith in her increased. Their collaboration was thus founded on a solid basis. Song Mapara, filled with curiosity, remarked, "You don't appear to be a Siamese, yet your accent perplexes me. It is exceedingly authentic. Indeed, I am of the Huaxiao lineage. Since we are to collaborate, I shall not conceal my identity," Shin Hao replied. "Of course, my current prowess also grants me the capacity for slaughter. Capturing me would prove exceedingly difficult. Should I evade capture, I could remain in this alternate realm for decades before returning to exact vengeance." "And how may I address you?" Song Mapara inquired with intrigue. "From now on, refer to me as boss. Our communication shall remain singular. Do not disclose any details regarding my situation. Should I discover any breach, our collaboration will cease. However, should you encounter difficulties, you may seek my assistance," Shin Hao stated. "What is it that you require from me?" Song Mapara asked. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Transactions must benefit both parties. I merely require some armaments," Shin Hao responded. "Is that all? No need for our Black Snake Gang's funding?" Song Mapara expressed her astonishment. "None is necessary. We shall conduct our dealings normally. Though, at times, you may assist me in laundering some money, and it shall be as simple as that," Shin Hao concluded. "Very well, it is settled." Song Mapara felt a surge of joy at Shin Hao's request, which relieved her considerably. Although the Black Snake Gang was her family's enterprise, many senior members held shares. If Shin Hao demanded everything, it would have posed a significant dilemma for her. "What is our relationship now?" Song Mapara asked, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. "We are in an employment relationship. I am your boss. However, I am known for my domineering nature. Should I discover any infidelity on your part with another man, I would annihilate the entire Black Snake Gang. Remember to address me as boss from now on." Shin Hao smiled. Song Mapara felt a chill run through her, rolling her eyes in disbelief. She found it difficult to reconcile the tender Shin Hao from moments ago with the coldness of his current words. Yet, a sweet sensation blossomed within her. His possessiveness indicated he held feelings for her. "Yes, boss. Should we not get moving? What if someone arrives?" Song Mapara suggested alluringly. "Certainly. Before we leave, we must ignite a fire. The entire estate must be consumed in flames, leaving no trace of my presence," Shin Hao replied nonchalantly. "Evidence such as sweat and skin cells, fingerprints, these would serve as incriminating proof. Only fire can obliterate such traces. I share your intent," he added. Upon hearing this, Song Mapara rose to her feet. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Death. 10 minutes later, Shin Hao and Song Mapara stood outside the estate, gazing at the blazing inferno. Shin Hao lamented, "Such a splendid estate. It is a pity to see it consumed by flames." In response, Song Mapara chuckled, "This house holds little value. If you truly admire it, I shall gift you a modern villa in Bangkok. If that does not pique your interest, I also possess a estate in Pattaya, though it is situated over 100 kilometers from Bangkok." Fearing Shin Hao might not comprehend Pattaya, she elaborated. "Pattaya is a renowned seaside resort, celebrated for its sunshine, beaches, seafood, and cabaret performances, often referred to as the Eastern Hawaii. My estate is located in the eastern district of Pattaya, spanning 200 square meters or 48 acres. a beautifully crafted standalone villa with a luxurious swimming pool. A magnificent 30-meter lakeview swimming pool, surrounded by stunning vistas and a serene courtyard. Featuring 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, ample space, and exquisite decor. How about it? Are you intrigued? Song Mapara gazed at Shun Hao with eager anticipation, seemingly attempting to ensnare him with the allure of the property. Surprisingly, Shun Hao did find himself interested. The beachfront estate was indeed appealing. He inquired, "What is the price of the estate in Pattaya?" Song Mapara replied, "I will gift it to you as a token of gratitude for saving me." Shun Hao, displaying impatience, retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries, just tell me the price." Rolling her eyes, Song Mapara remarked, "What a rude man. The asking price is 29 million Thai baht, approximately 5.58 million renminbi, which translates to about 7.75 million US dollars. Shun Hao responded, "Very well, I find the price agreeable." He then glanced at Song Mapara, who was hugging herself, shivering from the cold. Shun Hao continued, "All right, let me take you home." With that, he retrieved a tour guide's motorcycle from the corner. Song Mapara climbed onto the back, tightly embracing Shun Hao. Only his warmth could provide her with the sense of security she craved. Upon stating the address in the Eastern Business District, Shun Hao nodded, casting one last look at the blazing estate behind him before revving the throttle and departing with style. As the fire raged, someone soon called the authorities. This was beyond Shun Hao's control. That evening, Shun Hao stayed at Song Mapara's villa, where they once again discussed their collaboration. After freshening up, Shun Hao inquired, "Who else remains a hindrance to your command of the Black Snake Gang?" "There are 3 individuals. All veterans of the gang," she replied. "Send me their photos and addresses. We shall resolve the matter tonight." Upon hearing this, Song Mapara hesitated, saying, "If they are all eliminated, wouldn't it raise suspicions about me?" Shun Hao reassured her, "In the face of overwhelming power, all conspiracies are but mere paper tigers. Imagine if they all vanished overnight. Even if doubts lingered in the hearts of the gang members, who would dare to oppose?" Song Mapara opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Shun Hao continued, "As long as you can manage your subordinates, those who oppose you should be sent to meet their maker." "No, wait. Since you and Siam are Buddhists, they should be sent to the Western Paradise instead." "Very well, just be cautious," she replied. Shun Hao, dressed and exuding confidence, offered her a reassuring glance. Listening to the sound of the motorcycle fading away, Song Mapara felt somewhat uneasy. The rapid development of her relationship with Shun Hao caught her off guard, yet she held no regrets. Before long, Shun Hao arrived at a suburban villa. Observing the deputy leader asleep in bed, cradling a transgender individual whose frame was even larger than his own, which revolted Shun Hao. Disgusted by the sight, he swiftly struck the pressure point of the individual, employing his internal energy to sever their life force. In silence, the deed was done. Shun Hao, disinterested in the villa's other belongings, noticed a safe in the study and felt a flicker of curiosity. However, the safe was exceedingly complex and unable to unlock it. He decided to simply remove it and store it in his own space. Having completed his tasks, Shun Hao departed quietly, while the several bodyguards inside the villa remained utterly oblivious. Continuing his methods, Shun Hao eliminated 3 esteemed elders of the Black Snake Gang, silently confronting them with an unyielding resolve. By dawn, he returned to the villa of Song Mapara, where she was peacefully slumbering. Suddenly, she felt an embrace that jolted her awake with its icy touch. Upon realizing it was Shun Hao, she sighed in relief, playfully scolding, "You startled me. I thought you were that wild man, and I'm not even dressed." Shun Hao reassured her by patting her shoulder, declaring, "Who dares to intrude? I shall not hesitate to deal with them." "Boss, have you succeeded?" Song Mapara inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Of course. You can rest easy and continue being the leader of the gang," Shun Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Song Mapara was taken aback, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Despite Shun Hao's formidable prowess, the annihilation of 3 gang elders in a single night was simply astounding. Which gang would dare to provoke such a man? It was worth noting that each of these formidable figures was surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards. Concerned, Song Mapara asked, "You weren't injured, were you?" "If I were to be injured dealing with them, that would be unacceptable," Shun Hao scoffed. "You are truly remarkable," Song Mapara praised sincerely, her admiration evident. "Your words are sweet. I relish hearing them. So please, say more," he encouraged. In that moment, Song Mapara gazed at Shun Hao with a mixture of adoration and reverence. Such a powerful man undeniably captivated her. Shun Hao had initially contemplated eradicating these individuals and returning home directly, but after some reflection, he abandoned the idea. The sudden demise of 3 elders from the Black Snake gang would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon Song Mapara. To avert any dissent, he decided to remain for a few days to assist her with subsequent matters. The following day, the Black Snake gang was engulfed in shock. Their 3 elders had perished without a sound. Even more perplexing was the fact that each elder was attended by numerous bodyguards who remained utterly oblivious. Moreover, the women who lay beside the deceased were also blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Surveillance footage yielded no useful information, and those in the elders' beds became subjects of intense scrutiny. After forensic examination, it was revealed that the deceased bore no external injuries, as if they had passed away peacefully in their slumber. This case was steeped in mystery, sending chills down the spines of many. The police and gang members alike were left in astonishment, their hearts gripped by fear of the unknown. The only lead was that a safe had vanished from each of the 3 elders' villas. However, these safes were the most advanced Swiss imports, weighing over 200 kilograms, requiring several individuals to lift them. Yet, astonishingly, the safes had mysteriously disappeared without a trace of disturbance. It was undoubtedly one of the most bizarre occurrences of the century. Not only the Black Snake gang, but also the Poison Wolf gang had suffered a catastrophic loss the previous night, with the hall leader and dozens of members being silenced, all perishing in flames. The scene was gruesomely tragic. In an instant, the underworld of Bangkok was rife with panic, as gang leaders began to feel the weight of their own vulnerability. It is truly terrifying that so many lives were lost in a single night. Such a dreadful event has prompted the police to conceal the truth, fearing the repercussions, while the media remains silent. On the surface, all appears calm, yet behind the scenes, the deployment of police vehicles has multiplied exponentially. Many suspect that the elders of the Black Snake gang have fallen victim to a mysterious poison. Chapter 42. No shortage of funds. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos within the gang, Song Mapara ascended to the position of leader of the Black Snake gang. There are whispers that the elders' demise may have been orchestrated by Song Mapara, but without evidence, no one dares to voice such suspicions. Moreover, the cause of death revealed by the autopsy remains an enigma, as it was not due to poison. The bizarre nature of the 3 elders' deaths has instilled a sense of fear among the members. Shun Hao has spent 3 days here, during which he has thoroughly assessed Song Mapara's capabilities. Seizing this opportunity, Song Mapara employed decisive measures to eliminate dissenters within the gang, thereby solidifying his control over the Black Snake gang. Shun Hao observed all of this with a sense of reassurance. Song Mapara was his chosen partner, had he proven inept. Shun Hao would have had to consider alternative candidates. A mere figurehead would contradict Shun Hao's principles and expose his vulnerabilities. On the 4th day, Song Mapara escorted Shun Hao to Pattaya, situated over 100 kilometers from Bangkok. This renowned seaside resort in Siam is celebrated for its sunshine, beaches, seafood, and cabaret shows, often referred to as the Eastern Hawaii. Shun Hao's purpose in coming here was, of course, to purchase a villa. Upon arriving at the exquisite standalone villa with a splendid swimming pool, Shun Hao felt immense satisfaction. The 30-meter pool, with its crystal-clear waters, was particularly appealing. Directly across from the villa lay the beach, dotted with numerous beautiful beachgoers, providing a delightful atmosphere. Song Mapara smiled as she introduced, "This is the estate I mentioned earlier, covering an area of 2 rai, approximately 200 square meters or 48 acres, featuring 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, ample space, and exquisite decoration. Do you like it? Indeed, I would buy it. However, I cannot simply accept it as a gift," Shun Hao replied, shaking his head. "This amount is trivial to me. I'm not one to live off others. You previously mentioned a price of 29 million Thai baht, approximately 58 million renminbi, or around 775,000 USD, correct?" Seeing Shun Hao's meticulousness, Song Mapara felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded nonetheless. "I will give you 800,000 USD. After the purchase is finalized, I will return to my country the day after tomorrow, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging for someone to clean the place." "Are you leaving the day after tomorrow?" Shun Hao inquired. Song Mapara, feeling reluctant, expressed, "These past few days with you have granted me an unprecedented sense of security, which has captivated me. The thought of your departure saddens me greatly." Shun Hao gently grasped Song Mapara's smooth and delicate chin, smiling as he said, "Do come by whenever you have the time." Song Mapara nodded in agreement and replied, "Consider this manor as a gift for you. No need for that. This sum holds little significance to me. I can offer you $800,000, Shun Hao countered. Presently, he possessed over 9 million RMB, having previously sold 290 pounds of gold for a total of $906,000. After vanquishing the leader of the Poison Wolf gang, he had seized $100,000 along with illicit substances. Thus, Shunhao's current fortune amounted to $10 million. Rather than letting the money sit idly, he preferred to spend it. Naturally, Shunhao's character did not lend itself to a life of dependency. Very well, he conceded, feeling quite satisfied with the manner. That evening, he decided to stay there with Song Mapara. As he gazed at the azure swimming pool, he felt a surge of excitement and, with a resounding splash, dove in. Water erupted around him in a cascade of droplets, each wave giving rise to another. After spending 7 days in Siam, Shunhao felt he had had his fill and planned to depart. In recent days, he had also requested Song Mapara to procure some powerful grenades for him. The plane bound for his homeland had been airborne for quite some time when Song Mapara remained standing, reluctant to leave. After a moment, she finally returned to her vehicle with a sense of longing. Meanwhile, the young maid, Lu Jie, received a text from Shunhao instructing her to pick him up at Chang'an Airport in 4.5 hours. Flustered, she quickly replied, "Understood." Checking the time, she noted it was still early. Gazing at her somewhat unkempt hair in the mirror, Lu Jie decided to visit a hair salon for a wash. Requesting a simple style from her stylist, Tony, her legs appeared increasingly shapely, and she applied a touch of light makeup, finishing with a spritz of perfume. Admiring her refined self in the mirror, Lu Jie felt her heart race inexplicably. It had been quite a while since she had taken such care in her appearance, leaving her with a sense of anticipation, though what she anticipated, she dared not articulate. Thus, she drove to Shunhao's community and headed directly onto the highway. After approximately 3 hours, she arrived at the airport. Seeing that she still had time, she couldn't resist recording a short video for Douyin. In less than 3 minutes, her group of friends initiated a video call. "Wow, that's quite a secret you're hiding. Whose BMW is that? Make him treat us to a meal." "Indeed, Lu Jie. How could you be so inconsiderate? Share some details, would you? What does this man do? Let us see the car in the video. Is it real?" Her friends' inquiries provided Lu Jie with immense satisfaction for her vanity, though she felt too shy to admit her role as a maid. Consequently, she began filming the car with her phone. "Something's off here. Lu Jie, you've put on makeup, are wearing stockings, and even a figure-hugging skirt. This is the airport. You must be here to meet a man. The case is cracked. The truth is revealed. Remember to send us a video when the man arrives." Lu Jie, however, did not respond to her friend's requests. Instead, she chuckled and ended the call. She was well aware that these women were cunning, and once introduced to Shunhao, they would undoubtedly pursue him. In their small county, while there were many beautiful women, wealthy men were scarce. Even if they wished to be supported, they lacked the means. Their social circles rarely intersected with affluence. Lu Jie exited the group chat, leaving the other women to continue their conversation. Most of the content revolves around speculating about the identity of a certain man and criticizing Lu Jie for being stingy, unwilling to introduce him to others. Soon, a plane from Siam landed. Among the crowd, Shunhao immediately spotted Lu Jie, elegantly clad in a fitted dress. Upon noticing Shunhao, Lu Jie eagerly waved, prompting numerous men to glance over at the sight of such a stunning woman. As they observed Shunhao approaching her, many felt a pang of envy, wishing they could take his place. Some grumbled about his good looks, expressing their disdain. Once Shunhao entered his BMW, the crowd seemed to understand why, with some derisively labeling her a gold digger. Shunhao took the driver's seat, having not driven in days, and felt a surge of excitement. After getting in, he said to Lu Jie, "You've worked hard." Lu Jie quickly waved her hand, insisting, "It's nothing, really. It's my duty." As he started the car, he added, "This isn't part of your job, consider it overtime. I'll send you a red envelope later." Lu Jie hurriedly declined, saying, "No need, boss. I haven't cooked for you these past few days, so it feels inappropriate to accept any payment." Shunhao replied, "Just do as I say." He then glanced at her and complimented, "You look lovely today, and your legs are quite appealing." At this, Lu Jie blushed, her heart racing. As she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she shyly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. You flatter me, boss." Shunhao smiled subtly, choosing to remain silent. Lu Jie, dressed so beautifully, her hair freshly styled and emanating a delightful fragrance, certainly caught his attention. Women adorn themselves to please those they admire, and Lu Jie, dressed so attractively, likely anticipated his praise. Shunhao was well aware of women's sentiments and their swift reactions. However, during the past few days in Siam, He had been accompanied by the captivating song Mapara, which dulled his interest in Lu Jie, despite her striking appearance. Before long, they were on the highway, and Shen Hao activated the cruise control, allowing him to retrieve his phone for charging. As he placed his phone on the wireless charging pad near the gear shift, Lu Jie's long, beautiful legs naturally brushed against him. Shen Hao paused, contemplating her intentions. Was she worried he couldn't reach her leg, and thus made the move herself? Noticing her slightly bashful expression, he decided to indulge her and rested his hand on her leg. The smoothness of her skin felt delightful. After a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the car, prompting Shen Hao to change the subject. "Did you fill the tank?" he inquired. Lu Jie quickly responded, "Yes. I was concerned about running low on fuel before arriving." "Oh, you can rest assured. I filled it with 95 octane, she added. Shen Hao nodded. "I'll reimburse you later. This is a personal errand, and I can't let you bear the cost." "It's really not necessary, boss," Lu Jie insisted. "This amount is trivial for me, but it's not insignificant for you." "It's settled then," he continued. "Let us stop by the supermarket later to buy some groceries. We'll have dinner at home today." In recent days, as Shen Hao reflected on the peculiar dishes he had encountered in Thailand, he could not help but express his discontent. He truly found them unpalatable. "All right, boss," Lu Jie promptly replied, observing the diligent and considerate demeanor of the young maid. Shen Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing he had chosen well. After driving for over an hour, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to stop at a service area and allow the maid to take the wheel. Closing his eyes, he soon drifted into slumber. As she cautiously navigated the vehicle, Lu Jie felt a twinge of disappointment when Shen Hao's hand did not wander to her leg, despite his sleeping form. Yet, she maintained her focus on the road. Within 2 hours, they arrived at the residential complex. "Boss, we have arrived," Lu Jie said carefully. Shen Hao, still groggy, glanced around at the familiar garage of his community and nodded. "I'll head up first. Please go to the supermarket and buy some groceries." "Hurry, I'm quite hungry." "Understood, boss," she replied. After ascending to the 19th floor and changing his shoes, Shen Hao suddenly recalled something important. He took out his phone and sent Lu Jie a transfer of 1,000 yuan, covering both fuel expenses and the cost of picking him up from the airport. After all, the round trip amounted to over 400 kilometers, and hiring a driver would incur significant costs, not to mention the hundreds required to fill the tank with 95 octane fuel. Shen Hao was not one to take advantage of the maid. With his instructions, Lu Jie no longer hesitated and happily accepted the money, sending a playful emoji in response. "Boss, you are so generous. Love you." Half an hour later, Lu Jie returned. Shen Hao handed her a bag of rice, instructing, "Use this rice to steam some." "Yes, boss," she replied. Within an hour, Lu Jie had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. The enticing aroma of the rice wafted through the air, prompting Lu Jie to exclaim, "Boss, this rice smells divine." Shen Hao chuckled. "You have a discerning palate. This is Siam rice, reserved for royalty." On his recent trip to Siam, he had brought back several bags. "Well, I should take my leave," she said. "Let us eat together. I cannot finish it all by myself," he insisted. "Is that appropriate?" she questioned. "Enough chatter, sit and eat," Shen Hao commanded. Lu Jie nodded, eager to sample the royal rice. "Go, fetch 2 bottles of beer from the fridge," he added. Without hesitation, she complied. The meal was a delight for Shen Hao. After the unappetizing fare he had endured in Siam, the comforts of home were a welcome reprieve. Observing Lu Jie tidying up, he remarked, "Once you finish cleaning, there's no need to notify me before leaving. If you need the car, just take it." After a long day of travel, he planned to rest for a while. "Understood, boss," she acknowledged. Once Shen Hao retired to the bedroom, Lu Jie proceeded with her tasks quietly, careful not to disturb him. After half an hour, having completed her chores, she gently closed the door behind her. That night, Shen Hao enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, shortly after 8, he heard the door open. Entering the living room, he found Lu Jie bringing breakfast, which included tofu pudding, 2 steamed buns, and an egg. "Boss, please eat your breakfast while I tidy up," she offered. Shen Hao replied, "Your duties do not encompass breakfast. There is no need for this." "It's no trouble at all," she insisted. "I picked it up on my way back from dropping off the child. Please wash up and enjoy your meal. I will handle the cleaning." Moments later, Lu Jie's voice echoed from the bedroom. The boss remarked that the sheets had not been changed for quite some time. He inquired if there were any replacements at home, offering to change them for a new set. Observing the industrious Lu Jie, Shen Hao felt quite pleased with the little maid. After finishing his meal, Shen Hao stretched comfortably, rejuvenated, and prepared to return to the alternate realm. Chapter 44. Where is your widow's dream ball? After stretching, Shen Hao entered the space, donned his ancient attire, and once again arrived in the otherworld. Here, everything remained as it was when he had departed. The following day, Shen Hao joined the Liu family escort agency in Liu County. Meanwhile, on the carriage, Song Yongzi and Ji Dongga, disguised as men, were still in a drowsy state. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted outside, shaking the very ground beneath them. The commotion suggested at least 100 riders. From a distance, swirling yellow dust obscured the sky, resembling a sandstorm. The tremendous noise startled the entire Liu family escort agency, prompting preparations for defense. Simultaneously, Song Yongzi and Ji Dongga were roused from their stupor, anxiously hiding in Shen Hao's embrace. Upon returning, Shen Hao had already retrieved the 416 from the space. It was no wonder that those who roamed the ancient world were often heroes. Ordinary people would succumb in such situations. Shen Hao's expression turned grave, while he might remain unfazed in the face of thousands. He could not disregard the safety of the two women beside him. I shall deal with him, he proclaimed. Will it be dangerous, my lord? Asked Xiao Kalami, her voice tinged with worry. It's merely a small-time bandit. Have no fear, Shen Hao reassured them. Sensing their tension, he thought it was time to teach the two women some martial skills, not necessarily to make them formidable, but at least to grant them a modicum of self-defense. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the Liu family escort agency. Drawing his sword, he stood resolutely at the forefront. Observing this, Shen Hao felt puzzled. Previously, he had thought the bandits were part of the Liu family escort agency, but it appeared otherwise. As the sound of hoofbeats grew closer, everyone tensed. The leading bandit pulled hard on the reins, halting his horse in front of the Liu family escort agency. Hundreds of horses came to a sudden stop, raising clouds of dust. I am Liu Junxing, the head of the Liu family escort agency. Might I request a favor from you? I assure you, we shall pay you a visit in due time, he stated. The leading bandit sneered. Who is Liu Junxing? I have not heard of him. You have 3 breaths to lay down your weapons and stand aside. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Liu Junxing's gaze sharpened. If there is no room for negotiation, let us see whose strength prevails. The bandit smirked. A mere innate 3rd layer dares to flaunt his prowess before me. The others remained stationary, awaiting their leader to dispose of Liu Junxing first. Anyone who dares to move will be killed without mercy. Understood, boss, the bandit replied. With a swift motion, he kicked his left foot in the stirrup, propelling himself forward like an arrow, and in an instant, he was before Liu Junxing, his large blade descending with force. With a single strike, Liu Junxing stumbled back several steps, exclaiming, "Curse be my negligence." A profound sense of trepidation enveloped him. For the bandit's prowess was undoubtedly at least at the 6th level of innate strength. Realizing the perilous situation he faced, he felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, the bandit darted forward with lightning speed, his blade sweeping horizontally. The ferocity of his swordplay left Liu Junxing no choice but to evade, leaping backward to avoid the deadly strike. With a resounding crack, though Liu Junxing managed to escape unscathed, the carriage behind him was not so fortunate. Cleaved in twain by the bandit's lethal aura. As the two engaged, their energies clashed, leaving deep gashes upon the ground in their wake. Within a fleeting moment, they exchanged dozens of blows. Liu Junxing remained on the defensive, struggling against the relentless onslaught. He leapt into the air to gain distance. Yet the bandit's speed surpassed his own. Shen Hao was astounded, unable to discern how the bandit had so effortlessly severed the carriage. He reflected on the vast disparity in their realms, realizing that such a gap in strength rendered him blind to the intricacies of their combat. In that moment, he gained a clearer understanding of innate combat power, yet he was incredulous that this bandit was indeed a master of innate abilities. The exchanges between the two were swift. The bandit's technique was brutal and straightforward, striking with horizontal and vertical slashes, seemingly simplistic, yet targeting vital points with precision, akin to military combat designed solely for slaughter. Liu Junxing's swordplay, though agile, lacked the necessary force, and it was evident that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Observing this, Shen Hao narrowed his eyes and retrieved his 416 rifle, prepared to unleash a barrage the moment the bandit drew closer. Capturing the leader first was paramount. Eliminating the bandit chief would render the rest inconsequential. However, with Liu Junxing entangled in combat with the bandit, Shen Hao found it impossible to take aim. Suddenly, the bandit struck Liu Junxing's shoulder with a vicious blow, following up with a kick that sent Liu flying, whereupon 2 other bandits seized him. Seeing this, Shun Hao furrowed his brow, deeming Lu Junxing utterly inept. It was clear he needed a different approach. With that thought, he retrieved 2 grenades from his storage, which he had procured days earlier from Siam at the behest of Song Mapala. There were only 10 in total. After binding Lu Junxing tightly, the bandit did not execute him but instead addressed the others, proclaiming, "Your chief, Lu Junxing, has been captured. Surrender now, and you may be spared. Resist, and you shall all perish." Faced with such dire circumstances, the members of the Lu family escort chose to cease their resistance. At this juncture, Shen Hao discerned that these were no ordinary bandits. They were disciplined and highly trained, their leader exhibiting remarkable strength. Shen Hao suspected these men were former military personnel. Quickly, all disembark and form a line, commanded one of the bandits, who rapped on Shen Hao's carriage with his knife. "Everyone inside, step out." Shen Hao turned to the 2 women and instructed, "Stay hidden in the carriage for now. I shall draw the bandits away." Song Yongzi hurriedly shook her head. "Young master, do not. You are no match for that bandit." Even Ji Donga, standing nearby, wore a face of concern. Shen Hao smiled reassuringly. "Have no fear. I have my own clever stratagem." Bestowing a comforting glance upon the 2, he exited the carriage. As he descended, 2 bandits approached to conduct a search. Shen Hao raised his hand and fired 2 shots, each finding its mark with lethal precision. This sudden turn of events rendered everyone speechless. The bandit never anticipated that amidst the crowd, there would be someone audacious enough to take action at such a moment. The bandit leader's expression changed drastically, and in a fit of anger, he commanded, "Seize him. I shall flay him alive." With a mocking tone, Shen Hao retorted, "Fool, catch your father first. Farewell, imbecile." With that, Shen Hao's toes touched the ground, and he leapt onto the roof of the cart, soaring into the sky like a wisp of smoke. Taking 3 or 4 leaps to reach a distance of several dozen yards, he sprinted desperately towards the mountain peak. Employing the exquisite lightness skill he had acquired from the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, known as Qing Hong Juing. This was the source of Shen Hao's confidence. As long as he could divert the bandit leader's attention, matters would become manageable. He silently hoped that the Lu family's escort agency would prove useful, and he harbored intentions of eliminating this villain. In his possession were 10 hand grenades. Even if the bandit possessed innate abilities, that would not deter him. The bandit momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Shen Hao's remarkable agility. Rather than feeling fear, he licked his lips, excitement etched across his face, his eyes glinting with greed. Such extraordinary skill was something he lacked, and he discerned that Shen Hao had not yet attained innate prowess. He was merely a nascent practitioner. "Humph. I shall capture that brat first," he thought, filled with determination. Meanwhile, a white figure stealthily followed behind Shen Hao in the woods, Meng Xuanji, who had been tailing him all along. The bandit's speed was astounding. Within mere moments, he was closing in on Shen Hao. The latter, aware of the disparity between innate and acquired abilities, felt the weight of his predicament. With his prowess akin to that of an innate master, employing the Qing Hong Juing, there was no way the bandit could catch up to him. Upon reaching the Black Tiger Gorge, surrounded by towering boulders, the potency of the hand grenades would be maximized. Upon witnessing Shen Hao enter the gorge, the bandit's face lit up with delight. The steep cliffs encircling the Black Tiger Gorge left no foothold for dozens of yards, rendering ascent impossible. This gorge stretched for over 10 kilometers, allowing only forward movement with no alternative paths. If Shen Hao continued his ascent, the bandit leader would expend considerable effort, but once inside the gorge, it would be a dead end for Shen Hao. The bandit surmised that Shen Hao's internal energy would soon be depleted, and in no time, he would be at their mercy. The bandit felt no urgency. Rather, he relished the thrill of the hunt. After a few minutes, Shen Hao found himself with merely 30% of his internal energy remaining. While running, he placed all 10 grenades into his pocket and bound them together with tape for easy access to the fuses. Having prepared everything, Shen Hao feigned exhaustion and sat upon a rock, panting heavily. Barely seconds after he settled down, the bandit's figure caught up with him. Upon seeing Shen Hao resting on the stone, the bandit grinned cruelly. "Why have you stopped, brat? Keep running. Your pause here is simply boring." Shen Hao waved his hand dismissively. "No more running. I can't go on. Spare my life, and I shall surrender unconditionally." A glint of murderous intent flashed in the bandit's eyes. With a cold snort in his heart, he thought, "Spare you? You wretched creature. Wasting so much of my time. The resentment in my heart cannot be quelled without dismembering you." Taking a deep breath to suppress the anger boiling within him, He reminded himself of the important matters at hand. Today, Shun Hao's appearance was indeed an unexpected delight. More precisely, it was Shun Hao's remarkable lightness of foot that astonished him. Such exquisite skill was something he himself lacked. Who would have thought that a simple robbery would yield such fortuitous circumstances? The bandit wore a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful as he declared, "I can spare your life, but only if you obediently transcribe the lightness technique you just employed. I swear to let you live and even allow you to serve as my subordinate, enjoying all the wealth and glory that comes with it." Shun Hao, discreetly pulling the pin from a grenade hidden behind his back, responded with a cold laugh. "Fool, with your limited intellect, do you think you can deceive me? Are you attempting to trick me into revealing my technique only to kill me? You must be dreaming." Infuriated by being ridiculed by someone he deemed insignificant, the bandit immediately seized his machete, advancing with a fierce stride, intent on attacking. As the bandit charged towards him, Shun Hao's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was illuminated by excitement. He silently counted down the seconds to the grenade's detonation, planning to evade into another dimension and obliterate the scoundrel. Just then, a sudden sound of slicing air came from behind the bandit, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end in alarm. Reacting swiftly, the bandit executed a flip in midair, altering his stance. He understood that if he continued to pursue Shun Hao, he might sustain injuries and thus chose to evade. He hadn't anticipated that Shun Hao would have an ally. In an instant, a green leaf shot past him, creating ripples in the surrounding air. Although the bandit adjusted his position quickly, the tender green leaf still struck his left arm. Before the leaf, the bandit's arm was as fragile as tofu. It was severed cleanly, his left hand falling to the ground in a gruesome display. The leaf continued its trajectory, embedding itself into a massive rock. Blood gushed from the bandit's left shoulder, staining his clothes red. The sudden loss of balance and strength from his left side sent him tumbling to the ground. Agony etched across his face as he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Meanwhile, Shun Hao gasped in astonishment. Regaining his composure, he seized the moment and hurled all the grenades in his possession towards the bandit, swiftly retreating behind a large rock 8 meters away. The bandit, still disoriented, caught sight of the dark iron projectiles hurtling towards him. Despite never having encountered such oddities before, he instinctively prepared to defend himself with his blade, believing it to be a manageable threat compared to the earlier leaf attack. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he raised his weapon just as a thunderous explosion erupted. A brilliant flash lit the sky, and a violent blast centered around the bandit sent debris flying in all directions within a radius of 7 or 8 meters. In the fleeting moment of the explosion, the bandit clutched a knife to his chest, yet his body was still hurled into the air, landing on the ground with a convulsion before he breathed his last. The tremendous sound of the blast startled the creatures of the mountains and forests, causing birds and beasts to scatter in a frenzy. As the echoes of the explosion faded and the smoke dissipated, a large pit, several meters wide and reeking of explosives, marked the spot where the bandit had just been lying. After a brief pause, Shun Hao cautiously emerged from behind the boulder. Upon seeing the bandit sprawled a dozen meters away, bloodied and unrecognizable, Shun Hao chuckled to himself, seized his 416 rifle, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the bandit. The rapid gunfire resonated throughout the Black Tiger Gorge, reverberating back in waves. After a few moments, confirming that the bandit was beyond salvation, Shun Hao finally exhaled in relief. However, the thought of someone having injured the bandit left him uncertain of whether this individual was friend or foe. Moreover, the weapon used was more formidable than bullets, having severed the bandit's arm completely, which astonished Shun Hao. After some contemplation, he reasoned that since the assailant's target was the bandit, they must be an ally. Given their evident prowess, escape would be futile. It was prudent to first ascertain their intentions. Resolving this in his mind, Shun Hao stepped out from behind the boulder, mentally prepared to retreat if necessary, ready to evade into the shadows should the situation demand it. At that moment, the Black Tiger Gorge was devoid of anything save for the bandit's lifeless body. Shun Hao clasped his fists in gratitude, declaring, "I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. Esteemed one, I humbly request the honor of your presence." No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, gracefully hovering in midair. Shun Hao was taken aback. Such an ability transcended the capabilities of the true essence realm. What extraordinary fortune had led him to encounter such a master in this desolate place? In the entire Daong dynasty, the only acknowledged master was the true essence realm general, the fifth royal uncle Yang Wuxian. Yet here stood an unknown expert. His luck was indeed unparalleled. As he beheld the woman in white, her face partially obscured by a veil, her features remained indistinct, but her strikingly bright eyes radiated an air of ethereal beauty, exuding a chilling elegance. By the established norms, such formidable masters were often stunningly beautiful women. Shen Hao cautiously expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention." The woman was none other than Meng Xuanji. She too was astonished, her gaze fixated on Shen Hao's 416, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her enchanting eyes. Reflecting on the earlier explosion, she regarded him with newfound respect. The weapon's power was such that even a practitioner of the true essence realm could easily be caught off guard and injured. The might and velocity of the weapon in Shen Hao's hands rivaled that of a pinnacle innate master, albeit with the caveat of being evade-able. Intrigued by Shen Hao, she pondered the existence of such a remarkable hidden weapon that required no cultivation of true energy. It appeared that an ordinary person could wield it, indeed impressive. Could it be that Shen Hao was a master craftsman? Or perhaps he had a mentor skilled in the art of crafting? Upon reflection, Meng Xuanji remarked casually, "Had it not been for my intervention, you would not have emerged unscathed." Beside her, Shen Hao, with a flicker of his eyes, recognized the value in befriending such a formidable expert. He responded with a smile, "Senior, you are too modest. If it were not for your decisive action in severing the bandit's arm, he might have successfully ambushed me. I owe you my gratitude. How may I repay you?" Meng Xuanji replied nonchalantly, "With wine." Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. If her request was for wine, it must be connected to Wenren Yi. This thought eased Shen Hao's mind considerably, as needs could certainly be met. Chapter 46. Are they the cavalry of the northern wilderness? Given that they were allies, Shen Hao felt less apprehensive. Furthermore, faced with an unknown yet powerful adversary, he lacked the strength to flee, though he remained prepared to retreat into the spatial realm at a moment's notice. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Wenren Yi was indeed remarkable, capable of attracting an expert more formidable than those at the true essence realm. He felt a sense of astonishment, having underestimated her. Shen Hao continued, "Since you desire wine, it is quite simple. We have some in the cart. Oh, and I kindly ask you to assist my 2 maidservants, as I am currently unable to reach them due to my earlier exertions. As long as they remain unharmed, I am willing to offer 2 bottles of exquisite wine." Though Shen Hao was unaware of the woman's intentions for the wine, he recognized it as a means to win her favor. Securing a powerful ally for the price of a bottle of spirits was undoubtedly a bargain, one that gold could not easily procure. Naturally, Shen Hao was not inclined to fulfill her request all at once. He understood that to maintain her assistance in the future, he must not allow her to take advantage of him. Gradual progress was the key. After dispatching a few bandits with the ease of crushing ants, Meng Xuanji nodded, agreed. With that, her figure vanished from sight in an instant. In disbelief, Shen Hao exclaimed, "What incredible speed!" He could scarcely comprehend her swift movements. And were it not for the daylight, one might have thought they had encountered a specter. He felt a pang of envy. Who wouldn't wish to soar through the skies and traverse the earth so effortlessly? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He approached the mangled corpses of the bandits, but after taking just a few steps, he halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon a peculiar sight. Specifically, he observed a large stone, approximately 1 meter high, embedded with a leaf, not resting atop, but rather half embedded within. A single leaf had pierced through the stone, shattering Shen Hao's understanding of reality. Suddenly, a memory struck him. The bandit had been severed at the arm by a formidable weapon. Could this leaf be the culprit? Was this leaf, in fact, a concealed weapon? Driven by curiosity, he approached the stone. Kneeling beside it, Shen Hao inspected the leaf closely. It appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features. With a gentle tug, he grasped the leaf. At that moment, the stone shattered like fragile glass, revealing a myriad of fine cracks. With a crisp sound, the stone fragmented into countless tiny shards. As Shen Hao gazed upon the unscathed leaf in his hand, a shiver ran down his spine. The sheer terror was palpable. Fortunately, this woman was not an adversary, indeed. A low profile is the true path to survival. Undeterred by superstition, Shen Hao tore the leaf in half with ease, as it was merely a leaf. He then cast it aside and approached the corpse of the bandit. Though the body was mangled beyond recognition, it was undeniably that of a genuine innate master. Without hesitation, he disposed of it into his spatial realm. Subsequently, Shen Hao paid little heed and hurried back, for he was concerned about the safety of Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, who remained in the carriage. Meanwhile, the members of the Liu family escort bureau, including the 6th Master Ma and the cross-dressing Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, had been bound by the bandits. At this moment, Only a minute had elapsed since that thunderous explosion. Lu Junsheng, the head of the escort bureau, grew increasingly anxious. Yet he found himself incapacitated, unable to unleash his full prowess. He could only silently channel his vital energy to break free from his restraints, inwardly praying for Shun Hao to buy him some time. In his eyes, Shun Hao's desperate diversion of the bandit leader was a glimmer of hope for their survival. Like the others, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga crouched on the ground, shaken by the earlier explosion, bewildered as to what had transpired. The bandits, however, displayed an air of indifference, convinced that Shen Hao, a mere mortal of the postnatal realm, posed no threat to their leader. Suddenly, several piercing sounds sliced through the air. The bandits stationed at the periphery were sent flying. The two bandits guarding Lu Junsheng remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos until they felt a hand at their throats. Lu Junsheng was also struck by a stone, though it caused him no harm. Rather, it liberated him from his constraints. This revelation filled him with astonishment. How masterfully the assailant wielded their power, as so many had perished, yet he alone was freed. Time was of the essence, and Lu Junsheng dared not linger in thought. Seizing the sword from the ground, he joined the fray. The remaining bandits quickly surrounded him, fully aware that their leader's return would spell certain doom for their foes. A few of the captors, witnessing their comrades fall, were engulfed by fury and charged at the members of the Lu family escort bureau with their blades. In a swift flurry, 4 or 5 of them were dispatched. Just as they were about to reach 6th Master Ma, several leaves soared through the air, severing the bandits in half. Blood splattered across Ma, soaking him thoroughly. In that moment, he appeared grotesque, drenched in crimson, the pungent scent of blood making him nauseous. Behind him, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga could no longer contain themselves and began to vomit. With the assistance of the mysterious expert, Lu Junsheng quickly led the members of the Lu family escort bureau to eliminate all the bandits. Once the battle concluded, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the members of the Lu family escort agency remarked, "Chief Escort, these individuals appear to be cavalrymen from the northern wilderness. This badge was taken from that bandit. It bears inscriptions." Upon gazing at the bronze badge, Lu Junsheng felt a jolt of surprise and hurriedly took it for inspection. He observed that the badge was inscribed with the words Centurion Mo Ku Bo Ji Lai, confirming its origin from the northern wilderness. Such bronze badges are exclusive to the centurions of that region. The military structure of the northern wilderness closely resembles that of the Daong dynasty, though the nomenclature differs. The silver badge belongs to the 1,000-man commander Mangan Bo Ji Lai, while the 10,000-man commander, Wanhu Temu Bo Ji Lai, possesses a golden badge. Beneath them is the deputy 1,000-man commander, who bears a silver badge, whereas the supreme commanders utilize jade badges. Chapter 47. Is this kid deceiving me? It appears that the bandit leader is likely a 1,000-man commander from the northern wilderness, or possibly even a 10,000-man commander who has audaciously ventured into Yangling Prefecture. What shall we do? Lu Junsheng sighed inwardly. Indeed, it is a time fraught with peril. Since the ascension of the muddle-headed monarch, the Daong dynasty has descended into chaos. The national guardian General Yang Wuxian has perished, and an invasion from the northern wilderness seems imminent. The cavalry from the northern wilderness has already penetrated deep into Yangzhou, indicating that the specter of war looms over both nations. Reflecting upon this, Lu Junsheng's mood grew increasingly somber as he declared, "Once this escort mission concludes, everyone shall depart from Woyang County and prepare to establish themselves in Yangling Prefecture." Yes, Chief Escort, the escort members never questioned his decision. At that moment, Shen Hao appeared, arriving fashionably late. When Lu Junsheng beheld Shen Hao, unscathed, his pupils constricted in shock. How could a postnatal Shen Hao escape the pursuit of experts beyond the 6th level of innate cultivation? Could it have been the recent thunderous noise? As he recalled the mysterious expert who had intervened earlier, Lu Junsheng felt a surge of astonishment. Clearly, the bandit was doomed. This young master Shen must belong to a prestigious family. Otherwise, such formidable protectors would not accompany him. Given Shen Hao's remarkable lightness of foot, Lu Junsheng became increasingly convinced of this notion. Shen Hao was either a scion of a prominent family or a core disciple of a major sect. Deep down, Lu Junsheng leaned towards the former, for at Shen Hao's age, he had yet to reach the innate realm, and within a major sect, he would likely be relegated to menial tasks, not a core disciple. Without being a core disciple, one could not have such powerful guardians. With this in mind, Lu Junsheng's demeanor towards Shen Hao grew even more respectful. Shen Hao approached the two ladies, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, and upon confirming their safety, he sighed in relief. "Are you both unharmed?" Young master, are you all right? They both inquired in unison. I am fine. What about you, Ma Laolu? Shen Hao asked with concern. Noticing the bloodied appearance of Ma Laolu, which was somewhat unsettling, Ma Laolu revealed a smile more grotesque than tears and said, Thank you for your concern. Young Master Shun, I am unharmed. All this is merely the blood of bandits. I shall change into a fresh set of clothes. If none are available, I shall simply take one from these brigands. Indeed, young Master Shen. At that moment, Lu Junxing approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. I am truly indebted to you for saving my life today. Had you not been present, the Lu family escort agency in Lu County would surely have become a relic of the past. Shen Haoming understood that the other party had likely misconstrued his relationship with the earlier woman. However, he chose not to clarify. Sometimes, misunderstandings can be beneficial. Shen Hao said, Chief Lu, there is no need to dwell on such trivialities. I acted merely in self-defense, so there is no need for such formality. Seeing that Shen Hao displayed no desire for accolades, Lu Junxing felt even more respect for him. You are too modest, young Master Shen. If I may be so bold to inquire, what has become of that bandit leader? Shen Hao replied, He lies in Black Tiger Gorge, though he is now left with but one arm. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished. Just moments ago, their chief, Lu Junxing, had been overpowered and defeated in less than 20 exchanges. The thought that such a formidable opponent was now reduced to one arm filled them with dread, and their gazes towards Shen Hao grew increasingly reverent. Lu Junxing initially considered informing Shen Hao that the opponent was a cavalryman from the northern wilderness, but realizing Shen Hao hailed from a prominent family, he deemed the northern wilderness no great concern and refrained from further comment. He clasped his hands again and said, Regardless of your thoughts, young Master Shen, you have saved the lives of dozens at my Lu family escort agency today, and this debt is greater than the heavens. In the future, should you require anything, merely speak, and I, Lu Junxing, shall fulfill your request without reservation. Having more friends opens more paths. And while Shen Hao recognized Lu Junxing's intention to befriend him, he too harbored a desire for companionship. A master of innate prowess would prove an invaluable ally for Shen Hao at this juncture. Chief Lu, you are too courteous. We are friends, are we not? Assistance should be mutual. Indeed, indeed. Friends, friends, Lu Junxing exclaimed, overjoyed. Surveying the surrounding corpses, Shen Hao remarked, Chief Lu, it would be prudent to dispose of these bodies. We must guard against the spread of disease. Moreover, it is unbecoming to leave them here, as this is a public thoroughfare. Lu Junxing nodded in agreement. Your consideration is commendable, young Master Shen. The bodies can be managed, but what shall we do with these horses? They are fine steeds, of considerable value. The disposition of these horses is entirely at your discretion, young Master Shen, he implied, effectively offering Shen Hao a monetary gift through this gesture. Of course, without the assistance of the mysterious master, they would have perished without a doubt. In response, Shen Hao addressed the gathered individuals. Everyone has labored tirelessly today, and some of our brothers have paid the ultimate price. It weighs heavily on my heart. These war horses may be precious to ordinary folk, but to me, they are not but a burden, devoid of value. Therefore, I propose that you divide these horses amongst yourselves. As for the distribution, let Chief Lu decide. But do remember to reserve one for my carriage driver. After all, this time, young Master Shun was also filled with trepidation as the crowd expressed their excitement. A superior war horse could be worth over 400 taels, and with more than 80 here, each person could potentially claim one, thus instantly enriching them. For Shen Hao, such a sum was of little consequence. Furthermore, given that everyone had fought valiantly, hoarding the spoils for oneself would surely incite the wrath of the masses. Meanwhile, Ma Laolu, moved to the brink of tears by Shen Hao's noble demeanor, felt an increasing pang of guilt for having previously betrayed him. He even speculated whether the appearance of these bandits was a result of his own leaking of Shen Hao's whereabouts. After all, there had been no bandits on this official road before. Everyone had paid 2 taels to the Lu family escort bureau and had traveled in peace. Subsequently, Lu Junxing led the escort members of the Lu family escort bureau to deal with the corpses. It was a straightforward task. They were simply cast into the gorge below, to be consumed by wild beasts and raptors. After a lengthy hour of delay, they set off again. Just as Song Yongzi and Ji Donga lifted the curtain of the carriage, they discovered a woman clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a white veil, exuding an ethereal grace. Just as they were about to exclaim in surprise, Shen Hao swiftly covered their mouths. Do not shout. She is one of us. Meng Xuanji ignored the two women and fixed her sharp gaze on Shen Hao, her tone icy as she inquired, "Where's the wine?" Today, despite the danger Shen Hao faced, Meng Xuanji found herself rather pleased, for it afforded her an opportunity to demonstrate her worth. The wine given to her by Wenrini had dwindled to just a day's supply. Without it, her ability to suppress her cold energy would be compromised. However, she had been troubled by how to procure wine from Shen Hao, finding no opportunity to do so. Using coercive measures would contradict her own principles. Thankfully, the arrival of these bandits brought a glimmer of joy to Meng Xuanji's heart. Finally, she could showcase her value. Indeed, after Meng Xuanji took action, Shen Hao promised to provide her with 2 bottles of wine, a transaction she deemed favorable. Yet, upon searching the carriage, she found no wine. Instantly, her mood soured. Is this boy deceiving me? If Shen Hao truly sought to trick her, Meng Xuanji would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, allowing him to experience the chilling depths of despair. The more she pondered, the more dangerous her gaze became as it fell upon Shen Hao. Chapter 48. Elder. Do I possess spiritual roots? With merely a glance, Shen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, his breath becoming somewhat labored. He was astonished. This woman was indeed formidable. Yet, Shen Hao did not feel excessive fear. Her demand was merely for liquor, of which he had plenty. From another perspective, it also indicated that her cunning was not particularly profound. A true old fox would possess profound depths, their countenance revealing neither joy nor anger. The more one displays their emotions, the easier they are to engage with. Shen Hao offered a reassuring glance to Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, facing Mingsu New Jersey. I said, "Senior, please remain calm. I shall fetch you some wine at once." Upon hearing this, Mingsu New Jersey slightly nodded, her previously imposing aura gradually dissipating as she replied softly, "Go ahead." Shen Hao acknowledged her with a nod and dismounted from the carriage. Outside, he exchanged a few words with Ma Laolu, then meandered to a secluded spot where he retrieved the wine from his spatial storage. Concealing the bottles within his ample sleeves, he returned to the carriage. As Shen Hao presented the white liquor, Mingsu New Jersey's mood finally eased, her expression softening. "Senior, this is the wine I promised you," he announced. Not one to stand on ceremony, Mingsu New Jersey waved her hand lightly, and the 2 bottles of white wine vanished from Shen Hao's grasp. With the much-needed liquor in her possession, her gaze towards Shen Hao became considerably more amiable. Noticing the wine's disappearance, Shen Hao surmised that it was a treasure of spatial storage. He feigned surprise and asked, "Could this possibly be that storage space?" "Indeed," Mingsu New Jersey replied in a cool tone. Shen Hao, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Senior, might I ask how valuable such a storage space is?" Beside him, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga shared his intrigue, realizing they had stumbled upon a realm beyond their understanding. After some contemplation, Mingsu New Jersey remarked, "This is an item from the cultivation world. One likely cannot procure ordinary yellow or white goods." At her words, Shen Hao nodded, revealing no desire for the spatial storage, as his own devouring space was far superior. Still, he lamented, "What a pity." Then, shifting the subject, Shen Hao continued, "Senior, I find myself facing some obstacles in my cultivation and would like to seek your guidance. Of course, I would not impose upon you without offering something in return. I can present you with another bottle of wine as a token of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Mingsu New Jersey paused for a moment, her heart elated. And with an expressionless face, she replied, "Very well, since I have nothing else to do, I shall reluctantly assist you with your queries." Though she feigned indifference, Shen Hao chose not to expose her pretense and smiled, saying, "Senior, I am currently at the 3rd level of the post-heaven realm. I wish to inquire about the distinctions between the post-heaven, pre-heaven, and true essence realms, as well as the subsequent realms beyond true essence. How does one advance through these stages?" After a brief glance at Shen Hao, Mingsu New Jersey pondered for a moment, organizing her thoughts before elaborating. For ordinary practitioners, cultivation involves tempering the body to enhance the internal vitality. Once a sufficient accumulation is achieved, one can channel this vitality through the meridians, experiencing what feels like a surge of pure energy within. This energy converges in the dantian, resulting in the generation of internal power. This marks the distinction between the body refinement realm and the post-heaven realm. The post-heaven realm differs from the pre-heaven realm. The former relies on the accumulation of internal power to open the meridians. Only by unblocking the Ren and Du meridians and connecting with the forces of heaven and earth can one ascend to the pre-heaven realm. The transition from post-heaven to pre-heaven represents a qualitative transformation, a disparity in energy levels. The most significant change lies in the conversion of internal power into true qi. This transformation is a process of qualitative change, not merely a shift in power, but also a variation in the cultivation techniques employed. The methods of the post-heaven realm and those of the pre-heaven realm are worlds apart. The lightness technique you utilize is likely a pre-heaven method. Consequently, the utilization of the acquired realm entails considerable consumption. Furthermore, upon reaching the innate realm, one's vital energy can be externalized. And the purpose of the techniques is to amplify the potency of this externalized energy. The more intricate the technique, the greater the released power. It is akin to the concealed weapon in your grasp, truly formidable. Although composed of the same iron, when launched from your concealed weapon, it transforms entirely. Your concealed weapon is remarkably powerful. Even an ordinary individual can unleash several times the force. I can scarcely fathom the outcome if 10 ordinary people wielding such concealed weapons were to strike simultaneously. An innate master would find it exceedingly difficult to escape with their life. Indeed, most impressive. However, against experts of the true essence realm, it proves less effective. Moreover, once one bridges the connection to the celestial realm and enters the innate stage, one can perceive the fluctuations of vital energy within the air. This signifies that when an innate master employs their vital energy against you, a practitioner of the acquired stage remains entirely unaware. This exemplifies the disparity in realms. Following the true essence realm, one encounters the spirit elixir realm. Although the true essence realm is scarce here, it holds little significance within the heavenly martial empire. Upon absorbing this theoretical exposition, Shunhao experienced a profound realization. He comprehended that this was not merely a novice village. The true essence realm is comparable to university students, sparse in small counties yet abundant in large cities. The heavenly martial empire represents such a metropolis. With this thought, Shunhao felt a surge of excitement. It was no wonder that previously, the bandit leader had effortlessly cleaved a carriage with his blade from a distance, leaving Shunhao bewildered. He had no idea how to evade it, as if the attack had been executed from thin air. It turned out that practitioners of the acquired stage cannot perceive the vital energy movements of innate masters. This is akin to a newborn infant, who can only discern black and white, incapable of perceiving other colors. Shunhao inquired once more, what then distinguishes the innate from the true essence realm, and how does one transcend into the true essence realm? His knowledge on this subject was merely a vague recollection from Liu Bashan, the chief of Liu family village. He understood that one could advance to the true essence realm through the consumption of demon elixirs of the same attribute, yet the specifics eluded him. Meng Xuanji, however, did not withhold her insights and gently elucidated. The transition from innate to true essence is akin to the progression from acquired to innate, both representing a qualitative transformation of energy. Each breakthrough to a new realm incites a significant metamorphosis. Internal force transforms into vital energy, and vital energy evolves into true essence. The essence of the true essence realm is formed through the liquefaction of energy. Nevertheless, the utmost limit for ordinary individuals remains the innate realm, and attaining the true essence realm is exceedingly arduous. It necessitates not only opportunity but also spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are required? Shunhao queried urgently. Does that mean without spiritual roots, one cannot advance to the true essence realm? Perhaps finding his tone somewhat crude, Meng Xuanji cast Shunhao a sidelong glance and reiterated. Indeed, possessing spiritual roots is imperative, given the depletion of spiritual energy in this realm. The attributes contained within the spiritual energy are exceedingly scarce. However, it is not solely about having spiritual roots. For those with inferior spiritual roots, transcending from the innate realm to the true essence realm necessitates the aid of demon elixirs. Only by absorbing demon elixirs of the same attribute as one's spiritual root can one enter the true essence realm, which proves immensely challenging for individuals lacking resources and connections. Due to the inner elixir of demon beasts, which nurtures attribute-based spiritual power, it can be refined through alchemical methods to assist humans in breaking through their limitations. The phrase not entering the true essence merely a lowly end encapsulates this idea. Only upon breaking through to the realm of true essence can a human's lifespan extend to 200 years. Therefore, if one exceeds the age of 40 without entering the innate stage, the decline of their vitality makes it unlikely they will have the opportunity to reach true essence in this lifetime. However, while true essence may be scarce here, the heavenly martial dynasty possesses an abundance. It can be said that although many may exist within the realm of true essence, It is a remarkable feat to find even 1 in 10,000 who can reach the spirit elixir realm. This is the extraordinary aspect of the spirit elixir realm. Those in the true essence realm can cast spells and fly with swords, while true essence can manipulate the void without relying on magical artifacts to employ spells. At this juncture, Meng Xuanji cast a casual glance at Shen Hao and remarked, while it is possible to hunt the innate with certain means after birth, it is utterly impossible to slay a master of the true essence realm. The implication was clear. The weapons he possessed might suffice against innate experts, but they would be ineffective against those above the true essence realm. Upon hearing Meng Xuanji's explanation, Shen Hao was rendered speechless. Goodness, to break through to true essence, one must possess spiritual roots, and even then, it may not be sufficient, as one must utilize demon pills of the same attribute to achieve a breakthrough. Truly absurd. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals. If the true essence realm is so arduous, how much more challenging must the spirit elixir realm be? Fortunately, Shen Hao had spatial abilities. This further underscored the exceptional nature of the woman before him. With curiosity, Shen Hao inquired, "Senior, could you assist me in determining whether I possess spiritual roots?" Chapter 49. Wastefulness, Despicable. Meng Xuanji barely raised her eyelids and replied, "You do not possess them." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "What? I lack spiritual roots? Am I not the chosen one?" Meng Xuanji continued, "However, your true qi is remarkably pure. It suggests you possess an advanced technique." Reflecting on Shen Hao's impressive lightness of foot, Meng Xuanji concluded that his inheritance was indeed not simple. Yet, without spiritual roots, he was destined to remain immortal. After a century, he would merely be dust. Then, Meng Xuanji glanced at Song Yongzi and nodded. "This girl possesses spiritual roots. If she is willing to take me as her master, I would not mind accepting her as a disciple." Her eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, indicating her extraordinary potential. "What?" Shen Hao was taken aback to discover that his maid possessed spiritual roots. This world is utterly insane. The master lacks spiritual roots, yet the maid possesses them. Even Song Yongzi appeared astonished. Meng Xuanji disregarded their reactions and, regardless of Shen Hao's agreement, gently placed her alabaster hand on Song Yongzi's back. Spiritual energy began to probe. Moments later, a glint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Good heavens, a premium water spiritual root. Meng Xuanji herself possessed an excellent golden spiritual root talent, which was 1 grade lower than Song Yongzi's exceptional water spiritual root. She had never anticipated that such a gifted maid would be by Shen Hao's side, one whose roots surpassed her own. To think that such a remarkable talent was being treated as a mere maid was a true wastefulness. How despicable! With this thought, Meng Xuanji shot a fierce glare at Shen Hao. Her gaze was piercing, akin to a sharp sword, seemingly ready to tear apart Shen Hao. The intensity of the woman's stare left Shen Hao bewildered. He instinctively touched his face and inquired, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Meng Xuanji, who usually maintained her composure, found her breath quickening, her anger causing her considerable distress. Clenching her teeth, she felt an urge to strike Shen Hao down. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she could not conceal the murderous intent in her eyes. Rather than explaining herself to Shen Hao, she declared, "Your maid possesses formidable spiritual roots. She need not rely on beast cores to break through the true essence realm, and could even attain the spiritual pill realm like me. Therefore, I wish to take her as my disciple." Shen Hao was taken aback, incredulously staring at Song Yongzi, surprised by the girl's exceptional talent. "Very well. I have no objections," he replied, feeling no reluctance in supporting her potential. Song Yongzi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she looked at Shen Hao with a pleading expression. "No, my lord, I cannot leave you. I have no interest in cultivation." This revelation caused Meng Xuanji to panic. She quickly urged, "If you cultivate, you will rise above others, far better than being merely a maid. Moreover, a mortal's lifespan is but a few decades, at most 100 years. Once you cultivate, you could live for hundreds of years, maintaining your beauty forever. Is that not appealing?" Song Yongzi shook her head. "What does it matter to live for several hundred more years? It would only be a prolonged solitude until death. I have no interest in that. I will not leave my lord." Meng Xuanji, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are squandering your gifts. Do you understand? Your spiritual roots are of the highest quality, destined to be among the greatest. It would be such a waste to let this slip away." With unwavering resolve, Song Yongzi replied, "I am not interested. I have no grand ambitions. I simply enjoy being by my lord's side, accompanying him and serving him, and that brings me immense joy." As she spoke, Her tear-filled eyes looked at Shen Hao, filled with a silent plea, fearing he might abandon her. Shen Hao smiled gently and embraced Song Yongzi. Do not worry. If you do not wish to learn, then do not. Meng Xuanji, visibly frustrated, glared at Shen Hao. Do you not realize this is her opportunity? Shen Hao shrugged nonchalantly. I do not perceive it as such. A fleeting companionship is preferable to enduring solitude. Why must you press so hard, senior? Meng Xuanji, deeply disappointed, turned to Song Yongzi. What good is a man? Cultivating diligently to achieve enlightenment is the only righteous path. Once you succeed in your cultivation, you will have all the men at your command, able to summon as many as you desire. Is that not better than being with him alone? I am Meng Xuanji, the leader of the Yuling Palace. To be my direct disciple is a dream for countless individuals. Song Yongzi shook her head, looking utterly bewildered. I have not heard of it. Meng Xuanji felt as if her throat had been constricted, leaving her breathless. She was on the verge of madness. Fearing that Meng Xuanji's anger might bring harm to Shen Hao, Song Yongzi tried to soften her tone. No matter how many men there are in the world, I have no interest. In this life, I only wish to become young Master Shen's maid, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao chuckled with delight, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed. Indeed. Ha ha ha, this indicates my great charm. A decayed wood cannot be carved. Meng Xuanji painfully closed her eyes, unwilling to gaze upon Song Yongzi any longer. Shen Hao replied, Senior Meng, I cannot agree with that statement. The very purpose of decayed wood is to be burned. Forcing it to be carved would be akin to defying the natural order. Meng Xuanji snorted coldly, unwilling to spare Shen Hao another glance, harboring thoughts of silencing him forever. An exquisite water spirit root. The more she contemplated, the more anguish she felt. The more pain Meng Xuanji endured, the more pleased Shen Hao became. My charm is indeed irresistible. He embraced Song Yongzi and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Such a good girl. Once we reach Yangling Mansion, young master shall treat you to Hadaleo. Young master, what is Hadaleo? Song Yongzi inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Ah, it is a type of hot pot. One that is quite spicy. Spicy food, is that not toxic? Shen Hao was at a loss for how to explain. According to the memories of the imperial physician Song Yoli, this world did possess spicy dishes, perhaps due to the rich vitality of heaven and earth. The spicy plants here were all highly toxic, with no one having studied them for culinary purposes. Fear not. Once it is prepared, you may eat it. Shen Hao assured her, then turned his attention away from Meng Xuanji. Do not think that just because you are the leader of Yuqing Palace, or even if you were from Shangqing or Taiqing, I would be at your service. I have no interest in you. I care not for your whims. Is it not more delightful to have my own maid? Moreover, why should I instill notions of female empowerment into my maid? What does it mean for a man to possess as much as he desires, openly undermining oneself? This displeases me greatly. Whether Meng Xuanji possessed anything Shen Hao needed was irrelevant. As for cultivation techniques, he could simply seek out a few powerful corpses. The idea of currying favor with Meng Xuanji was entirely absent from his thoughts. I do not seek anything from you. Why should I flatter you? You are a master of the spirit pill realm, but what does that have to do with me? The question of whether she had anything of value was one Shen Hao truly did not know. He had never seen it. If he were bold enough to inquire, he would likely find himself pierced by her sword. Perhaps it was Song Yongzi's heartfelt confession or her willingness to forsake her cultivation opportunities for Shen Hao. That deeply moved him. Thus, he treated her even more tenderly. The two exchanged sweet nothings, with Song Yongzi's laughter ringing like melodious chimes. It was evident that she was genuinely happy. The sounds within the carriage were particularly jarring to Meng Xuanji's ears. How irritating. This incessant melody is unbearable. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she shot a fierce glare at Shen Hao, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the carriage. Chapter 50. Arrival at the Innate Realm. Acquiring the spirit root once Meng Xuanji's presence dissipated, the atmosphere within the carriage instantly lightened. Even the white cat nestled in Ji Donga's arms let out a sigh of relief and stretched lazily. Just moments ago, it had feigned death in her presence. But now that Meng Xuanji was gone, it relaxed. Song Yongzi gently caressed Shen Hao's cheek, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. Young master, why does your beard grow so quickly? In the morning, when I was wiping your face, hadn't it been short? How could it have grown so long by afternoon? Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was taken aback for a moment, instinctively stroking his beard, which felt a bit prickly. Indeed, it had grown. Initially perplexed, he soon experienced a moment of clarity. Merely a few hours had passed in this world, yet in the urban realm, it had been 7 or 8 days. Subsequently, Shinhao pondered a pressing reality. Although time stood still in either world, his own time had not ceased. This meant his life continued to flow. Spending 10 days here equated to 10 days there, totaling 20 days. By this calculation, wouldn't he be aging faster than others? Goodness! Shinhao felt thunderstruck. An inexplicable sense of urgency stirring within him. He soon exhaled in relief, recalling that this world was a fantastical realm where cultivation was possible and vitality could be enhanced. Thus, he found comfort in his heart. Everything would be fine, as long as he possessed the miraculous devouring space and dedicated himself to cultivation, he would acquire bread. A home, in his own time. Shinhao chuckled and remarked, perhaps you misjudged. Song Yongzi, not overthinking it, nodded and shyly replied, it was my oversight, my lord. I shall ensure to shave you at the first opportunity next time. After saying this, she comfortably nestled in Shinhao's embrace. Shinhao replied, no need. I can handle such matters myself from now on. That won't do. It's the duty of a maid like me. Besides, my lord, you are unlike other men who enjoy growing beards. Assisting you with shaving is my obligation. Shinhao insisted, no need, we shall talk about it later. Very well. Frequently traversing between two worlds, Shinhao found it unnecessary to recall these details. It would be simpler to do it himself and offer an explanation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Shinhao and his companions finally arrived at Yangling Mansion. During these 2 days, he had not encountered Meng Xuanji, who had previously harassed him for disciples, a welcome absence. Lu Junxing, the head of the Lu family escort agency, cupped his fist towards Shinhao and said, young Master Shin, I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving my life. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to send word. I will surely do my utmost. Shinhao nodded, saying, the head of the escort agency is too humble. There are still matters to attend to at the agency, so we part ways today. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly invite you for a drink. Lu Junxing smiled. Of course, that would be delightful, Shinhao affirmed. Following this, the members of the Lu family escort agency also bowed in gratitude. The perilous journey had indeed been salvaged due to Shinhao's intervention. Additionally, he had distributed the bandits' warhorses among them, providing a significant boon. After parting ways with Lu Junxing and the others, Shinhao found an inn to settle down in. It must be said that Yangling Mansion was indeed several times more prosperous than Yangwan Town. Subsequently, Shinhao glanced at the nearby Ma Laolu and remarked, it is getting late. You should stay here tonight. Ma Laolu quickly waved his hands and replied, that's not possible. This inn is too expensive. With even a simple night costing 3 pieces of silver, I simply cannot afford it. With those 3 pieces, I could buy some meat and a few feet of cloth to bring home, making my wife and children happy. Shinhao patted Ma Laolu on the shoulder and said, all right, tonight you can rest easy. I will cover your accommodation. Ma Laolu hastily waved his hands and replied, that is absolutely out of the question. This time, due to my involvement, young Master Shin has found himself in a perilous situation, and I feel an immense sense of guilt. Moreover, young Master Shin has even allowed Chief Lu to allocate a warhorse to me. I am grateful beyond measure. How could I possibly have the face to accept your hospitality? He continued, rest assured, young Master Shin, I am a rough fellow and do not have many preferences. It matters little where I stay for the night. You are overthinking this. The bandits have nothing to do with you. They are not from the Jinshio department. Shinhao reassured him. Oh, by the way, young Master Shin, it's getting late. I must go tend to the horses. With an unexpected additional horse, the feed will surely become more costly. Though he spoke thus, Ma Laolu wore a broad smile, radiating joy. Without waiting for Shinhao to decline, he quickly waved goodbye. Beneath the setting sun, Ma Laolu was as exuberant as a child, bounding along with the hope of a promising future, filled with happiness and carefree spirit. Influenced by the atmosphere, Shinhao smiled subtly. His spirits lifted considerably. Upon entering the inn, the attendant led Shinhao to a superior guest room. With no lack of funds, Shinhao certainly would not compromise his own comfort. As evening approached, after dining and freshening up, Shinhao embraced Song Yongzi and Ji Donga and soon fell asleep. Despite the beauty in his arms, Shinhao felt no interest, his heart yearning to enter the space. Half an hour later, wearied from travel and fraught with the day's terrors, Ji Donga and Song Yongzi soon fell into a calm slumber. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 women were unaware, Shinhao slipped into the space. Upon entering, a vast and chaotic white mist, interspersed with streaks of red light, seemed to find an outlet. Rushing eagerly into Shinhao's body, this time, Shenhao absorbed the energy at a significantly slower pace, taking a full hour to conclude. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his head pounding, and his entire being felt as though he had just emerged from a sauna. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure. Yet, there was no trace of pain on Shenhao's face. Rather, he was filled with astonishment. It turned out that this bandit leader was a centurion from the northern wilderness, the adopted son of the true essence master, Shintajiao, known as Shintalai. A centurion under Shintajiao's command, he was a formidable expert at the 7th level of innate cultivation. His martial arts techniques were robust and expansive, though not particularly agile, making him a veritable god of war on the battlefield. What surprised Shenhao even more was that Shintalai possessed a spiritual root, specifically a medium-grade fire spiritual root. It was precisely due to this that he was adopted by Shintajiao and renamed Shintalai. It can be said that once Shintalai achieves innate perfection and acquires a fire attribute Demon Beast's core, he would be able to break through to the true essence realm. Therefore, he was held in high regard by Shintajiao. The reason for dispatching Shintalai to Yangling Prefecture in Yangzhou was to allow him to earn merit and pave the way for his ascent. But who would have known that he would encounter Shenhao and meet his demise? Shintalai had made his appearance in Luoyang County, annihilating the bandits near Black Tiger Gorge, while masquerading as one of them. The ultimate objective of all this was to eliminate Shenhao's old acquaintance, Wen Rinyi. This revelation provided Shenhao with a deeper understanding of the world. He realized that the Daong dynasty was merely an insignificantly small realm, hardly qualifying even as a novice village. In contrast, the Tianwu dynasty encompassed 9 vast continents, each spanning millions of square kilometers, rendering the Daong dynasty inconsequential. The land was not only fertile but also expansive, supporting over 10 billion inhabitants, yet it was perplexing that only the Tianwu dynasty possessed what was termed spiritual energy. It truly was a paradise for cultivation, while the Daong dynasty resembled a barren wasteland for such pursuits, with few choosing to linger there. Unless one belonged to royalty or a prominent family endowed with resources, those with even a modicum of talent gravitated towards the Tianwu dynasty. Of course, among the staggering population, those possessing the aptitude for cultivation were exceedingly rare, numbering merely in the millions. However, Shenhao's memories were vague. He had not experienced this personally, but had merely heard about it from his godfather. This was due to the foolish emperor, young Wendy, dispatching the illustrious inspector Wen Rinyi to monitor Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou. Li Chongyan, who was a direct descendant of the national protector, the 5th Prince Yang Wuxian, was inherently cautious after the assassination of Yang Wuxian. The foolish emperor's decision to send Wen Rinyi to investigate him was intolerable. A cornered dog may leap over a wall, and a desperate rabbit may bite. Moreover, as the governor commanding the military and political authority of an entire province, Li Chongyan was unwilling to pledge allegiance to the foolish Emperor Yang Wendi. In secret, he forged an agreement with the formidable Shintajiao from the northern wilderness. Should the latter manage to invade Yangzhou, Li Chongyan would surrender outright. Their correspondence was leaked, prompting Li Chongyan to hope that Shintajiao would send someone to eliminate Wen Rinyi. Upon grasping the overall situation, Shenhao couldn't help but exclaim, that doggone Wen Rinyi was indeed fortunate, as he had shielded her from this calamity. With Shintalai's innate strength at the 7th level, dispatching Wen Rinyi would have been a trivial matter. Once his memories were sorted, it was time to consider the benefits Shenhao had obtained. It must be said that these were truly substantial, akin to a minor explosion of equipment. Shintalai's immense true energy, after being refined through the Devouring Space, returned 1/5 of its volume to Shenhao. This mere 1/5 was sufficient to elevate Shenhao to the 1st level of innate cultivation. However, the advantages Shenhao gained did not end there. To his astonishment, the space had also devoured Shintalai's medium-grade fire spiritual root, even generously allocating a portion to Shenhao. Presently, he too possessed a fire-type spiritual root, albeit of the lowest grade. Though ordinary, Shenhao was nonetheless overjoyed. It was far better to have a spiritual root, regardless of its quality. If he could find a few more experts with fire-type spiritual roots to devour, might he not attain a superior fire spiritual root? With this thought, Shenhao couldn't contain his delight. Just 2 days prior, he had been somewhat disheartened by Ming Xuanji's remark regarding his lack of a spiritual root. Struggling to eat and sleep, yet unexpectedly, as if in a dream, a pillow had been delivered to him. This devouring space was truly remarkable. Shenhao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Additionally, the area of the devouring space had expanded by an impressive factor of 2, which brought Shenhao immense joy. He now longs to encounter more adept individuals like Shun, preferably those with ample experience. Simultaneously, Shunhao has also discovered another function of the Devouring Space. It can consume spiritual roots, which is indeed quite bizarre. This indirectly confirms a notion that the space is carnivorous. Previously, when Shunhao tossed some precious herbs into the space, it showed no interest whatsoever. It only consumes meat, not plants. Of course, the gains do not end there, as Shunhao has also obtained Shun's cultivation technique. This wave of fortune is exhilarating. Chapter 51, Mr. Shun. Do you still have ginseng? Indeed, the memories Shunhao absorbed are merely significant recollections, or rather, those deeply etched in the mind of the deceased. After all, human memory is finite. One cannot recall every detail with clarity. The most profound memory of Shun is his cultivation technique. Shun practiced the innate fiery sun formula, a method suitable for those with fire spiritual roots, capable of directly breaking through to the spirit pill realm. It comprises 9 levels. The first 3 are of the innate realm, the next 3 pertain to the true essence realm, and the final 3 belong to the spirit pill realm. However, his godfather, Shun Tujiao, only imparted the first 3 levels of the technique, leaving the latter 6 unshared. When Shunhao broke through to the innate level, at the moment his internal energy transformed into true qi, it began to circulate according to the innate fiery sun formula. However, with Shun's memories, Shunhao is quite familiar with this technique, making the breakthrough effortless. Yet, Shunhao chooses not to continue cultivating it, in his view. The Devouring Space is the ultimate cultivation method. Rather than toil away at training, it is far more efficient to eliminate a few innate masters. When the time comes, he will determine whose technique is superior and adopt it. Moreover, Shun also practiced a set of sword techniques, specifically his godfather's ancestral knife technique. The Shun knife method, which consists of 9 forms, characterized by power and broad movements. It is ill-suited for one-on-one duels, but highly effective in battle, charging through enemy lines. To Shunhao's surprise, Shun's lightness skill is merely a rudimentary technique, rather unimpressive. His godfather evidently did not teach him this. Believing that lightness skills are the least useful, once one attains the true essence realm, one can fly using tools. Hence he did not pass on this knowledge to Shun. After summarizing Shun's memories and techniques, Shunhao chose not to pursue them. He still prefers his gentle breeze sword technique. At present, having broken through to the first level of the innate realm, when he employs the light Hongjuing, not even Tin Shuntulis could catch up to him. However, upon absorbing the memories, Shunhao contemplated another issue. Since it was Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou who conspired with Shun to ambush one Rini, now that Shun has met his demise due to Shunhao's existence, has he not simultaneously offended the true essence General Shun Tujiao of Beiwang and the innate grand completion Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou? The events at Black Tiger Gorge surely cannot be concealed. The warhorse has been divided, and it will be evident who killed Shun upon investigation. At that point, the Liu family escort bureau is bound to encounter trouble. Upon careful inspection, it became evident that both Master Ma and Shunhao would be discovered. Contemplating this, Shunhao found himself lacking motivation. His head throbbed intensely, rendering a return to the inn inappropriate. After some deliberation, he changed into a pair of jeans and a shirt, opting to return to the urban world, hoping to regain his composure. Upon re-entering the living room, he heard the sound of the housekeeper, Lu Jie, changing the bedding in the bedroom. Shunhao let out a long sigh, feeling a piercing headache and a sticky sensation on his skin. Approaching the coffee table, he seized a bottle of mineral water and drained it in one gulp, finally feeling some relief. He sank into the sofa, lost in thought for a while, and the intensity of his headache began to subside. After about 10 minutes, Lu Jie emerged from the bedroom, noticing Shunhao's drowsy demeanor in the living room. She promptly expressed concern. "Boss, if you're tired, you should head back to the bedroom for some rest." Shunhao nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand. I'll take a quick nap. You needn't wake me once you're done." "Understood, boss." Entering the bedroom, Shunhao took a brief shower in the master bathroom, then collapsed heavily onto the bed without donning any clothes. He slept for over 3 hours until he was roused by Lu Jie's knocking. "Boss, the meal is ready." "All right, I'll be right out." Stretching comfortably, Shunhao let out a sigh of relief. Although his head still ached slightly, he felt somewhat improved. After washing his face, he stepped out to find a table adorned with clear broth pork ribs, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and sautéed vegetables, all visually appealing and aromatic. Shunhao's appetite surged. After savoring a piece of rib, he exclaimed, "Not bad. Your culinary skills are impressive. The meat is cooked to perfection, and the seasoning is just right." Lu Jie smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment, boss." At that moment, Lu Jie's phone chimed. After reading a message, she couldn't help but send a voice note. "Didn't I just give you your living expenses yesterday? How can you be out of money again? Can you not spend so frivolously?" After saying this, she glanced at Shen Hao with a hint of embarrassment. Boss, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can leave the dishes for me. I'll come back to tidy up in the afternoon." Shen Hao nodded. "All right, you may go." Once Lu Jie departed, Shen Hao simply finished a bowl of rice, feeling satiated. Noticing a considerable amount of leftovers, he placed them in the refrigerator. However, sensing his headache lingering, he returned to the bedroom for another nap. Thus, after 3 days of recuperation, Shen Hao finally felt rejuvenated. During this time, he remained at home, indulging in his mobile phone, enjoying the meals prepared by Lu Jie, and scrolling through Douyin, leading a rather carefree lifestyle. Damn it, this account has become useless. All that gets recommended are yoga and dance-related videos. Just then, a message arrived on WeChat. "Mr. Shen, are you there? Do you remember me?" Upon seeing the name Zhou Peiyuan, Shen Hao instantly recalled who it was, the descendant of the royal physician who accompanied him when he sold the century-old ginseng to Xiaobing. They had exchanged WeChat contacts when they parted ways. "Yes, is there something you need, Mr. Zhou?" "Mr. Shen, I'll get straight to the point. Do you still have that 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng? The price is set at 1 million. After contemplating, Shen Hao agreed, saying, "All right, there are 2 more left. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" "That's splendid. I'll come to find you directly. Please make sure to reserve them for me." Seemingly fearing that Shen Hao might renege, he promptly requested Shen Hao's bank card number and transferred 2 million to him. Observing the sudden increase of 2 million in his account, Shen Hao felt no stirrings of emotion. In his space, he possessed 3 million yuan, $26 million, 5 pounds of gold, and 730 taels of silver. Money was not an issue. However, who would ever deem money to be excessive? The $26 million in his possession could hardly be spent domestically. Coincidentally, Shen Hao was considering purchasing a villa, which made the transaction quite opportune. Previously, he had been transporting ginseng in plastic bags, which was somewhat unrefined. Although there were still 10 roots of 50-year-old ginseng in his space, they were not particularly valuable, yet they held significant worth in the urban market. Thus, Shen Hao rummaged through his space and found the box he had used to store gold. Its antique charm captivated him, and he promptly tossed the ginseng inside. The decision to sell the ginseng was primarily influenced by the recent incident where the police had taken him in, albeit for merely cooperating with an investigation. It made Shen Hao realize the necessity of having connections within the country. While brute force could resolve many troubles, it was only a temporary solution. Shen Hao did not consider himself particularly clever enough to stand against the government. Should he unleash havoc, the entity known as Harmony Deity 404 would surely intervene. Naturally, Shen Hao had no desire to create disturbances domestically. Discretion was the key, and sometimes it was simpler to let others handle certain matters. Around 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Peiyuan personally arrived, accompanied by only one assistant. Chapter 52, Future Transactions. Lu Jie, who was peeling garlic, suddenly heard the doorbell. She hastily set down the garlic and went to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find a man in his 60s accompanied by a handsome young man in his 20s. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. Zhou Peiyuan smiled and replied, "We are here to see Shen Hao. We have already communicated." At that moment, Shen Hao's voice emanated from the bedroom, instructing them to come in. "Please, come in," Lu Jie said. Shen Hao then emerged from the bedroom and saw Zhou Peiyuan holding a gift box, smiling as he handed it to him. "This is a bit of tea that someone gifted me. I rarely drink it, so I'll pass it on to you." Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated this elderly gentleman to be so considerate, understanding that one should not arrive empty-handed. "You are too kind, old Zhou. Please, have a seat," he replied with a smile. Once seated, Zhou Peiyuan chose not to exert his seniority, but rather engage Shen Hao as an equal. "Shen Hao, I did not expect you to look so well after just a few days. Your complexion is vibrant. It truly astonishes me. Young individuals who know how to take care of their health are indeed rare." Shen Hao shook his head, responding, "You are too gracious, old Zhou. I typically do not stay up late." Zhou Peiyuan chuckled heartily as Shen Hao prepared to pour water. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Shen Hao. I came primarily to purchase ginseng. Let us begin by examining the ginseng." The young man beside him looked at Shun Hao with curiosity, clearly anticipating what was to come. Shun Hao nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment. I will return shortly." After speaking, he entered the bedroom, feigning a pretense, and emerged after a minute or two. Soon after, Shun Hao appeared, cradling a wooden box, which he placed before Zhou Peiyuan and the young man. Upon opening the box, a rich aroma wafted forth. Zhou Peiyuan, unable to contain his excitement, picked up the contents for inspection, his satisfaction growing with every glance. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed, then plucked a strand of ginseng root. Savoring it momentarily before his eyes brightened, prompting him to exclaim, "The wild flavor is abundant, and the medicinal properties are undeniable. This is truly a top-tier specimen." The quality of this ginseng was beyond question, its exquisite appearance captivating and endlessly delightful. He showered it with praise, then proceeded to examine another root, all of which were undoubtedly rare treasures. Shun Hao remarked, "Such matters are certainly not to be taken lightly." Zhou Peiyuan gazed at Shun Hao's handsome, composed visage, silently admiring him. However, he found it peculiar that Shun Hao, residing in the northwest and far from the ginseng's natural habitat, had managed to procure such exceptional wild mountain ginseng. Yet, Zhou Peiyuan's extensive life experience advised him against probing too deeply into matters, for such inquiries might jeopardize future collaborations. It sufficed to acknowledge that Shun Hao possessed considerable influence and connections, which Zhou Peiyuan was reluctant to lose. True wild mountain ginseng with genuine medicinal value is indeed rare to find. Shun Hao, should you come across such ginseng again, please remember to contact me. The price will be absolutely agreeable, the highest in the market. I would never turn my nose up at such fine goods, Zhou Peiyuan expressed earnestly. With the warming climate and deteriorating air quality, wild mountain ginseng is becoming increasingly scarce. The high cost of many traditional medicines stems from the depletion of wild sources. The cultivated varieties, despite their quality, are often exported to Japan, leaving domestic offerings lacking in appearance. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Zhou Peiyuan holds a deep-seated affection for authentic wild mountain ginseng, growing more enamored with each glance. Noticing this, Shun Hao refrained from further comment. At this moment, he still possessed 8 roots of wild ginseng in his inventory, but he intended to sell them gradually, as selling too many at once could diminish their value. Rarity confers worth. Rest assured, old Zhou, I will certainly contact you when I have more stock. That is a promise, Shun Hao affirmed. That is splendid news. Let us seal this agreement. Do not deceive me, Zhou Peiyuan replied, as he began to transfer the ginseng from Shun Hao's wooden box into his own specialized container. After securing the roots, he finally exhaled in relief. In this era, finding such potent wild mountain ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, through his recent studies, Zhou Peiyuan had concluded that Shun Hao's ginseng exhibited superior medicinal effects compared to that from Chabai Mountain. Consequently, after a period of herbal supplementation and the application of various advanced medical techniques, the elderly master of the Shao family had regained consciousness. However, the last root of a century-old wild ginseng and a 50-year-old one had already been consumed, prompting a desperate search that led Zhou Peiyuan to reach out to Shun Hao once more, though he only tentatively inquired. Harboring little hope due to the rarity of such items, life is full of surprises. He had not anticipated Shun Hao's remarkable ability to provide wild ginseng. A profound joy swelled within me, prompting an immediate transfer of funds as I drove over. Having acquired the ginseng, Zhou Peiyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction and addressed the young gentleman, Xiao Ran, saying, "Now that our transaction is complete, let us be on our way." However, Xiao Ran's gaze was fixated on the wooden box in Shun Hao's possession. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Shun Hao, may I have a glimpse of the wooden box you hold?" Shun Hao nodded without hesitation, promptly extending the box to him. With delight, Xiao Ran accepted the box, examining it meticulously. The more he scrutinized, the more his joy intensified. As he ran his fingers over it, he noted the wood's smoothness and delicacy, assessing its weight quite substantial. Satisfied, he remarked, "Shun Hao, this wooden box must be made of Hainan Wangwali. Its quality is exceptional. Moreover, the craftsmanship, while not reminiscent of the Ming or Qing dynasties, possesses a vintage charm worthy of study. I am quite enamored with it. Would you consider selling it to me?" Shun Hao paused, taken aback. The box was originally intended for storing gold by Wenrunyi, and in his recollection, this type of wood was not particularly valuable. To his surprise, it turned out to be Hainan Wangwali. Although Shun Hao was not a collector of antiques and possessed limited knowledge in this domain, The proliferation of short videos in contemporary times had imparted a smattering of eclectic knowledge to him. Golden silk nanmu, small leaf red sandalwood, wang wali, these were all exceedingly precious woods. While golden silk nanmu and small leaf red sandalwood were favored by the royal families of the Ming and Qing dynasties, wang wali was even more expensive than golden silk nanmu, priced by the gram. However, Shen Hao is uncertain of the exact prices. Regarding the vintage craftsmanship, he could only attribute it to a skilled artisan. Thus, he replied, "I have no intention of collecting it. If the price is right and you desire it, I shall sell it to you." Chapter 53. What a coincidence! Zhou Peiyuan gazed at Shen Hao with surprise, not realizing that Shen Hao's background was so substantial. The box was indeed made of wang wali. His thoughts had been preoccupied with the ginseng, and he hadn't paid much attention until Xiao Ran's comments prompted him to observe closely. Upon inspection, he confirmed the quality, exclaiming, "It truly is the so-called wood gold, wang wali, with its lustrous hue. The grain is clear and aesthetically pleasing, and the fragrance is quite pronounced. The patterns are symmetrical, featuring the coveted Tianyan grain. Undoubtedly, this is premium wang wali. Currently, the market price for wang wali is approximately 15,000 per pound, and I would say 18,000 per pound is justified. However, this price reflects only the cost of the wood. The craftsmanship is also noteworthy and should command an additional sum." In ancient times, such a box was referred to as a baobao xiang. The tale of Du Shernyak sinking her treasure box pertains to this very type of box. Of course, Du Shernyang's box was said to be made from small leaf red sandalwood, which does not compare to this wang wali. I estimate this box weighs around 15 pounds, making it worth at least 350,000. Despite Zhou Peiyuan being a distinguished practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine with limited expertise in antiques, his extensive exposure to fine objects had granted him a discerning eye. Xiao Ran interjected, "The wood's grain is indeed wang wali, and the craftsmanship of this treasure box is quite vintage. I find myself unable to discern its era. I am quite fond of it. How does 500,000 sound to you, Shen Hao?" Shen Hao nodded, expressing his disinterest in collecting, yet acknowledging the reasonable price. "If you like it, I'll sell it to you," he remarked regarding the treasure chest. Shen Hao possessed another such chest, a gift from Lai Yuejing, which also contained gold. However, what disappointed him was the absence of an intriguing backstory. If this were the treasure chest discarded by Du Shenyang into the river, its value would undoubtedly soar tenfold. Yet, reflecting upon the disparity between their worlds, he dismissed the thought. Seeing Shen Hao's willingness, Xiao Ran felt pleased and promptly transferred the funds. A few seconds later, Shen Hao received a bank notification. "In the future, if you come across quality furniture or goods, feel free to contact me. The price is not an issue," Xiao Ran stated. Although he appeared to be in his 20s, his demeanor was remarkably mature, devoid of any frivolity, and he possessed a unique taste. Zhou Peiyuan explained, "This lad has a penchant for antiques and furniture. He studied history in college and is engaged in this line of business." Shen Hao was indifferent to Xiao Ran's business, as long as the money was right. "Very well, I shall sell you my fine goods in the future," he replied. Zhou Peiyuan concluded, "That will be all for today. Shen Hao, we shall take our leave. Allow me to see you off," Shen Hao offered. With that, the three of them entered the elevator. Once inside, Shen Hao inquired, "Is your vehicle parked in the underground garage?" "No, it's parked outside the community," Zhou Peiyuan replied. Shen Hao cautioned, "The street outside has seen an uptick in complaints, so the traffic police occasionally come by to issue tickets, especially during the afternoon." Xiao Ran chuckled, "No worries, it's a trivial matter, just 100 yuan." Since money was not an issue, Shen Hao held his tongue. Soon, he noticed that Xiao Ran was driving the very Rolls-Royce he had previously collided with, its license plate boasting several sixes. It was prominently parked by the roadside. In a small county, even a Porsche 711 valued under 800,000 yuan would attract attention, let alone a Rolls-Royce. The vehicle itself was eye-catching, but the license plate truly captured the gaze of onlookers. The provincial license plate, a sequence of sixes, signified something valuable. Those with a modicum of awareness understood its worth. Indeed, many passers-by were watching from a distance, some surreptitiously taking photos. Shen Hao noticed even a few traffic officers nearby, glancing their way intermittently. Observing this, he couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Ran's strong connections. Xiao Ran seemed unfazed by the attention, even relishing it, while Zhou Peiyuan shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a blue shirt, approached with a smile. "Xiao Ran, what brings you here?" "Ah, Zhou Lao, you too." Upon recognizing the man, Xiao Ran grinned, Lao Lu. It's you. I'm here to take care of some business. Zhou Puan remarked. Lu Shihong, what a coincidence. This truly is your territory. Lu Shihong, seemingly unaffected by Zhou Peiyuan's teasing, maintained his usual composure. Lu Shihong remarked, Zhou Lao, since you and Xiao Ran are here, allow me to treat you to a meal. How about it? Xiao Ran shook his head and replied, no, we came to purchase some items and must return before dark. Perhaps next time. This was not mere pretense. His grandfather was awaiting ginseng. Lu Shihong expressed a hint of disappointment. Very well, next time it is. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhou Puan chose not to engage Lu Shihong, instead waving at Shun Hao. Shun Hao, let us keep in touch. Shun Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Ran gestured to Lu Shihong, then waved goodbye to Shun Hao. If you have something, message me. Save the good stuff for me. With that, he waved and drove away. Observing this, Shun Hao preferred to avoid the sun, especially on a summer afternoon when mosquitoes could be quite bothersome. Just as Shun Hao prepared to leave, Lu Shihong hurriedly caught up with him. Young brother, wait a moment. Lu Shihong called. Shun Hao inquired, is there something you need? I've known Xiao Ran since he was a child, and I never expected he would have friends in this place. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Shihong, newly transferred here, he said, extending his hand with a smile. Not one to refuse a friendly gesture, Shun Hao shook his hand. Shun Hao, I am not very familiar with Xiao Ran. Lu Shihong, however, found this hard to believe. Not familiar? That proud young man would initiate a greeting only with someone he knows well. Surely, you jest. Little did he know. Shun Hao was indeed a person of some significance in this small county. Lu Shihong was eager to befriend him and said, I have some influence in this county. What is your phone number? Reach out to me if you need anything. Shun Hao nodded. All right, it's 16. Without hesitation, Lu Shihong dialed the number. But after a while of silence, he looked at Shun Hao in confusion. Why is your phone not responding, Shun Lao Di? Shun Hao, speechless, thought to himself. He actually called. Clearing his throat, he replied, perhaps I left my phone at home. Lu Shihong laughed. I thought so. Is this phone number also your WeChat ID? May I add you? Shun Hao shook his head. No, my WeChat ID is my number. Then what is your number? 5321, with the nickname Jean Shirlu. Upon seeing the WeChat nickname, Lu Shihong felt reassured. Very well, Shun Lao Di, I shall treat you to a drink when the opportunity arises. We shall see. Shun Hao replied as he entered the community, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Truly a leader, such audacity. Previously, Shun Hao had provided a seldom used number, unaware that Lu Shihong would call it directly. Even if the call failed, he still sought the WeChat ID, as Shun Hao found it difficult to face such a situation. After Shun Hao departed, Lu Shihong returned to his office and immediately instructed someone to look into Shun Hao's background. An hour later, the office door opened. Secretary, here is the information you requested. All right, you may leave. This matter is to remain strictly confidential. If it leaks, I will hold you accountable, Lu Shihong warned. Yes, Secretary, came the reply. Upon examining the contents of the file, Lu Shihong discovered that Shun Hao is quite unremarkable, merely an ordinary individual. His background was simple, with no notable relatives aside from an uncle who resided in another province. It appeared that Shun Hao had recently ventured into the purchasing business in Xiangjiang and seemed to have accumulated some wealth, owning a house and a car, with little else to his name. Soon, the sources of two substantial transactions in Shun Hao's bank account were uncovered. One was 10 million, and the other, a fresh deposit of 2 million made today. Upon discovering that both amounts originated from Chang'an Shao Group Company, Limited, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Shun Hao was somehow related to the Shao family? Or perhaps a love child? Otherwise, why would such a significant sum be transferred to him? How could Xiao Ran and Zhou Puan be so closely associated with Shun Hao? It seemed implausible. Furthermore, Lu Shihong had not discerned any business dealings that Shun Hao was engaged in. Recently, news had surfaced that the elder of the Shao family, Xiao Jun, had secured his position as deputy provincial governor. Lu Shihong too aspired to advance alongside him. A decade prior, he had been the secretary to the former patriarch of the Shao family, but their relationship had since grown distant, and he yearned to rekindle that connection. Regrettably, opportunities had eluded him, yet Shun Hao's association with Xiao Ran stirred a sense of ambition within him. Upon returning to his room, Shun Hao found that Lu Jie had prepared a meal and brewed a soup. She inquired, Boss, shall we eat now? To which Shun Hao replied, I'm not hungry just yet. Let us first brew a pot of tea. Where's the tea that old Zhou sent? Lu Jie retrieved it from the wine cabinet and handed it to him, saying, Boss, this tea from old Zhou is Jin Jun Mei from Jingshan, priced at 11,000 per pound. Would you like to drink it now? In Lu Jie's eyes, such an expensive tea was meant for gifting. Indulging in it herself felt extravagant. Shun Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the tea from Zhou Peiyuan would be so costly. He was not well versed in tea brands, and if Lu Jie hadn't mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. However, given his current financial standing, he could relish tea worth not just 11,000 per pound, but even 100,000 per pound. Thus, he nodded yes. Let us brew a pot and savor its flavor. Observing Lu Jie deftly preparing the tea, he was taken aback. Have you done this before? He asked. Lu Jie nodded. Yes, when I was younger and working in another city, I brewed tea at a tea house. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Shen Hao chose not to pursue the matter further. Soon, the tea was ready, emanating a rich aroma, far more enticing than tea priced at 100 yuan per pound. Although the tea smelled delightful, Shen Hao lacked the expertise to appreciate it fully. He took a sip and found it exceptionally fragrant. Today, I owe this to you. Your skills are truly commendable, he remarked. Flattered by the praise, Lu Jie felt a surge of happiness but humbly replied, Boss, you flatter me. It's the quality of the tea that matters, not my abilities. All right, you two should sit and enjoy a few cups. You've worked hard, Shen Hao insisted. As you say, boss. Watching Lu Jie quietly sip her tea, Shen Hao contemplated whether it was time to consider a raise for his housekeeper. After all, brewing tea was not part of the agreed-upon services, which initially included merely preparing 2 meals and tidying up the house each morning. Now, Lu Jie's services had expanded significantly. She even took care of laundry, leaving Shen Hao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Jie, too, sensed Shen Hao's gaze lingering on her, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his. She felt a mix of astonishment and disbelief at the day's events. Since she had taken the job, she had never witnessed Shen Hao working. He always remained at home, seemingly idle. Previously, she had speculated about the source of Shen Hao's wealth and worried that he might run out of money, leaving her to lose this job. Lu Jie was quite satisfied with her job. A salary of 500 yuan was commendable in a small county, where living expenses were low and savings could accumulate significantly. Her responsibilities were limited to preparing 2 meals and tidying up the place. As for cleaning, the presence of a robotic vacuum made the task simpler, requiring only the occasional dusting. However, today's events opened her eyes to a different world. An elderly gentleman and a young boy had spent 500,000 yuan on a single box, seemingly enamored with it. They referred to it as Wang Wali, a term she did not comprehend, yet she felt inexplicably impressed by Shen Hao, who seemed to effortlessly attract wealth. The encounter left her with a sense of awe. During their conversation, ginseng was mentioned, with a staggering price tag of 1 million yuan attached to it. The more she reflected, the more she admired Shen Hao. The amount he earned in a single day could sustain her for a lifetime of hard work. The thought of earning such substantial sums so easily from home was beyond her imagination. After dinner, Shen Hao encouraged her to take the leftover food home, as discarding it seemed wasteful. Once Lu Jie departed, Shen Hao relished a rare moment of relaxation. Unable to resist, he picked up his phone to browse villas. Previously, in Siam, he had fallen in love with a manor featuring a 30-meter swimming pool, but daily visits were impractical. The prospect of having a villa domestically seemed far more comfortable. Although the newly renovated house felt somewhat cramped, he continued to peruse listings. After a while, he enjoyed a chilled beer and soon drifted into a contented slumber. The following morning, he was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? I am your personal financial manager, he Lily. Your bank savings have reached 3 million yuan. We have a promotional offer. Receive 100,000 points, with 100 points equating to 1 yuan, redeemable for a supermarket gift card worth 1,000 yuan. Provided you keep your 3 million deposited with us for a year. During this period, we will additionally grant you 10,000 points each month. If convenient, please provide an address for card delivery. Still groggy and irritable, Shen Hao hung up the phone. Damn it, another scam. After ending the call, he slept in until around 9 o'clock. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast bought by Lu Jie, he felt nourished and satisfied. Soon after, Shen Hao found himself once again in the mystical realms in. The magical world remained shrouded in night. He lay nestled between Jidongga and Song Yongzi. Having enjoyed a restful sleep in the real world, he felt invigorated in this realm. Beneath the bed, a one-eyed white cat, curious, peeked out to see him. Upon locking eyes with Shen Hao, it quickly retreated in fright, fully aware of his displeasure towards it. The cat feared it might end up as a dish in Shen Hao's hands. When will I regain my former glory? It lamented. How could a mere innate realm brat dare to flaunt his prowess before me? Wait, innate realm? I sensed something was amiss just now. Wasn't this brat in the postnatal 3rd level? How did he jump to the innate 1st level overnight? Could he have been secretly using drugs? Upon contemplating this, she could not help but feel the urge to sneak out and verify whether her eyes had deceived her. Yet, she was apprehensive about being discovered by Shen Hao, who might devise an excuse to cast her out. At present, she felt so feeble that she could scarcely contend with even a stray dog. Much of her day was consumed by an overwhelming slumber, a necessity for her self-repair. She rationalized that she would allow this audacious young man to revel in his arrogance for a spell and graciously refrain from holding it against him. Her true essence, however, was that of a formidable white tiger with claws as sharp as they were lethal. Unfortunately, after being ambushed during a thunderous tribulation, she now resembled a meerkat, and thus chose to masquerade as one. In the urban realm, Shen Hao had lingered for 3 days, inundated by an array of short videos showcasing individuals in tight-fitting attire flaunting their physiques. Such content skirted the edges of propriety. Shen Hao, unable to contain himself, sought assistance from his maid. This predicament was particularly vexing for the one-eyed cat, or rather, the one-eyed tiger, concealed beneath the bed. As it was incessantly disturbed by the clamor above, it could do naught but curl up and cover its ears. In the latter half of the night, Shen Hao ventured alone to the old residence of Lu Baoshan, only to discover that the Lu Manor he remembered had now transformed into the Li Manor. The Li Manor was not only brilliantly illuminated but also patrolled by soldiers. Thus, Shen Hao waited until the patrols had vacated before stealthily slipping inside. His primary objective this time was to procure the demon beast's inner core that resided within Lu Baoshan's memory, a most valuable treasure. Concealed in the shadows, he rummaged through his recollections and discerned that beneath the tiles of the study's bookshelf lay a hidden box. After meticulously charting his route, Shen Hao, employing his extraordinary agility, swiftly arrived at the study he recalled. However, he was met with a formidable presence, as over 20 soldiers patrolled the area, each exuding a menacing aura. Moreover, through the light, he discerned 2 figures approaching. Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a multitude. The surname Li? Suddenly, a clue emerged from Shen Tuli's memories. This was the residence of the governor of Yangling Prefecture, and notably, the nephew of Governor Li Chongyan, Li Jikuan. According to Shen Tuli's recollections, this individual was a congenital 3rd-level adept, while his father, Li Chongsong, was a congenital 7th-level master. This was an unwelcome increase in difficulty. Just as Shen Hao prepared to depart, he overheard a conversation within. First, closely monitor everyone in the Lu family escort agency. Leave no one unexamined. Wait for the opportune moment. Why not take action at night, Governor? Foolish. Li Jikuan retorted, inhaling deeply to calm his rage before continuing. One must strategize before acting. We must not alarm the snake in the grass. Currently, they are unaware of how many are in the know. If we are to capture, we must seize all involved. No one must escape, understood? Yet, a sense of panic engulfed him. How could he apprehend anyone when the adversary had already eliminated Shen Tuli, a congenital 7th-level master? Would it be he who ventured to meet his demise, or would it be me? Was this not akin to an old man choosing to hang himself? Li Jikuan even contemplated feigning ignorance of the matter, leaving it to whoever was willing to take the risk. My lord is wise. Inform my father to mobilize 1,000. Nay, 3,000 troops to come forth. We shall discuss matters once reinforcements arrive tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly such a fortuitous coincidence? He promptly abandoned his quest for the demon beast's inner core. It appears that Governor Li Chongyan has received the news of Shen Tuli's demise, and it seems he is poised to take action. With this in mind, Shen Hao resolved to inform Lu Junxing, as they had fought together in the past. In a matter of moments, Shen Hao vanished from Li's residence. After searching the city for half an hour, he finally located Lu Junxing. To his surprise, Ma Laolu was also present, evidently having come to share the communal lodging, which spared Shen Hao the trouble of seeking him out. Upon revealing the truth to Lu Junxing, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. Abandoning their possessions, they hurriedly fled the city with the members of the Lu family escort agency. Although the city gates were firmly shut for innate masters, the soldiers guarding them were mere trifles. The guards, having barely begun to call out, found their throats slashed. Once the gates were opened, Lu Junxing looked at Shen Hao with profound gratitude and said, "Young Master Shen, your immense kindness is beyond my means to repay. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall lay down my life without hesitation." Shen Hao replied, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Where are you headed?" Lu Junxing responded, "We are fleeing to the capital. Since Li Chongyan has conspired with the northern wilderness and harbors treasonous intentions, reaching the capital will ensure our safety." Shen Hao concurred, "Indeed. Heading south to the capital is a wise course of action. And what about you, Shen? When will you depart?" Lu Junxing inquired. Shen Hao assured him, "Do not worry. I shall set off shortly." With time of the essence, they bid farewell, vowing to meet again in the capital. As Shen Hao watched the members of the Lu family escort agency depart, he noticed that Ma Laolu had not yet left. "Why are you still here, Laolu?" he asked. Ma Laolu replied, "I must return to Yangwan town. My wife and son are still there." Shen Hao cautioned, "You do realize that your return poses great danger. And you may not come back. Even if it means death, I must return." "Enough of this. I must be on my way," Ma Laolu insisted. Shen Hao nodded. "When you return, shout out that Li Chongyan is plotting rebellion. Surely someone will seek you out. Perhaps the Jin Shio division, which inquired about my whereabouts, will find you. And you may yet have a chance to survive." Ma Laolu, filled with gratitude, knelt and bowed deeply to Shen Hao. "Thank you, young Master Shen, for your immense kindness. Now hurry and be gone. Do not waste any more time," Shen Hao urged. Ma Laolu nodded. Having dismantled his cart, he rode 2 horses, significantly increasing his speed. After waiting for over half an hour, Shen Hao returned to the city, leaving the guards at the city gate at the entrance of Li's residence. They were soon discovered by patrolling soldiers. "Damn it, these are the city gate guards. Something must have gone awry. Hurry, report this to the governor." Chapter 56. Let us make a deal. You 4, go to the city gate and ascertain what transpired. Yes. The patrol team hurriedly rushed into the residence. Meanwhile, Shen Hao concealed himself, observing quietly. To his astonishment, upon hearing that the gate guards had been slain, the gates remained wide open. However, Governor Li Jikuan remained inactive, merely ordering a change of guards, as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing this, Shen Hao was taken aback and became infuriated. "What the hell? Why are you not following the established protocol? Were you waiting to dispatch troops to pursue the Lu family escort agency so that I could seize their home? Who knew that you, dog of a Governor Li Jikuan, would do nothing at all? This governor is truly useless, occupying his position without merit, completely shirking his duties." In a fit of rage, Shen Hao set fire to the woodshed of the Li residence, and then departed in fury. "The water has flowed. The water has flowed." Li Jikuan mused as he gazed at the roaring flames engulfing the woodshed, feeling a sense of relief within. Fortunately, it seemed that the adversary merely intended to issue a warning. Thank goodness for my cleverness. Only a fool would pursue them, for they might be lying in wait for me to take the bait. Li Jikuan was no simpleton. After all, Xintulai was a formidable general of the northern wilderness, possessing innate strength at the 7th level. If he could be slain, what was he in comparison? What means did he have to chase after them? His own life was paramount. What further unsettled Li Jikuan was the realization that as he was preparing defenses to capture, the enemy was already aware. The audacity to kill and depart was a testament to their terrifying intelligence. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation around his neck, devoid of any sense of security. He speculated that Xintulai's demise was undoubtedly orchestrated by the adept assassins of the Jingxiusi. The thought intensified his unease, prompting him to pace anxiously. With his plans thwarted, Shen Hao returned to the inn once more. The following day, he urged Song Yongzi and Ji Donga to rise early. Observing Ji Donga's furrowed brow, Song Yongzi couldn't help but interject, "Young master, perhaps we should rest for another day. Donga is unwell and shouldn't be traversing too far." Shen Hao replied, "If we delay any longer, it will become perilous. The bandits we have slain are cavalrymen of the northern wilderness, colluding with Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou. Their objective is to eliminate when Ren-Yi and then surrender when the northern wilderness invades. Hence, we have already been exposed. We cannot linger here." Pale with fear, Song Yongzi urged, "Then let us depart swiftly, young master." Shen Hao reassured her, "Rest assured, with me here, you shall be safe." At that moment, Ji Donga took a pair of scissors and severed her traditional attire. Upon noticing Shen Hao's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively shrank back. "Let us be off," Shen Hao declared. Despite the urgency to leave, Shen Hao remained unhurried, renting a carriage and leisurely exiting the city. Upon reaching the city gates, he observed that the bloodstains from the previous night had been thoroughly cleared. The soldiers stood guard as if nothing had transpired. Shen Hao could not help but shake his head, remarking, "Is the governor a tortoise? How can he tolerate this?" Song Yongzi, puzzled, responded, "Young master, This is for the best. It makes our escape much easier. Ah, how little the young maid understood Shunhao's inner turmoil. He chose not to elaborate. Not long after the carriage departed the city, it jolted, revealing an unexpected addition inside the long-missing Ming Xuanji. This ordinary carriage offered little space, and the sudden presence of another person made it exceedingly cramped. "How delightful to see you today, esteemed elder," Shunhao greeted, clad in a white veil. The enigmatic Ming Xuanji fixed her gaze upon Shunhao, silent yet intensely scrutinizing. After a moment, her expression morphed into one of incredulity as she regarded him, her eyes flickering with doubt and astonishment, as if struggling to believe what she beheld. Initially inclined to probe further, she hesitated, recalling the boundaries between genders, and instead questioned, "How did you suddenly ascend to the innate realm? Did you consume some elixir?" Shunhao chuckled, "My comprehension is remarkably profound. I achieved enlightenment overnight." Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji found it hard to believe Shunhao's absurd claims. How could a mere novice, barely at the postnatal stage, speak of enlightenment? "You haven't overindulged in qi-gathering pills, have you?" she inquired. Shunhao replied, "Of course not. Qi-gathering pills are for the true essence realm. Upon reaching the true essence realm, qi transforms into true essence, necessitating the aid of medicinal pills. Otherwise, progress would be slow, making breakthroughs to the spirit pill realm impossible." Meng Xuanji remained skeptical, for one's aura cannot be deceived. Shunhao had indeed been at the postnatal level. Yet now he stood firmly at the innate level. An immense chasm lay between the two. Even if one experienced enlightenment, achieving the innate level overnight was implausible, at most. One might gain insights within their current realm. Connecting the dots with the wine in Shunhao's hand and his remarkable lightness of foot, Meng Xuanji suddenly realized, "It seems you must possess a treasure that conceals your aura." To her speculation, Shunhao offered no explanation. Affirming her thoughts, he gave her a thumbs up. "Exactly." With her conjecture validated, Meng Xuanji turned her attention back to Song Yongzi, for she had come specifically for her. "So, have you considered it over the past 2 days? Would you like to be my disciple and study the supreme techniques with me? My Yuqing Palace is a respected authority even within the Tianwu dynasty. Joining us is a dream cherished by countless individuals." After speaking, Meng Xuanji looked at Song Yongzi with anticipation. Unfortunately, she was met with disappointment as Song Yongzi unhesitatingly declined, showing no interest in her proposal. "I'm sorry, senior, but I truly have no interest in cultivation. Please don't say any more." Nearby, Shunhao chuckled, for he understood Song Yongzi better than anyone. She was resolutely traditional, her thoughts consumed by the grand future Shunhao had painted for her, of having children who would bear the Song surname, preserving the bloodline of the Song family. To her, ensuring the continuation of her family's lineage was of utmost importance, far exceeding any concern for cultivation. Feeling disheartened, Meng Xuanji contemplated forcibly taking Song Yongzi away. Shunhao's laughter only served as a silent mockery, igniting a fire of frustration in her eyes. After making an effort to compose herself, she finally said, "Shunhao, can you bear to watch her talent go to waste? Her life should lead her to broader horizons, not to serve as a maid." Shunhao shrugged innocently. "I haven't hindered her. Although Yongzi is my maid, I have never imposed my will upon her. I do not control others' desires. She can do as she pleases. That is her freedom." Then Meng Xuanji proposed, "How about we strike a deal? Now that you are in the innate realm, I can offer you a technique suited for that level." Shunhao, however, expressed disinterest. "No thanks. I truly have no interest. Techniques are abundant. I do not need yours. Once I secure the demon pill, I plan to delve into tomb raiding to unearth the body of Yang Wuxian, a true master of the true essence realm, complete with a spirit root. I certainly do not wish to squander such an opportunity. Techniques are not something I lack." For a moment, Meng Xuanji genuinely contemplated forcibly taking Song Yongzi away. However, she realized that such an action would only hinder Song Yongzi's cultivation, which would serve no purpose. At that moment, Shunhao spoke in a calm tone. "Let us make a deal. Senior Ming, you shall escort my 2 maids to the capital, and once they are settled, I will arrive in 2 months to personally persuade her to cultivate with you." Meng Xuanji felt a surge of joy within her and replied nonchalantly, "Is that truly the case? A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of 4 horses." As a man, his promise held weight. Chapter 57. This time, your intentions are commendable. Perhaps fearing that Shunhao might reconsider, Meng Xuanji did not hesitate and promptly agreed. Deal. Beside them, Song Yongzi looked at Shunhao with a worried expression, saying, "Young master, please come with us. It is quite dangerous here, and I am concerned." Shen Hao appreciated the concern of the fair maiden. He gently caressed Song Yongzi's cheek and offered her a reassuring gaze, saying, "Do not worry. I have my own plans. You and Ji Donga simply need to listen to me. In this world, those who wish to harm me have yet to be born." Upon hearing this, both Meng Xuanji and the white cat in Ji Donga's arms exchanged glances with Shen Hao, their eyes crackling with a hint of electricity. This young man was somewhat arrogant. Given such confidence from their master, Song Yongzi complied, nodding obediently and refraining from further comments. Indeed, Shen Hao found great fondness in Song Yongzi's obedient nature. A woman who listens is a virtuous woman. Ji Donga, seated nearby, hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Young master, please exercise utmost caution. We will await your return in the capital." As she spoke, her cheeks blushed like the evening sky, radiantly red and captivating. Women, once their hearts are inclined, find no need for cultivation of feelings. One must admit, Zhang Ailing truly understood women. Rest assured, even if the great Sun dynasty falls, I shall remain unperturbed and unscathed. We believe in you, young master. Both Ji Donga and Song Yongzi echoed in unison. Meanwhile, the white tiger nestled in Ji Donga's arms covered its ears, filled with exasperation. As 1,000 frustrations raced through its mind, with its solitary eye glancing at Shen Hao, it brimmed with anger and resentment. In Shen Hao's presence, given his prowess, it was nearly impossible for him to discern its true identity as a demon. However, the risk of exposure was significantly higher when near Meng Xuanji, a master of the spirit pill realm, who was akin to a third-tier demon beast. Recalling the days when even a minor figure like Meng Xuanji could merely glimpse its threshold, the tiger now found itself in a precarious position. It realized it must further conceal its aura, vowing that one day Shen Hao would learn just how sharp its claws truly were. Despite its inner turmoil, it had to act as docile as a cat, not daring to make a sound. Observing the intimate interaction among the three, Meng Xuanji furrowed her brow. She detested women who were absorbed in affection rather than cultivation. Her gaze fixed on Shen Hao, as if waiting for him to speak. Noticing her expectant look, Shen Hao's lips curled slightly upward, sensing that she likely desired some wine from him. After all, 2 months is quite a span, and it requires a substantial amount of liquor. However, in such matters, to speak up first would be to diminish oneself. Wouldn't it be akin to demeaning one's worth? If the enemy remains still, so shall I. Holding back, Shen Hao was curious to see when this woman would finally speak. To his astonishment, despite Meng Xuanji's seemingly aloof demeanor, she was quite impatient and opened her mouth within minutes. With visible discontent, Meng Xuanji remarked, "Shen Hao, I have safeguarded your woman for 2 months, and you have yet to express anything." Shen Hao felt a surge of amusement. First, he appeared perplexed, then gradually enlightened. Meng Xuanji, watching him intently, awaited his response with anticipation. "How forgetful I am. I indeed neglected to express my gratitude." "Thank you, Senior Meng." Meng Xuanji, infuriated, retorted, "I was referring to the liquor. A simple thank you would suffice. I am not asking for much, merely 8 bottles, as a token of compensation for protecting your woman over these 2 months." Shen Hao, with an expression of realization, replied, "Ah, Senior Meng, if you had mentioned it earlier, there was no need for such circumlocution. Had you informed me sooner, I would have readily given it to you. It's merely a few bottles of liquor. There is no issue. I shall procure them for you in the nearby town." "Very well, it is settled then." Following this, Meng Xuanji tightly closed her eyes, wishing to avoid looking at Shen Hao, fearing she might lose her composure. Naturally, Shen Hao only dared to tease her lightly, concerned about provoking her wrath. After all, he was still a virgin. Shen Hao's current aim was to successfully acquire the inner core of that demon beast. Having been exposed, he found that Song Yongzi and Ji Donga were burdens, making it difficult for him to act freely. Fortunately, Meng Xuanji sought his assistance, and he intended to utilize her to safely escort the 2 women to the capital. With Meng Xuanji's protection, Shen Hao felt reassured. His ultimate goal was to settle in the Tianwu dynasty, not in this insignificant De Yang dynasty. The former was abundant in resources, distanced from warfare, and teeming with countless talents and resources. The De Yang dynasty, in contrast, was a dilapidated place, unworthy of Shen Hao's reminiscence. Now that Song Yongzi and Ji Donga had ventured into the capital of the Dayang dynasty, Shen Hao felt unencumbered. With Meng Xuanji at his side, he had faith that no one could harm the 2 women. Throughout the Dayang dynasty, he had only heard of one person at the True Essence realm who had already perished, even if there were others at that level. Would they not be easily extinguished in Meng Xuanji's presence? Furthermore, given Meng Xuanji's interest in taking Song Yongzi as a disciple, wouldn't she be diligent in her care? These two reasons were what allowed Shunhao to feel at ease. As the carriage slowly made its way, they arrived at a nearby town by evening. They found an inn to settle in, and when the moment was right, Shunhao returned to the modern world. Initially, he had planned to purchase liquor priced at 40 yuan per bottle, but upon reflection, he wondered if that would make it appear too easily obtained in Meng Xuanji's eyes. He decided to acquire a lesser quality, allowing her to draw comparisons. The more he pondered, the more he felt it was the right approach. Women often enjoyed subtlety and strategy. Since ancient times, genuine affection has proven fleeting. It is only through strategy that one can win hearts. He approached a small shop selling loose liquor and inquired with the proprietor, "How much is this loose liquor?" 10 yuan per jean. What is its alcohol content? Between the ages of 30 to 40 and 40 to 60, there are options available at a more affordable price. You must be using industrial alcohol for this, right? Shunhao remarked. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly, stating, "This is all pure grain liquor. 3 pounds of grain for 1 pound of liquor. It's a long wait for a slender figure." Shunhao responded, "If you continue like this, I'll take my leave. Can you offer a discount? I can see your sincerity. Let us settle on 10 yuan per pound. Purchase 5 pounds. And I'll throw in an additional pound for free." Shunhao replied, "That's agreeable. I'll take 10 pounds of the 60-degree liquor. And please provide me with a 10-pound jar as well." The shopkeeper assured, "No problem." Watching the busy shopkeeper, Shunhao remained unhurried, sitting on a stool while scrolling through Douyin. Urban life is all about enjoyment. 10 yuan per pound is quite reasonable and sufficient for Meng Xuanji to indulge. A few minutes later, the shopkeeper handed the liquor to Shunhao. "Here you go. The total is 100 yuan. This large jar holds 10 pounds. And the smaller one contains 2 pounds, totaling 12 pounds. Does that work for you?" Shunhao confirmed. "No issue. 100 yuan is considerably cheaper compared to the 40 yuan per pound for bottled liquor. The price is of little consequence." It is essential for Meng Xuanji to realize that the previous liquor is not abundant and not always available at her whim. Naturally, Shunhao was also curious about Meng Xuanji's reaction. If she accepted it, that would be splendid. If not, he would switch to another type of liquor. One must not indulge women too much. After settling the payment, Shunhao returned to his home on the 19th floor, only to venture into another world once again. Although Shunhao had never witnessed Meng Xuanji drinking, the faint scent of alcohol that escaped her lips when she spoke made it clear to him that she was indeed a seasoned drinker, since she was a connoisseur. The quality of the liquor mattered little. After all, they were all products of technological prowess. As for premium brands like Wuliangye, Luzhou Laojiao, or Maotai, he had no intention of purchasing them for her. Some casual liquor would suffice. What level of quality could dare to rival that enjoyed by officials? Given her fondness for drinking, bottled and loose liquor would be nearly indistinguishable. Upon arriving in the other world, when Shunhao ascended with 2 jars of liquor, Meng Xuanji furrowed her brow, for the liquor he carried was unlike what she had previously tasted. She feared that Shunhao had purchased it from a tavern. Noticing her expression, Shunhao understood her thoughts. He placed the liquor on the table, and without further ado, he unscrewed the lid. An intense aroma of alcohol filled the entire tavern. Meng Xuanji's eyes lit up as she eagerly poured a glass and took a sip. The familiar spiciness enveloped her, even more potent than the last. The fiery sensation warmed her entire being. Elated, she realized that this liquor seemed to yield an even better effect than the previous one. Although the taste was somewhat lacking, its potency was remarkable. Strangely, Meng Xuanji found that liquor from this world had no effect on her. However, the technological marvel that Shunhao had brought back proved effective in suppressing the cold, a delightful surprise. The reason remained elusive, leading Meng Xuanji to believe that the ingredients in Shunhao's liquor were undoubtedly more precious. Touched, she felt a flicker of appreciation for the young man. "It was not in vain that I assisted you in safeguarding women." With a haughty snort, her gaze softened slightly as she looked at Shunhao. In a gentle whisper, she remarked, "Well, this time you have shown some thoughtfulness." Chapter 58. A loss in the east, a gain in the mulberry. Who had been closely observing Meng Xuanji's expression, was taken aback when he saw her drink the loose liquor without displaying any signs of anger. Instead, she appeared somewhat satisfied. It was indeed a puzzlement to him. Previously, he had purchased a bottle of white liquor for 40 yuan, which was of a lower alcohol content, merely 45 degrees. This time, however, the loose liquor he acquired boasted an alcohol content of 60 degrees. Such liquor typically involved considerable technological input and harsh processing. And although it was infused with spices that enhanced its aroma, the taste was rather mediocre. As for being purely grain-based, he found that hard to believe. It was undoubtedly impossible. The reason for selecting loose liquor for Meng Xuanji was to convey that the previous wine he offered was quite precious, and he did not possess much of it. Value is only established through comparison. Initially, he anticipated her outburst, allowing him the opportunity to explain the rarity of the last liquor, but now it seemed that no explanation was needed. In this world, most alcohol was of low potency, and even if the ingredients were of decent quality, the brewing techniques were lacking. Naturally, in a fantastical realm where everyone was preoccupied with cultivation, few had the leisure to delve into the art of brewing. Here, merchants were synonymous with lowliness. Reflecting on this, he could not help but inquire, "Does Senior Meng truly find this liquor enjoyable?" Meng Xuanji, appearing in good spirits, offered a rare explanation. "It's acceptable, although the taste lacks the comfort of the last one. This liquor is more potent, which is quite beneficial to me." Understanding dawned upon him. This woman did not care for the quality of the liquor. She only valued its strength. Why not let her sample the strongest liquor in the world, the Polish 96-degree vodka known as the water of life? If she could handle vodka, then the alcohol should pose no issue. Should Meng Xuanji desire it, he would not hesitate to procure an entire ton. Noticing her satisfaction, he cleared his throat and remarked, "This liquor surpasses the previous one. It is even more challenging to brew. This generosity is in consideration of Senior Meng's protection of my maid." Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji found some merit in his words, and her perception of him improved slightly. "Well, thank you," she replied, "as long as Senior Meng enjoys it." That evening, in the inn, they secured 2 rooms, one for Shun Hao, Song Yongzi, and Ji Donga, and a separate one for Meng Xuanji. However, by midnight, Meng Xuanji's expression soured severely. She could not abide the insipid sounds around her. With a cold huff, she vanished from sight. The following day, Shun Hao rode in a carriage, escorting them for several miles before finding a secluded spot for Song Yongzi and Ji Donga to practice shooting. Each fired 20 shots before concluding their session. Shun Hao instructed them to properly store the guns and provided each with 20 bullets, cautioning, "These 2 firearms are for your self-defense. Remember, they are best used for surprise attacks. Keep the safety on during regular times, and do not let them discharge accidentally." "Yes, young master." Both Song Yongzi and Ji Donga obediently replied. Meanwhile, Meng Xuanji, expressionless, gazed at the distant peaks, disinterested in Shun Hao's presence. As he finished advising the 2 maidens, Shun Hao turned to Meng Xuanji and said, "I must trouble you, Senior Meng, to take good care of my 2 young ladies. The wine will flow abundantly." "That is not an issue." Without waiting for Shun Hao to bid farewell to Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, he grasped the shoulders of the 2 maidens and soared into the sky like a flock of geese heading south, swiftly vanishing from sight. The silhouettes of the 3 women gradually diminished until they became mere black dots, eventually disappearing altogether. Traveling by carriage had exhausted Meng Xuanji. The cacophonous music from the previous night had wearied her, prompting her to take flight instead. Is flying truly so impressive? Shun Hao mused enviously. Once the figures of the 3 women had faded from view, he finally felt at ease. Disguising himself once more, he returned to the Yongling mansion, seeking refuge in an inn as he awaited the night to seize the opportunity to steal the demon elixir. Time passed slowly, and nightfall descended. Gazing at the radiant moon overhead, the ground shone brightly in its light. Shun Hao was at a loss for words, marveling at the brilliance. How enchanting it would be to stroll beneath the moonlight with a beauty by his side. Yet here he was, preparing for theft, which somewhat marred the romance of the moment. Donning his night attire, Shun Hao leaped lightly, his figure vanishing from the spot. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Shun Hao discovered that the guards had intensified their vigilance compared to 2 days prior. Patrols had noticeably increased several-fold, creating a formidable barrier. However, the outer perimeter consisted of ordinary soldiers who could not detect Shun Hao's presence. He stealthily ascended to the rooftop to observe the situation. To his delight, all the guards were concentrated around the rear courtyard, while only 2 squads patrolled the study. Having discerned the pattern of their movements, Shun Hao descended with the grace of a swallow and quietly entered the study. Without wasting time, he pushed aside the bookshelf and skillfully pried open a section of the floor tiles, only to find it utterly empty. What happened to my demon elixir? After searching in vain, he recalled Liu Bashan's memories, which assured him he was not mistaken. Could it have been taken by someone? The thought made Shen Hao increasingly suspicious, with the first suspect being the governor, Li Jikuan. After all, this had once been the Liu Baoshan family estate, now claimed by the Li household. Discovering such a secret was hardly surprising. The absence of the coveted item filled Shen Hao with frustration, far exceeding his expectations. With no elixir to be found, Shen Hao resolved not to linger. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a gleaming sword hanging on the wall, faintly glowing in the moonlight. What a remarkable find! On the table lay several jade artifacts, and the desk and chair appeared to be crafted from precious Wangwali wood. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Shen Hao gathered everything into his spatial pouch, including inkstones and brushes, and even the bookshelf along with all the tomes. Having completed his plunder, Shen Hao still felt unsatisfied. Entering his space, he retrieved a bottle of gasoline from his motorcycle and doused the study with it. After exiting the room, he set the place ablaze before slipping away. Under the cover of moonlight, Shen Hao vanished from the Li residence as flames erupted, startling the patrolling guards. The water is flooding. Li Jikuan and his father, Li Chongsong, were discussing matters when they suddenly heard that a fire had broken out in the mansion. They hurriedly rushed to the study. Once the blaze was extinguished, Li Jikuan was left in despair. The study was completely devoid of anything, and the bookshelves held his treasured collection. His father's complexion darkened as he furiously demanded, "Where is the Jinlin sword? Quickly find it." Li Jikuan's face also turned pale. The Jinlin sword was something they had procured for a staggering 100,000 gold from the Tianwu dynasty, crafted primarily from Xianjin. It incorporated a claw from the legendary five-realm demon, the Qilin. It took 3 years to locate the finest blacksmith to forge it, and now everything was lost. Despite its ability to slice through iron effortlessly and enhance true energy, after a thorough search, they could not find it. Strangely, it seemed as though nothing remained in the house, with no signs of burning on the desk or shelves. How could such substantial items simply vanish? Li Chongsong was nearly driven to a stroke in his fury, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Investigate." "Yes, General." Meanwhile, Shen Hao, having completed his theft, slipped away. Upon returning to the inn, Shen Hao momentarily paused, thinking to himself, why does being a thief feel so effortless? He then returned to the urban world, planning to acquire a sniper rifle and some timed explosives for his next encounter with Li Jikuan. He was determined to eliminate him. Otherwise, where would he find the demon core? Back in the living room, Shen Hao retrieved the sword he had found in Li Jikuan's study. The sword shimmered faintly, indicating its quality. As he drew the blade, a chilling aura enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. This coldness nearly made him drop the sword. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What a remarkable item!" After some thought, he took out the Longquan sword he had purchased earlier. Holding the Longquan sword in his left hand and the chilling new sword in his right, he gently tapped them together. Clang! The Longquan sword snapped in two, falling to the floor tiles, leaving Shen Hao astonished. The Longquan's sword had shattered, while the other remained unscathed. Remarkably, Shen Hao had exerted no significant force. It was merely a light touch. It felt as if he had cut through tofu, slicing through iron effortlessly. Such a razor-sharp sword exhilarated him. Having gained the memories of Shintalai, Shen Hao understood that the Longquan sword was merely an ordinary weapon. Although of good quality and quite suitable for postnatal warriors, it fell short for congenital warriors, lacking the ability to amplify true energy and proving to be average in efficacy. Clearly, this new sword was extraordinary. With this realization, Shen Hao felt a surge of joy. A thief does not return empty-handed. He was fortunate not to leave empty-handed. As the ancients say, what is lost in the east will be gained in the west. Gazing at the sword in his hand, so sharp and inscribed with the words Jinlin, he was inexplicably reminded of a novel. Is the Jinlin not a creature of extraordinary origins? Then, he recalled the 3 safes he had stolen from the kingdom of Siam. Previously, he had deemed them a hassle and neglected them, but now, with the Jinlin sword, they seemed ripe for opening. Chapter 59. Chow, wait for me soon after. Shen Hao entered the space. The dimensions of the space had grown to 4 meters in height, width, and length, ample enough to accommodate a small off-road vehicle and provide sufficient room for Shen Hao to maneuver. Lifting a heavy 100-kilogram safe was effortless for him. After placing 3 safes together, Shen Hao wielded the golden scale sword and with a gentle swing, effortlessly sliced through the high-strength steel of the safes as though he were cutting tofu, cleanly severing the tops. The contents cascaded out. Inside the first safe, there lay $1 million, 30 million Thai baht, 13 gold bars weighing 100 grams each, and a desert eagle. The second safe contained At the top, a 1 kilogram bag of white powder, 500,000 US dollars, 20 million Thai baht, and a fist-sized golden Buddha. Additionally, there was a handgun and 2 documents, one of which was a substantial piece of yellow cowhide paper bearing the mysterious emblem of the Daping golden-winged bird. Shen Hao glanced over it and discerned that it was a land deed with permanent ownership rights, along with a household registration book and a real estate transaction contract. The last safe contained nothing but a disc. What a pathetic loser. You are the poorest among them, Shen Hao thought, aware that the disc likely held significant evidence. Yet it bore no relevance to him. Thus, he made a brief inventory of the 3 safe's treasures: 1,500,000 US dollars, 50 million Thai baht, 1,300 grams of gold, a golden Buddha, 1 kilogram of white powder, property deeds, and 2 handguns. Not an insignificant sum, yet neither overly abundant. Currently, Shen Hao's bank account held over 3 million funds, remnants from previous transactions, including the sale of ginseng to Zhou Piyuan and the sale of a Wang Wali treasure chest to Xiao Ran. Adding it all up, he calculated that, in cash terms, the space now held 50 million Thai baht, 930,000 renminbi, and 976,000 US dollars, along with 74 pounds of gold and a golden Buddha. The 6 kilograms of white powder remained a dilemma. He felt discarding it into the sea would be a waste, so he decided to keep it for now. If discovered, he would face dire consequences. Surveying the disarray within the space, cluttered with various items, remnants of yesterday's acquisition from Li Jikuan's study, tables, chairs, bookshelves, and more crafted from the same grade of Wang Wali wood as the treasure chest, Shen Hao did not rush to sell these items, as money was not an immediate concern. His foremost desire remained to obtain the demon pill. Uncertain of his own strength and having never engaged in combat with others, Shen Hao felt confident in his ability to flee. For this endeavor, he planned to procure some timed explosives. While grenades were effective, the countdown was bothersome, and he preferred the reliability of timed bombs. Returning to his bedroom, Shen Hao retrieved a spare phone, solely for contacting Song Mapara. The people of Siam did not use WeChat, they relied on other means. WeChat may excel in functionality, yet its influence in Siam is far more significant, with nearly every individual possessing it and a staggering 94% market share. Shen Hao's spare phone also had the application downloaded. He sent a question mark. Songmu immediately replied. The promptness with which his boss responded brought Shen Hao a sense of satisfaction. What are you doing? The boss is thinking of you, dear. I need to talk to you about something. Boss, please instruct me. Get me a sniper rifle and some remote-controlled explosives. Understood, boss. No problem. Are there any specific requirements for the sniper's range? How powerful should the explosives be? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao replied. The sniper should have substantial power and excellent accuracy. The more powerful the explosives, the better. I'll have it ready for you in 3 days. Sounds good, Shen Hao said contentedly. Boss, I'm feeling hungry. What do you want to eat? Just order takeout. Boss, I only want you. Wow. Shen Hao's words successfully ignited a spark of anger within him. Just wait. In a few days, I will take care of you. Boss, I'll be waiting. Just don't worry about my fate. Damn it, get lost. Shen Hao abruptly ended the conversation. He had to admit that he felt somewhat irked by the teasing. Xiao, my self-control is still insufficient. Tossing his phone aside, he splashed cold water on his face. At that moment, his childhood friend Wang Xiao invited him to play Honor of Kings. Having not played in a while, Shen Hao thought a game would help alleviate his boredom, especially after the recent annoyance with Songmu. Thus, he downloaded the game again. He had reached diamond rank in the previous season without playing this one yet. Thankfully, his friend Wang Xiaodao had been a consistent diamond player for 3 years and was currently at Diamond 1. Wow, Howsy, how come you have time to play today? It's been ages since we last met. What have you been up to lately? Shen Hao replied, just dealing with some matters. It's your turn to ban heroes. His friend, who loved playing Arthur and despised teammates who chose Bai Li, insisted on banning Bai Li every match. When will they delete this foolish hero? Just seeing him annoys me. Howsy, what are you playing? Still going with Marksman? No, I'm playing support Lanling Wang. Wang Xiaodao immediately typed, this match has a pro to carry you. Just lie back and relax. Upon seeing this, Shen Hao felt a wave of frustration. I've played for 2 years and never even reached the rank of Wushuang. What pro are you talking about? Isn't this just inviting trouble? Damn it, stop exaggerating. I'm no pro. Don't worry, your skills are well known to me, my friend. You won't struggle in a diamond match. Despite Shen Hao's lack of skill, the flattery from his childhood friend made him feel a twinge of vanity, and he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, After playing the game, what did women matter? Once in the game, Shunhao chose Lanling Wang as support. Equipped with the punishment spell, he didn't bring any gems when heading out, which led to a scolding from a teammate. Damn it, I'm encountering fools today while playing. Why are you playing Lanling Wang? What use is a support who doesn't even bring gems? Get lost and don't come to my lane. Ignoring the irate teammate, Shunhao decided to mute him and proceeded to invade the enemy monkey's jungle. As the wild creature was left with a sliver of health, Shunhao swiftly executed his punishment and ascended to level 2. With a complete set of skills unleashed upon the monkey, he pursued it to the middle lane's second tower. Securing first blood, his childhood friend, Wang Xiaodao, immediately unleashed a torrent of insults. The irritating remarks of the rogue Luban reached Shunhao's ears, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Soon after, he returned to the mid lane, eliminating the opposing Xiaoqiao. Once again, his friend remarked on the rogue Luban's incessant chatter. Following this, Shunhao ventured into the red zone, dispatching the monkey once more, and then proceeded to the upper lane to take down the level 3 Cheng Yaojin. With each kill, Wang Xiaodao greeted the opponent's little egg with his unique melodious voice. Before 6 minutes had elapsed, Shunhao's Lanling King had completely shattered the enemy team. In the later stages of team fights, Shunhao discovered his reflexes had sharpened remarkably, allowing him to swiftly swap equipment and evade opponent skills with ease. As the game concluded, Shunhao boasted an impressive tally of 30 kills to 1 death, with Xiaoqiao even resorting to quitting the game due to his relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, his teammate, the marksman Luban, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Wang Xiaodao's melodious taunts, rendered incapable of self-care. After 4 exhilarating matches, Shunhao savored the thrill of victory, relishing in the joy of his own triumph rather than just winning the game. Upon finishing, his caretaker, Lu Jia, announced, "Boss, dinner is ready." "All right, I'm coming." Time flew, and 3 days later, Shunhao found himself aboard a plane once again, this time landing in Bangkok, where he intended to stay for a month. As he exited the airport, he spotted Song Mapala, beaming with joy and waving at him. Shunhao felt a rush of warmth. In the car, as they relaxed, even with Song Mapala seated beside him, Shunhao's heart remained as tranquil as still water, his gaze calm and untroubled, exuding an air of sage-like composure. He regarded beauty as mere bone and wealth as worthless refuse. Song Mapala gently linked her arm with Shunhao's, resting her head on his shoulder, and with a playful tone, remarked, "Boss." After speaking, her radiant, fair cheeks glowed with a bright smile, her eyes reflecting only Shunhao's figure, her spirits exceptionally high. "Can we extend our stay a few more days?" she inquired. "That depends on your behavior," he replied. "What does that mean? Annoying?" Shunhao teased. "Of course it's annoying, but the worse you are, the more I like you," Song Mapala declared earnestly, her unwavering gaze making Shunhao uncertain on how to respond. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention to the window. "Damn. How can I have such feelings?" he pondered, striving to regain his composure. Steady now, he reminded himself. Noticing Shunhao's silence, Song Mapala, feeling anxious, asked, "Boss, are you angry?" "No, boss, your silence frightens me." "Why don't you look at me if you're not angry? Discussing emotions is exhausting." "Boss, I'm all ears for you. With your handsome and charming demeanor, who wouldn't he be enamored?" Her flattery elicited a slight smile from Shunhao, who could not help but notice the subtle change in his expression, prompting Song Mapala to chuckle with delight. She sought to initiate something, but Shunhao gently rebuffed her advances. Despite feeling a flicker of desire, the setting was not appropriate. Shunhao remarked, having just disembarked from the plane, "I shall take a brief respite before we return to the estate." "Of course, boss, I shall heed your wishes," replied Song Mapura, as she found a comfortable spot to lean against Shunhao. Turning to the driver in the front seat, she instructed, "Crow, please drive slowly and steadily, allowing the boss to rest a bit longer. There is no rush." "Understood, Chairman," the driver acknowledged. Shunhao, intrigued by her response, cast a curious glance at the person behind the wheel. To his surprise, the driver was not from Siam, but rather a robust black woman with thick, unkempt braids, her skin glistening darkly, and her teeth gleaming white. With a striking stature, she appeared to be over 1.7 meters tall, exuding an aura of formidable strength, reminiscent of a fierce female warrior. "Crow?" Shunhao couldn't help but glance at Song Mapara. "You certainly have a knack for naming. Why not call her Hen instead?" Sensing Shunhao's curiosity, Song Mapara swiftly explained, "Her name is Crow, a moniker I bestowed upon her after rescuing her in Myanmar. Since that time, she has shown unwavering loyalty to me." She is responsible for my safety and also serves as my driver. Shenhao had little interest in delving deeper into Crow's background and simply nodded, opting not to pursue the matter further. After all, the choice of driver was a personal affair for Song Mupara. What could have been a 2-hour journey extended to 3, as they prioritized stability and caution. Eventually arriving in the eastern district of Pattaya, Siam. This locale housed the exquisite, standalone villa with a grand swimming pool that Shenhao had purchased for 800,000 USD. Occupying an area of 2 rai, approximately 48 acres, 200 square meters. The estate boasted 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, abundant space, and exquisite decor. Upon entering the villa, the eye was immediately drawn to the expansive swimming pool. The azure surface, crystal clear and stretching 30 meters, instantly lifted Shenhao's spirits. With picturesque lake views and a tranquil courtyard, Shenhao, enamored with water, removed his t-shirt and leaped into the pool, swimming with newfound joy. Such fluidity of movement was once beyond him. Previously, he could only manage the rudimentary dog paddle, exhausting himself in the process. Now, however, his swimming technique had evolved significantly, a mastery acquired from a skilled tour guide in Siam, whose prowess Shenhao had emulated. Observing Shenhao reveling in his aquatic escapade, Song Mupara felt a surge of joy and interest. She instructed the driver to take the car away, leaving only the 2 of them in the poolside sanctuary. Without further ado, she plunged into the water herself. It must be noted that Song Mupara's swimming skills were equally exceptional, resembling a graceful mermaid as she glided effortlessly to Shenhao's side within mere breaths. Upon reaching him, Shenhao couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Why aren't you in a swimsuit? Isn't it uncomfortable swimming in your clothes?" With her damp hair swept back, she playfully winked at Shenhao, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Boss, don't you wish to lend me a hand?" In the afternoon, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the swimming pool, reflecting on Shenhao's cheeks as he turned to glance at Song Mupara beside him. At that moment, Song Mupara's complexion was equally flushed, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of twilight carried by a gentle summer breeze. Shenhao reclined on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice while idly playing on his phone. Meanwhile, Song Mupara sat to his left, gently massaging his shoulders, sharing her recent longings and some matters concerning her gang. Shenhao assumed the role of a listener, offering no opinions but quietly absorbing her words. Like a chatterbox, Song Mupara spoke for nearly half an hour without showing any signs of fatigue. Although Shenhao found the conversation rather dull, he still engaged with her sporadically. As a true sage, he currently held no interest in women. Despite Song Mupara's stunning beauty, she appeared to him as unappealing as a skeleton, devoid of allure. As evening approached, Song Mupara prepared a sumptuous feast: Thai curry crab, green papaya salad, mango sticky rice, and Thai fried rice noodles. To be honest, Shenhao was unaccustomed to such Siamese cuisine and had little appetite, merely taking a few bites to satisfy his hunger. That night, Song Mupara chose to stay and keep Shenhao company. The following day, they finally discussed serious matters. Song Mupara led Shenhao to the basement, where 2 large suitcases awaited. Upon opening one, a collection of parts was revealed. With practiced skill, Song Mupara assembled them, and within minutes, a brand new sniper rifle appeared in Shenhao's hands. "Behold this exquisite 200 sniper rifle, produced in the beautiful country. Currently ranked number 1 in the world of sniper rifles," Song Mupara exclaimed. "It boasts the longest range of any rifle globally, primarily designed for intercepting and striking targets at extreme distances. Its standard magazine holds 7 rounds, and it can achieve terrifying precision at distances up to 2,000 meters, far exceeding a mere 1-minute angle. Additionally, this rifle is equipped with a handheld computer that monitors environmental factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure in real time, ensuring optimal conditions for accuracy." As Shenhao admired the rifle, his fondness for it grew. Unable to contain his admiration, he remarked, "What a remarkable piece. Truly thoughtful. Yet it must not come cheap." With a radiant smile, Song Mupara shook her head. "It's merely a trifle, not worth much." Sensing her attempt to downplay its value, Shenhao playfully pinched her delicate nose. "You cannot deceive me. Before coming here, I did some research online, and this 200 retails for around $400,000 in your beautiful country. Once it reaches your hands, it must be worth double that. I shall offer you $1 million. Do not refuse." He continued, "Such contraband 200s typically fetch between $600,000 to $800,000, not to mention the cost of the timer bombs." Chapter 61. With the boss present, nothing is a problem. In response, Song Mu-para resolutely shook her head. Boss, I will not accept your money. As it stands, I am the sole remaining member of my family, and all the assets belong to me. My money is, in essence, your money. It is meant to be spent on you. If you refuse it, I shall be disheartened. Should you bestow upon me your riches, what meaning would my efforts hold? Upon hearing these words, Shunhao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Song Mu-para, standing at 168 centimeters, possessed a unique beauty characteristic of mixed heritage. Her face is stunning as a porcelain doll, indeed breathtaking. Coupled with her devilishly tempting figure, her legs were fair and straight. She spoke with a melodious voice, and crucially, she was affluent. Such a diamond class, wealthy beauty made the prospect of indulging in her lavish lifestyle undeniably enticing. Strangely, Shunhao recalled the time when he was supported by a wealthy woman. Back then, he was merely 24, handsome but lacking in substance. After work, he would spend his evenings in internet cafes, gaming, with an unstable job and meager income. By sheer chance, a customer took a liking to him. Upon their first meeting, she handed him 10,000 yuan and gifted him an iPhone 8. In light of the monetary allure, Shunhao decided to experience this lifestyle, reasoning that the wealthy woman appeared well-preserved. Perhaps, under the covers, he could impress her. However, Shunhao overestimated his capacity to maintain such a lifestyle. One evening, in a hotel room after a week, when the wealthy woman removed her makeup and laid bare her true self, he was taken aback. Her face was dotted with blemishes, crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and a double chin. Shunhao was momentarily at a loss, a wave of discomfort washing over him. In all his life, he had never encountered a woman of such caliber. It felt akin to a wealthy lady presenting him with a bowl of tonics, insisting he drink, and upon refusal, slapping him to compel compliance. Men are drawn to youth for good reason. Shunhao admitted his inability to continue and returned the offering. The following day, as he stepped into the company with his left foot, he was dismissed. Everyone understood the unspoken truth, and Shunhao complied without protest. He had previously looked down upon those who relied on others for sustenance, but from that day forth, he genuinely admired those men. Had it been Song Mu-para at that time, he would have hesitated not a moment. Seeing Song Mu-para's resolute demeanor, Shunhao cleared his throat and said, "Very well. I shall not give you money, but if you find yourself in difficulty, I will assist you." Grateful, Song Mu-para leaped into Shunhao's embrace. He then opened another box, revealing a black container. Song Mu-para explained, "This bomb is relatively simple to disarm. This type of rudimentary explosive device is also referred to as a remote detonation bomb. Yes, simplicity is best. As for ease of disarmament, that is of little consequence." "What of its power?" Shunhao inquired. Song Mu-para replied, "Its explosive energy is roughly equivalent to 200 grams of TNT. 1 kilogram of energy is approximately 4,184 megajoules, or 4,184,000 joules. The charge of a grenade typically ranges between 30 to 100 grams, while a 76mm shell contains about 1 kilogram of explosive, capable of reducing a small house to rubble. This remote-controlled bomb has been modified from the U.S. military's 84 bomb and possesses considerable power. It is said that a crater with a diameter of 7 meters and a depth of 3 meters can be created, with an impact wave lethal range of approximately 50 meters and a shrapnel casualty range extending to 166 meters. The actual conversion and absorption of energy during an explosion also depend on the number of surrounding structures. If this were to be directed at the governor Li Jikuan, it would surely leave him in a state of utter disarray, instantaneously confronting his ancestors. Shunhao was even apprehensive, fearing that he might be reduced to mere rubble. Otherwise, even a slight deviation of 1 meter from the explosion's epicenter would render him utterly defenseless, regardless of survival. Shunhao was exceedingly pleased with this formidable power and could not resist giving Song Mu-pa a playful pat on her perky dairy re. Commending her, "You have executed this task remarkably well." In response, Song Mu-pa planted a kiss on Shunhao's cheek, saying, "You certainly know how to flatter." After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Boss, this item is quite heavy and cumbersome. How do you intend to transport it back? Given its considerable volume, your capture would be perilous." It was almost as if she implied he would face execution. Shunhao replied enigmatically, "There is no need for concern. I harbor no intention of endangering society. As a youth under the red banner, I embody pure positivity." Song Mu-pa rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. Since Shunhao was unwilling to divulge further, she refrained from pressing the matter. Subsequently, Shinhao carried Song Mu-pa out of the basement, and they settled onto the sofa in the living room. Shinhao inquired, "You mentioned yesterday that the Poison Wolf gang was looking for you. Is there trouble within your Black Snake gang as well?" Song Mu-pa nodded, saying previously, "I was kidnapped by the Poison Wolf gang. However, you appeared and eradicated them. They suspect I am behind their demise. Hence they have pursued me relentlessly. Naturally, this is also tied to our gang's affairs." Shinhao asked, "Oh, what issues does the Black Snake gang face?" Song Mu-pa elucidated, "Last time, our deputy leader was murdered, and I hastily ascended to his position. He possessed a black disc containing not only the accounts of arms transactions, but also incriminating evidence against officials from Siam. Additionally, it included numerous significant clients. I was unaware of its importance until I recently organized our gang's affairs and discovered its absence. Now, the black disc has seemingly vanished, leaving our gang unable to reach those key clients. The news of its disappearance has spread, and without our protective umbrella, the Black Snake gang struggles to survive. This is why the Poison Wolf gang felt emboldened to target me. I even suspect that their actions are instigated by these high-ranking officials. As the Poison Wolf gang typically engages in drug trafficking and the exploitation of young girls, they would not ordinarily provoke those of us involved in arms dealing." After listening to Song Mu-pa's analysis, Shinhao nodded in understanding. He then reached into his pocket and retrieved the black disc from the safe within his spatial domain, presenting it to Song Mu-pa. "Is this what you seek?" Upon seeing it, Song Mu-pa was momentarily stunned, gazing at Shinhao in disbelief. Without hesitation, she hurried to fetch a notebook from the bedroom, opened the disc, only to find it required a password. Her expression shifted to one of urgency. "Boss, the disc appears to be correct, but it requires a password." In response, Shinhao smiled calmly, "Remain composed. There is no rush. Where is the body of your deputy leader?" Before the burial, still in the morgue at the police station, Shinhao said, "Rest assured, I will locate this password for you." "Is that true, boss? When have you ever deceived me? Since we are here, tell me the whereabouts of the Poison Wolf gang's leader. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow to teach him a lesson," Shinhao continued. Song Mu-pa replied, "Perhaps it's best to leave that to someone else. My primary goal at the moment is to obtain the password. Do not worry, with you at my side, nothing is insurmountable. Just reveal the location of the gang leader, and I will handle everything tonight. Consider it a gift from me." "Thank you, boss." Song Mu-pa gazed at Shinhao with affectionate eyes. After a brief moment of intimacy, Song Mu-pa dispatched someone to investigate the leader's location of the Poison Wolf gang. Meanwhile, Shinhao returned to the mystical realm, to the inn of Yongling Mansion. Upon his return, he headed straight to the apothecary to concoct some poison intended for the gang's leader. With the subjugation of several factions in Siam, acquiring resources would become exceedingly convenient. Furthermore, he aimed to eliminate Li Jikuan and obtain the demon core. Shinhao was also curious to witness the explosive power of a 200-kilogram bomb, wondering if its detonation could be considered an art form. Chapter 62, Brother Liu. "Lend me your strength." The inn remained shrouded in darkness. At this moment, Shinhao resembled a figure who had just slipped away from the magistrate's residence. He felt no fatigue. Instead, he began to examine the 200 sniper rifle. This American-made sniper rifle, capable of hitting a target with terrifying precision from a distance of up to 2,000 meters, exceeded even the size of a dime. However, such a range was unnecessary for Shinhao. A mere few hundred meters would suffice. What pleased him the most was that the rifle was equipped with a handheld computer, continuously monitoring environmental factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure. This feature ensured the elimination of any adverse conditions, guaranteeing that every shot would find its mark, effectively providing him with an additional sniper observer. Shinhao's marksmanship was abysmal. He certainly was not a top-tier sniper, and giving him a rifle would not guarantee proficiency. However, his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He merely lacked a certain instinct and technique. The guides he once encountered, though elite forces, were no match for the true sharpshooters in the military, unless he could eliminate one and store him in his space. This time, Shinhao did not intend to rely on the sniper rifle. His focus was primarily on the explosives. A 200-kilogram bomb, let alone Li Jikuan, who was merely at the third level of innate ability, could not withstand it, even if he were at the pinnacle of his prowess. Meanwhile, chaos reigned throughout the Li residence as everyone searched for the golden scale sword. Li Jikuan suspected treachery from within his own household, for the study had been burned. Yet the tables and chairs showed no signs of being scorched. It was evident that it had been stolen by someone from within. The logic was perplexing. Who would steal such trivial items as tables? Was that not inviting disaster? Throughout the night, the entire household was turned upside down. Yet no traces or clues were found. Such a bizarre occurrence left everyone in the Li residence feeling uneasy. Many speculated that the vengeful spirit of the Liu family had returned to exact retribution. This estate had originally belonged to the Liu family, seized by the Li family. In the absence of any leads, Li Jikuan found himself somewhat obsessed. The prospect of 100,000 taels of gold being lost was infuriating. Seal the city and rigorously investigate anyone attempting to leave, he commanded. Starting tomorrow, search every household, turning over every box and digging 3 feet into the ground, until the Jinlin sword is recovered. Even those dogs attempting to flee the city shall face severe consequences. In contrast, Shen Hao, having indulged in merriment until the early hours, finally drifted into a hazy slumber. The following morning, he awoke to find the streets teeming with soldiers, their numbers multiplied several times over. Even the inn where he resided was subjected to a thorough search, and he was interrogated when he ventured out for breakfast. However, Shen Hao remained composed, leisurely enjoying his meal. Afterward, he procured some medicinal herbs from a pharmacy, returning to the inn to concoct a poison known as sanyong powder, alongside an antidote. Spending 500 taels in the process, the effects of the poison rendered one utterly feeble, causing incontinence and complete debilitation. Without the antidote, one would suffer this fate daily. And a week without it would lead to organ failure and death. Simultaneously, Shen Hao purchased various elixirs required for body refinement, intended for Song Mupa, whom he planned to train in the 12 techniques of body refinement. In the urban world, Shen Hao had discovered that he was unable to cultivate true energy or restore it, and it would continuously deplete. This meant that he could not remain in the real world for an extended period, otherwise, his true energy would dissipate. Fortunately, the consumption of true energy was gradual, not instantaneous. Even if it diminished significantly, a night of meditation back in the fantastical realm would restore it without any notable impact. As one of the 2 worlds would always be in stasis, it must be said that this space was truly remarkable, transcending the constraints of time and space. Although ordinary people could not cultivate true energy in the urban world, they could enhance their vitality. Allowing Song Mupa to train would grant her a decisive advantage over ordinary individuals. However, in Yangling Mansion, the cost of medicinal herbs was exorbitant. Previously, in Yongguan Town, a vial of medicine cost merely 10 taels of silver, yet here it was 20. Purchasing 10 vials amounted to a total of 200 taels. Even a 50-year-old ginseng cost 2 taels, effectively doubling the price. Shen Hao found the words of the innkeeper in Yongguan Town to be true. Medicinal herbs were indeed cheaper in small towns. In total, he spent 700 taels without a hint of regret, although he was taken aback by the exorbitance of the sanyong powder. Upon returning, he resolved to extort the leader of the Poison Wolf gang, having spent 500 taels, more than he had ever spent on any woman. Having completed these tasks, afternoon had already arrived. Meanwhile, the search throughout the city had intensified. Just as Shen Hao finished his meal, he overheard a commotion in the streets. Have you heard? Everyone from the Liu family escort has been slaughtered. Even Liu Junxing, the innate master and head of the escort, was hung on the city wall. His body a mangled mess, barely clinging to life. Why did this happen? How would I know? They must have offended the Li family, came the reply. With the citywide manhunt in mind, one could surmise the connection. Shen Hao paused, taken aback by the news. Liu Junxing had not fled southward to the capital. Yet here he was, captured. With this thought in mind, Shen Hao joined the throngs of onlookers and quietly approached the city wall. Gazing up at the towering 5-meter-high wall, he beheld a man suspended in midair, his body a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. The shoulder blade had been pierced through, leaving him hanging there in excruciating agony. Despite his condition, the man's body still quivered slightly, indicating he was not yet dead, but with blood constantly dripping, it was evident that his time was limited. Upon closer inspection, amidst the carnage, it was indeed Liu Junxing, the chief escort of the Liu family escort agency. Observing his surroundings, Shen Hao noted the absence of formidable experts. He resolved to rescue the man, knowing it would likely draw Li Jiquan into pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao retrieved the dragon spring sword he had previously severed from his spatial storage. Infusing it with true energy, he swung it lightly, embedding the blade into the city wall, simultaneously severing the ropes that bound Liu Junxing. The body dangling from the wall suddenly plummeted, causing the crowd to recoil in alarm and retreat hastily. With a graceful leap, Shen Hao caught Liu Junxing as he fell. Without a moment's hesitation, He hoisted Lu Junxing onto his back and swiftly made for the city's outskirts. Having reached the innate realm, Shen Hao employed the technique of lightwing shadow, moving with the speed of lightning. With nimble footfalls, he ascended into the air, covering several dozen meters in mere moments. The difference in speed between the innate and acquired realms was stark. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" shouted Li Jiquan, the governor, who had been sipping tea atop the wall. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed and hurried after them. Hearing the shouts behind him, Shen Hao felt no fear. Instead, a grin spread across his face, revealing a set of white teeth. He then deliberately brandished the golden scale sword he had stolen the previous night. Under the setting sun, the sword radiated a faint, ethereal glow. Li Jiquan paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the very sword from his study. Elation surged within him, followed swiftly by fury. "How dare you possess the golden scale sword? If I do not flay you alive today, I shall take your surname," he declared, turning to his soldiers. "Quickly inform my father. I will pursue this villain." Though the thief possessed remarkable agility, carrying a man would surely limit his distance. Shen Hao continued to run with Lu Junxing on his back, while Li Jiquan pursued with relentless determination. It was clear that Shen Hao was heading towards the Black Tiger Gorge, 40 miles away. Having once slain Shen Tu lie there, Shen Hao deemed it a place of fortune, where he intended to eliminate Li Jiquan as well. The two moved with incredible speed, covering several miles in mere minutes. At that moment, Lu Junxing, regaining consciousness, sensed he was being rescued. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he opened his eyes and recognized Shen Hao, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Put me down, run quickly," he urged. But as the words left his lips, his eyes fluttered shut, and his hand fell limply, life slipping away from him. Seeing this, Shen Hao sighed softly, choosing not to utter another word. Carrying a man, though swift, was indeed taxing. Shen Hao's intention was to lure this individual to the Black Tiger Gorge. Thus he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from Li Jiquan. However, if he were to pause for even a moment, Li Jiquan would be able to catch up. Shen Hao understood that 40 miles was his limit. At that point, his vital energy would be entirely depleted. The two moved with remarkable speed, reaching Black Tiger Gorge in merely 20 minutes. Despite Shen Hao's deep and pure breath, by the time he arrived at the dark canyon, his internal strength was nearly exhausted. "Brother Lu, lend me your strength. After today, I shall personally avenge you," he declared. Seizing an opportunity presented by a bend in the path, Shen Hao swiftly leaped behind a massive rock, his figure vanishing into the spatial realm. In adherence to his principle of not wasting anything, he also retrieved the corpse into the space. Subsequently, Shen Hao's form rapidly returned to the kingdom of Siam. In the estate, he changed his attire, took a bath, and then sat on a chair, panting. "Goodness, I am utterly exhausted." Running several dozen miles from a single person was indeed an arduous task. Shen Hao sat cross-legged for a moment but eventually shook his head. It seemed that the real world could not sustain the operation of his techniques and offered no means for recovery. Nevertheless, he felt no anxiety, for the body of Lu Junxing remained within the space. Once Lu Junxing was consumed by the space, the returned vital energy would suffice for Shen Hao's restoration. At that point, he would remain vigilant and poised to kill Li Jiquan, avenging Lu Junxing. In the urban realm, vital energy would undoubtedly deplete over time. However, it would not vanish in just a day or two. It would be a gradual consumption. It was akin to the notion that while one might choose to refrain from work and live leisurely, expenses for smoking, drinking, dining, and utilities would still accrue, necessitating the expenditure of funds to maintain one's existence. Chapter 63. Slaying the innate threefold prefect. After finishing lunch, Shen Hao took a nap, and once his strength was restored, he entered the spatial realm. At that moment, Lu Junxing's corpse had vanished without a trace. The space was enveloped in a dense white mist. In an instant, the white mist seemed to find its haven, surging eagerly into Shen Hao's body. His form was enveloped by the white mist, and after a brief moment, he absorbed a significant amount of memories and vital energy. To Shen Hao's delight, he did not experience a headache this time. Clearly, there was no overload. He absorbed a general recollection of Lu Junxing's memories and finally understood why Lu Junxing had been captured. It turned out that at the moment the news of Shen Tuli's death reached them, Governor Li Chongyan acted personally, accompanied by 3 innate 6th-tier experts, lying in wait along the route to the capital. Evidently, Li Chongyan had anticipated that the adversary would flee to the capital and had laid a trap in advance. With Shen Tuli's demise, Li Chongyan presumed that the opposing party possessed experts of innate 8th tier or higher, hence he followed along himself. Yet the Liu family's escort agency was evidently not among them. Liu Junxing and his companions had unwittingly stumbled into the trap meticulously set by Governor Li Chongyan. What moved Shen Hao was that, in order to extract information regarding the assassins of Shen Tuli, despite the relentless torture inflicted upon Liu Junxing, he remained steadfast, revealing not a single word about Shen Hao. Such fortitude! His peep of bone was pierced by a sharp instrument, yet he uttered not a sound. His fingernails were systematically torn away, but he remained silent. His teeth were shattered and forced into his abdomen, yet he still did not utter a word. As the memories surged forth, tears welled in Shen Hao's eyes. He believed that if he were to endure such torment alone, he would have undoubtedly divulged everything by now. With a deep sigh, his gaze hardened with determination as he spoke. Rest assured, Brother Liu, if you lend me your support, I shall exact vengeance for you. Having absorbed Liu Junxing's vital energy, Shen Hao had ascended from the first layer of innate to the second layer. However, he did not rush to exit the other world. Instead, he spent half an hour attuning himself to the vital energy within his body. What delighted him even more was the advancement of his lightness technique, Qinghong Juing. Initially, he had merely grasped the basics, but now he had attained a level of mastery. It turned out that this technique was inherently designed for escape. While carrying Liu Junxing on his back and running for his life, Shen Hao had inadvertently achieved a profound understanding of Qinghong Juing. Now, he could confidently assert that each application of this technique would conserve a third of his vital energy. Once he had familiarized himself with his newfound abilities, Shen Hao grasped the Jinlin sword, his eyes gleaming with fierce resolve. According to his recollection, the governor, Li Jikuan, was merely at the third layer of innate. Having pursued him relentlessly for 40 miles, Li's internal energy must have been significantly depleted. Coupled with the formidable Jinlin sword in his possession, Shen Hao felt no fear. After some contemplation, he decided to set a trap with explosives, burying them in the ground, intending to retreat at the first sign of danger and activate the remote detonator. Initially, Shen Hao had planned to confront Li Jikuan with his 416, but reconsidered, wishing to test his own strength against the governor first. With his resolve fortified, he made his way to the Black Tiger Gorge in the otherworld, concealing himself behind a massive rock. Before Li's arrival, Shen Hao placed the explosives on the ground, covering them with Liu Junxing's garments for concealment. Once prepared, he leapt lightly to perch atop the boulder. He wrapped the broken hilt of the Longquan sword in cloth and stowed it within the sheath of the Jinlin sword. For the sake of realism, he splashed some mineral water on his face to feign exhaustion. Barely 3 minutes had passed when a figure appeared, approaching with remarkable speed. The newcomer was a man in his 30s, gaunt of face, sporting a thin mustache, and possessing a chilling gaze. Clad in dark, fitted attire and wielding a sharp sword, he was slightly out of breath. Upon seeing Shen Hao seated on the stone, his expression darkened with malice. "You wretched creature, you have made me exert such effort. Today, I shall grind you to dust to quell my rage." Shen Hao quickly raised his hands in a gesture of feigned defeat, pleading, "I beseech you, Governor, spare my life. I shall return the Jinlin sword to you. I simply lack the strength to flee." Hearing this, Li Jikuan's heart soared with delight. "Very well, toss the sword to me, and I shall grant you mercy." Seemingly resigned, Shen Hao did not hesitate to hurl the sword towards him. Witnessing this, Li Jikuan hastily extended both hands to catch it. He had initially harbored reservations about the Jinlin sword due to its formidable sharpness, but was taken aback by Shen Hao's unexpected action. In his mind, he deemed Shen Hao a complete fool. He had even devised a plan for how to dismantle Shen Hao, piece by piece. Simultaneously, he confirmed one undeniable truth. Shen Hao was truly exhausted and could no longer run. The immense toll on him was evident, especially considering he was burdened with a corpse, and his adversary's cultivation level was inferior to his own. At the moment when Li Jikuan caught the sword with both hands, a glimmering blade appeared in Shen Hao's grasp. He sprang off a massive stone, his form shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow, swift as lightning, charging towards Li Jikuan. Having just taken the sword, and without the time to assess the situation, Li Jikuan quickly noticed Shen Hao's movement and retreated hastily. However, Shen Hao's application of the lightness skill, Lightwing Shadow, rendered him too fast, despite Li Jikuan's delayed response. His stamina and vital energy had already been significantly depleted from the chase, slowing him down. The sharp sword glided past his wrist, and in an instant, blood erupted. Li Jikuan's left hand was severed. With his hand severed, blood gushed forth, and the excruciating pain drained the color from Li Jikuan's face as he gasped for breath. He hurriedly pressed on the acupoint to staunch the bleeding, glaring at Shen Hao with fury. "You little beast, I will make you pay with your life." Despite losing his left hand, Li Jikuan chose not to flee. Firstly, his speed could not match Shen Hao's, and escape was futile. Secondly, he believed Shen Hao had exhausted his last ounce of vital energy with that previous strike. If he stayed, he might still have a chance to fight back. But fleeing would mean certain death. With his eyes fixed warily on Shen Hao, or more precisely, on the golden scale sword in Shen Hao's hand, he declared, "What a coincidence. I also wish to send you, this beast, to accompany my friend in the afterlife." With that, Shen Hao advanced once more, wielding his sword with fierce precision, each move executed with impenetrable finesse. Li Jikuan desperately dodged, unwilling to confront the golden scale sword directly. At that moment, regret flooded his heart. He never anticipated Shen Hao's display was merely a ruse. Vital energy seemed inexhaustible as they exchanged blows, but Li Jikuan's anxiety deepened. If this continued, he would surely perish. "Stop," he pleaded, but Shen Hao paid him no heed. "My father is Li Chongsong, the general of Yangling House, at the 7th level of innate cultivation. My uncle is Li Chongyan, the governor of Yangzhou, at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Are you certain you wish to cross our Li family?" With an impassive expression, Shen Hao replied, "Rest assured, I will ensure you and your father reunite underground." Without granting Li Jikuan the chance to escape, Shen Hao unleashed his most adept technique, the gentle breeze sword technique, and pursued. Startled, Li Jikuan exclaimed, "Gentle breeze sword technique? You are from the Lu family." Shen Hao, with a glint in his eye, readily acknowledged, "Indeed, I am Lu Baoshan, the fugitive of the Lu family. In the past, your Li family annihilated my clan, stealing my possessions and my family's demon core. Your actions are truly despicable." Though Li Jikuan possessed the 3rd level of innate cultivation, he was no match for Shen Hao in his current state, having already suffered substantial losses of vital energy from the surprise attack. The Lu family's patriarch, at the mere 5th level of innate cultivation, could hardly safeguard the demon core. Even without me, others would seize it. Moreover, my uncle took the demon core to present it to the great general of the northern wilderness, the master of true essence, Shintu Jiao. His adopted son, Shintu Lai, possesses a fire affinity. This demon core was prepared for him. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. As he observed Li Jikuan desperately fleeing, Shen Hao once again pursued him. Despite Li Jikuan's exquisite swordsmanship, he dared not confront Shen Hao's techniques head-on. Realizing he could not evade capture, he was forced to endure a blow. The golden scale sword sliced through iron like mud, and in an instant, Li Jikuan's sword was severed upon contact. Without his weapon, Li Jikuan, now unarmed, stood no chance against Shen Hao. He yearned to escape, yet found no avenue for flight. Shen Hao's lightness skill, light Hong Shadow, far surpassed his swordplay, gentle breeze sword technique, making him an exceptionally formidable pursuer. Deprived of his sword, Li Jikuan became akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as his vital energy waned and his speed diminished, Shen Hao's foot struck the ground. A flash of cold light appearing. The golden scale sword pierced through Li Jikuan's back, penetrating his heart, delivering a chilling finality. Li Jikuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unable to close them in repose. The once cautious man had not anticipated that in his game of falconry, he would become the prey. He could not comprehend how Shen Hao, a mere novice at the 1st level of innate energy, possessed such an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. Alas, he had encountered the 6th elder. After slaying Li Jikuan, Shen Hao discarded his lifeless body into the void. He sought to ascertain the reality of the situation and discover who currently possessed the demon core. Chapter 64. The perfection of the 2nd innate level upon entering the void. Within mere minutes, Li Jikuan's corpse had fully transformed into vapor. When Shen Hao appeared, the white mist rushed towards him as if it had encountered a long-lost parent, gradually dissipating into his being. Moments later, Shen Hao absorbed Li Jikuan's memories and realized that Li Jikuan had indeed spoken the truth. The demon core was intended as a gift for Shintu Lai. The extermination of the Lu family had been orchestrated to obtain this core. Unbeknownst to Lu Baoshan, who had remained outside, was the underlying motive. This demon core possessed a fire attribute and was meant for General Shun Tu Jiao of the North Wilderness. To solidify Li Chongyan's position, the generosity stemmed from the fact that within the Li family, none possessed spiritual roots. Retaining the core would be akin to holding a hot potato, inviting trouble. It was better to relinquish it. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 3rd innate level, Li Jikuan's vital energy was substantial, propelling Shen Hao from the initial stage of the second innate level to its perfected realm. The sole regret was his failure to breach the third innate level. However, this was understandable, as each advancement in vital energy required a doubling of effort. Yet, Shen Hao's energy was remarkably pure, enabling him to confront Li Jikuan directly without issue. Moreover, Li Jikuan employed the Leaf family's ancestral sword technique, the Leaf family sword classic, which was several times more sophisticated than Liu Baoshan's gentle breeze sword technique. If Liu Baoshan's swordplay could be deemed second-rate, then the Leaf family sword classic undoubtedly belonged to the elite echelon. Its intricacies and versatility were unparalleled. After over 30 years of study, Li Jikuan had mastered the Leaf family sword classic to a commendable degree. According to Li Jikuan's memories, his father, Li Chongsong, was stationed just outside the city and had been notified of his arrival prior to this encounter. Upon this thought, Shen Hao picked up Li Jikuan's clothing. His father, Li Chongsong, was a formidable master at the 7th level of innate strength. Thus, Shen Hao had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation with such a powerful adversary. This time, the bomb would undoubtedly prove useful. Calculating the time, he estimated that it would arrive in a few minutes. Shen Hao licked his lips. A master at the 7th level, was this not a splendid opportunity? Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his location and swiftly made his way to the site where he had discarded the bodies of the Northern Wilderness Cavalry. With a leap, he deftly arrived at the bottom of the gorge. Within just a few days, the corpses had begun to emit a foul odor, some already decomposing and being feasted upon by insects. Amidst the hundreds of bodies, Shen Hao fortuitously located one that closely resembled Li Jikuan's physique. He dressed the corpse in Li Jikuan's clothing and, with the body in tow, proceeded to the Black Tiger Gorge. Without uttering a word, he placed Li Jikuan's body atop the bomb, setting his sword beside it. Then he concealed himself at a distance, awaiting Li Chongsong's arrival. Following the logic of a normal person, upon discovering his son's corpse, one would instinctively rush to investigate. The explosive power of 200 trinitrotoluene was immense. As per Song Mapala's explanation, this quantity of explosives could create a crater 7 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, with a shockwave lethal within a radius of approximately 50 meters and shrapnel causing harm up to 166 meters away. For his own safety, Shen Hao deemed it prudent to maintain a considerable distance. Should Li Chongsong survive the explosion, he would not wish to be caught in its deadly embrace. However, he could not stray too far, lest the remote signal become ineffective. After some contemplation, Shen Hao found a corner and moved the body and bomb an additional 30 meters away. Shen Hao had devised a plan. At the moment of detonation, he would retreat into the spatial realm, indifferent to whether or not Li Chongsong perished, prioritizing his own safety above all. Once all was prepared, he hesitated to leave, fearing that the fool might return and disturb the body. Thus, he waited in silence for Li Chongsong to arrive. At this moment, Shen Hao felt conflicted, anxious that he might reduce Li Jikuan's father, Li Chongsong, to mere fragments. If he were to be obliterated, it would surely be a waste. A thought that caused him a pang of regret. Based on Shen Hao's calculations, he expected Li Chongsong to arrive within 5 minutes. To his disappointment, however, 30 minutes passed with no sign of him. Just as Shen Hao began to doubt whether Li Chongsong would come at all, a gust of wind heralded his approach. Before him appeared a man clad in golden armor, which gleamed brilliantly in the setting sun. From his memory, this figure was unmistakably Li Jikuan's father, Li Chongsong, a master at the 7th level of innate strength, commanding an army of 30,000. Witnessing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Hao's eyes. Li Chongsong glanced around, seemingly searching for someone. Suddenly, his body tensed as he spotted a corpse on the ground. The physique, the clothing, and the sword beside it all unmistakably belonged to his son, Li Jikuan. However, the body was drenched in blood, rendering it unrecognizable. In an instant, panic surged within him, and he rushed forward. He has arrived, he has come. Li Chongsong's eyes burned crimson as he rushed recklessly towards Li Jikuan. Kuner. At that moment, around 4 o'clock, Li Chongsong halted, detecting a foul stench in the air. After leading troops for many years, he instantly recognized the unmistakable odor of decay. A trap. He paused, his sharp gaze fixed upon the corpse. His eyes swept the surroundings, hesitating to take a single step forward. Observing this, Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such astuteness from the old man. Anxiously, he urged inwardly, "Move forward. Move forward." To Shen Hao's disappointment, not only did Li Chongsong refrain from advancing, but he also retreated. Without hesitation, Shen Hao disregarded all else and pressed the remote control. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens. Flames erupted skyward, causing the entire Black Tiger Gorge to tremble. Numerous rocks tumbled down. Although Shenhao had sheltered himself in a spatial realm, the explosion had no effect on him. Nonetheless, the resounding blast left his ears ringing, filled with a cacophony of buzzing. It took him a considerable time to regain his senses. After approximately a minute, he emerged from the space to assess the situation. What he beheld was the corpse, now reduced to mere fragments. Astonishingly, Li Chongyin, clad in battle armor, had survived, aside from the heart guard, which remained intact. The rest of his armor was in tatters. He lay there, drenched in blood, still exhibiting signs of life. Cautiously, Shenhao refrained from approaching, instead retrieving a 200 sniper rifle. At a distance of less than 100 meters, he felt somewhat confident. Aiming at Li Chongyin's head, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, Li Chongsung's body trembled and fell still. Observing this, Shenhao finally exhaled, retracting the sniper rifle and gradually approaching. Upon discovering a bloody hole at Li Chongsung's brow, he felt a wave of relief. A master of innate skills relies on sufficient vital energy. It does not render them invulnerable to harm. Soon, Shenhao found himself somewhat relieved that the sniper rifle was not a Barrett, as its power was comparatively lesser. The 200 rifle, though renowned and costly, boasted precision but lacked recognition for its devastating power. In military terms, the 200 found itself in a rather awkward position. Utilizing a 408 solid projectile, it surpassed many 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifles in accuracy, yet its destructive capacity remained a significant drawback. The solid copper-nickel alloy projectiles lacked the lethality of 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds, rendering it unsuitable for anti-material purposes. Had he employed a Barrett, Shenhao mused, Li Chongsung's head would have likely exploded like a watermelon. Some jested about the dismal sales of the 200, likening its purchasers to those struck by lightning. However, a curious investigation revealed that in the United States, fewer individuals bought this rifle than those killed by lightning strikes, with the Shai Tactical Company remarking, "That's a hard truth, my friend." Observing Li Chongsung's armor, he noted that aside from the heart guard, all other pieces were shattered. The heart guard, however, remained unscathed, leaving Shenhao astonished at the material's resilience. Reflecting upon it, he came to understand this was a realm of fantasy where certain materials possessed extraordinary strength. Without further ado, the lifeless body of Li Chongsung was discarded, and the heart-guarding mirror was absorbed into the space, a truly remarkable artifact. Subsequently, the two swords belonging to Li Zhikuan and Li Chongsung were also collected, as they were indeed valuable items. Once all was accomplished, Shenhao finally exhaled in relief. After donning a disguise, he returned once more to the Yongling mansion. With both the governor Li Zhikuan and his father Li Chongsung now gone, Shenhao felt no trepidation. Chapter 65. The surge of power as nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings. Shenhao resided in his familiar quarters. Although the seasonings in this world were sparse, the simplicity was still acceptable. When the night grew quiet, Shenhao entered the space. A thick, white mist enveloped the entire area, with an abundance of true energy far surpassing that of Li Zhikuan. Upon entering, the mist surged into Shenhao's body with fervor. Under the vast expanse of white mist, Shenhao's form began to levitate slowly in midair. This was the first instance of him absorbing such a substantial quantity of true energy. The immense influx propelled Shenhao's cultivation to ascend rapidly. Innate level 3, early stage, mid-stage, and full completion. Innate level 4, early stage, mid-stage, and full completion. He paused upon reaching completion, nearly breaking through to innate level 5. Nevertheless, Shenhao felt immense satisfaction. In merely a day, he had advanced from the initial stage of innate to the full completion of the 4th level, and the purity of the true energy was remarkable. To speak of such an achievement was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, Li Chongsung's comprehension of the Leaf Family Sword Manual was superior to that of Li Zhikuan. The mutual validation of their understandings led to Shenhao mastering the Leaf Family Sword Manual with remarkable efficacy. The reason for the delay in his progress was twofold. Firstly, he wielded the golden scale sword, which necessitated wearing armor. Secondly, Li Zhikuan had left no markers along the way, making the search slow. Based on Li Chongsung's memories, it was revealed that the demon pill indeed lay in the possession of the Yangzhou governor, Li Chongyin, who was a cousin of Li Chongsung. The outcome of their discussion indicated that should the northern wilderness Shintajiao invade Yangzhou, Li Chongyin would readily surrender the demon pill to secure his position. Since the ascension of the inept sovereign Yang Wenzan, who harbored distrust towards him, Li Chongyin had every reason to be wary of his life. Li Chongyan was no fool. Self-preservation was paramount. With the death of the true origin realm expert Yang Wuxian, the loss of protection left him vulnerable. And he believed he could not withstand the might of the northern wilderness for long. The thought that if you show no kindness towards me, do not expect loyalty in return resonated deeply with Shun Hao. With the demon pill in the hands of the Yangzhou governor, Shun Hao saw a path forward. The imperial censor when Rini sought evidence of Li Chongyan's collusion with the northern wilderness, though others lacked such proof, Li Chongsong, as a trusted aide, possessed it. It seemed prudent to seek out Rini the next day, though he wondered if she still lived. Confronting a master of the innate full completion stage, Shen Hao felt uncertain of his chances. Having absorbed the memories, Shen Hao's power surged dramatically, and his confidence swelled. However, the overwhelming intake left him with a slight headache. He arrived directly at the estate of the Kingdom of Siam from the vast expanse of space. At that moment, the estate was devoid of company. After refreshing himself with a shower, Shen Hao leaped gracefully into the swimming pool, reveling in the aquatic embrace. As dusk fell and dinner concluded, Song Mapala approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Boss, I have brought you the information you requested." Shen Hao accepted the documents, glanced them over, and playfully pinched Song Mapala's cheek, acknowledging, "Very well, I see." Opening the material in his hands, Shen Hao began to peruse the contents. The information was straightforward. One document detailed the location of the vice leader's corpse in the morgue, while the other provided insights into the leader of the Poison Wolf gang. Mario, the gang's leader, not only dabbled in illicit pleasures, but also engaged in the trade of narcotics. That very evening, Mario was hosting a grand banquet at his villa, ostensibly to campaign for a seat as a councilman in Bangkok, a certainty indeed. After absorbing the details, Shen Hao committed the addresses to memory. Later that night, he alighted from his vehicle a mere 2 kilometers from the lair of the gang leader. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the rooftops, his figure darting across the heights like a wraith, deftly evading all surveillance. He effortlessly infiltrated the estate, observing the scene within the villa's grand hall, where glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Mario, standing proudly before the audience, raised his glass exultantly, proclaiming, "Today marks a momentous occasion. Let us celebrate the official legalization of cannabis in the Kingdom of Siam. Cheers." As he surveyed the crowd, most attendees donned tailored suits, alongside individuals in police and military uniforms. Shen Hao couldn't help but admire the audacity. Southeast Asia had truly become a haven for crime. The Kingdom of Siam was once a vanguard against narcotics in Southeast Asia, its anti-drug measures second only to those of Singapore, Malaysia, and China. However, at the end of 2022, the Siamese government embarked on a bold reform, legalizing the 3 taboos of vice: pornography, gambling, and drugs, instituting regulations and taxation. It is undeniable that an increasing number of nations have begun to legalize gambling and sex work. Among Southeast Asian countries, Siam stands out for its flourishing sex industry, simultaneously serving as a hub for human trafficking and organ trade. Myanmar is notorious for its stones, white powder, coups, and warlords. Cambodia's coastal city briefly embraced online gambling until external pressures forced a cessation. After scams vacated Cambodia, they shifted to the Philippines, which now reigns as the foremost nation for online gambling. In a bid to generate revenue, Southeast Asian governments often turn a blind eye to these disreputable trades, though it is predominantly their own people who suffer the consequences. Within the industry, there exists a term for this practice, known as dog pushing or spinach army. After listening for a while, Shen Hao gleaned the gist of the proceedings. Not only was Mario celebrating the legalization of cannabis, but he also harbored aspirations to run for councilman, intending to establish a political party and ultimately become the mayor of Bangkok. He even contemplated opening a casino, now that it was legal. At that moment, a server approached, balancing a tray adorned with 6 or 7 glasses of champagne, and positioned himself beside Mario. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Hao retrieved a small pebble from the adjacent flower bed. With a gentle flick, he struck the acupoint on the waiter's elbow. The tray in the waiter's hand slipped away, spilling drinks all over Mario. The sudden turn of events rendered the entire room silent. The waiter, terrified and on the verge of tears, trembled and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. Seeing the gazes of the crowd upon him, Mario offered a slight smile and gently patted the waiter's shoulder. It's all right. Just be more careful next time. Fortunately, it was me who got splashed. Had it been a customer, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. The waiter, relieved by Mario's words, nodded fervently in gratitude. Mario clapped his hands and addressed the gathering with a smile. It's just a minor mishap. nothing serious. Please, continue enjoying your drinks. I'll just go upstairs to change. With that, he smiled and waved to the crowd. However, as he ascended the staircase, the smile vanished from his face. He beckoned to his confidant beside him, saying, I do not wish to see him again. Boss, I know what to do, came the reply. Chapter 66. An early morning shift. Mario, expressionless, nodded slowly as he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, he felt a sudden breeze at the back of his neck. Before he could ponder the sensation, he lost consciousness. Shortly thereafter, Shinhao pressed on his mute acupoint and forced the Sanyang powder into him, discarding the remnants carelessly onto the floor. He then released Mario's acupoints. As Mario regained his senses and saw Shinhao, a wave of shock washed over him. Realizing he could move, he instinctively shouted, "There's an assassin! Help!" Yet, to his horror, no sound escaped his lips despite his desperate cries. Seeing Mario attempting to flee, Shinhao delivered a swift kick. The impact sent Mario flying as if struck by a truck, crashing against the wall 4 meters away. He fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Shinhao approached slowly. To Mario, the masked figure before him appeared as a devil, eliciting fear that rendered him immobile in the corner. He could not comprehend why he was unable to speak, but he surmised it was undoubtedly related to the man before him. Shinhao looked down upon Mario, his tone cold and devoid of warmth. From now on, you must remember every word I say. Should you fail to do so, you may as well await your demise. Aware of his disadvantage, Mario nodded hastily. Shinhao continued, From this day forth, I am your boss. I will contact you when I require your services. If you fail to comply, that is acceptable. I shall simply send you to meet the Buddha. Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I have administered a substance to you. This substance requires an antidote to be consumed every month to alleviate its effects. When it manifests, it will render your entire body devoid of strength, leaving you as limp as a vegetable, unable to control your bodily functions. Yet, your consciousness will remain intact if you neglect to take the antidote daily. This state will persist for an hour. Should you go a week without it, you will succumb to organ failure. Oh, and by the way, your poison will take effect tomorrow at 8 a.m. To allow you to experience the effects of the poison, the antidote will be sent to you after 2 p.m. tomorrow. However, the antidote does not come free. Remember, it is worth $5 million. Not a cent less, or you shall never hope to acquire it again. At this very moment, Mario, the notorious crime lord ruling over Bangkok, trembled like a frightened dog, too terrified to utter a word. Shinhao, dismissing him entirely, delivered a sharp kick to his shoulder, releasing him from his muteness. Heed every word I say, or I will ensure your death is excruciatingly painful. With that, Shinhao turned and departed. Moments earlier, Mario had contemplated reaching for a gun in the drawer, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Shinhao's kick was nothing short of inhuman, instilling profound fear within him. Mario, a drug trafficker and operator of illicit venues, also managed underground boxing rings. Yet, no matter how skilled a Muay Thai fighter, he had never encountered anyone as ferocious as Shinhao, whose strength was unparalleled. Although the assailant wore a mask, Mario surmised he was undoubtedly Thai, for the native dialect was not something foreigners possessed. Clutching his ribs in agony, Mario hastily called for assistance. Intent on visiting a hospital to ascertain whether he had been poisoned, he was soon rushed to the hospital, where the examination revealed, you have merely fractured 6 ribs. Had the force been greater, those ribs could have punctured your organs. Are you certain you have not been poisoned? Mario, incredulous, replied, Of course I am certain. Your blood analysis indicates normality. Hearing he had not been poisoned, Mario sighed in relief, realizing he had been deceived, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Find out who did this. As Shinhao exited Mario's opulent villa, he stumbled upon the same waiter, bound by 2 men. Reflecting on the earlier incident that had befallen the waiter due to his own actions, he thought, his life is not meant to end here. The waiter, gagged with a towel, pleaded desperately for mercy. The 2 men in black paid him no heed. One of them delivered a kick that sent the waiter sprawling, then drew a silenced pistol from his coat. Shinhao swiftly incapacitated both men, rescuing the waiter. Once free, the waiter fell to his knees, begging for his life. Please spare me, I shall never dare again. Silence. First, assess your surroundings, Shinhao commanded. Upon hearing this, the waiter, illuminated by the dim streetlight, beheld the 2 unconscious men in black and the silenced pistol lying nearby. Fear gripped him, rendering his legs weak and his face pale. Shinhao said, Had I not intervened, you would likely be dead by now. The waiter, terrified, began to weep, realizing that though he had been saved today, he could still face death tomorrow. Shinhao spoke calmly. There is but one way for you to survive. Desperately, the waiter knelt before Shun Hao, prostrating himself, pleading, I beg you, sir, save me. Kill those two. The waiter was taken aback at the thought of committing murder. Shun Hao disregarded his hesitation, stating, I will count to 10. If you do not act by then, your fate lies solely in your hands. 10, 9, 8, 7. Each number fell like a heavy hammer upon his heart. As he reached 3, trembling, the waiter picked up the gun, closed his eyes, and fired several shots at the two men. Upon witnessing the scene, Shun Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly remarked, Very well. You have earned the right to continue living. With that, he produced a small vial and tossed it to the waiter. Deliver this medication to Mario at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Inform him that you are my man and request $5 million from him. Do you understand? Yes, sir. My name is Bong. How shall I contact you? Speak your number. Having done so, Bong suddenly realized that Shun Hao had vanished, leaving him gasping in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. However, the sight of the two corpses soon filled him with dread. I must leave at once. Shortly after, Shun Hao arrived at the morgue, effortlessly obtaining the keys from the security personnel and disabling the surveillance. He secured the bodies and returned to the estate around 4 or 5 in the morning. The eastern horizon began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. By 8 o'clock, as Shun Hao skillfully unlocked the encrypted disk of the deputy leader, Song Mapala leaped into his arms in delight. Boss, you are incredible. This disk holds tremendous value. Very good. Go prepare some food, he replied. Yes, boss. Shun Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. Glancing at the time, he decided to put in some extra hours that morning. Moments later, Song Mapala struggled to steady her knife while attempting to chop a tomato, taking an eternity to slice it open. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mario lay paralyzed, suffering from incontinence, despite the medical staff's futile attempts to revive him. Yet, his mind remained acutely aware. He was indeed poisoned, and his heart raced with terror. Early in the morning, Bong scoured the hospitals in Bangkok and finally discovered which one housed Mario. However, seeing that it was only 9 in the morning, he breathed a sigh of relief. The mysterious man had informed him that the meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was no need to rush. Shun Hao had only added an extra half hour to his shift. By the time Song Mapala finished preparing breakfast, it consisted of simple sandwiches. At that moment, the strands of hair clung to her forehead, glistening with perspiration. Boss, this card contains $10 million, my entire savings. All of it is clean, without any complications. Please take it. Additionally, I have purchased a Bentley Continental for you to use in Bangkok. If you dislike it, I can acquire something else. Perhaps a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. Song Mapala handed Shun Hao a card along with a set of keys. Shun Hao cleared his throat, but did not refuse. Initially, he had intended to launder the 50 million Thai baht and $976,000 from his reserves. Yet Song Mapala had unexpectedly presented him with an additional $10 million. The gangs of Bangkok were not as affluent as the Yamaguchi-gumi of Japan or the Italian mafia. A report from Wealth cited that the Yamaguchi-gumi has become the most profitable criminal organization globally, with an annual income reaching $800 billion. In contrast, the Black Snake Gang resembled a mere small workshop. $10 million was indeed an astronomical sum. Shun Hao addressed Song Mapala, saying, Be good. I will take you out for a delightful stroll shortly. All right, boss, I shall take a shower first, Song Mapala replied, her anticipation palpable. The joy of spending time with a beloved companion was beyond measure. Go ahead, Shun Hao said. After Song Mapala departed, he retrieved the dollars and bought from his space, planning to have Song Mapala launder the money. Furthermore, Shun Hao considered it a prudent choice to convert the resources from another world through her. Once the funds were transferred to him, he felt assured that even in the face of an official investigation, he would remain untroubled. After all, the money would come from his girlfriend, immaculately clean. What was wrong with receiving support? With his handsome looks and exceptional stature, how could the female CEO not be enamored? Why insist on him transferring money? With this thought, Shun Hao believed he had devised an excellent plan. Establishing a trading company would suffice. After her bath, Song Mapala emerged. Exquisite and stunning, adorned in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her fair legs were increasingly captivating. Imagining her in a vehicle, with one hand steering and the other caressing, was perfection. Boss, I'm ready, she announced. Upon noticing the pile of dollars and baht on the table, she paused, surprised by the substantial amount. Yet, Shun Hao remained silent, and she chose not to inquire further. All right, today we shall drive out for some fun, Shun Hao declared. In the fantastical realm, he had fought fiercely, steeped in bloodshed. A moment of relaxation was essential, otherwise, he would be rendered a shell of himself. The pair descended to the underground garage, where Shunhao's eyes were immediately drawn to a light blue Bentley Continental, or rather, a shade known as Bruller Blue. It was a single-door coupe for 108. Of course, Shunhao was unfamiliar with such luxury in his former life. He had merely aspired to such indulgences while living on the edge of financial stability. Even an entry-level luxury vehicle, the 34, represented the pinnacle for the average working class. While many could afford such a vehicle, the willingness to purchase was another matter entirely, as most people reserved their finances for housing expenses. The distinction between being able to buy and being able to afford was significant. As Shunhao gazed at the Bentley Continental, his fondness for it deepened. Ancient heroes and renowned generals favored BMWs. Modern men adored luxury cars. Mercedes and BMWs were mere transitions. Bentley was the next level. Seeing Shunhao's delight brought joy to Song Mapara. It's wonderful that you like it, she thought, starting the engine and reversing out of the garage. He couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite feel of the steering wheel. It was remarkably smooth. This was the first time Shunhao had beheld such a magnificent vehicle, and a thrill coursed through him. Cruising the streets of Bangkok with Song Mapara was exhilarating. At the traffic lights, he caressed her fair, delicate leg, evoking envious glances from men on the bus. The sensation was delightful, even more so than when they were alone. Meanwhile, Bong, apprehensive, clutched the vial of medicine that Shunhao had given him as he approached the hospital. The corridor was teeming with bodyguards, causing him to feel increasingly guilty. Upon spotting Bong, one of the henchmen from the previous night erupted in fury. They had initially dispatched someone to deal with Bong, but were caught off guard by his retaliation. "At last, I found you. Seize him. I want to flay him alive," he shouted. "I'm here to save the leader. I possess the antidote," Bong urgently replied. "The leader has been poisoned." Upon hearing this, the trusted aide furrowed his brow and ordered the release of Bong. "Is what you say true?" he inquired. Bong, confirming the gravity of the situation, recounted his encounter with Shunhao from the previous night, as well as the matter of the antidote. "You may enter, should anything happen to the leader. You know the consequences." As for the mysterious figure, Mario had only disclosed this to him, thus it must be genuine. Once inside, Bong administered the antidote to Mario. The moment the antidote was ingested, Mario felt a surge of strength. His eyes darted momentarily before he slowly sat up. The others, witnessing the leader's revival, exhaled in relief. Mario let out a long breath. The brief experience of being incapacitated and experiencing incontinence had been unbearable. He was now certain he had indeed been poisoned. Taking a deep breath, he coldly regarded Bong and asked, "Who is that mysterious person?" Bong shook his head. "I do not know. He saved me and instructed me to deliver the antidote to you, all while demanding $5 million. Mario hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. The day's events had surpassed his understanding. This poison was undetectable, a neurotoxin. The mere thought of $5 million made his heart ache, yet he dared not gamble, fearing the mysterious individual's wrath. Just then, Bong's phone rang. "Hello, sir. Has the money been secured?" Bong glanced at Mario, who nodded and instructed, "Someone, prepare $5 million. Bong then said, "The leader is retrieving it. Hand the phone to Mario." Not daring to delay, Bong passed the phone to Mario. Seizing the device, Mario's eyes blazed with fury. "Sir, I have delivered the funds. Now you must assist me with the antidote." In Mario's mind, the other party was nothing short of a robber. "I see you are tired of living. Have you forgotten what was said yesterday? From this moment on, Bong will serve as our intermediary. Should he encounter any misfortune, prepare to meet your own demise from the poison. I will have Bong contact you if necessary." The call ended with a disheartening beep. Mario glared at the phone, seething with rage, yet terror gripped him as he recalled his reaction to the poisoning that morning. In a fit of anger, he tore off an adult diaper and flung it at Bosong's face, glaring at him like a lion ready to pounce. Chapter 68. The deputy leader's billion-dollar hobby. Why did he save you and appoint you as his intermediary? Clarify, or you know my methods. Mario's eyes glinted with malice. To thrive in the underbelly of Mang Valley, one must possess formidable tactics. Ruthlessness is a given. Bong, fully aware of this, trembled slightly. "I genuinely do not know. I didn't get a clear look at his face last night. He warned me that if you were to harm me, he would cease all contact." Though fearful of Mario, Bong was not foolish. Mario had been extorted for $5 million and dared not retaliate. Thus, Bong felt emboldened. After all, No one knew the precise nature of his conversation with Shenhao. With that, he could spin any tale he wished. Upon hearing this, Mario's venomous threats faltered on his lips, pausing abruptly. If the mysterious figure ceases communication with Bong, what then becomes of his antidote? The sensation of being threatened with one's life is akin to a thorn lodged in Mario's throat, an exquisite torment. Mario, despite his profound cunning, forcibly swallowed his indignation, akin to bitter bile. Very well, I understand. Chama, accompany him to collect the money, he commanded. Concurrently, Mario initiated an investigation into the recent phone number, only to discover, to his fury, that it belonged to one of the bodyguards murdered the previous night. In a fit of rage, he ground his teeth together. Furthermore, Mario instructed that a tracker be concealed within the $5 million. Only by capturing the adversary could he liberate himself from this entrapment. For the first time in his life, he found himself a mere puppet, manipulated by unseen strings. That evening, Bong received directives from Shenhao, carrying the sum of $5 million to an abandoned, dilapidated building. Following the instructions, he deposited the money on the third floor before obediently withdrawing. Nearby Chama, Mario's trusted aide, monitored the tracking device's signal with bated breath. Suddenly, the signal vanished from the screen. Alarmed, he exclaimed, quickly, surround the surrounding buildings and conduct a thorough search, floor by floor. We must locate them. Over 300 men cordoned off the entire derelict structure. Yet despite a night of exhaustive searching, they found not a trace, inciting Mario's fury to the point of near apoplexy. After acquiring the $5 million, Shenhao sent a text to Bong, though its content was intended for Mario's eyes. The next antidote will be delayed by 3 days. Subsequently, the mobile signal disappeared altogether. Shenhao, undeterred by Mario's disobedience, resolved to inflict a gradual torment upon him. In his youth, when a ferocious guard dog barked at him, Shenhao's remedy was straightforward. He would confine the dog within a cage, starve it for 3 days, and then administer a beating, ensuring it learned obedience. On the following day, Shenhao transferred a total of 50 million Thai baht, 9,760,000 US dollars, alongside the 5 million extorted from Mario, to Song Mapala, instructing her to launder the funds and deposit them into his account. Meanwhile, Shenhao donned a mask and ventured into a villa, a hidden repository for the deputy leader's wealth. Previously, he had only discovered an encrypted drive within the deputy leader's safe, devoid of any money. To his astonishment, the individual had concealed the funds in another safe, which also bore a peculiar hobby, a penchant for collecting watches. The collection boasted an array of popular timepieces, including the Rolex Submariner, the Rolex Stardust, and the Patek Philippe Celestial series, alongside Vacheron Constantin and Richard Mille, a particularly fervent admirer of Rolex. He favored it over other brands for its liquidity in the black market. Drawing upon his memory, Shenhao navigated the villa with ease. The safe's combination was simple. He entered it effortlessly. As the safe swung open, the first layer contained various brands, the second layer housed Rolexes, and the third layer was filled with more Rolexes. Among the miscellaneous items were passports and approximately $100,000 in cash. The safe held nearly 60 watches in total, a testament to the deputy leader's genuine passion for collecting. Among the myriad styles of Rolex, there are the iconic green Submariner, the black Submariner, the mint green Datejust series, and the Daytona collection, not to mention the exquisite diamond-encrusted special edition of the Rolex Greenwich series, model 116769, favored by international soccer stars, with a retail price hovering around 450,000. Such timepieces are exceedingly rare, making it nearly impossible for the average affluent individual to acquire one without enduring years of waiting. Hence, one must resort to paying a premium or purchasing from the secondary market. Among these, the most striking Rolex is the rose gold Rainbow Daytona, adorned with a celestial motif, which has unfortunately been inflated to over $2.5 million by resellers. This particular piece, a favorite of the renowned singer, attests to his deep affection for Rolex, as he has invested all his earnings into acquiring watches, many of which are brand new, with some even gifted to him. What baffles Shenhao is that this individual, despite amassing such a collection, chooses not to wear them. Instead, he derives pleasure solely from their beauty, regularly visiting his villa to meticulously polish each timepiece, demonstrating an attention to detail that surpasses even that he affords his wife. This obsession serves as one of his few outlets for stress relief. Of course, we all have our passions. Shenhao recalls a notorious figure in the deep market whose 3 watches commanded auction prices exceeding 100 million. Upon counting, he found that he owned a total of 56 timepieces, collectively valued at over 100 million. The Baohua he purchased in Chang'an pales in comparison to these shimmering treasures. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to wear the Rolex Greenwich series, adorned with diamonds that dazzled his eyes. As for the rose gold rainbow Daytona, he intended to gift it to Song Mapala. Before departing, he wiped away his fingerprints, vanishing into the villa. Upon returning to his own estate, he found Song Mapala reclining on the sofa in slumber, her fair legs elegantly displayed in a languorous pose. In a buoyant mood, Shenhao felt compelled to impart a lesson. The sofa strained under an unexpected weight, causing the crystal chandelier in the living room to sway. Song Mapala, lost in her dreams, felt utterly enchanted. After refreshing herself, she nestled in Shenhao's embrace, whispering sweet nothings. He retrieved the Rolex Daytona rainbow from his space and slipped it onto her wrist, feeling the cool touch against her skin. Song Mapala turned to behold the magnificent timepiece and was instantly filled with delight. In a fit of excitement, she embraced Shenhao, showering him with kisses, exclaiming, "Wow, boss. I love you." Her fervor was not merely for the watch's value, but for the sentiment behind it, as this was the first gift bestowed upon her by Shenhao. With a chuckle, he replied, "I'm glad you like it. You are too kind to me, boss." "Indeed? Just how kind?" "Very, very kind. And how will you repay me?" "Boss, you need to worry about my well-being." "Haha, splendid. I may have overexerted myself recently. Perhaps I should rest for the night." "I will heed your words, boss." "All right. As a reward, I will take you shopping tomorrow," Shenhao declared. "Thank you, boss." Song Mapala joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck. Time flew swiftly. After spending 20 days in the kingdom of Siam, Shenhao found that his internal energy had diminished to half. As night fell, Shenhao gently pushed aside Song Mapala, who lay sprawled over him like an octopus. After stretching languidly, he entered the space, arriving in another realm where night still reigned. This evening, rather than succumbing to slumber, Shenhao engaged in the rare endeavor of cultivating his martial arts. He practiced the primordial blazing sun technique of Untouched. Compared to the techniques of Li Jikuan and Lu Junxing, Untouched's method was of a superior grade, allowing Shenhao to progress at an accelerated pace. Now endowed with a fire spirit root, albeit of a lower tier, his practice of the primordial blazing sun technique proved to be remarkably efficient, with his true energy radiating a considerable heat. Unbeknownst to him, Shenhao's true energy began to replenish once more. As dawn broke, a smile of joy graced his face. He had achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the 5th level of the innate realm. Regarding this breakthrough, Shenhao felt no surprise. Previously, after absorbing the vast true energy of the innate 7th level master Li Chongsong, his own realm had already reached the perfection of the 4th level, enabling him to break through at any moment. It was merely that he had not actively engaged in cultivation until now. This time, with the significant consumption of true energy and the cultivation method of Untouched, the path was clear. Furthermore, Untouched himself had attained the 7th level of the innate realm. Despite being defeated by Meng Xuanji in a single blow, he remained the pinnacle among ordinary individuals. His memory and comprehension of martial arts had reached the 7th level, providing a wealth of experience regarding breakthroughs. The answers lay readily available for Shenhao to follow. The foundation was already laid. He simply needed to add the water. Thus, transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level of the innate realm was seamless, with no hindrances. His experience was fully amassed. He merely had to follow the flow, and everything unfolded naturally. With diligent cultivation, he achieved this breakthrough without any difficulty. One could assert that as long as he accumulated true energy before reaching the 8th level, Shenhao would continue to advance effortlessly. After breaking through to the 5th level, Shenhao felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with restrained brilliance, his spirit renewed. The 9th level of the innate realm no longer seemed so distant. However, after a brief moment of excitement, boredom soon crept in. He then made his way to the Li residence, quietly seeking out the correspondence between Li Chongsong and the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyin, from Li Chongsong's chamber, leaving without alerting anyone. The following day, chaos engulfed the entire Yangling residence. The magistrate Li Jikuan had vanished, and the general Li Chongsong was also missing. Instantly, panic spread, and the Li household was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Shenhao discreetly departed for Yangguan town, intending to collaborate with Wen Renyi to confront the governor Li Chongyin. The coveted demon core was a prize he was determined to obtain. Simultaneously, in the capital of the Daong dynasty, Meng Xuanji, Song Zhongzi, and Ji Donga had taken temporary residence in Wen Rinyi's villa. As Song Yongxi prepared a meal, she discovered, to her dismay, that the rice jar was completely empty. Turning to Meng Xuanji, one said, "Senior Meng, the rice jar is empty. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, for this predicament posed a challenge for her. During her prior stay, she had declined the assistance of the Wenren family, and now, faced with a lack of funds, she found herself in an awkward situation. Moreover, her spatial ring contained no gold or silver, only items for cultivation at her level. She had long mastered the art of fasting and could sustain herself without food. However, both Song Yongxi and Ji Donga were ordinary individuals who could not go without sustenance. Suddenly, a thought struck Meng Xuanji. She instructed Song Yongxi, "Please fetch Wenren Su for me." "Understood, Senior Meng." Wenren Su was the elder brother of Wenren Yi and the direct heir of the Wenren family. After approximately half an hour, Wenren Su hurriedly arrived. The honor of his sister, Wenren Yi, becoming a disciple of the master of Yuling Palace was of immense significance to the Wenren family, which made them keenly aware of Meng Xuanji's request, ensuring no delay in their response. Soon, Wenren Su appeared in flowing white robes, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master Meng, how may I assist you?" With a gentle wave, Meng Xuanji produced a red wine gourd on the tea table, a glass bottle gifted to her by Shen Hao, intended for holding liquor. "Sell this and procure some silver for our needs," she instructed. Wenren Su, taken aback, quickly replied, "I apologize, Senior Meng, it was my oversight. How could I allow you to sell such a treasure? I have 1,000 taels of silver notes for you to use." He added, "I will return immediately and have the family prepare more silver notes to bring to you." Meng Xuanji replied nonchalantly, "No need for that. Simply sell this and bring back the proceeds. As for the price, you may determine that yourself." Wenren Su dared not question her directive. "Rest assured, I will do as you say, Master Meng," he affirmed. Beside him, Song Yongxi cautiously handed the gourd to Wenren Su. As he received the red wine gourd, its smooth, cool surface startled him. What a magnificent treasure, he thought. The gourd's flawless craftsmanship and vibrant hue were truly exceptional. Even someone as accustomed to rare treasures as Wenren Su found it irresistible. However, he was uncertain of its exact worth. Should he undervalue it, he would risk incurring Meng Xuanji's displeasure. Therefore, he acted promptly, gathering other young masters from prominent families upon his return. When they beheld the luminous red wine gourd, their reactions were one of awe. "What a treasure! Is this made of glass?" one exclaimed. "It doesn't resemble it. It's too exquisite. The color is so vivid. Truly a unique piece. This is the first time I've seen something like it." Another remarked, captivated by its beauty, which was distinct from other natural gemstones, and a faint aroma of liquor wafted from it. The gourd was a masterpiece, crystal clear with engravings, and clearly of remarkable quality. "Indeed, I too detect that scent." Another chimed in. "Wenren, did you summon us merely to admire your newfound treasure? It is indeed exceptional." In a corner, Lai Weijing felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing the wine gourd. "That once belonged to me," he thought wistfully. However, his status was rather ordinary, rendering him unable to penetrate the circles of these elite young lords. Wenren Su noticed the admiration from the crowd and remarked, "I have summoned everyone here today to auction this treasure. The highest bidder shall prevail." "Is Brother Wenren speaking the truth?" "Absolutely," Wenren Su replied without hesitation. "Very well. I bid 4,000 taels of gold. 5,000 taels of gold. Ladies and gentlemen, I am quite fond of this. I offer 10,000 taels of gold. This exquisite item is indeed captivating. As you are all aware, the Emperor has recently harbored suspicions regarding my family. Acquiring this treasure is crucial for me to navigate this perilous situation. I implore you to allow me this opportunity." The speaker was none other than Wan Qianshan, the legitimate son of the Minister of Revenue. With Wan Qianshan's words, the crowd hesitated to continue their bidding. However, they genuinely admired the crimson gourd before them. Rarity enhances value, and they had never encountered such a finely crafted object. Everyone recognized the gourd's substantial worth and immense potential for appreciation. Securing it would be a profitable venture, for antique treasures thrive on scarcity. "Let us concede to Brother Wan," someone suggested. "Thank you all for your kindness. I shall owe you a favor," Wan Qianshan expressed, bowing gratefully to the assembly. He understood that this group was financially affluent, and had the bidding continued, the price could have soared to tens of thousands of taels. Subsequently, Wan Qianshan turned to Wenren Su and proposed, "I shall not make it difficult for you. How about 20,000 taels of gold?" Upon hearing this, Wenren Su felt a pang of reluctance. he wished to retain that sum for himself. Yet, having spoken, he found it inappropriate to retract his words. He nodded. Very well, let it be so. In a corner, Liu Yijing felt as though his heart were bleeding but dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he resolved to seek out Shen Hao in the future for support. Upon obtaining the wine gourd, Wan Qianshan was elated. He hurried back to fetch the money. By the time he returned with the gold notes, the crowd had dispersed. Brother Wenren, here are the 20,000 taels in notes, Wan Qianshan gleefully declared. Wenren did not count the money. After all, it would be somewhat unseemly to do so in front of others. Very well, but be cautious. The emperor may not appreciate this treasure as much as you might hope. Wan Qianshan chuckled ruefully, shaking his head in resignation. It is unfortunate that my sister's reputation burdens us. Wenren observed. It is well known that the current Emperor Yangwen is quite lecherous, and your sister is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Indeed, her fame is a double-edged sword. Wan Qianshan proposed, Brother Wenren, why not marry my sister? If you were to wed her, even if the emperor harbored discontent, he would not dare act against the Wenren family. Wenren was taken aback, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and then whispered, Brother Wan, please, do not mention this again. If my wife were to discover it, she would surely flay me alive. Chapter 70. Shen Hao, have you broken through to the innate level? Sighed Wan Qianshan inwardly. The eldest son of the Wenren family, Wenren, was adept in music, chess, literature, and painting, and was indeed a formidable expert at the 7th level of the innate realm, possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. Originally, the Wenren family of the Daong dynasty was a branch of the Wenren family from the Tianwu dynasty. The relationship between the Wenren family and their direct lineage is one of master and servant, devoid of any semblance of status. They have never received any support or assistance from the direct Wenren lineage, having developed silently on their own. Moreover, even if the direct line neglects them, these collateral branches are still required to offer tributes annually to the main line. As long as the direct Wenren lineage remains intact, these branches can continue to thrive. However, should the direct line falter, their demise would be inevitable. This invisible protection has always existed, akin to a lion leader on the savannah that, without hunting, still enjoys the spoils of prey, for it bears the responsibility of safeguarding the pride. Once Wenren's prodigious spiritual roots were revealed, he immediately garnered the attention of the main lineage of the Wenren family within the Tianwu dynasty. He became the focus of their future cultivation efforts. They bestowed upon him martial techniques and elixirs, even marrying their legitimate daughter to him. Should Wenren ascend to the true essence realm, his collateral branch would be wholly integrated into the direct line, enshrined in the family tree, and would relish in the support of all collateral Wenren families. Wenren's sole flaw lies in his fear of his wife. Yet, what choice does he have? His wife, Wenren, is the legitimate daughter of the main line. Although she lacks spiritual roots, she is a consummate expert at the peak of innate perfection, excelling in whip techniques. Her character is forthright, fiercely opposing evil, and she is known to strike with a whip at the slightest provocation, making her a nightmare for all the scions in the capital. With such a formidable background, who would dare provoke her? In the heart of Wan Qianshan, marrying his sister to Wenren seemed to be the only option. Even the Emperor Yangwen would have to relent. Unfortunately, Wenren does not dare to do so, which pains Wan Qianshan deeply. If only Emperor Yangwen were more reasonable. Sending his sister to the palace would have been a commendable choice. However, Emperor Yangwen is a fool among fools. Who would dare throw their sister into the flames? Presently, under Yangwen's erratic governance, the Daong dynasty faces both internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse. To send his sister into such turmoil would not only endanger her, but also implicate the entire Wan family. They would receive no fortune, only misfortune. Wenren comprehends Wan Qianshan's thoughts, but finds himself powerless to assist. Although his wife is tempestuous, Wenren genuinely appreciates her spirit. Even if he did not love her, he would not dare to take a concubine. If the direct Wenren family were to discover such a transgression, they would surely flay him alive. At this moment, Wenren is not inclined to engage in lengthy conversations with Wan Qianshan. He is anxious to deliver the gold notes, for this matter is of paramount importance. He shares a good rapport with Wan Qianshan, thus dispensing with pleasantries. He clasps his fist and says, Brother Wan, I sincerely apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to today. I cannot stay longer, but I shall certainly make amends with wine another day. As for your sister, have you considered having someone assess her talents? If she possesses spiritual roots and joins a significant sect, even Emperor Yangwen would not dare to disturb her. Wan Qianshan shook his head with a wry smile. I have contemplated this long ago, my sister possesses not a trace of spiritual roots. Alas, that is indeed a great pity, when Rinsu lamented, uncertain how to console his friend. WNSHN, displaying a certain discernment, took a deep breath and clasped his fists, stating, since Brother WNRN has pressing matters at hand, I shall not impose further. I bid you farewell. Very well. Brother WN, travel safely. I shall not see you off. After parting ways with WNSHN, WNRNC hurriedly arrived at the residence of Ingsu, New Jersey. The WNRN family is considered a prominent lineage within the TNW dynasty, with the highest-ranking elder reaching the Spirit Dan realm. However, in comparison to the formidable sect of Waikyuing Palace, their foundation pales significantly. The two are not of the same caliber at all. Thus, he felt immense joy that his sister, WNRNYY, could gain entry to Waikyuing Palace and be accepted as a named disciple by the sect leader, Ingsu, New Jersey. Under the guidance of JDNGG, WNRNC respectfully placed a stack of gold notes upon the table. Bowing slightly, he addressed, Senior Ming. These are the gold notes acquired from the sale of a treasured item, totaling 20,000 taels. Do you deem these notes sufficient? If not, I can procure more from my family. Beside him, JDNGG felt a jolt of surprise. She was well aware of the red gourd, which served as a vessel for wine. Initially, it had been purchased from SHNHO by Liuj Ing of the Yhing Pavilion for merely 1,000 taels of gold, along with herself. Back then, it had contained wine, yet now, a mere bottle commanded a value of 20,000 taels of gold, truly astonishing. Nevertheless, JDNGG believed it was worth the price. She had never encountered such an exquisite vessel before. Ingsu, New Jersey, without even glancing at the gold notes, replied nonchalantly, understood. Take one of these gold notes to purchase some rice, meat, and vegetables. WNRNC, not daring to delay, nodded respectfully and withdrew with measured steps. After his departure, Ingsu, New Jersey, turned to SNYNGC and instructed, collect these gold notes. They may be used for future provisions. Upon hearing this, SNYNGC was left astounded. These notes held a value of 20,000 taels of gold. When she had sold herself to bury her father, she had only received 200 taels of silver. The stark contrast filled her with a profound sense of disparity. Observing her reaction, Ingsu, New Jersey's expression flickered with a hint of expectation, and in a gentle tone, she remarked, YNGC. These yellow and white objects are ultimately mundane possessions. As long as you become my disciple and cultivate alongside me, the wealth of this world will be yours to claim, with none daring to utter a word against it. Without a moment's hesitation, SNYNGC hastily waved her hands, saying, Senior Ming, let us wait until the young master returns to discuss this matter. At that moment, her thoughts were not on cultivation, but rather on preserving the bloodline of the Ing family, which she deemed of utmost importance. With this realization, Ingsu, New Jersey felt a surge of resentment towards SHNHO, wishing to chastise him for ruining such a promising individual. Subsequently, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the capital. WNRNC, the legitimate heir of the WNRN family, personally went to purchase rice, vegetables, and meat. Not only did he not find it degrading, but he also engaged in the task with enthusiasm, which became a spectacle for the city. Meanwhile, the journey that was supposed to take several days was completed by SHNHO in just one day as he arrived at Yinguan town, where he learned of WNRNYY's whereabouts. He hastened towards her location. WNRNYY was practicing her swordplay when suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard. As Wan Rinyi's pupils contracted sharply, she immediately prepared herself for defense. She had received news that Shinta Lai from the North Wilderness had perished near the Heihu Gorge, not far from the Yongling mansion. Upon realizing that the visitor was Shun Hao, her astonishment deepened. At that moment, Shun Hao stood before her with his eyes gleaming, exuding a profound aura. The imposing presence he emanated made it difficult for her to breathe, leaving her utterly unaware of his true realm. It felt as though she was not facing Shun Hao, but rather her brother, Wen Rinsu. However, her brother was a formidable expert at the 7th level of the innate realm. The Shun Hao she had encountered previously had been an unremarkable ordinary person, at best a vigorous practitioner of the body refinement stage. How could it be that within just a few days, Shun Hao had ascended to become an innate master? Such a notion seemed impossible. Despite her skepticism, the enigmatic agility Shun Hao had just displayed was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of someone in the acquired realm. Suppressing her astonishment, she inquired, Shinhao, have you broken through to the innate realm? Shinhao, without hesitation, replied honestly, yes, I broke through to the 5th level of the innate realm last night. After a prolonged pause, Wenren finally regained her composure. No wonder Shunhao's presence was so intimidating. He had just recently experienced a breakthrough, and his aura had yet to settle. The 5th level of the innate realm. Although she found it hard to believe, the evidence stood before her. It soon dawned on her that Shinhao had likely been an innate master all along, merely cloaked in a guise of mediocrity. A tinge of envy flickered in her beautiful eyes as she contemplated this revelation. She had been stuck at the pinnacle of the acquired stage for a year, with no breakthrough in sight. Both she and her brother, Wenren, possessed spiritual roots. Yet her brother had a medium water spiritual root while she had the least desirable fire spiritual root. Despite having talent, her inferior endowment was the reason Meng Xuanji had once looked down on her. They were born of the same parents, yet their gifts diverged vastly. Her brother enjoyed reading, and his cultivation progressed effortlessly. In contrast, Wenren, who favored wielding blades and guns, found herself regressing with each practice, becoming increasingly anxious about her inability to advance. Why have I not yet broken through? She pondered, her heart feeling as sour as if it had been doused in lemon juice. Though she had managed to endure her predicament, it was disheartening to discover that Shunhao, once a mere novice, had transformed into a formidable figure. After a moment of silence, Wenren remarked, "You've hidden your true self quite well." Shunhao's lips curled into a slight smile. "The more sour your heart, the sweeter mine feels. I barely exerted any effort and yet achieved this breakthrough." At his words, Wenren turned her head away, pridefully dismissing Shinhao. "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be at the Yongling mansion?" Shinhao replied, "I have received a letter. A correspondence between Governor Li Chongyan and General Shintu Jiao of the North Wilderness." A flicker of surprise crossed Wenren's eyes, but her expression soon returned to one of indifference. "It is no longer necessary. Currently, the Jingxiusi has no experts available. Even if we find evidence, no one can contend with Li Chongyan. You arrived a day late. I will be returning to the capital." Shinhao was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "So, you mean to say that my efforts were in vain?" Wenren's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of pride as she smiled. "Not entirely. There is still some merit to it. Although our Jinxiu division lacks experts capable of confronting Governor Li Chongyan, my sister-in-law, Wenren, is more than capable. Furthermore, she has already arrived in Yanzhou City and is prepared to take action at any moment." Shinhao asked with confusion, "Are you certain it is your sister-in-law Wenren and not your elder sister Wenren?" Wenren clarified, "My sister-in-law, Wenren, is the legitimate daughter of the direct Wenren lineage, married to my brother Wenren. What? Does your Wenren family still adhere to the custom of keeping resources within the family? Men do not marry outside, and women do not marry outside. Is that not absurd?" Shinhao expressed his astonishment. "That is preposterous. The direct Wenren lineage and our branch have been separated by centuries. Our bloodline is indeed quite tenuous. Moreover, who told you that men do not marry outside and women do not marry outside in the Wenren family? Many esteemed families have allied themselves through marriage with the Wenren family. My brother Wenren possesses exceptional talent, so the direct lineage sought to form an alliance by marrying him off." Wenren responded, "Ah, I see." After hearing the explanation, Shinhao began to comprehend. He then inquired, "I recall that Li Chongyan is at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Can your sister-in-law Wenren truly contend with him?" Wenren retorted, "Of course, my sister-in-law is formidable. She is also an expert at innate perfection, and her family's secret techniques surpass those of Li Chongyan by far. However, there is one thing I find perplexing." Shinhao asked, "What is it that confounds you?" Wenren haughtily huffed and replied, "Pray, enlighten me on what troubles you, and I shall dispel your doubts." Shinhao stated, "Given that Yang Wenzan is a foolish ruler and your Wenren family is so powerful, why do you toil for this inept monarch, intent on eliminating Li Chongyan? That seems contrary to your interests. Do you have nothing better to occupy your time?" Wenren did not conceal her thoughts. "It is said that Li Chongyan possesses a fire attribute demon core that is extremely suitable for me. Therefore, since the foolish monarch intends to eliminate him, our Wenren family simply acts in accordance with the situation. However, there is another secret that Wenren did not divulge. Li Chongyan also possesses a water attribute demon beast core, which is crucial, as it belongs to a second realm, true essence realm, demon beast, superior to that of a first realm demon beast core. It is said that he obtained it alongside General Yang Wuxian in the Chongyang Mountains. Allegedly, two second-realm demon beasts fought to the death over a ripening spiritual fruit. In the end, as the clam and the snipe contended, the fisherman profited, leaving Yang Wuxian and Li Chongyan with one demon beast core each. The only unfortunate aspect is that Li Chongyan lacks spiritual roots and cannot break through, while Yang Wuxian, leveraging the second-realm demon core, successfully ascended to the true essence realm. The poorer one's spiritual roots are, the easier it is to break through when possessing a higher-grade demon core, who wouldn't desire a superior demon core. This information was something Wenren Yi had only recently uncovered through an old letter from Yang Wuxian. Her sister-in-law Wenren Ying had come precisely for this second-realm demon core, primarily for her husband, Wenren Su. Wenren Su possesses a medium-level water attribute spiritual root, making the synergy between them nearly flawless. The higher the grade of the beast's inner core, the greater the likelihood of transcending into a spiritual elixir. Should one acquire this water attribute beast core, a smooth transition to the true essence realm would be assured. Beast cores are rare, and those of the same attribute are even more scarce, while cores of superior quality are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Upon hearing Wenren Yi's words, Shunhao's mood soured immediately, his gaze narrowing with an air of danger. The more he observed Wenren Yi, the more displeased he became. How dare this woman attempt to compete with him for the beast core? And she had the audacity to enlist help. How infuriating. He contemplated lying in ambush, awaiting the capture of Li Chongyan, and then using a sniper rifle to eliminate him. However, he quickly shook his head, deeming it unwise. According to Wenren Yi, Wenren Ying was a direct descendant of the Wenren family, and Shunhao felt it imprudent to offend such a powerful clan over a mere beast core. It was simply a fire attribute inner core. Opportunities would abound in the future. To him, it was just a trifle. The more he tried to console himself, the more unsettled he felt. A prey he had been eyeing for so long was suddenly threatened by Wenren Yi. How unfortunate his luck seemed. Thus, Shunhao remarked, Li Chongyan is surrounded by several innate 6th-level experts. Can your sister-in-law possibly contend with them alone? Wenren Yi retorted proudly, Humph, you underestimate her. My sister-in-law is a true scion of the Wenren family, the direct daughter of the current clan leader. Do you think she lacks confidence? You'll see. When she takes action, capturing a mere Li Chongyan will be effortless. Since you are an innate 5th-level expert, why not lend your assistance? You will surely reap rewards later. Contemplating her words, Shunhao considered that it might not be a bad idea, since he could not obtain the beast core. Allowing the spatial realm to consume several corpses would be acceptable. From Li Chongyan's memories, he knew that there were 5 or 6 innate experts by his side. These would serve as excellent fodder, or rather, cherished companions. He decided to set a modest goal, to break through to innate perfection. All right, no problem. It is my duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice, he declared. Who would have thought, Shunhao? Besides indulging in women, you also possess a strong sense of justice, Wenren Yi remarked with satisfaction. I must thank the esteemed benefactors for their gifts. More updates are surely warranted. Chapter 72. Are there true Essence Realm Guards? Shunhao did not respond to Wenren Yi, but instead inquired, Is that Ma Lao Lu all right? Wenren Yi nodded. His luck seems to have held. Upon returning to Yangwan Town, he encountered no trouble. However, the members of the Lu family's escort agency were too clever for their own good, effectively delivering themselves to the guillotine. From Lu Junxing's memories, Shunhao knew the details. Governor Li Chongyan had slaughtered the members of the Lu family escort agency, and it would be reasonable for Shunhao to assist Lu Junxing in avenging them. Wenren Yi was certainly aware of who was responsible for the death of Bei Huang's Shintu Lai. It was undoubtedly her master, Meng Xianji. With this in mind, Wenren Yi turned to Shunhao and said, Since you are here, let's take care of matters. Tomorrow, we shall go to Yangzhou City together. When we arrive, please do not act recklessly. Everything must be at my sister-in-law's command. Shunhao replied, Rest assured, I shall not cause any trouble. Shortly thereafter, Shunhao, having given his instructions, set out to locate the elusive Ma Laolu, curious about the man's circumstances. Upon learning that Ma Laolu had already departed with his family, heading north to the northern wilderness, Shunhao paused momentarily, acknowledging the man's knack for evasion. The following day, to expedite their journey to Yangzhou City, Wenren Yi prepared 4 horses, with both herself and Shunhao riding 2 each. They traveled swiftly through the starry night. As they approached Yangzhou, Wenren Yi finally relaxed, thoroughly impressed by Shun Hao's equestrian skills. "Shen Hao, your horsemanship is remarkable. You ride as if you were born upon the saddle, not inferior to my own abilities," she praised. Shen Hao's prowess, of course, was a legacy inherited from Shentalai, a renowned warrior of the northern wilderness, whose exceptional archery skills rendered him unrivaled. His accuracy was flawless, surpassing even that of firearms. And he was no less formidable than the legendary Elbu. Achieving feats akin to Guojing's dual shot was well within his capabilities. Noticing Shen Hao's lack of response, Wenren Yi huffed playfully, a glint of mischief in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she cracked her whip, striking the black horse beneath Shen Hao. Startled by the sharp sting, the horse reared and bolted, kicking up clouds of dust in its frenzy. Shen Hao struggled to regain control of the reins, while behind him, the melodious laughter of Wenren Yi rang out. By the time they arrived at Yangzhou City, the afternoon sun had begun to set, casting a warm glow across the western horizon. Yangzhou City, the provincial capital, was several times larger than Yongling Prefecture and teemed with vitality. Gazing up at the towering city walls, reminiscent of those in the inner city of Qin province, Shen Hao felt no trepidation. Such heights posed little challenge for a master of his caliber. Upon entering Yangzhou City, Wenren Yi led Shen Hao to an opulent martial arts academy. As they stepped inside, 4 or 5 armed men emerged from the shadows, eyeing Shen Hao and Wenren Yi warily. However, upon recognizing Wenren Yi, their demeanor shifted to one of immediate respect. "Greetings, miss," they acknowledged. Wenren Yi nodded and ushered Shen Hao into the main hall. Seated in a grand armchair was a striking young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, clad in sleek black attire. Unlike the typical feminine appearance, her hair was styled erect, akin to a man's, and her delicate features radiated an aura of confidence. She sipped her tea with an air of indifference, offering no immediate response to their arrival. Wenren Yi introduced her, saying, "This is my sister-in-law, Wenren Yi. Sister-in-law, this is a gifted innate master from the Jingxi. I've brought him to assist us." Wenren Yi nodded, addressing Wenren Yi. "Understood. Just ensure you do not hinder the mission." She continued, "Prepare yourselves. We shall act tonight. Capturing living targets is the objective." With excitement gleaming in her eyes, Wenren Yi exclaimed, "I am immensely grateful to you, sister-in-law. There's no need for such gratitude. My assistance is merely a side note, primarily for your brother," Wenren Yi replied, her expression stoic. Before Wenren Yi could protest, she added, "Enough. You've both traveled far. Go and rest well." It was the sister-in-law. After a long and arduous ride on horseback, Shen Hao felt fatigued, with his thighs sore from the strain. Riding in a carriage would certainly be more comfortable. He was led by a man clad in black to a guest room, where a meal was subsequently brought to him. Once the man departed, Shen Hao stretched, reflecting on how exhausting the past few days had been. Yet, the thought of Wenren Ying's cool and heroic visage piqued his curiosity. Li Chongyan was a consummate master at the pinnacle of his realm. Where did this woman derive her confidence? How could she assert that she could capture the formidable Li Chongyan? Moreover, the Li family boasted 2 direct descendants, both of whom were adept at the 6th level of their innate abilities, alongside 2 at the 5th level and 1 at the 7th level, all serving as protectors. Was it truly just this handful of individuals? Did Wenren Yi possess some extraordinary treasure? Contemplating this, Shen Hao found himself increasingly intrigued. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had yet to encounter any remarkable artifacts. After freshening up, Shen Hao closed his eyes for a brief respite. Time seemed to fly, and soon darkness enveloped the surroundings. By approximately 10 o'clock at night, the city of Yangzhou had settled into a hushed tranquility, devoid of the daytime clamor. Under the leadership of Wenren Yi and Wenren Yi, dozens of figures swiftly approached the residence of Li Chongyan, the governor of Yangzhou. Shen Hao was taken aback to witness that Wenren Yi and her companions did not undertake their mission furtively. Rather, they approached with boldness. How audacious could they be? Moreover, a middle-aged man had joined Wenren Yi. The sentinels standing guard at the entrance immediately drew their swords and surrounded them. Unfazed, Wenren Yi and her companions stood calmly, devoid of any hint of panic. The middle-aged man unsheathed a sword from his waist and with a gentle sweep, a pale golden radiance burst forth, piercing through the bodies of the sentinels, severing them in half. The brilliance continued unabated, swiftly traversing the 5-meter-high Vermilion Gate. With a resounding crash, Shen Hao was astonished to see the sword not only cleave through the towering Crimson Gate, but also reduce the entire gatehouse to ruins. While he could manage to slice through a 10-meter gate with sword energy, effortlessly demolishing the entire structure was beyond his capabilities. Witnessing this, Shen Hao could not help but gasp in awe. How formidable! Such a feat was beyond the capacity of an innate master. The sword energy emitted a faint golden glow, a manifestation of the metallic essence of true energy. Suddenly, it dawned on Shen Hao. No wonder when Ran Ying exuded such confidence. It turned out she had allies. With such powerful individuals by her side, Shen Hao felt a surge of confidence as well. In the serene night, a thunderous sound reverberated, startling countless souls. In an instant, 6 or 7 figures rushed forth at remarkable speed. Seeing this, Shen Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They were all innate masters. Leading the charge was none other than Li Chongyin, the governor of Yangzhou, at the pinnacle of his power. To his left stood his direct descendant, a master of the 6th level, while to his right was a 7th-level adept accompanied by 2 5th-level protectors. Additionally, hundreds of elite archers stood ready, bows drawn and poised for action. Chapter 73. The ants that do not enter the true origin. Li Chongyin gazed at the ruins before him, a chill coursing through him. His expression grew grave as he sensed the fluctuations of elemental energy, a manifestation only achievable by a master of the true origin realm. The gate had been obliterated by a single strike, an accomplishment even he, at the pinnacle of the innate stage, could not achieve. Various signs indicated the presence of a formidable opponent in the true origin realm. Aside from a middle-aged man wielding a sharp sword, the others remained motionless. Li Chongyin was well versed in the background of Wenren Yi. She was merely a postnatal practitioner from the illustrious Wenren family, who, relying on her lineage, had secured a position as an inspector in the prestigious Jingxiasi. It was audacious of her to investigate him. However, he had not anticipated the presence of a master from the true origin realm by her side. The branch of the Wenren family was nothing more than a parasitic offshoot utilized by the direct lineage. How could they possibly possess a master of such caliber? In an instant, a possibility struck Li Chongyin. Perhaps a member from the direct line of the Wenren family had been dispatched. Yet, he had received no prior word of such an envoy. A wave of panic washed over him. He realized that his fate was sealed. No matter how swift an innate master could be, they were no match for a true origin expert. The chasm between the two realms was as vast as the heavens and the earth, an insurmountable divide that could not be bridged by mere postnatal or innate capabilities. There is a saying, those who do not enter the true origin are but ants. Li Chongyin had first-hand experience of the formidable nature of the true origin. Once brimming with confidence, he now found himself at a loss. Even if he wished to flee, he could scarcely fathom the dire situation he faced. Not only was Li Chongyin in a state of turmoil, but his accompanying guest elder and 2 direct lineage members were equally distressed. They had come to the Li residence seeking comfort and the resources of patronage, not to sacrifice their lives in vain. Among them, the innate 7th-level master had already begun preparations for retreat. While he had the courage to confront an innate adversary, he found himself bereft of such valor against a master of the true origin realm. Wenren Ying spoke coolly, "Will you surrender? Or shall we be compelled to exert our efforts?" Li Chongyin took a deep breath, bracing himself for the worst. He understood that his assailants were undoubtedly from the direct line of the Wenren family. Such a grand display of effort could only be to facilitate Wenren Yi in eliminating him. It was inconceivable that their motives were otherwise. Their objective was undoubtedly the second-tier demon core that he possessed. With the Wenren family intent on acquiring it, how could they possibly spare him? The moment he uttered the words demon core would mark his demise. If he chose to remain silent in a desperate bid for survival, the consequences were painfully clear. He would endure torments of a nature that rendered life itself unbearable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Chongyin's eyes. Just days prior, he had received disquieting news. His cousin Li Chongsong had gone missing, alongside his cousin's son, his own nephew Li Jikuan. Now, with the Wenren family making such a conspicuous entrance, it was certain that the fates of the two were sealed in death. While Li Chongsong's demise would be tragic, the loss of Li Jikuan struck a devastating blow to Li Chongyin, for he was his own flesh and blood. Apart from him and Li Chongsong's wife, no one else was privy to this matter, not even Li Jikuan. Furthermore, Li Zongyin had consistently prioritized the cultivation of Li Jikuan, as he himself was childless and physically impaired, making the prospect of fatherhood impossible. In essence, Li Jikuan was his Achilles heel. As a governor, he possessed the requisite ruthlessness and decisiveness. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Li Chongyin clasped his hands and declared, "I am willing to surrender. However, I implore you to spare my brothers, for they are not involved in this matter. Allow them a chance at life, and I shall cooperate unconditionally." Upon hearing these words, those around him looked at Li Chongyin with admiration. Even Shen Hao regarded him with newfound respect. To be facing death, yet still concern himself for his comrades, truly marked him as a hero. "Governor, if we perish, let us perish together." "Indeed, Governor. We are willing to brave any danger for you, and we shall not cling to life in vain." The two loyal subordinates bore resolute expressions, embodying the sentiment that a soldier dies for his confidant. Li Chongyin replied, "There is no need for such sentiments before a master of the true origin realm. All is futile." This remark resonated pleasantly in the ears of the middle-aged man before him, who coldly remarked, "Humph, at least you are sensible." When Ren Ying fixed his gaze on Li Chongyin and stated, "I can spare them, but you must cooperate obediently," Li Chongyin bowed respectfully, affirming, "Of course, that poses no issue." As Li Chongyin retrieved a crimson pill from his pocket, the expression of the attendant shifted dramatically, readying himself to flee. Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, Li Chongyin consumed the blood-red pill. After a brief pause, he thrust his two trusted aides toward the true origin realm man. In an instant, Li Chongyin's blood surged, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura. With a motion akin to a shooting star, he propelled himself toward Wen Renying. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. The true origin realm master, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Seeking death, you dare to use the blood goo pill of the demon sect." Without hesitation, he gathered his energy to shield Wen Renying, prioritizing his safety. Alas, this sudden shift startled Shen Hao, who quickly retreated to avoid entanglement. Li Chongyin's speed was akin to lightning. With a resounding crash, the true origin realm master, shrouded in a faint golden light, was sent flying several meters away. Wen Renying also staggered back, spitting blood. Although he was not gravely harmed, he appeared quite disheveled. The clash between the two generated a tremendous shockwave, akin to an explosive force. Even Shen Hao, who had distanced himself, was knocked back. The least powerful among them, Wen Renying, was rendered unconscious by the force. As for Li Chongyin, he now appeared on the brink of collapse, his hair and brows turned ashen white. His visage was withered, and he seemed to shrink like a frail elder. After standing for just a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground. This scene left Shen Hao utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? He consumed a single pill and was utterly spent. Was it all for this fleeting moment of brilliance? Evidently. The adversary's intent was to eliminate Wen Renying at the moment of death, yet faced with a master of the true essence realm, they found themselves rather powerless. Observing the several innate guest elders, two of Li Chongyin's direct descendants, each at the 6th level of innate mastery, were swiftly dispatched by the true essence master with a single stroke of his sword. Additionally, there were 2 at the 5th level and 1 at the 7th level, who promptly scattered in 3 different directions the moment Li Chongyin consumed the potion. Upon witnessing that Wen Renying was unharmed, the true essence master twirled his sword, then, stepping onto his flying sword, pursued like a shooting star. His speed was so formidable that he vanished in the blink of an eye. The elegance of flying with a sword was indeed captivating, and Shen Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. At that moment, Wen Renying, who had also regained consciousness, glanced at the graying Li Chongyin and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what on earth is happening?" Wen Renying elucidated, "That is a secret technique of the demonic sect known as the blood goo pill. It is crimson throughout and, when consumed, can amplify one's strength severfold. But only for a fleeting moment. The blood goo pill contains a blood-sucking goo worm, capable of instantaneously draining a person's vital blood. While it may enhance one's power, consuming it is tantamount to certain death unless one harbors a death wish, for otherwise, it would never be ingested." Shen Hao grasped the situation. Li Chongyin had been driven to his demise. In an instant, a sound of air being sliced through reached them. The true essence master of the Wenren family appeared, bearing 3 corpses, those of Li Chongyin's guest elders, 1 at the 7th level and 2 at the 5th level. Witnessing this, Shen Hao lowered his gaze, becoming obedient and retreating into silence. Chapter 74, Sun Thief. Quite the player, aren't you? The ordinary soldiers were utterly astonished by the slaying of several innate masters. These lofty figures, who usually acted with great arrogance, were now being dispatched as if they were mere livestock. It dawned upon them that there existed individuals far more formidable than these guest elders. They felt increasingly insignificant, as if the very world had been turned upside down. Subsequently, Wen Renying directed her gaze towards the other soldiers in Li Chongyin's estate, stating calmly, "Do you know where Li Chongyin's treasury lies?" The leading guard promptly replied with respect, "I know. The treasury is located beneath the false mountain in the back garden, behind a bronze door." The key is with General Li Chongyan. One Ren Ying commanded. Very well. Take the key and lead me to the treasury. If you dare deceive me, you shall all face death. Yes, heroine, the crowd responded hastily. With the mighty General Li Chongyan now deceased, they had no audacity left. When Ren Ying then instructed Wen Ren-yi, you take some people and dispose of these corpses. Wen Ren-yi nodded. Yes, sister-in-law. Once Wen Ren-ying departed, Shen Hao volunteered. Allow me to handle these corpses. I will fetch a cart. The others, finding the task bothersome, were more than willing to let Shen Hao take the initiative. The opportunity to enter Li's treasury was a chance for wealth, and none wished to toil away moving corpses. As others gazed at Shen Hao with the reverence one might reserve for a father, they clasped their fists and said, Well done, brother Shen. You have borne the burden. We shall proceed inside. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a drink. Beside them, when Ren-yi remarked, If you do not mind the fatigue, you may handle it yourself. Initially, she had intended for others to take care of the matter. Shen Hao shook his head and replied, They have achieved this remarkable feat among ordinary people. They are all innate masters. It is indeed a pity that they have met such an unfortunate end. Since they have passed away, they deserve a proper burial, a dignified farewell. Upon hearing this, when Ren-yi looked at Shen Hao in disbelief and praised, You possess a commendable character. Subsequently, Shen Hao pointed at the peculiar corpse of Li Chongyan and inquired, What of this Li Chongyan's body? Shall we leave it behind? Let us bury it together. It holds no further value. When Ren-yi responded, Shen Hao felt a surge of delight within, maintaining a stoic expression as he said, Very well, I shall fetch a carriage from the Li residence. When Shen Hao emerged with the carriage, he found the entrance deserted, as everyone had flocked to the Li family's treasury. Indeed, they were a diligent bunch. Concerned about possible prying eyes, Shen Hao pretended to place the corpse in the carriage, and after lowering the curtain, he swiftly transferred the body into his spatial realm. His 2 loyal subordinates and 3 guest elders were all gathered together, including Li Chongyan's body. There were a total of 6 corpses. Shen Hao drove the carriage to the outskirts. However, he did not hasten into the spatial realm. Instead, he lingered for an hour, preparing to return to the Li residence. The reason for this was that entering the spatial realm now would undoubtedly result in a breakthrough. An hour's absence and such a swift advancement raised suspicions. It was wiser to return to the Li residence and discuss matters once they had separated. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Shen Hao noticed that when Ren-ying and when Ren-yi wore grim expressions. They had scoured the entire Li estate but found no trace of the demon core. The treasury contained merely gold, silver, jewels, weapons, and armor. With Li Chongyan now deceased, all clues had been severed. When Ren-ying's face darkened, brimming with authority, If we cannot find it, so be it. Yi. You shall remain here at the Li residence and continue the search. I will return to the capital first. We shall discuss any leads upon my return. As a direct descendant of the One Ren family, the absence of the second-tier demon core did not greatly trouble him. After all, their resources and connections afforded them access to more circles where demon cores could be procured. This is from your sister-in-law, when Ren-yi stated. Following this, when Ren-ying tossed her a pill and said, This is a chi condensation pill. If you still cannot break through to the innate stage, consume this. When Ren-yi expressed her gratitude, Thank you, sister-in-law. Very well, we shall take our leave now, when Ren-ying concluded, stepping into the carriage with a flourish as he departed. In a short while, only a few members of the Jingshu division remained. When Ren-yi instructed, Immediately gather personnel to seal off this area. No one is to approach. Understood, replied Shen Hao, who added, Since matters here have concluded, I shall take my leave as well. Tomorrow, I shall set off for the capital. When Ren-yi acknowledged, I understand. You have worked hard. Shen Hao replied, It is the least I could do. Farewell. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away, gazing at Shen Hao's retreating figure. When Ren-yi suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Shaking her head, she entered the Li manor, determined to seek out the demonic elixir. Meanwhile, Shen Hao chose not to leave the city, instead opting for an inn. True to the reputation of Yangzhou's capital, it was nearly midnight, yet still welcoming guests. Once inside the inn, Shen Hao took a deep breath and hastily shut the door behind him. In an instant, he vanished into the spatial realm. At that moment, the entire space was enveloped in a thick, white mist. As Shen Hao entered, the mist surged towards him as if it had found its home, swiftly engulfing him. The immense vital energy buoyed him in midair. In total, there were 6 corpses, 2 of Li Chongyan's direct disciples, both innate 6th-level masters, 3 guest elders, 2 at the 5th level and 1 at the 7th, and Li Chongyan himself. It took Shen Hao a full hour to pause. The vast accumulation of vital energy allowed him to experience another breakthrough. He advanced through the early, mid, and late stages of the 5th innate level, then the early, mid, and late stages of the 6th, finally halting at the early stage of the 7th. The only disappointment for Shenhao was that Li Chongyin, having consumed the blood goo pill from the demonic sect, provided him with no vital energy whatsoever. Fortunately, the guest elder at the 7th level had concealed his true strength, which was actually at the early stage of the 8th level. He had only just broken through last month, but alas, he encountered Shenhao at the true Yuan realm and was unable to escape. At this moment, Shenhao understood that the vital energy from these corpses would be divided into 3 portions, of which he could only claim 1/3. The remainder would be absorbed by the space itself. The techniques of the 2 direct disciples were both derived from the Li family sword classic, imparted by Li Chongyin, lacking any originality. Their martial arts were vastly inferior to Shen Tulai's innate solar art. The techniques of the 3 guest elders were equally mundane, offering little allure to Shenhao. However, the guest elder at the 8th level piqued his interest, although lacking other skills. He was a disciple of the outer sect of the demonic sect. The blood goo pill that Li Chongyin had consumed was provided by him, along with 3 more hidden in the beams of his room. No wonder, after Li Chongyin ingested the blood goo pill from the demonic sect, this individual immediately retreated. Yet, he belonged to the outer fringes of the demonic sect and possessed no substantial intelligence. He merely knew that the sect was called Nine Nether Gate, whose singular ambition was to overthrow the heavenly martial dynasty. This grand aspiration suited the aura of a formidable antagonist. Based on Shenhao's years of reading novels, he recognized that every great villain is driven by lofty ideals and aspirations, endowed with exceptional talents, disciplined, and devoid of vices. However, upon reflection, Shenhao couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he resembled a villain himself. Consuming corpses to gain memories? He quickly shook off this troubling thought. Although Li Chongyin did not provide any vital energy, he revealed the locations of 2 demonic elixirs to Shenhao. To his astonishment, both elixirs were buried within the grave of the governor, Li Jiquan's mother. What astounded Shenhao even more was the revelation that the governor, Li Jiquan, was indeed the biological son of Li Chongyin. How shocking! His cousin, Li Chongsong, was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was being so brazenly deceived. The cunning of the villain was truly remarkable. In Chapter 75, titled Instructing Song Mapala, Shenhao was taken aback to learn that the provincial governor, Li Chongyin, had been involved with his cousin's wife. Remarkable, indeed. Furthermore, Li Jiquan's mother had passed away 2 years prior. Li Chongyin had placed 2 demon cores within her grave, a secret so well concealed that even if Wen Rini were to scour the entirety of Yangzhou, he would never uncover it. Having absorbed the memories of 6 individuals, Shenhao felt a throbbing pain in his head. His constitution struggled to keep pace. Initially, he had worried that absorbing so many memories would lead to confusion in his mind. However, it turned out that he had overestimated the situation. Their memories were devoured by the space, and Shenhao merely absorbed them. It was akin to watching a film. Each person's memories played out as if he were the protagonist. He inherited their abilities and key memories, yet the mental toll was immense, making his head feel as though it were about to explode. The headache compelled Shenhao to return temporarily to the urban world for recuperation. As for the demon cores, he decided to address them later once he had regained his strength. Upon his return, Song Mapala remained peacefully asleep. However, Shenhao was in no condition to appreciate it due to his splitting headache. After washing up, he returned to slumber. The following afternoon, when Song Mapala returned, she was startled to discover that Shenhao had not eaten breakfast and was still deeply asleep. Alarmed, she hurried into the bedroom to check on him. After feeling his forehead and finding no fever, she measured his temperature and confirmed that everything was normal. His breathing was steady. He appeared to be merely in a deep sleep. Yet, having slept for such an extended period, Song Mapala grew increasingly concerned. Just as she was about to call for an ambulance, Shenhao finally awoke. Upon seeing him, Song Mapala was overcome with joy, exclaiming, "Boss, you're awake." Shenhao rubbed his throbbing head and nodded, assuring her, "I'm fine, don't worry. Please fetch me a glass of water." "Yes, boss." In a moment, Song Mapala rushed back in with a cup, and Shenhao drank it eagerly. "Boss, I'll get you another one," she said. And Shenhao consumed 3 glasses in total before feeling somewhat relieved. "Boss, you scared me with how long you slept," she remarked, patting her chest. "Rest assured, I practice Taoist Qigong, so sleep is also a form of cultivation. Please don't make a fuss about it in the future," Shenhao replied. "Yes, Boss, I understand. Song Mapala responded obediently. Oh, boss, you must be hungry. I will prepare some food for you. For lunch, I bought bluefin tuna. We have the belly, the eye, and the loin. All parts are available. Which would you prefer? This pertains to my knowledge gap, Shunhao admitted. A single fish has so many varieties? Just right. I'm hungry. Please prepare them all, he instructed. Understood, boss. After Song Mapala left, Shunhao rose, dressed, and made his way to the kitchen. Upon the entrance of Shunhao, Song Mapara, who was slicing meat, smiled and greeted, Boss, you've arrived. Shunhao nodded. And upon seeing the eye of the bluefin tuna, he was taken aback. This eye was larger than his palm. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed. Is this something one can eat? Song Mapara chuckled. Of course. The flavor is exquisite, and the eyeball is quite delightful. Wrapped in foil and roasted, it becomes truly delectable. The meat was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth without any hint of toughness. This eyeball, known as the cheek meat of the bluefin tuna, is commonly referred to as imperial meat and is the most prized section. The eyeball, roughly the size of a quail egg, would be prepared for the boss to sample shortly. However, upon hearing this, Shunhao felt a pang of discomfort in his stomach. He was accustomed to chicken, duck, and beef, and such delicacies were beyond his palate. Nevertheless, intrigued by Song Mapara's enthusiastic introduction, he was tempted to try it. He then pointed to a piece of deep red meat, resembling beef in size. Is this beef? He inquired. Song Mapara glanced at it and explained, Boss, after being caught, bluefin tuna is usually aged in cold storage for 48 to 72 hours. This aging process enhances the flavor to perfection. Different parts have significantly varied textures and prices. The eyeball and cheek are the imperial meat, quite expensive. This cut is called akami, from the back of the bluefin tuna, which has a low fat content and a deep red color. It is more affordable compared to other sections and has a texture similar to beef, equally firm. This piece is toro, the belly meat of the bluefin tuna, which is also quite costly due to its high fat content. When sliced, it resembles cutting into a watermelon, with the sound of the fat cracking. Listen, boss, he said, as he began to slice the toro. The sound indeed resembled the slicing of a watermelon, and the fatty meat revealed itself abundantly. This toro is best enjoyed raw. It is very expensive in Japanese cuisine. Shunhao gazed at the glistening toro, feeling overwhelmed by its richness. Perhaps it would be better suited for dumplings. Raw consumption might be too much for me. Hearing this, Song Mapara, slightly embarrassed, replied, Boss, I don't know how to make dumplings, but rest assured, I shall learn. Understood. Then prepare it in the manner you excel at. I am eager to taste your skills, Shunhao affirmed. Certainly, boss, Song Mapara responded. In about an hour, Song Mapara had prepared the meal. Taking a bite of the toro, Shunhao found it to be, as he had anticipated, quite oily. They certainly know how to indulge in fine dining, he remarked. This is too greasy. You should enjoy more, he suggested. Boss, why not try the bluefin tuna I eat? Song Mapara urged. Shunhao swallowed hard, feeling a sense of unease. He had never favored such delicacies since childhood. I think I shall stick to this akami instead. Song Mapara expressed disappointment. Very well, boss. I will prepare this using my method for searing steak, which imparts a subtle aroma without overshadowing the fish's natural flavor. Nodding in agreement, Shunhao acknowledged that this was indeed acceptable. The taste was quite pleasant and notably firm. As expected, Shunhao realized he was not accustomed to indulgent fare. However, the total for the meal amounted to over 5,000, marking his first experience with such an extravagant dining affair. It appears that wealth has increased, yet the quality of life has not kept pace. However, Shunhao still finds it difficult to adapt to delicacies such as sashimi and fish eyes. One evening, he instructed Song Mapara to procure a large wooden tub, intending to prepare a medicinal bath for her. In this fantastical realm, Shunhao purchased 10 portions of medicinal liquid, aimed at aiding Song Mapara in her physical training. This time, he imparted to her not the previously learned 12 styles of body forging, but rather the more advanced techniques and breathing methods from the primordial fiery sun formula of the Shin-Tu Lai martial arts. He poured 2 portions into the tub, as he planned to join Song Mapara in the bath, repeating their training to solidify their foundations. At first, Song Mapara assumed Shunhao was merely indulging in a romantic notion. However, as she followed his breathing techniques and movements, her body became increasingly light, and her spirit improved markedly. She quickly realized the value of what he had shared. Chapter 76. Time cannot be wasted once the training concluded. The water in the tub had nearly evaporated, leaving a mess in the bathroom. After freshening up in the living room, Song Mu Pa La, astonished, inquired, "Boss, what was that technique you just taught me? It felt incredibly powerful. I feel as though I could take down a bull, perhaps even surpassing a crow in strength." Leaning back on the sofa, Shen Hao replied lazily, "Just a few trivial techniques, but this must remain a secret between us." At his words, Song Mu Pa La felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and responded joyfully, "Of course, boss." Being highly intelligent, she understood the immense value of the knowledge Shen Hao had imparted. The ability to transform one's physique through breathing techniques and movements, coupled with a medicinal bath, was nothing short of astonishing. Were this to be made public, it could undoubtedly earn a Nobel Prize, enhancing the physical capabilities of humanity worldwide. However, Shen Hao himself harbored no fear of such knowledge spreading, for even with the breathing techniques and movements, few could master them. Even Lu Debiao, the bandit encountered upon entering this otherworldly realm, took years to reach the initial stages of body forging. The challenges of this world would only intensify, necessitating reliance on the medicinal liquid. In ancient Taoist practices, amidst numerous breathing techniques, how many could endure? Those who practiced martial arts or similar disciplines and persevered for a decade would indeed be considered formidable. The essence of martial training lies in perseverance, and the medicinal liquid serves as an auxiliary tool to expedite this process. Shen Hao doubted anyone could maintain such dedication for decades. After all, in modern society, no matter how skilled one became, a single bullet could change everything. After conversing for a while in the living room, Shen Hao resolved to spend a few more days in the urban world, eager not to waste time idly. It would always be beneficial to learn something new. Thus, he curiously inquired, "Are there any renowned snipers in Siam?" Song Mu Pa La paused, gazing at Shen Hao with confusion, unsure of his intention in seeking a sniper. She then asked with curiosity, "Boss, are you planning to assassinate someone? I could help you get in touch." Clearing his throat, Shen Hao replied, "There's no need for that. I simply wish to know if there are any skilled snipers within Siam. I would like to learn from them. After all, I have a sniper rifle in my possession that should not go to waste." The primary function of a sniper rifle lies in its capacity for long-range elimination. In close quarters, even Shen Hao could manage, yet distance presents a different challenge that necessitates specialized knowledge and perception. Given 3 months of practice, Shen Hao could certainly master it, as the principles of shooting are universally applicable. Once the fundamentals are grasped, success follows, much like Shen Lai's unparalleled accuracy with a bow. The theoretical application of firearms is inherently within Shen Hao's reach. However, while he faces no issues within 100 meters, longer distances introduce new complexities. A minor miscalculation can result in a catastrophic miss. With the advantage of external aids at his disposal, it would be folly to toil unnecessarily in training. Song Mu Para pondered for a moment, stating, "There are numerous ordinary snipers within the military. Are there any particularly formidable ones?" Shen Hao inquired. Song Mu Para furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled a name, exclaiming, "It seems there is one, a person from a small European nation. Allegedly, he is an international assassin, having perpetrated dozens of high-profile murders across Europe, eliminating numerous dignitaries and celebrities. He is an exceptionally skilled sniper, adept at disguise, making him exceedingly elusive. He has been placed on Europe's most wanted list. Recently, he was apprehended in Siam, reportedly through the collaborative efforts of multiple national police forces. Several European countries have requested his extradition for trial, but the Siamese government has denied these requests." Shen Hao queried, "Why the refusal?" Song Mu Para reflected before responding, "Because the Eagle Nation, the Russian Bear, and the beautiful country also seek his extradition. This assassin has become a diplomatic hot potato for Siam. Whether to release him or not poses a significant dilemma, as offending any of these 3 permanent members of the Security Council is unwise." Shen Hao asked, "What was his purpose in Siam?" Song Mu Para cleared his throat and replied, "He came to eliminate a certain arms dealer, Olaf, from the Russian Empire." Shen Hao further inquired, "Where is the assassin now?" "Within a military camp 10 miles from here, heavily fortified, housing a reconnaissance regiment. The arms dealer has had dealings with us, so this case is quite memorable," he explained. After speaking, Song Mu Para regarded Shen Hao with astonishment, asking, "You don't intend to rescue him, do you? This is no police station. It is a heavily armed military facility." Shen Hao reassured him, "Rest easy. I am not that foolish." Relieved, Song Mu Para exhaled, "That's good. Now, let us rest." Around 2 in the morning, while in a deep slumber, Shen Hao abruptly awoke. He swiftly pressed on the back of Song Mupara's head, causing him to fall back into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Shen Hao donned gloves, his figure vanishing into the estate. With his innate strength at the 7th level, a single leap carried him several meters, his speed akin to a fleeting shadow. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, he arrived at the military camp. At this hour, most personnel were asleep, leaving only 2 sentinels on watch. No one would suspect that someone would dare to infiltrate the military installation. Furthermore, surveillance cameras were in place, evading the blind spots of the cameras. Shen Hao incapacitated the personnel in the monitoring room, disabled the surveillance, and retrieved the keys from the wall. He moved at an astonishing pace to the cell where the assassin was confined. Upon hearing the door open, the assassin was jolted awake, yet before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and he ceased to breathe. The assassin was cast into the void, and Shen Hao placed the keys down, activating the previously deactivated surveillance cameras. Chapter 77. Excavating the Demon Core. This entire process took a mere 30 seconds. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Hao glanced at his watch. Less than 10 minutes had elapsed. Gazing at the slumbering Song Mupara, he entered the void. In the realm of ordinary individuals, the assassin was formidable. Yet, before Shen Hao, he was akin to a mere insect. The mist surrounding him was swiftly absorbed by Shen Hao, who simultaneously gleaned the extraordinary saga of this individual's life. Victor, now 46 years of age, possessed a remarkably legendary background. From a young age, he exhibited the traits of an autistic prodigy, endowed with exceptional analytical abilities and a remarkable memory. Consequently, he was recruited into the Moscow Military Linguistic Academy, where he became fluent in 6 languages: Russian, Japanese, English, French, Portuguese, and German. After undergoing military training, he was specially selected to serve in an army task force in Vitebsk, a city in northeastern Soviet Union. Due to his exceptional marksmanship, he rapidly evolved into a distinguished sniper and subsequently joined the KGB. In the early 1990s, he became part of the embassy staff in a beautiful nation, ostensibly responsible for translation while covertly engaged in intelligence gathering and assassination. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, he found himself abandoned. As a free man, he embarked on a career as a hitman, also dabbling in arms trafficking, with connections in the Middle East and Africa. He had taken down numerous operatives from both the Beautiful Nation and the Eagle Nation. His current mission in Siam was to assassinate an arms dealer, who had been recruited by the Eagle and Beautiful Nations to sell the Panzer S-1 air defense system to the Bear Nation. This system included 12 576 surface-to-air missiles and 2 30mm caliber 238 anti-aircraft guns, designed to defend ground targets against various aerial threats, such as fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and small drones. The Panzer S-1 system could launch up to 4 missiles simultaneously, inciting considerable ire from the Bear Nation, which resolved to eliminate the arms dealer. However, unbeknownst to them, the assassin Victor had been under constant surveillance by intelligence agents from the Beautiful Nation, leading to his capture. After absorbing these abilities, Shen Hao could not help but acknowledge the impressive nature of this man. His analytical prowess and memory were undoubtedly extraordinary gifts. Of course, all of this had been bestowed upon Shen Hao. Not only was he proficient in various firearms, but he had also acquired fluency in 6 languages. Compared to the tour guide Song Susie's command of English, Victor's was far superior. As for the Eagle Nation, Beautiful Nation, and Bear Nation, all vying for this individual, Shen Hao remained indifferent. He had obtained what he desired. The following day, chaos erupted throughout Siam. The assassin Victor, detained within a military camp, inexplicably vanished without a trace. Astonishingly, the surveillance cameras had captured no evidence of his escape. The only point of suspicion was a 25-second freeze in the footage. Yet, what could transpire in those fleeting moments? Many presumed it was merely a glitch in the surveillance system. Siam summoned its most elite detectives, and even the Beautiful and Eagle Nations dispatched Interpol to assist in the investigation. Certainly, although they ostensibly represent Interpol, they are, in truth, operatives of MI6 and the CIA. Despite their exhaustive search for clues, they failed to discern the underlying truth. Initially, it was presumed that the chaos stemmed from internal strife within Siam. Yet an investigation of all personnel on duty that evening yielded no substantial leads. This conundrum has become a century-old mystery, transcending human comprehension, no matter the deductions made. They remain illogical, necessitating the archiving of the case until further evidence emerges. Meanwhile, the media has remained silent, keeping such a disgrace under strict confidentiality. Undoubtedly, The implications are far-reaching. The conspicuous involvement of Britain, America, and Russia in Siam has captured the attention of China. However, Shen Hao chose to disregard their affairs, instead focusing on training Song Mu Pa La in the art of body refining guidance. After 5 days of diligent practice, Song Mu Pa La reached the mid-stage of bone refining. Shen Hao deemed further training unnecessary at this juncture, as the mid-stage sufficed. During these 5 days, while Shen Hao made little progress in his own training, his persistent headache had finally subsided, much to his satisfaction. He resolved to return to the fantastical realm in search of a demon core, opting for the cover of night. Once Song Mu Pa La had succumbed to slumber, Shen Hao stepped into the alternate world, arriving once again at the dimly lit inn. This time, he chose meditation over sleep. Upon awakening from his trance, it was approximately 7 in the morning. After partaking in breakfast, the town of Yangzhou was abuzz with the shocking news of the massacre of Governor Li Chongyin's entire family. The authorities had even posted a proclamation at the foot of the city wall, denouncing the traitorous scoundrel Li Chongyin for betraying the emperor's grace and conspiring with the northern wilderness rebel, Shintujiao. This proclamation declared that such treasonous villains deserved to be eradicated, and it was accompanied by the contents of letters exchanged between Li Chongyin and Shintujiao. Out of curiosity, Shen Hao perused the letters, only to find them identical to those he had previously given to Wen Ren'yi, causing his lips to twitch. This woman, who claimed to reject such sentiments, had secretly kept them. The charges against Li Chongyin for colluding with the northern wilderness were indeed substantiated. In an instant, the once respected governor of Yangzhou had become the subject of universal disdain, a topic of gossip among the populace. Traitorous scoundrel, he deserves to die. Indeed, well deserved. Fortunately, it was discovered early, or we might have met the same fate. Yes, we feel ashamed to be associated with him. Observing the fervent indignation of the surrounding citizens, Shen Hao chose to remain silent. The fate of Yuan Chongwan, who was publicly executed and consumed by the citizens of the capital, contrasted sharply with his posthumous vindication, mourned by the same populace. The common people care not whether the slain were loyal ministers or treacherous villains. As long as one holds a high office, they receive applause. In the early years of the Republic, the execution of revolutionaries followed a similar pattern. Of course, the majority of the populace is illiterate, oblivious to such distinctions. They are more concerned with their own interests and the spectacle at hand rather than notions of justice or heroism. The direction of public opinion dictated by the court is paramount, making control over the narrative critically important. Thus, in broad daylight, Shen Hao did not rush to excavate graves but planned to do so under the cover of night. However, a brief reconnaissance was still in order. Armed with the memories of Li Jikuan, Shen Hao quickly made his way to the grave of Li Jikuan's mother. Surrounded by the ancestral graves of the Li family, which were elaborately constructed, Shen Hao, after noticing the absence of any onlookers, contemplated for a moment before placing 3 cigarettes before the tomb. Having never engaged in grave robbing before, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Chapter 78: Elevation of Spiritual Roots and Realms. Upon returning to Yangzhou City, Shen Hao found that all the guards had been replaced. The once formidable Li family had been utterly annihilated. The provincial governor, Li Chongyin, had been killed, and the repercussions of this event continued to resonate. Relatives and friends connected to the Li family faced dire consequences, not only contending with governmental oppression but also the hostility of competitors. Some, tragically, found themselves imprisoned, having reaped no fortune but only suffering. When Ren'yi dispatched troops to scour every location, yet the elusive demon core remained undiscovered, leaving them in a state of exasperation. Shen Hao, however, observed the situation with a sense of amusement. The demon core was securely within his grasp, and there was no chance it would be relinquished. Despite the obliteration of the Li family causing certain disturbances, the lives of ordinary citizens continued as before, merely providing them with additional fodder for conversation. After returning to the inn, Shen Hao re-entered the urban realm. The following day, he drove alone to a dealership selling mini-excavators. Engaging in the laborious task of excavation on his own seemed an arduous endeavor. He soon discovered that these machines were more expensive in Siam than in his homeland. After some negotiation, he purchased a mini-excavator for 120,000 Thai baht, approximately 30,000 RMB, and briefly learned how to operate it. Upon returning to the estate, he discreetly stowed the mini-excavator in his space while no one was watching. He waited until the stroke of midnight before heading to the Li family burial grounds. The night was serene, illuminated by a particularly bright moon, with only the sound of insects breaking the silence. Using a flashlight, he located the grave of Li Jikuan's mother and commenced digging with the excavator. The sound of the machine's engine and the clattering of earth echoed through the night. Thankfully, there was no one around to be alarmed. With the excavator's assistance, Shunhao swiftly unearthed the grave. Upon discovering a stone coffin, he did not rush. Instead, he donned a gas mask and cautiously pushed aside the coffin lid. Shining his flashlight, he noticed 2 jade boxes beside the corpse. Recalling Li Chongyin's memories, he recognized these as the containers for the demon cores and promptly stored them in his space. Additionally, there was a jade hairpin, a token from Li Chongyin during an affair. Shunhao chose not to take it, leaving it as a memento for the couple, a potential token of their reunion in the afterlife. As he replaced the coffin lid, a foul odor assailed him as soon as he removed the gas mask. Without further delay, he jumped away, contemplating the exposed coffin before deciding to operate the excavator once more to cover it with earth, preventing the body from being left to the elements. After completing his task, the first light of dawn began to break. He returned to the inn, washed, and then entered his space. Gazing at the 2 jade boxes, each the size of a fist, Shunhao felt a surge of excitement. He delicately opened the first jade box. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped him, revealing within the jade box a red demon elixir, roughly the size of a longan, emanating a faint crimson glow and warmth. Abruptly, the elixir soared into the air, vanishing in an instant, startling Shunhao. Soon after, strands of red mist filled the space, seeping into Shunhao's nostrils. Moments later, joy surged within him. The demon fruit indeed possessed the ability to devour. His inferior fire spiritual root had been upgraded to a medium-grade mixed fire spiritual root, impure spiritual root. The first-grade demon elixir did not significantly enhance the quality of his spiritual root. When Shintalai had previously absorbed a medium-grade fire spiritual root, the space had directly bestowed upon Shunhao an inferior fire spiritual root. This first-grade demon elixir had only slightly elevated Shunhao's spiritual root quality, perhaps due to intermediary fees charged by the space. It would require another first-grade fire demon elixir to elevate it to a pure medium-grade fire spiritual root. Nonetheless, even with a mixed medium-grade fire spiritual root, Shunhao felt elated. At the very least, advancement was still possible, and there were other benefits as well. His strength had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the innate 7th level, poised to break through to the innate 8th level at any moment. Next, Shunhao turned his gaze towards another jade box. As anticipated, it contained a 2nd-grade water demon elixir. Upon opening the box, the elixir promptly soared into the air, as if the space were eagerly awaiting its arrival. Moments later, a light blue mist was absorbed by Shunhao. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. His inferior water spiritual root had transformed, bringing him to the pinnacle of the innate 8th level. The upgrade was exhilarating. He felt a warm, gentle sensation coursing through his body, leaving Shunhao thoroughly satisfied. Currently, he possessed an inferior water spiritual root and a medium-grade mixed fire spiritual root. If he were to procure several more demon elixirs, his spiritual root level would surely rise swiftly. Nonetheless, today's gains were commendable. One could say that his journey to Yangzhou City had yielded abundant rewards. Unfortunately, the space was rather limited, currently measuring just 64 cubic meters, with dimensions of 4 meters in length, width, and height. Should it expand further? Shunhao planned to acquire an armed helicopter from the Air Force Base in Siam, as such a vehicle would be far more exhilarating than driving, allowing him to disregard terrain altogether. Whoever dared to provoke him would receive a missile from the skies. With his bountiful gains, Shunhao prepared to depart the otherworld and leave Yangzhou for the capital. Although Yangzhou was vast, it was but a mere tip of the iceberg in the grand scheme of the world, with very few cultivators present. Among those he had encountered were merely 2, Ming Xuanji and a true essence realm expert from the Winran family. This indicated that the region lacked a fertile ground for the growth of such formidable beings. However, as a mere innate realm cultivator, Shunhao had yet to reach the true essence realm, and no one had shared the insider knowledge with him. He could only navigate this path through his own explorations. Nevertheless, Shunhao had formulated a plan to journey to the capital of the Daong dynasty, to the tomb of the late Emperor Yangwan, his uncle Yang Wuxian. With determination, he began to gather his belongings, leaving no trace of hesitation behind as he set forth towards the capital. Chapter 79. The peach worth $10,000. He departed silently, without disturbing a soul. Leaving Yangzhou, he headed straight south towards the capital. Along the way, Shunhao opted not to ride a horse, but instead chose to travel by carriage, as prolonged horseback riding had left his thighs sore from friction. On the official road leading to the capital, the carriage swayed gently. Suddenly, It jolted over a large pothole, causing Shun Hao to leap from his seat, his head striking the roof of the carriage. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he glared at the elderly driver ahead, lamenting that his skills were no match for those of Lao Lu. At least Lao Lu would have skillfully avoided such a pitfall. It must be said, the state of transportation these days is truly deplorable. This only intensified Shen Hao's yearning for the experience of flying. An upgrade in transportation was imperative. After a day of travel, he arrived in a place called Shitao Town, renowned for its abundant peaches, hence its name. Shen Hao dismissed the carriage driver and wandered alone through the streets of this modest town, which was not particularly crowded. Both sides of the street were lined with vendors, a significant portion of whom were selling peaches, creating fierce competition among them. Approaching one stall, he found an elderly woman, her headscarf faded from washing, clad in coarse linen garments, her attire frayed. Notably, her peaches were devoid of leaves and remarkably clean, yet she refrained from calling out her wares. "How much for the peaches?" Shen Hao inquired. 10 copper coins per pound, she replied. However, with no copper coins in his possession, Shen Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the smallest denomination he had was a silver tael. Noticing the envious glances of the surrounding vendors, he realized that if he were to produce a silver tael, the old woman would undoubtedly face jealousy from her peers. "May I taste one?" he asked. "Just take one. It's not worth much," the elderly woman replied, her dark, wrinkled face brightening with a smile. Nodding, Shen Hao selected a small peach, only to discover it was surprisingly hairless and larger than expected, even exceeding the size of his fist. Upon taking a bite, he silently praised its crispness, savoring its sweetness. This was indeed the first time in his life that he had tasted such delectable peaches. Perhaps the world was different here. These peaches were truly exceptional, vibrant in color, thin-skinned, and juicy as honey. Shen Hao mused that even the famed Xinzhou peaches, reserved for the imperial court in the South Sea, could hardly compare. "I would like to purchase 5 or 6 pounds. Can you deliver them to the inn?" he requested. The elderly woman eagerly replied, "Certainly, no problem at all." Recognizing that business was slow, she was more than willing to accommodate a customer. Shen Hao led the way while the elderly woman followed, carrying her basket. Upon reaching the inn, Shen Hao remarked, "These peaches are splendid. I shall buy them all. How much do I owe you?" The woman, filled with delight, quickly responded, "A total of 32 pounds. You may pay 301. Shen Hao smiled and retrieved a silver tael from his space, placing it in the woman's hand. "Keep this money and do not make a fuss about it." The elderly woman was taken aback, her heart racing in trepidation. "This is far too much," she stammered. "Enough. I am in a generous mood today. Do not speak further about it," he insisted, prompting her to accept the money, albeit with a lingering sense of disbelief. The gratitude in her eyes was palpable as Shen Hao waved her away as one might shoo a fly. He then picked up a peach and took another bite. Indeed, perhaps due to its ethereal quality, this fruit was truly remarkable. If the two realms were to sell fruit, they would undoubtedly prosper. Without mentioning anything else, just this exquisite peach, 100 each, would be eagerly sought after. Wealthy individuals are not deterred by cost. It merely depends on the quality of the goods. The peaches here are indeed remarkable, yet they cannot be transported effectively. The roads are inconvenient, and by the time they reach their destination, they are either spoiled or rotten. Perhaps a master of the true origin realm could manage, but who would care for a meal of worthless, decayed peaches? In the afternoon, Shen Hao found the peaches to be exceptionally delicious and procured 1,000 pounds to store in his space, costing merely 10 taels of silver. It could be said that over half of the peaches on the street were purchased by Shen Hao. In the evening, he returned to the urban world. From his space, he selected 7 or 8 peaches, wishing to let Songmu Pala taste them. In the afternoon, Songmu Pala had returned and was somewhat surprised to see the peaches in the living room. "Boss, did you go to the supermarket?" Shen Hao replied, "No." "Try this peach. It is absolutely organic and pesticide-free, completely natural." Trusting Shen Hao, Songmu Pala picked one up and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up in delight as she exclaimed, "This peach is truly delicious. I've never had anything like it. Where did you buy it?" Shen Hao asked. "What do you think?" It's incredibly tasty. The price must not be cheap, right?" "Take a guess at the price." Shen Hao smiled. "I have tasted the Lost Gardens of England pineapple, which cost 40,000 Thai baht, yet its flavor pales in comparison to this peach. At least 40,000 Thai baht. Perhaps 8,000 RMB. To Shen Hao's surprise, Songmu Pala quoted such a high price. Can it really sell for that much? Of course, it's feasible. In 2016, at an auction in Tokyo, A bunch of 26 ruby Roman grapes fetched an astronomical price of 1 million yen, equivalent to over 300,000 Thai baht, or around 70,000 RMB. These grapes were as large as ping-pong balls, and there were only 26 of them. Each grape was worth 3,080 yuan. So asking for 8,000 for this peach is not unreasonable. However, it must possess a certain fame. Otherwise, such a price cannot be achieved. I have tasted the Lost Gardens of England pineapple and the ruby Roman grapes from Japan, but their flavor does not compare to this peach. With a bit of marketing finesse and by collaborating with an appraisal agency to assess its nutritional value, I estimate that a single peach could sell for $10,000. After all, it is one of a kind in the world, and there are plenty of wealthy individuals willing to pay. They seek flavor and prestige. This peach could wholly satisfy their desires. For the wealthy, if money cannot be used to flaunt or elevate their status, it is merely a number. Of course, one must be adept at marketing. Without effective promotion, even the finest product cannot command a high price. Upon hearing this, Shenhao was taken aback, realizing the truth in her words. He recalled a news story about a green mother tree lychee in 2002 that sold for 550,000 yuan each, exemplifying the principle that rarity begets value. Chapter 80. A breakthrough. Once again, there are indeed many exorbitantly priced fruits that ordinary people cannot afford. Previously, Shenhao was perusing Douyin news and came across a report stating that in a supermarket within the capital's shopping malls, the price of Xingqing's guagla lychee astonishingly reached 1,049 yuan per pound. Once it was stocked, it sold out immediately, which only serves to highlight the abundance of wealthy individuals. After conversing with Song Mapara, he realized that fruit prices in the capital were akin to a light drizzle. In Britain, a single pineapple can fetch up to 10,000 with no market to speak of. Of course, Shenhao understood that rarity confers value, and the brand effect plays a significant role as well. A handbag of the same material can command prices in the hundreds of thousands if it bears a renowned label. If the fruits of this urban world were to be transported to a fantastical realm, they would likely be priced exorbitantly. After all, fruits in the fantasy world are already costly, primarily due to the challenges of transportation, often leading to spoilage en route. While masters of the true essence realm could manage it, it would be foolish for such experts to engage in fruit trading when slaying a demon beast would be far more rewarding. Bananas from the Daku kingdom could fetch a fortune in the Daon kingdom, hinting at the potential for other fruits as well. Song Mapara smiled and remarked, "Boss, if you truly wish to delve into the peach business, I could indeed facilitate it and elevate it to a luxury item. The condition is that we must monopolize the source." Shenhao pondered and asked, "How can we achieve that?" Song Mapara replied, "Have you forgotten? I possess dual master's degrees in law and finance from Harvard, and my alumni network is extensive. Establishing a brand is quite straightforward, and these peaches hold immense value. First, we acquire a laboratory and publicly announce the cultivation of a unique peach variety. Next, we have a certification agency conduct a nutritional evaluation. With these foundational elements in place, we can establish a brand and commence marketing efforts. Subsequently, we can present the peaches at an auction, discreetly arrange for a shill to bid exorbitantly, thus capturing public attention. The ideal marketing target in Siam would be the royal family. Presenting the high-priced peaches to the king of Siam and garnering media coverage would enhance our reputation. With the royal endorsement, our visibility would soar, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. In today's age of social media, such endeavors are particularly captivating. However, we must limit the quantity of peaches we advertise. No more than 100 should be disclosed, lest they lose their value. Moreover, we should enlist the support of Hollywood celebrities or sports stars who revel in ostentation. This group enjoys substantial international followings, and as long as we provide the means for flaunting wealth, we will not need to promote the peaches ourselves. There will be plenty of advocates ready to extol their virtues, with consuming these peaches symbolizing prestige. In this era where visibility reigns supreme, as long as the peaches attract attention, irrespective of personal preferences, social media influencers will eagerly jump on the bandwagon. Upon hearing this, Shenhao was taken aback by the complexity of the plan. A crucial point was that he did not intend to remain in Shitao Town for long. With so many lucrative business opportunities available, spending time selling peaches seemed wasteful. He had no time for that. Ultimately, he decided to keep the peaches for himself, as he was not short of money and had plenty of other profitable ventures. Song Mapara expressed some disappointment, saying, "Oh, is that so, boss? Coming from a family that dealt in arms, she sought to transition her career. After all, relying on arms sales was not a sustainable path. Her father and uncle had both perished because of it. She even contemplated selling the entire group, packaging all her businesses for disposal. However, the sudden appearance of Shunhao temporarily deterred her from such an action. Additionally, Shunhao required her assistance in procuring arms. Thus, Song Mapala continued her endeavors. Of course, she had yet to determine a new direction for her transformation. Every industry appeared saturated, making it challenging to penetrate. Today, she was genuinely captivated by this peach. If successful, it could undoubtedly evolve into a renowned brand. Unfortunately, Shunhao lacked interest, and she felt hesitant to persist. That evening, after satisfying Song Mapala, Shunhao ventured once more into the fantastical realm, intending to acquire more. He considered keeping some for himself or gifting them, as he remained uncertain about his future visits to this place. The following day, the residents of Shitao Town learned that a wealthy young master sought to purchase peaches in bulk. Everyone rushed to the scene. However, Shunhao only acquired peaches of superior quality and considerable size. Although the purchase price was merely 5 coins per pound, he was able to buy in large quantities, benefiting from a strategy of thin margins and high sales volume. Many were overjoyed. Although Shitao Town was famed for its peaches, many remained unsold, rotting in the mountains. The topography of Shitao Town featured scarce flat lands. It was commendable for a family to possess 1 or 2 acres. Most of the terrain consisted of hilly and gully regions, composed of sandy soil unsuitable for grain cultivation, permitting only the planting of trees. Over centuries of development, the mountains became adorned with peach trees, some of which were centuries old. The older the tree, the larger the fruit it bore. Indeed, some peaches were as large as volleyballs, rivaling the famed peaches of the celestial realm. Shunhao, not one to be stingy with such exquisite peaches, offered 20 coins per pound. However, space was limited, as he had a small excavator to accommodate. He was unable to procure much, obtaining over 10,000 pounds, nearly all of which were top-quality peaches at a mere cost of 200 taels. He ceased further acquisitions. This was merely a minor episode. After spending a day in Shitao Town, dusk began to fall. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, at the horse gang stronghold, the leader, a formidable figure at the 9th level of postnatal mastery, reigned supreme over Shitao Town, demanding tribute from every household, even more stringent than official taxes. In a 10-mile radius of Shitao Town, lawlessness prevailed, yet no one dared confront this 9th-level master. The officials feigned ignorance, unable to combat him, and reports to higher authorities fell on deaf ears. Even a dog passing through Shitao Town would suffer dire consequences. Many families quietly fled. Upon learning that a wealthy young master had arrived in Shitao Town to purchase peaches, the leader's interest was piqued. "Big boss, I noticed this individual lacks attendance and is exceedingly wealthy, capable of acquiring thousands of pounds of peaches. Does he dare to come to our territory alone? Is he a master? I think we should exercise caution. How could there be so many masters in the entire Daong dynasty? Only Yang Wuxian is a true master of the essence. Besides, what use would a congenital master have in purchasing peaches? I suspect he intends to engage in the peach trade. The peaches of Shitao Town are renowned within 100 miles, making it a tempting target." With a gleeful laugh, one might consider it an easy mark. Little did Shunhao anticipate that his simple plan to procure some peaches for a taste would attract unwelcome attention. The following day, Shunhao, feigning nonchalance, hired several carts to transport the peaches out of the town. Just as he exited the small settlement and instructed the driver to leave the peaches behind to return, preparing to store them in his spatial realm, a troop of cavalry suddenly appeared, kicking up clouds of dust and swiftly surrounding him. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, Shunhao found himself in a precarious situation. "Are you the young master purchasing peaches in Shitao Town?" one of the ruffians inquired. Shunhao replied, "What advice do you have, sir?" With a swagger, the leader, clad in ostentatious attire, revealed his intentions. "We intend to borrow some funds from you. The entire Shitao Town must pay taxes to our caravan. You, too, must contribute for your peach acquisition." This man, marked with scars, exuded a menacing aura. However, undeterred by fear, Shunhao recognized them as mere thugs of the innate 9th level. If they were foes rather than friends, he decided, they would meet their demise. Suddenly, a gleaming sword appeared in Shunhao's hand, dazzling under the sunlight. It was the golden scale sword. Moving like a specter, he wreaked havoc among the bandits, dispatching over 30 of them in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for pleas for mercy. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, He considered storing the bodies in his spatial realm, unceremoniously discarding the bandit leader within. The other petty thugs held little interest for him, as their remains were of no use. Yet, the multitude of horses posed a dilemma. After some contemplation, he decided to return to Shitao town and sell them off at a bargain. Initially, the horses garnered no buyers, as everyone recognized them as belonging to the bandit gang, and no one dared to purchase them, fearing for their lives. Upon learning that Shun Hao had eliminated the bandits, skepticism turned into belief as townsfolk reported the slain ruffians lining the roadside. Unable to find buyers for the 30 horses, Shun Hao resorted to selling them at half price, ultimately fetching 300 taels of silver. Thus, he emerged from this venture without loss, albeit it delayed his journey by an entire day. That evening, as Shun Hao entered his spatial realm, he noted the wispy white mist was sparse, dissipating almost instantaneously upon absorption. Originally at the pinnacle of the innate 8th level, he found himself elevated to the innate 9th level after the surge of true energy. He also realized that the bandits had mistakenly believed him to be a peach merchant. The audacity of a mere innate 9th level thug was not without cause, as he was obligated to pay taxes to the steward of Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou each month. No wonder the peaches in Shitao town struggled to sell. It was not only the distance but also the relentless banditry that deterred merchants from visiting. However, this experience served as a cautionary tale for Shun Hao. In future endeavors, he must remain vigilant and avoid drawing undue attention, for one can never know who might be watching. His caution was still insufficient. To avoid wasting time, Shun Hao chose to ride a motorcycle, and after 5 days of travel, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital city. Chapter 81. The Chrysanthemum Letter? When he was still 20 miles away from the capital of the Daong dynasty, Shun Hao decided to pause. He did not hasten to enter the city. Instead, he intended to visit the eastern side of the royal mausoleum first. The mausoleum of the Daong dynasty primarily housed the emperors and their consorts. The western section was designated for the burial of princes and princesses, while the eastern side was reserved for nobles without their own fiefs. Yang Wuxian, as the 5th royal uncle, held a prestigious position, and despite being slain by Emperor Yang, he was still granted a dignified burial in the eastern section of the mausoleum. However, the mausoleum was guarded by eunuchs and soldiers. Shun Hao needed to gather some intelligence before proceeding. In a small, dilapidated temple not far from the mausoleum, Shun Hao took a moment to rest. As night approached, he donned his night attire and swiftly made his way to the mausoleum to scout for guards. Upon careful observation, he noted that the mausoleum was brightly lit, with not only stationary guards but also patrolling squads of 10. However, both the eastern and western sections of the mausoleum were relatively unguarded, with a distance of approximately 2 miles separating them. With this in mind, Shun Hao seized the cover of night to venture toward the eastern side of the mausoleum. After a thorough search, he located the grave of Yang Wuxian, which was indeed befitting of a prince. Just as Shun Hao prepared to act, a sudden rush of air signaled an imminent threat. He deftly leapt to a distant tree branch, narrowly evading an attack from a red-feathered spear that landed where he had just stood, embedding itself into the ground with a resounding thud. Moments later, footsteps approached. A man in white armor, appearing to be in his 40s, withdrew the spear from the earth and coldly regarded Shun Hao. How audacious to trespass upon the royal mausoleum. You seek your own demise, he declared. With that, he lunged toward Shun Hao, spear in hand, moving like a flash of white light. Shun Hao nimbly evaded the charge and drew his golden scale sword to engage in combat. Having absorbed the memories of Governor Li Jikuan, General Li Chongyan, and the infamous Li Chongsong, Shun Hao had mastered the Li family sword manual to a remarkable degree. His swordsmanship flowed seamlessly, combining offense and defense with an elegance that left no openings. To Shun Hao's surprise, the white-armored general exhibited formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in a fierce struggle, the golden scale sword clashing against the red-feathered spear, sending sparks flying into the night sky. Shun Hao quickly discerned that the spear was on par with his sword, capable of withstanding its formidable strikes. As they exchanged blows, both warriors gauged each other's capabilities. Shun Hao was at the initial stage of the 9th level of innate strength, while his opponent had attained the perfected state of the same level. Although there was a slight disparity, it was not insurmountable. The battle would ultimately hinge on the superiority of their techniques. Shun Hao's advantage lay in his advanced swordsmanship, which offered a balanced offense and defense with minimal flaws. However, the opponent's spear technique was equally masterful, undeniably a masterpiece in its own right. As the dance unfolded, the atmosphere grew dense, rendering it impossible for Shen Hao to approach. Just as a thought crossed his mind, the tip of his opponent's spear lunged toward him. Moreover, the armor adorning this individual was formidable. Shen Hao's golden scale sword struck with force yet left no mark. The adversary was armored like a turtle shell, leaving Shen Hao at a loss. It is no wonder that in ancient law, possessing a blade was deemed trivial, while hoarding armor was considered treasonous. One piece of armor equates to 3 crossbows, and 3 pieces could lead one to the underworld. In the midst of their skirmish, the opponent suddenly halted. The sword technique you employ is from Li Chongyin's Li family sword manual. Are you of the Li lineage? Shen Hao replied, his expression impassive. Indeed, the tyrant slaughtered my entire clan. Today, I shall unearth his ancestral grave. Upon hearing this, the man's lips twitched, his hostility waning as he refrained from further aggression. Since you are a descendant of Li Chongyin and possess such innate prowess at a young age, it is indeed astonishing. Mastery is hard-earned. I advise you not to court death. Depart swiftly, and I shall not hinder you. Remember, do not return to the imperial tomb. It is not a place for one of your standing. Are you the guardian of this place? Shen Hao inquired. I am Zhao Xian, the guardian of the imperial tomb. You are the commander of the imperial guard, known as Chrysanthemum Xian. Shen Hao recalled snippets of Zhao Xian from the memories of imperial physician Song Yoli. Zhao Xian retorted, What Chrysanthemum Xian? Humph. I am a man of stature. Do not speak foolishly. I was once the commander of the imperial guard, but now I serve as the guardian of the tomb. Realization dawned upon Shen Hao. This man, like Yang Wuxian and Li Chongyin, was a favored confidant of Emperor Xian. With the ascension of Emperor Yang, the former sovereign's loyalists were naturally suppressed. A new emperor brings forth new courtiers, Shen Hao remarked. Given how this tyrant treats you, why not join me in unearthing his ancestral grave? Zhao Xian's pupils constricted, utterly taken aback by Shen Hao's audacity to utter such treasonous words. This shattered his understanding. In his heart, Zhao Xian perceived Shen Hao as a madman, shaking his head as he declared, The Grand General has shown me kindness. I willingly guard his spirit. Since you are a descendant of the Li family, and also a trusted kin of the Grand General, I shall let you pass. Do not utter such blasphemous statements again. Today, consider that I did not see you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless spear. Shen Hao's eyes glimmered with defiance, and his tone sharpened. To obstruct one's path to wealth is akin to avenging a father's death. Are you truly unwilling to relent? It is my duty, Zhao Xian stated firmly. If you insist on forcing your way through, you must step over my corpse. I indeed entertain that notion. Your corpse may serve a purpose, Shen Hao retorted, contemplating a thorough assessment of his own strength. Before him stood an opponent of innate perfection, their strengths somewhat disparate, yet not vastly so. This presented an excellent opportunity for honing one's skills. Should he vanquish this foe, it would indeed be a triumph, and if not, he could simply retreat. Shen Hao noted that despite the adversary resembling a tortoise shell, his speed did not surpass his own. Contemplating this, Shen Hao suddenly launched an attack, sweeping his sword with a fierce stroke. The sword's aura surged forth like a rainbow, severing the surrounding trees with ease. Zhao Xian raised his spear in defense. Taken aback by Shen Hao's tenacity, his gaze was chillingly resolute. If the foe sought death, he would not hold back in his ruthlessness. With this thought, Zhao Xian's spear, seemingly endowed with purpose, aimed directly at Shen Hao's heart. Both men fought without mercy, the battle escalating to a fevered intensity as their figures flickered in the night. Shen Hao's swordplay was a whirlwind of changes, every move executed with striking precision. Zhao Xian's spear technique was equally lethal, marked by speed and versatility, with evident effectiveness. His attacks were as swift as lightning, while his defenses were as elusive as the wind. Several times, Shen Hao nearly fell prey to the feints of his opponent. Owing to the considerable length of Zhao Xian's spear, he held a distinct advantage, rendering Shen Hao unable to close the distance. The spear, indeed the king of weapons, could easily transform Shen Hao into a mere pincushion if he were slightly less adept. In mounted combat, Shen Hao would undoubtedly be outmatched. Nonetheless, Shen Hao's lightness of foot, the technique known as light hong shadow, was formidable. His speed gained him an upper hand, leaving neither able to dominate the other. They spared no effort. Their combat a vigorous exchange. In the span of a mere time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The sounds of their clash echoed powerfully through the stillness of the night, drawing the attention of the guards stationed at the imperial tomb. Quickly, someone. There's a situation over there. Hundreds of soldiers hastened toward the commotion. Shen Hao, spotting the multitude of torches approaching, knew he could not linger. He must flee. Without exerting his full strength, he opted for a swift retreat, employing Light Hong's shadow to vanish into the shadows, his silhouette flickering into the night. Zhao Xian, lacking Shun Hao's agility and hindered by his armor, chose not to pursue. Moments later, hundreds of guards arrived, weapons drawn. General Zhao, what has transpired? Zhao Xian gazed at Shun Hao's receding figure, calmly instructing. It is nothing, just a petty thief attempting to pilfer offerings. I have driven him away. Pay it no mind. It is late. You may all retire. I shall stand guard here. Yes, General. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Xian's expression grew grave. Once the commander of the Imperial Guard, he had been demoted with the ascension of the new emperor. Yet he bore no ill will, for this tomb housed those he revered and loved. The heir of the Li family was truly enigmatic. What purpose could he have for visiting the mausoleum? Meanwhile, Shun Hao returned to the dilapidated temple, settling into meditation to recuperate. After an hour, he regained his strength. Since direct confrontation proved futile, he resolved to resort to modern weaponry. Explosives were unfeasible due to the noise they would create, potentially alerting many. If there were experts within the imperial city, what then? After contemplating, he determined that a sniper rifle would be the optimal choice. In the present day, Shun Hao stands as an unparalleled marksman, capable of dispatching targets effortlessly within a range of 1,500 meters. Despite the innate prowess of this chrysanthemum heart, he remains a mortal being. The lethality of a bullet is not to be underestimated, rivaling that of even the most gifted practitioners. Suddenly, an idea struck Shun Hao. Perhaps he could enlist the assistance of Meng Xuanji. This seemed a plausible course of action, after all. A mere Zhao Xian would be no match for her skills. The following day, Shun Hao chose not to enter the city, but rather to seek an optimal vantage point for ambush. Before long, he discovered Funyo Mountain, located south of the Imperial Mausoleum. Although the elevation was modest, it provided an excellent position for a concealed attack, merely a kilometer away from the mausoleum. Armed with his 200 sniper rifle, which boasts a muzzle velocity of 993 meters per second, he was equipped with a weapon of exceptional precision, ranking among the finest in the world. It was a pity, however, that he lacked supersonic ammunition. Recalling the memories of the assassin Victor, he remembered that the Russian Empire had developed a type of supersonic sniper round, capable of penetrating any form of defense. Supersonic, in this context, refers to speeds exceeding 1,500 meters per second over Mach 5. Currently, the fastest sniper rounds cannot exceed 1,000 meters per second, with most traveling between 500 and 1,000 meters per second. As a practitioner of innate abilities, one's perception of danger extends only within a radius of 100 meters, and the vital energy defense necessitates a reaction time of 0.5 seconds, which is insufficient to intercept a sniper's bullet. However, those at the true essence realm could potentially defend against such threats, provided their opponent cooperates. If this chrysanthemum heart remained hidden indoors, Shun Hao would find himself at a loss. Retrieving his 200 sniper rifle from his spatial storage, Shun Hao was struck by a profound sense of unity with his weapon, feeling more formidable than Victor. After all, despite the latter's extraordinary talents, he was ultimately just an ordinary man. The weight of the 200 sniper rifle is considerable. It is a burden even for the average person, weighing in at 147 kilograms compared to the Barrett's 14 kilograms. Yet, for Shun Hao, who was at the 9th level of innate mastery, it felt as light as a handgun, with no sense of strain whatsoever. Not only that, but he could wield a light machine gun such as the M249 with ease, even with one hand. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Shun Hao ascended Funyo Mountain and located the optimal position, approximately 1,200 meters distant. At this moment, his mind raced as he calculated the wind speed and humidity surrounding him. Given the southern location of the Daong dynasty, the humidity was relatively high. Observing the data on his handheld computer, Shun Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. Although a 200 sniper rifle commands a price exceeding $400,000 US, its value is justified. With a range of 25 kilometers, it is equipped with a miniature computer capable of precise calculations for wind speed, air humidity, and ballistic trajectories. Soon, through the scope, he observed the soldiers guarding the mausoleum begin their exercises, yet Zhao Xian remained elusive. Suddenly, from the memories of the physician Song Yuli, Shun Hao unearthed information regarding Zhao Xian. He had been a trusted general of the late Emperor Yang Xian, promoted to the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, the Royal Guard, after saving the emperor during a hunting expedition. Zhao Xian's childhood sweetheart and first love, Chengxian, has become the favored consort Cheng of Emperor Yangxian, captivating all with her enchanting allure. Consort Cheng once suffered a difficult labor, resulting in severe hemorrhaging, and it was Song Yoli who attempted to treat her, albeit to no avail. In contemporary medical terms, this condition is akin to amniotic fluid embolism. Even with today's advancements, saving someone from such a complication would be a matter of great pride for an entire hospital. In the past, Lu Yoli, lacking emotional intelligence, seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. Upon reflection, it appears that this Zhao Xian and consort Cheng shared a rather intimate connection. Intrigued by this revelation, Shunhao found himself eager to exploit any potential weaknesses. Moreover, he recalled that during the encirclement of Lu family village in Yangguan town, the chief patrol officer, Zhao Chuang, who was at the 8th level of cultivation, had origins in the Imperial Guard and was, if memory serves, Zhao Xian's nephew. Chapter 83. Zhao Xian's vulnerability. Zhao Chuang had been quite unremarkable, as he neglected to provide meals during their joint campaign against the bandits. However, given his background in the Imperial Forest Army, he certainly had his credentials. Regrettably, with his backing now fallen, he was relegated to the remote locale of Yangguan town. With these thoughts in mind, Shunhao observed the royal tomb through his scope. From dawn until dusk, he failed to catch a glimpse of Zhao Xian, which was rather surprising. It seemed this fellow was indeed a homebody. Lacking the patience of a sniper, Shunhao returned to the urban realm. Song Mapala remained in a deep slumber, evidently exhausted. Groggy, she was roused by Shunhao, who instructed her to prepare something. After a day of climbing in the Funyo Mountains, they had eaten little more than a few peaches. What would you like to eat, boss? She inquired. A bowl of noodles will suffice. All right, just a moment. As Song Mapala rose, her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble. What's wrong? Shunhao asked. With a glance of exasperation, she replied, Boss, my legs are a bit wobbly. Hearing this, Shunhao couldn't help but smile. A grin he struggled to suppress. Enough chatter. Hurry and boil the noodles. Make 2 packets. I'm rather hungry. Yes, boss. 10 minutes later, Shunhao devoured the noodles ravenously, leaving Song Mapala perplexed. Boss, why are you so famished? Perhaps I simply have a good appetite. Now, fill your belly and then sleep. I'll wash the bowl first. Go ahead. By the time Song Mapala returned, Shunhao had already drifted off to sleep. After all, his slumber in the fantastical world had been far from restful, lacking the comfort of the urban realm. The following morning, upon waking, Shunhao discovered that Song Mapala had already left. Additionally, the peaches from Zidio's inn that had been in the living room were nowhere to be found. Clearly, she was still intrigued by the prospect of dealing in peaches. Though Shunhao did not support her endeavors, he also did not discourage her. After all, selling a few peaches was a trivial matter. Having satisfied his hunger, Shunhao chose not to return to the fantastical world, instead opting to bask in the sun at the beach, enjoying the sight of bikini-clad beauties, which lifted his spirits. In the afternoon, he indulged in a Thai massage. The average cost for a massage is typically around 60 yuan per hour. However, Shunhao opted for an exquisite service priced at 300 yuan. Although the massage technique was indeed commendable, providing significant relief from fatigue, the therapist's dedication was evident, prompting Shunhao to offer a tip of 100 Thai baht, which deeply moved the practitioner. After a day of carefree indulgence, feeling rejuvenated, Shunhao returned to his villa before entering the fantastical realm. As midnight approached, Shunhao made his way to the royal tomb once more. This time, he did not conceal his presence, and it wasn't long before Zhao Xian arrived at great speed, brandishing his red tassel spear and coldly addressing Shunhao. Descendant of the Li family, do you truly seek death by daring to approach the royal tomb? Shunhao responded with a faint smile, exuding confidence as he was well aware of how to provoke Zhao Xian. As a seasoned internet troll frequently engaging with critics, Shunhao's presence on Douyin often led to his account being blacklisted for his sharp remarks. He targeted Zhao Xian's vulnerabilities directly. Are you aware of Cheng Fushan, the favored concubine? At the mention of the name, Zhao Xian's body trembled, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Shunhao. Who are you? How do you know about the favored concubine? Shunhao replied. It is said that she perished from excessive bleeding during childbirth, and that child also met a tragic end. Tell me, Zhao Xian, do you claim that the child was the offspring of Emperor Xian, or that of another man? In a fit of rage, Zhao Xian's face flushed crimson, and he lunged forward, thrusting his spear with all his might. The speed of the attack was so swift that Shunhao could hear the sonic boom produced by the weapon. Shunhao smirked, opting not to confront the assault head-on. but instead choosing to evade with calculated grace. Zhao Xian, I hear you were childhood friends with Qing Fushan, and your haste is quite telling. That illegitimate child, surely it cannot be yours? Silence. You dare to speak such words, and today, you shall meet your end. An enraged Zhao Xian resembled a rampaging bull, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon, leaving destruction in its wake as surrounding stones and trees crumbled to ruins. The more frantic Zhao Xian became, the more exhilarated Shun Hao felt. As Shun Hao fled, Zhao Xian relentlessly pursued him, seemingly unwilling to relent until Shun Hao lay lifeless. Perhaps the exposure of his deepest secret rendered Zhao Xian utterly humiliated, yet his speed could not match that of Shun Hao. After several miles, they reached the pinnacle of Funyo Mountain. Despite Zhao Xian's realization that he might have been outsmarted, his emotions overwhelmed his judgment, and he could not suppress the murderous intent surging within him. Zhao Xian, your fury indicates I have struck a nerve. Despite the emperor's treatment of you, you dared to consort with his woman, the favored concubine. What distinguishes you from the current emperor, young one? Stop running, you coward. I will end you. Come now. I stand here for you to finish me. You, Zhao Xian, who prided yourself on unwavering loyalty. This is your brand of loyalty, bestowing the emperor with a green hat. Impressive. You have accomplished what I only dream of. I envy you. In a fit of rage, Zhao Xian, unable to catch up, felt his vision darkening to a blood-red hue. Teetering on the brink of madness, Shen Hao remained unfazed, knowing that no amount of frenzy would grant Zhao Xian the upper hand. Instead, he mocked once more. Surely. Concubine Qing is quite promiscuous. Was it you or the emperor who broke her chastity? I shall kill you and tear your body to shreds. Zhao Xian swiftly removed his armor, lightening his load, which did quicken his pace, yet he still could not catch up to Shen Hao. Tomorrow, I shall spread the word about you and concubine Cheng. Let everyone witness how General Zhao indulges in debauchery within the palace. Let all envy you, and you will achieve a legacy that lasts through the ages. Damn it, stop talking. For heaven's sake, cease your words. Each day, witnessing the old emperor's repulsive form oppressing concubine Qing must infuriate you. How can you call yourself a man when you cannot even protect your own woman? Observing your beloved being taken by another man, does it not evoke a sense of participation within you, perhaps even a thrill? Your position as the commander of the Imperial Guards, could it be that concubine Cheng secured it with her body in exchange for favors from Emperor Xian? You wretched leech, how enviable you are. These words pierced Zhao Xian's defenses directly. Enraged, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qing Fushan was her guiding light, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish her name. Yet, unable to catch up to Shun Hao, Zhao Xian was consumed by desperation. In a fit of rage, he hurled the spear from his grasp with great force. Seeing this, Shun Hao felt a surge of joy, deftly evading the strike and swiftly absorbing Zhao Xian's spear into his spatial realm. Now, the situation was secure. Without a spear and armor, what bravado could Zhao Xian muster? Having achieved his objective, Shen Hao ceased his flight, instead perching on a branch with the golden scale sword in hand, awaiting Zhao Xian's approach. The moon hung like a silver plate in the night sky. On the treetop, with sword in hand, Shen Hao stood, the gentle breeze rustling his garments, exuding the aura of a true hero. Chapter 84. You are truly despicable. As Zhao Xian charged toward him, Shen Hao maintained an air of calm serenity. With Zhao Xian's speed failing to match his own, death seemed inevitable for him. Though Zhao Xian was at the pinnacle of innate perfection, and Shun Hao merely at the initial stage of the 9th level, Shun Hao's true energy had been refined through the essence of the spatial realm, making it remarkably pure. While the volume of his true energy may have been limited, its quality was exceptional. In comparison, the disparity between the two was negligible. Furthermore, their realms were not vastly different, thus not inducing a qualitative change. Their strengths were comparable, relying primarily on techniques. At present, Shen Hao possessed speed and the advantage of the golden scale sword, while Zhao Xian was devoid of both spear and armor, rendering his advantages null. Previously, when fully equipped, Zhao Xian had posed a significant challenge to Shen Hao. Now, stripped of his defenses, he was as malleable as clay. Moments later, Zhao Xian caught up, his eyes bloodshot as he beheld Shen Hao on the treetop. You little bastard, why aren't you running? Today, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. I must kill you to relieve my heart's hatred. At this moment, Zhao Xian, blinded by fury, resembled a frenzied bull. His anguished cries revealed the depth of his animosity toward Shen Hao. With a smirk, Shen Hao refrained from further dialogue, leaping forward, sword raised in a proactive assault. Observing this, Zhao Xian, far from being intimidated, revealed a glimmer of cruelty. He may have considered himself skilled with the spear, yet his martial prowess was not to be underestimated. With a formidable iron sand palm, countless individuals have suffered. Observing Shun Hao's proactive assault, Zhao Xian adopted a defensive posture, ready to counterattack. Shun Hao, perceiving Zhao Xian's unwavering confidence, seized the advantage of his lightness skill and launched a swift thrust. His sword swept horizontally, narrowly evaded by Zhao Xian, who swiftly pivoted to dodge the subsequent thrust. Zhao Xian deftly sidestepped, delivering a palm strike to the sword's body. The force of his palm reverberated through the golden scale sword, causing Shun Hao's right hand to tingle slightly. In that moment, he understood that this adversary possessed formidable martial arts. Instantaneously, Shun Hao altered his attack strategy, targeting Zhao Xian's lower body with a rapid succession of strikes. Infuriated, Zhao Xian cursed, "You truly are despicable. If you have the guts, return my spear." A real man confronts challenges head-on. Shun Hao merely chuckled, even as Zhao Xian's rage clouded his judgment. Yet, he was not foolish enough to confront the sharpness of the golden scale sword directly. The longer they fought, the more beleaguered Zhao Xian became. Shun Hao continued to taunt him, remarking, "I hear that the Empress Qing is quite exquisite. Otherwise, the old emperor wouldn't be so enamored." Enraged, Zhao Xian lost all composure, channeling his true energy into his palms, the sheer force of his aura striking Shun Hao's cheek painfully. Hastily employing his lightness skill, Shun Hao leaped sideways, landing on a branch. Zhao Xian advanced swiftly, launching a sudden palm strike. Shun Hao shifted direction, and the branch where he had stood was shattered by Zhao Xian's fierce technique. Utilizing his superior agility, Shun Hao lunged behind Zhao Xian for a thrust. Zhao Xian, unable to meet the golden scale sword head-on, could only rely on his formidable palm strength to repel Shun Hao. However, he was acutely aware that as he continued to expend his energy, he would inevitably succumb. Meanwhile, Shun Hao conserved his inner strength, relying solely on his techniques. Although he yearned to eliminate Shun Hao, without a weapon, Zhao Xian had no choice but to evade as best he could. While searching for his long spear, he lamented the absence of any results. Never had he encountered such a vile and shameless individual as Shun Hao, who had the audacity to conceal another's weapon. Completely flustered, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. His frustration mounted, leading him to exclaim, "You despicable cur! If you have any skill, return my spear." Concealing another's weapon is hardly true prowess. This revelation stirred a sense of urgency within him. Without a weapon, he was no match for Shun Hao. Realizing the futility of his search for the spear, he resolved to don his armor first. He was astounded by Shun Hao's capabilities. At such a young age, he had achieved the 9th level of innate strength, with inner energy of unparalleled purity. Furthermore, Shun Hao's swordplay was exquisite, exhibiting mastery beyond his years. Was his swordsmanship honed from birth? Zhao Xian's true energy surged around him, effectively preventing Shun Hao from closing the distance. Yet, Shun Hao remained unperturbed, knowing that Zhao Xian's energy would deplete rapidly. Even if Qiao Feng were present, he would not dare to rely on the 18 dragon-subduing palms for an extended period. Shun Hao was keen to observe just how much inner strength Zhao Xian possessed. Before long, he noticed Zhao Xian retreating, searching for something. Understanding the intention behind Zhao Xian's actions, Shun Hao swiftly raced ahead, collecting the armor he had previously discarded by the roadside. How utterly contemptible! In this scene, Zhao Xian, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How despicable you are, you shameless villain." However, he was no match for Shun Hao's swiftness and found himself powerless. Shun Hao let out a cold laugh and declared, "Very well, allow me to demonstrate my Rulai Divine Palm." With that, he withdrew his golden scale sword. Observing this, Zhao Xian's heart leapt with joy, thinking that challenging him to a clash of inner strength was tantamount to courting death. "Bring it on," he taunted. Shun Hao snorted disdainfully, channeling his vital energy as if ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's spirit soared. He was determined to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a black pistol appeared in Shun Hao's left hand, concealed by the cloak of night, rendering it nearly invisible. As Zhao Xian, oblivious to the imminent danger, prepared to confront Shun Hao, a sudden flash of fire erupted, followed by a searing pain shooting through his calf. Alarmed, he recognized he had been struck, promptly leaping behind a tree as thick as a person to staunch the bleeding. Little did he anticipate that Shun Hao not only possessed exceptional agility but was also adept at using hidden weapons. He had failed to detect the trajectory of Shun Hao's energy. With his sword in his right hand and the pistol in his left, Shun Hao executed a complementary attack, slicing through the tree that Zhao Xian had taken refuge behind. In desperation, Zhao Xian seized the tree and hurled it at Shen Hao, seizing the opportunity to flee. His speed, already inferior to Shen Hao's, was further compromised by his injured right leg. As Zhao Xian ran, Shen Hao performed a backflip, lightly tapping a branch to deftly evade the falling tree and resumed his pursuit, intent on exploiting Zhao Xian's weakness. Noticing that Zhao Xian was heading towards the royal mausoleum, Shen Hao quickened his pace. After laboriously luring Zhao Xian to this point, he could not allow him to escape, closing the distance to just a few meters. Shen Hao brandished a 416 rifle, the crisp sound of gunfire echoing in the night. Zhao Xian, ever vigilant of Shen Hao's movements, attempted to dodge as soon as he saw Shen Hao's finger tighten on the trigger, resulting in a momentary slowdown. Shen Hao, like a bolt of lightning, thrust his sword toward Zhao Xian's chest. Zhao Xian, gathering all his energy, countered with a palm strike. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Hao feigned a thrust, easily twisting his body to strike Zhao Xian's injured right leg instead. The sword pierced through his thigh. In agony, the despicable Zhao Xian gasped in pain and growled. Targeting weaknesses is the true path to victory. As Shen Hao withdrew the golden scale sword, blood gushed forth. Without allowing Zhao Xian a moment to recuperate, Shen Hao launched another assault, firing his weapon while employing the intricate techniques of the Li Sword Manual. The relentless swordplay, coupled with the barrage of bullets, left Zhao Xian defenseless. Perplexed, Zhao Xian could not fathom how someone could simultaneously wield a sword and deploy hidden weapons without losing focus. Faced with such an array of tactics, he stood no chance, sustaining 3 gunshot wounds and a slash to his left arm, collapsing onto the ground. Barely clinging to life, his blood poured from him. In his dazed state, he beheld a goddess radiating celestial light, slowly descending from the heavens, extending her hand towards him with a smile. The enchanting visage was none other than his beloved, Qing Fuzhen. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently raised his hand, cherishing the moment he longed to spend with the woman he adored. In response, Shen Hao swiftly took aim and fired a shot that struck Zhao Xian squarely in the forehead, ending his life. Witnessing an explosion of flames erupting from 100 meters away, Shen Hao disposed of Zhao Xian's lifeless body into the void. In an instant, he vanished into the night, reappearing before the tomb of the 5th prince, Yang Wuxian. However, Shen Hao did not rush inside. Instead, he entered the void to assimilate Zhao Xian's memories first. Chapter 85. Acquiring the wood spirit root. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the capital, within Wen Renyi's secluded residence, Meng Xuanji abruptly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing towards the imperial mausoleum. This sound prompted her to close her eyes once more and resume her meditation. Once Shen Hao entered the void, the mist surged forth again. After absorbing the mist, he felt an exhilarating rush. The only regret was that Zhao Xian lacked a spiritual root. Nonetheless, Shen Hao's power surged once more, propelling him to the pinnacle of the innate realm, achieving complete mastery. In less than a month, such rapid advancement to the consummate innate realm would astonish the world. At this juncture, he stood on the brink of breaking through to the true Yuan realm. However, without the guidance of a cultivation method, such a breakthrough remained unattainable. Currently, Shen Hao's spiritual root was too lowly and required elevation. Otherwise, he would need a demon core to advance to the true Yuan realm. Simultaneously, he perused Zhao Xian's memories as if watching a film. Within these memories, it was revealed that Zhao Xian had an affair with the favored concubine, Qing Fuzhen. Qing Fuzhen had rekindled her romance with her first love, the captain of the Imperial Guard, Zhao Xian. How could one not cherish their first love? When Qing Fuzhen encountered misfortune, Zhao Xian had implored the physician, Song Yoli, for help. At that time, Song Yoli had remained oblivious to the underlying tensions. But Shen Hao sensed something amiss. Following Qing Fuzhen's demise, Zhao Xian fell into despair. Coincidentally, Emperor Yongwen had taken a disliking to him and ordered him to guard the tomb. Within the entire mausoleum, he was the sole master of the innate realm, while the others were merely practitioners of body refinement and 2 postnatal experts. After all, guarding the imperial mausoleum was seen as a position on the fringes. Who among the formidable would take on such a role? Few dared to possess the audacity to intrude upon the mausoleum as Shen Hao did. Furthermore, Zhao Xian had witnessed the burial of Yang Wuxian and learned that there were no traps within. Shen Hao felt reassured, but for safety's sake, he donned a gas mask. Emerging from the void, he arrived at Yang Wuxian's tomb. Shunhao summoned his true energy and infused it into the Jinlin sword, effortlessly unveiling the tombstone. The prince's burial site was distinct from that of ordinary citizens. It contained not soil, but a stone chamber. Inside lay an offering table and a stone coffin. Observing the offering table, he noted that it was crafted from the same precious Wang Wali wood as the treasure box he had purchased from Xiaoran, suggesting it held considerable value. He decided to collect it before turning his attention to the stone coffin. Channeling his true energy, he executed Zhao Xian's iron sand palm technique, easily pushing aside the stone coffin lid. Illuminating the interior with a flashlight, he was surprised to find that the body of Prince Yang Wuxian had not yet decomposed. Upon closer inspection, and drawing from the memories of Li Chongyin and Zhao Xian, he confirmed that this indeed was Yang Wuxian. Without further ado, he directly stored it in his spatial realm. After surveying the surroundings, he found nothing but a sword. The sword, nonetheless, was a fine item, and he decided to take it as well. Subsequently, Shenhao closed the coffin and vanished from the spot. It wasn't long before soldiers discovered that the corpse of the esteemed Prince Yang Wuxian had been stolen. Soon, the eunuchs guarding the royal tomb began to scream in alarm. Quickly report to His Majesty, someone has raided the royal mausoleum. The head of the guards frowned as he observed the tomb of the national pillar, Yang Wuxian, being disturbed. His irritation grew, especially as he noticed the eunuch incessantly clamoring to report the incident. The leader remained silent, causing the others to remain still. Seeing this, the eunuch furiously exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? If you delay, I shall demand your heads." Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the eunuch's voice was abruptly silenced. His head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. The onlookers gazed in shock at the bloody dagger in the leader's hand. Bewildered by the senseless murder of the guarding eunuch, a crime punishable by death. Witnessing the fear etched on their faces, the guard captain declared, "The royal mausoleum has been violated, and that is a capital offense. Whether or not we capture the thief, it signifies our dereliction of duty. We shall all face the same fate together. Once this eunuch reports the transgression, can we escape unscathed? Our death is inconsequential, but what of our families?" Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They realized the implications for their own lives. "You speak the truth. We shall follow your lead. What shall we do, leader?" "We shall heed your command." The captain, observing their compliance, coldly stated, "Since you all agree with me, then so be it. To keep our secret safe, each of you must strike this eunuch once." They exchanged glances, and soon one stepped forward, thrusting a spear into the eunuch. The eunuch, who had long been a source of disdain due to his arrogance, was finally met with retribution. Following that, each member took their turn to stab the eunuch. The captain then ordered, "Excellent. Now dispose of the eunuch's body into the coffin of Prince Wu and seal the tomb door, restoring it to its original state." "Yes, leader." Once the task was completed, the captain remarked, "Now that we have reached this point, we must also secure some wealth for our future escape. Remaining here offers no prospects. Why should we not partake in what others have done?" He cast his gaze towards the royal mausoleum. A shiver ran through the crowd. Raiding the royal tomb was a grievous crime punishable by the extermination of one's clan. Yet, killing the eunuch seemed equally culpable. Realizing this, the others nodded in reluctant agreement. Soon, the captain procured a jar of wine and poured a cup for each. He produced a dagger, first slicing his finger to let his blood drip into the wine. "This matter is of great significance. We must all partake in this blood wine, bow our heads, and pledge an oath to the heavens." Unbeknownst to Shenhao, after his departure, there were those who had dared to loot the royal mausoleum. Upon arriving at a dilapidated temple, Shenhao re-entered the spatial realm. At that moment, the space was shrouded in mist, far denser than that of Zhao Xian, and there was a glimmer of green light. As Shenhao stepped in, everything was absorbed into his being. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Shenhao woke. Having gathered little, the pillar of the nation, Yang Wuxian, possesses a moderate with spiritual root. Regrettably, he lacks a fire spiritual root. Consequently, after the purification of the space, Shenhao acquired another with spiritual root, albeit a low-grade one. To Shenhao's disappointment, Yang Wuxian's true essence had long been absorbed by the spirit-nurturing pearl. The reason the body of the national pillar, Yang Wuxian, does not decay is that he holds a spirit-nurturing pearl in his mouth. This pearl functions akin to a battery, absorbing spiritual energy from the air and the body, then nourishing the corpse with spiritual power to prevent decomposition. Although it is a treasure, it possesses no other function besides this. The cultivation technique practiced by Yang Wuxian is the 3 transformations of Yuan Yang Sutra. a method shared among royal descendants that can directly lead to the spiritual elixir realm. It encompasses all stages: body refinement, acquired, innate, true essence, and spiritual elixir realms. Furthermore, this technique can be cultivated with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots. Shen Hao can also practice it. However, he possesses 3 types of spiritual roots: fire, water, and wood, with the best being a medium-grade fire spiritual root. Reflecting on this, Shen Hao chose not to pursue cultivation but instead decided to find his 2 maidservants first, as he had missed them after several days apart. Chapter 86. Young Master, you have finally arrived at night. Shen Hao spent a humble night in the dilapidated temple. The city walls of the imperial capital were not as easily breached as those of Yangzhou. According to Zhao Xian's memories, the imperial city is protected by special formations that prevent true essence realm practitioners from flying with swords. The capital is filled with numerous skilled experts, and despite Shen Hao reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm, he felt little sense of security. The following day, Shen Hao entered the city alongside the army advancing to the capital. With Zhao Xian's memories, he navigated the capital with remarkable familiarity, effortlessly locating the private residence of Wenren Yi. Although Ming Xuanji is a master of the spiritual elixir realm, Shen Hao's current strength had soared tremendously. In her presence, he risked revealing his true prowess, as he had been merely an inexperienced novice when he first met her. However, understanding Ming Xuanji's proud nature and her disinclination to meddle in others' affairs, Shen Hao remained unconcerned. Moreover, Ming Xuanji had her own motives for seeking him out. His maid, Song Yongzi, possessed an exceptional spiritual root talent that Ming Xuanji coveted. This led Shen Hao to marvel at Song Yoli's remarkable genetics. An exceptional spiritual root was indeed astonishing. Upon arriving at the private residence, he found it to be exceedingly tranquil, adorned with bamboo at the entrance. Meanwhile, inside, Ming Xuanji observed Song Yongzi watering the flowers. Casting a glance towards the street door, she softly cleared her throat and said, "Yongzi, please go and open the door." Song Yongzi looked at Ming Xuanji with confusion, as she had not heard any knocking at the door. "Elder Ming, I did not hear anyone knocking. The person outside is someone you have longed for," Ming Xuanji replied. As soon as the words left her lips, joy illuminated Song Yongzi's face. She discarded the watering can and rushed out. Witnessing this, Ming Xuanji felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed she could not nurture them as she wished. In the days that Shen Hao was absent, Ming Xuanji expressed great concern. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Shen Hao returned, the girl's heart seemed to have wandered elsewhere. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it creaked open. He was about to exclaim how coincidental it was when Song Yongzi, overwhelmed with joy, leaped into Shen Hao's embrace. Holding him tightly, she whispered through her tears, "My lord, I missed you so much. I thought you had forsaken me." Shen Hao gently caressed the back of Song Yongzi, then slowly lowered his hands to firmly grasp her pert posterior. Such a delightful form. How could I ever part with it? I would wish to indulge in it daily, he mused. Song Yongzi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, "As long as my lord is pleased, feel free to touch as you wish." Within the room, Ming Xuanji let out a cold huff, her delicate hand waving, enveloping the entire space in a soft golden light. Instantly, the world fell into silence. Shen Hao took Song Yongzi's hand and led her into the adjoining courtyard. Observing the layout of the courtyard, he marveled, "Truly, this is the capital. This Jiangnan courtyard is simply splendid." In a hushed tone, Song Yongzi said, "My lord, if you like it, I could purchase a set for you." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao looked at her in astonishment, perplexed. "Where would you acquire such funds?" Song Yongzi, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, softly explained, "Last time, when there was no rice in the grain jar, Meng Xianbei sold a red wine bottle, the one you gifted, my lord. It fetched quite a sum. Indeed, it should be at least 2,000 taels, for this world lacks glass, let alone red glass. It must be worth a fortune," Shen Hao mused. Yet he was not particularly surprised. Song Yongzi continued, "It sold for 20,000 taels of gold." "How much?" Shen Hao inquired again. "My lord, it truly sold for 20,000 taels of gold. The gold note is still in my possession. Would you like me to retrieve it?" Song Yongzi looked at Shen Hao with a gleam of pride, eagerly awaiting his praise. Taking a deep breath, Shen Hao felt a twinge of loss. He had previously sold it to Lai Yuejing for merely 1,000 taels of gold, along with a courtesan. When he sold it to Wenren Yi, it was 2,000 taels of gold, still containing the wine. Had he not effectively lost out on 4,000 taels? After a brief moment of discomfort, Shen Hao found solace. This bottle, even if sold, could not fetch such an exorbitant price. Despite its rarity, in his circles, he had no access to those capable of affording such sums. Only in the capital could such high prices be realized. A wine priced at 40 coins sold for 20,000 taels of gold, a truly outrageous profit. 20,000 taels equated to 2,000 jin of gold. By current gold prices, calculated at 460 per gram, that amounted to 4.6 billion. Even accounting for potential purity loss, it would still yield at least 2.3 billion. My goodness, I have truly struck it rich, Shen Hao thought, pondering whether he should sell a few more wine bottles. However, the thought was quickly dismissed. The exorbitant price for the wine bottle stemmed from its scarcity. Selling more would diminish its value, unless he ventured to a different location to sell another. The key lay in rarity in the differential in information. Noticing Shen Hao's prolonged silence, Song Yongxi's expression turned anxious. My lord, do you think it was unwise to sell that treasure? Shen Hao cleared his throat and remarked, sales are flourishing, truly remarkable. And what of the gold? Song Yongxi hurriedly replied, my lord, I shall fetch it for you at once. Very well, go ahead, Shen Hao said, his heart fluttering with anticipation. The sounds from the courtyard drew the attention of Ji Donga, who emerged from the room cradling a cat. Upon seeing Shen Hao, her enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness and delight. I have the honor of meeting you, my lord, she said softly, clad in a flowing white dress. Ji Donga appeared ethereal, radiating a beauty that was both pure and transcendent. Her porcelain complexion was adorned with a delicate blush, making her all the more captivating. Shen Hao complimented, Indeed, Donga, after a few days of absence, you have grown even more exquisite. Come, allow me to touch and see if you have lost weight. At his words, Ji Donga's face flushed crimson, and with a gentle nod, she gracefully approached Shen Hao. The white cat she held looked at Shen Hao in astonishment before hastily leaping to the ground and scurrying back into the house. Chapter 87. Quickly exchanged for gold. As the one-eyed white tiger hid in the room, it peered through the crack of the door with its remaining eye. Astonished by Shen Hao, in those golden-hued irises, surprise flickered. After several days apart, Shen Hao had astonishingly achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection. How terrifying indeed. This young man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The first time it encountered Shen Hao, he was merely a trifling figure at the third stage of postnatal cultivation. However, upon arriving at Yangling Mansion, he had already ascended to the innate level. Yet, after several dozen days apart, he had now reached the consummate stage of innate cultivation. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was unprecedented in its centuries of existence. Previously, it had suspected that Shen Hao had used drugs to facilitate his breakthroughs. However, Shen Hao's vital energy was astoundingly pure, far from the characteristics of someone who relied on medicinal pills. Rather, it seemed as though he had diligently honed his skills through arduous practice. Nevertheless, the speed of his progress was simply astonishing. Within 20 days, he had advanced from the first to the pinnacle of innate cultivation, an achievement that typically required years, if not decades, of effort. To be precise, in the span of a month, he had transitioned from the third stage of postnatal cultivation to innate perfection. Such a feat was indeed shocking. Furthermore, there was a subtle warmth to his vital energy, indicating that he possessed a fiery spiritual root. Contemplating this, the white tiger's mind struggled to comprehend. Who could achieve breakthroughs as effortlessly as drinking cool water? It was utterly unfathomable. Upon closer observation, it noted that Shen Hao's vital energy remained solid and unyielding, devoid of any superficiality. It was evident that his cultivation was genuine and the result of his own relentless efforts. With a myriad of questions swirling in its mind, the tiger pondered how Shen Hao could have advanced so swiftly. Could he be a reincarnated powerhouse? Suddenly, the concept flashed through the white tiger's mind. And the more it considered it, the more plausible it seemed. For only such a scenario could adequately explain the rapidity of Shen Hao's breakthroughs. With this realization, the white tiger's fierce gaze softened. A slight smile graced its lips, revealing two tiny tiger fangs, rendering it quite adorable. No matter how one looked at it, it was charming. If he were indeed a reincarnated powerhouse, there was no shame in lowering one's stature. Meanwhile, Shen Hao passionately embraced Ji Donga, showering her with affectionate kisses. One could not deny that Ji Donga looked exceptionally beautiful today, her hair cascading like a dark waterfall, her eyes sparkling like stars. She was as poetic and picturesque as a melody from the Jiangnan region, leaving an indelible impression upon the heart. Shen Hao was genuinely impressed. He was indeed worthy of being a courtesan. He embraced her to alleviate the pangs of longing he had endured in her absence. In my absence these past few days, Did you think of me? He inquired, to which Ji Donga replied with a gentle and melodious voice, reclining in Shun Hao's arms, feeling an overwhelming joy as she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. As the red plum blossoms withered, her heart was filled solely with thoughts of Shun Hao. Upon meeting him again today, her eyes sparkled with delight, and the happiness in her heart manifested on her cheeks, impossible to conceal, especially as she lay in his embrace. Inhaling his unique scent, she felt utterly enchanted. Indeed, it seems you are in good spirits. Your complexion has improved, which is as it should be. Upon hearing this, Ji Donga let out a soft hum and fell silent. At that moment, Shun Hao noticed Ji Donga's white cat, plump and spirited, suddenly leap into view. A smile graced his lips, and an expression of joy illuminated his face. For some reason, he perceived a hint of human-like affection in the one-eyed cat's demeanor. The white cat circled around Shun Hao and then, after a moment's hesitation, gently nudged his pant leg with its paw, attempting to convey its goodwill. If it weren't for his enhanced strength, Shun Hao might have been cautious about the cat's potential germs. This scene elicited a flicker of surprise in Ji Donga's beautiful eyes. When she had first found this white cat, it had been battered and bruised. Ever since she took it in, it had shown indifference to anyone else, either sleeping or nestled in her arms. When strangers approached, it would scuttle under the bed, avoiding all contact. This display of intimacy towards an outsider was unprecedented. Ji Donga felt a surge of happiness. This indicated that her cat had accepted Shun Hao. Shun Hao, observing the cat rubbing against his leg, chuckled and lifted it above his head, declaring, "Let me see whether your cat is male or female." Suddenly, the white cat went into a frenzy, leaping over his head and darting swiftly beneath the bed. Even from outside, Shun Hao could hear its hissing growl, expressing its displeasure. He paused, remarking, "Your cat has quite the temper. My lord, are you all right?" "It probably isn't very accustomed to strangers and is a bit skittish," Ji Donga said apologetically. At that moment, Song Yongzi rushed out, cradling a wooden box with great enthusiasm. Shun Hao embraced her, holding one in each arm. Song Yongzi eagerly opened the box and exclaimed, "My lord, here are the remaining gold notes, 39 pieces, totaling 19,500 taels. One note was used earlier to purchase rice. The remaining gold and silver are stored in the room." Gazing at the gleaming gold notes adorned with mysterious runes, the soft texture of the paper brought a smile to Shun Hao's face, one that widened with satisfaction as he remarked, "Indeed, these gold notes are splendid treasures. How could one not be enamored?" This box of gold notes was worth billions. His heart raced with excitement. He then added, "It would be wiser to convert these into gold. What if one day these notes depreciate and lose their value?" Shun Hao was well aware that each note was worth 500 taels of gold. The official gold notes issued by the Tianwu dynasty are indeed a convenient medium, well suited for significant transactions. However, Shun Hao remains skeptical of their utility. He fears that an excessive issuance may lead to inflation. Shun Hao does not believe that the denizens of this fantastical realm can navigate the intricacies of finance and currency with the same acumen as those in the urban world. Often, when there is an overabundance of currency, one may not realize it until it is too late. The prospect of encountering a scenario where one requires 500 taels of gold notes merely to purchase a bun is daunting. Only when he holds solid gold in his hands does Shun Hao feel a sense of security. Song Yongzi reassures him, stating that each gold note bears a unique symbol recognized by all major gold shops and pawn shops. Should he wish to exchange them for gold, she can arrange it promptly. Shun Hao, satisfied, replies, "Indeed, this is of utmost importance. Expedite the exchange. We cannot afford any delays." Upon reflecting on his past decision to sell 30 horses, he feels somewhat foolish. Now a billionaire, he regrets being so frugal. The rapid ascent to wealth has left remnants of his impoverished past, causing him to remain overly cautious. He contemplates the absurdity of a mere bottle fetching a price comparable to that of exquisite Ru-ware porcelain. After all, an ancient royal porcelain piece can command billions. Thus, why should a unique glass bottle not fetch several tens of thousands of taels of gold? This prompts Shun Hao to consider procuring more glassware to sell, recognizing the lucrative potential. Even if he could sell it for merely 5,000 taels of gold, it would still be advantageous. As circulation increases, prices are likely to plummet. Yet even 100 taels of gold would represent significant profit. Seemingly, this venture is worth pursuing. The allure of acquiring gold is undeniable. He then inquires, "Where is Senior Meng?" Song Yongzi responds, "Senior Meng had just asked me to open the door. She is likely inside her room and has not emerged." Shun Hao replies, "Since I am here, I shall pay her a visit." "Very well, my lord. I shall proceed to exchange the gold notes for gold." Song Yongzi protests, how can you? A delicate lady, go alone? That would be inviting trouble. Shinhao reflects on the impracticality of Song Yongzi, a fragile woman, attempting to exchange nearly 20,000 taels of gold, attracting undue attention. Do not worry, I can enlist the help of one Rinsu, the eldest son of the Wenren family. He has people nearby who can assist at a moment's notice. One Rinsu? Shinhao immediately recalls the strikingly handsome Wen Rening he had encountered in Yangzhou City, whose presence exuded confidence. The eagerness of Wen Rinsu seems to stem from a desire to curry favor with Meng Xuanji. Shinhao replies, very well, proceed with that plan. I shall visit Senior Meng. Understood, my lord. As Shinhao approaches the door of Meng Xuanji, he prepares to knock, only to be abruptly pushed back several meters by a burst of golden light. A cool, distant voice emanates from within. If you have business, speak from outside. Shinhao pauses, taken aback by her arrogance. If he were strong enough, he might have retorted with a cheeky remark. Chapter 88. The persuasive words of Meng Xuanji. Is this little girl still being haughty? We shall see how I can handle her. Shinhao clears his throat and slowly states, I intended to convince Yongzi to accompany you in your cultivation. Since you show no interest, then so be it. Oh, by the way, recently, I acquired a type of liquor that possesses an intensity far surpassing that of the Jared spirit I previously gifted to my senior. It appears that my affections were misplaced, thus, I shall let it be. After uttering these words, Shinhao turned away without a hint of mercy. Just as he took a step, he heard the voice of Meng Xuanji from within. You may enter. A smirk danced upon Shinhao's lips as he replied with a calm demeanor, as for the propriety of male and female interactions, I believe it would be wise for you, Senior Ming, to refrain. I have no pressing matters to discuss, so as not to intrude upon your serene contemplation. We may converse at a later time. No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open. Meng Xuanji emerged, still adorned with her delicate white veil. Her striking eyes regarded Shinhao with a frigid gaze, momentarily flickering with astonishment as she beheld him, as if doubting her own perception. The Shinhao of a mere fledgling, had now attained the pinnacle of innate perfection. Even more incredulous was the aura of spiritual roots she discerned emanating from him, no less than 3 distinct types. How could this be? Yet, possessing 3 spiritual roots would inevitably herald a bleak future. Upon